Chapter 1. Father, are you ready to depart? Yes. Lynchy gazed at the man seated behind the desk, nodding slightly. Before him sat his father, Count Vic Eunuch. Vic regarded him quietly, a rare flicker of guilt surfacing on his typically stern and handsome visage. The young man before him, strikingly similar in appearance, yet more handsome than himself, was his eldest son, who was destined to inherit his position. However, due to the circumstances surrounding his legitimate wife, he was relegated to the status of a mere baron. At this moment, having completed his comminglage ceremony, he was about to formally depart. Vic parted his lips, yet ultimately refrained from expressing the remorse that lingered in his heart. Very well, you may leave. Be cautious on your journey. Rest assured, Father, Lynchy replied with a smile, with Maud's protection and several other knights accompanying me, I shall be safe. With that, he performed a knightly salute to his father. Please take care of yourself. I shall return to visit you on your birthday celebration. Shortly thereafter, Lynchy exited the room where Vic resided, encountering the butler, Celis, who approached him in the corridor. Master Lynchy, are you departing? Celis, please look after my father. I shall do so, Master Lynchy. With no further words exchanged, Lynchy departed once Celis had acknowledged his request. After respectfully watching Lynchy leave, the butler approached Vic. Sir, Master Lynchy has taken his leave. I am aware, Vic replied, lifting his gaze to glance at the hesitant old butler. What is it you wish to convey? No, sir, I'm merely after a moment of hesitation. He voiced his thoughts. Is it not unfair to Master Lynchy? Vic fell silent, observing Celis, who had lowered his head in contemplation, before returning to address the affairs of the day. And the lady? Sir, the lady has gone on an outing with young Master Reed. I see. Meanwhile, Lynchy arrived at the gathering of his entourage, where he found Maud awaiting him. Master Lynchy, let's be on our way, Maud. Taking the reins from his former bodyguard, now chief knight, Lynchy mounted his steed and issued his command. Very well. Maud, clad in knightly armor, complied. At long last, the long-awaited procession set forth under his directive. Perched atop his horse, Lynchy exhaled a sigh of relief. He was not entirely the original Lynchy. Or rather, he was not wholly so. Not long ago, he had awakened memories from his previous life, hailing from another world. The amalgamation of 2 lifetimes' memories had forged the Lynchy of the present. At this very moment, he was preparing to embark on a journey to his domain, accompanied by those who had chosen to follow him. His identity had shifted from the eldest son of Count Eunuch to that of a baron wielding genuine power. Indeed, according to the laws of this world, as the eldest son, he was entitled to inherit a substantial earldom, along with its rich and expansive lands, rather than merely a small baronial title and a relatively prosperous but modest territory. However, due to the peculiar circumstances within the Eunuch family, he, the so-called eldest son, was, in strict terms, considered illegitimate, and thus his claim to inheritance was eclipsed by that of his brother, Reed Bueno Eunuch, born of Vic's legitimate wife. The disparity in their names alone spoke volumes regarding their statuses within the Eunuch family. Consequently, under the machinations of the current Lady Eunuch, he had been dispatched to serve as a baron following his coming of age, rather than waiting for his father, Count Vic, to pass away and inherit the earldom. In normal circumstances, it would be disheartening for the eldest son of a count to end up with only the title of baron and a modest estate. Yet for Lynchy, the reason he had been relegated to baronial status right after his comminglage ceremony was that he had willingly renounced his claim to the earldom. His mother, the former Lady Eunuch, had passed away under tragic circumstances, leading his father to remarry a duke's daughter, the current Lady Eunuch, who was also the mother of his half-brother, Reed. Thus he, who was supposed to be the legitimate heir of the Eunuch family, had become the illegitimate eldest son due to the absurd regulations of this world. Moreover, his stepmother had never been fond of him, subtly sidelining him in favor of her son, Reed. Before awakening his memories, Lynchy's mind had not been sufficiently mature, leading him to accept his stepmother's demands and become a baron. It could only be said that the former him had been somewhat young, and thus, upon recollecting his memories, Lynchy regarded his previous actions as exceedingly foolish. While others would aggressively seize what rightfully belonged to him, he had shown no resistance at all truly remarkable. Had the former Lynchy merely exhibited a hint of ambition, his father, Vic, would never have so readily cast him aside as a baron. Even if the current lady eunuch had objections, he would have borne the brunt of it. In such a scenario, the ultimate fate of the earldom would be uncertain. Regrettably, it was too late to ponder such matters now. Nonetheless, for Lynchy at this moment, this was not an unbearable predicament. He believed that his father, Vic, was still in his prime and possessed the strength of a formidable knight. Even if he were to contest against his half-brother, Reed, who clearly wielded greater backing, it would be ages before Count Vic abdicated. Perhaps in some future yet unknown, when his dear brother Reed ascended to the earldom, he would have already carved out a new path for himself. Shaking his head and smiling, he dismissed such fanciful thoughts. Lynchy glanced at the 3 knights accompanying him on his journey to his territory, along with the remaining 100 soldiers. These were his entire assets for the time, being he would rely on them to establish a foothold and thrive in his domain. Moreover, he felt a faint yet undeniably present magical power within him, a transcendent force that had not existed in his previous life, causing the corners of his mouth to lift slightly. Unavoidably, he began to envision the life that lay ahead. It would surely be extravagant. 2 days later, Lynchy found himself overwhelmed by the mountain of documents and requests piled upon the wooden table before him. How foolish I am! I had thought that being a noble lord meant indulging in a life of luxury, yet I had not realized that even lords must toil. What of wine-filled revelries and the presence of beautiful women? None of it compared to the pressing matters that lay before me. Honestly, I plead for mercy. As Lynchy grappled with the chaotic affairs, a stern-faced man clad in knightly armor knocked on his wooden door and entered upon his invitation. It was Mode, his loyal bodyguard and chief knight. Master Lynchy, what is it now? Lynchy rubbed his temples in exasperation each time Mode sought him out. It signified more burdensome tasks awaiting his attention. It was fair to say that Mode had recently become the person Lynchy least wished to see. Master Lynchy, we have captured a witch suppressed by Demon Stone. Initially anticipating yet another trivial matter to adjudicate, Lynchy's spirit was instantly rekindled by Mode's proclamation. What did you say? Witch? This term occasionally reached Lynchy's ears, often accompanied by another term, the Church or the Holy See. The concept of witches and the Church evoked memories of the persecution of innocent women during the Middle Ages in his previous world. The righteous Church's oppression of a group of defenseless females. However, in this world, the so-called witches were not a collection of frail and powerless women, but rather a cadre of individuals endowed with formidable powers. It was said that each witch, upon awakening, would immediately possess the strength to contend with heroes, surpassing even the initial might of dragons, which were often regarded as the favored children of the heavens. Newborn dragons could only barely match the power of a golden-tier extraordinary like Mode. One could only imagine the nature of witches. Consequently, witches had always been exceedingly rare entities. Yet, despite their immense power, the plight of witches in this world was far from favorable, often described as a struggle for survival. While their strength was indeed formidable, it came at a cost. According to legend, a millennium ago, the first witch committed an unforgivable sin, inciting the wrath of the goddess of light. In response, the goddess cast a curse upon the witches, ensuring that each one, upon awakening, would become ensnared by filth, causing the loathsome and terrifying impurities to accumulate within them. Eventually, these witches would be unable to suppress the filth, leading to their explosive demise. Furthermore, the goddess bestowed upon the Holy See, and indeed upon humanity, the power and authority to hunt down these witches. Even in the remote border town where Lynchy resided, the demon-subduing stones were meticulously arranged. Wherever these stones were present, the filth within the witches would erupt violently, causing them to lose their ability to resist. Additionally, the stones could repel magical beasts, leading society to regard witches as creatures of equal lowly status to those beasts. Moreover, as a faction established by the goddess of light, the members of the Holy See would not overlook these witches. Whenever a witch appeared, the members of the church would mercilessly strike her down. Even if a witch managed to escape, evading immediate execution. The church would relentlessly pursue her, refusing to relent until she was utterly annihilated. To the followers of the Holy See, the mere existence of witches was a blasphemy against the goddess, an affront that could not be tolerated. Lynch remained uncertain whether the goddess' curse and decree against witches were indeed true, as he had only heard tales of them. However, the pervasive disdain and ostracism towards witches in society were undeniably real, a consequence of the Holy See's long-standing indoctrination and the observable facts, such as the suppression of witches by the demon-subduing stones and the deaths of witches due to their filth. This sentiment, even Lynch, originally of noble birth, could not escape. Although he had never encountered a true witch, Lynch had always believed, in accordance with the universal perspective, that witches were hardly good beings. Yet now, he found it increasingly difficult to accept such notions. With the memories of his past life merging with his current existence, he instinctively harbored a distaste for the church, which led him to feel a burgeoning curiosity rather than a previous abhorrence towards these so-called witches. At this moment, guided by Maud, Lynch was on the verge of reaching the cell that contained the witch brought back by Maud, preparing to meet the legendary witch. A flicker of anticipation crossed his eyes, and his heartbeat quickened slightly. The memories of his past life ignited a keen interest in these figures, branded as filthy sinners. He yearned to discover whether the witches truly embodied the terrifying and vile impurities as rumored, recognized by the divine as sinners, or if they were merely victims of the Holy See's slander, fabricated to eliminate these formidable beings and maintain the church's dominion. At Maud's prompting, Lynch turned his gaze towards the cell door he indicated. Peering through the gap in the iron door, he beheld the so-called filthy which imprisoned within. In the dark, damp confines of the cell, a figure curled up in the corner came into view. It was deep autumn, and the cell lay underground. The surrounding chill was so intense that he could see his own breath. Even though Lynch was a knight endowed with extraordinary powers, he wore a fur-lined coat to fend off the cold. Yet, the person in the dungeon was clad in nothing but a single garment, a coarse burlap tunic that offered no protection against the biting chill. Her slender arms and hands were completely exposed, and her bare feet rested upon the damp floor of the cell, already frozen and devoid of color. Lynch observed for a while, unable to discern the full visage of the individual inside. Instinctively, he pressed his hand against the iron door, attempting to push it open and enter. "Master Lynch, please exercise caution," Maud interjected, a serious expression tinged with concern crossing his face. "What is it?" Lynch inquired, his brow furrowing slightly. It was merely an instinctive action, and he had no key. There was no way he could open the iron door of the cell. Maud's anxious demeanor made it seem as though he were trying to prevent Lynch from opening not a cell door, but rather the gates of hell that sealed away a demon king. "Master Lynch, do you not sense anything unusual?" Maud asked. "Unusual?" Lynch paused, and it was only through Maud's reminder that he began to perceive a peculiar sense of comfort since entering this section of the dungeon, invigorating his very being. Not only did he feel this within his body, but he also sensed the presence of some foreign substance permeating the surrounding space, a substance that contributed to his sense of ease. "Indeed, there is," he acknowledged. "Just as I suspected." Before Lynch could finish, Maud nodded vigorously, his expression growing increasingly grave. "Master Lynch, I suspect the witch inside is on the verge of being overwhelmed by the filth within her. When I brought her back, the impurities surrounding her were not as dense as they are now. They even began to affect me, causing discomfort." A flurry of questions filled Lynch's mind upon hearing his words, that he scrutinized Maud beside him, reevaluating his own state, which still felt remarkably comfortable and vibrant. What, then, could be the source of Maud's discomfort? Oblivious to Lynch's thoughts, Maud instinctively shielded him with his presence, even unleashing his magical energy to create a barrier against the surrounding elements for their protection. Consequently, the comfort Lynch had been experiencing abruptly vanished. "Lord Lynch, it would be prudent for you to maintain your distance from this place, lest the vile filth seeping from the wretched, which within adversely affect you, that I suggest we secure this area until the arrival of the church's priest to prevent any contamination from escaping." "Wait, my friend." Lynch, observing Maud's grave demeanor, opened his mouth to speak, only to close it again. From the outset, it appeared that he and the protective Maud were not on the same wavelength. Prior to Maud's intervention to isolate their surroundings with magic, Lynch had felt utterly at ease, with his own magical energy surging and his body brimming with vitality. Yet, Maud's assertion that the environment had been tainted by the witch's miasma rendered it perilous, left Lynch questioning whether he was hallucinating due to this very filth. However, it was evident that he was not hallucinating. The comfort he felt was genuine. Thus, a puzzling question arose. Why did Maud, despite sharing the same environment, perceive it so differently? The thought of the filthy witch's miasma made Lynch's lips twitch. Alas, I have become an otherworldly fiend. Ultimately, Lynch retreated alongside Maud from the location of the dungeon. The guard stationed there also withdrew, sealing off the dungeon's entrance to prohibit any further approach. The seriousness etched on Maud's face suggested a deep concern about the potential ramifications of the miasma escaping. Lynch, on the other hand, refrained from voicing that he felt no discomfort in the presence of such filth. Rather, he found it invigorating, a rather alarming realization. Having only recently ascended to lordship, he was not eager to meet an untimely demise. Though Maud, his devoted knight, had always remained loyal, Lynch was not foolish enough to test such loyalty with matters of life and death. Lord Lynch, might you consider returning to rest for a while? I shall summon a priest from Hongfeng Town to address this filthy witch, Maud suggested earnestly. Very well. Lord Lynch, Sir Knight, Priest Yeligen has arrived, just as Lynch pondered the peculiarities surrounding him and intended to respond to Maud. A guard approached them briskly with the announcement. Their attention was instantly drawn to the newcomer. Lynch glanced at Maud, who remained silent, awaiting his decision, and thus he addressed the guard. Allow him to approach. How fortuitous that he arrived so promptly. Did you send someone to fetch the priest earlier? Lynch inquired, observing the guard's retreating figure. Not at all, Maud replied, also watching the guard depart. Perhaps the church's priest possesses the ability or the means to sense the witch's presence, which prompted his arrival. Lynch contemplated this notion and found it plausible. After all, the church had been hunting witches for over a millennium, so it would not be surprising if they had developed such abilities or tools. Indeed, the demon-suppressing stones found in every locality were established by the church to curtail the activities of witches and sever their access to human settlement for sustenance. That if someone were to speak ill of the Holy See in secret, the clergy would likely remain oblivious. Yet, should a witch awaken in some remote corner, it would not be long before the church's agents caught wind of it. Beep, beep, beep. Detecting oil, detecting the birth of a witch. The demon-hunting radar is now active. With the priest's arrival, Lynch saw no reason to withdraw any longer and chose to wait alongside Maud for the church's priest. Before long, the guard returned, leading a middle-aged man clad in a pristine white priestly robe. He exuded a warm demeanor and appeared remarkably well-groomed, easily eliciting a sense of goodwill. Lynch recognized him. Rather, the former Lynch had recognized him. Among the first individuals he encountered upon arriving in this remote town was this very priest. Your Grace, I apologize for the imposition, but I am here to identify the witch currently residing in the town. According to the goddess's guidance, she should be within your estate, Yeligen stated directly, foregoing any pleasantries. This was not unexpected. Even a low-ranking priest of the church held a status that rivaled Lynch's own as a baron. After all, the Holy See was the dominant force in this world, having ruled for over a millennium. Indeed, she is confined in the dungeon below. Lynch nodded, yet curiosity compelled him to ask, Priest Yeligen, you mentioned that you were guided here by the goddess. I mean no offense. But does she concern herself with such trivial matters? Indeed, the goddess's will is omnipresent. Even the most minute occurrences do not escape her notice, Yeligen replied. Upon hearing Lynch mention the witch's confinement, his expression softened momentarily, only to be furrowed again by Lynch's inquiry. Your Grace, please refrain from discussing our sacred goddess lightly. Her majesty is beyond the comprehension of mere mortals. Indeed, you speak true. Lynch felt a lingering aversion towards these fanatics, a sentiment that transcended worlds. Even if Yeligen's words held a grain of truth, it remained unsettling. Your Grace, I wish to see the imprisoned witch. Of course. Lynch gestured casually, signaling to his knight, Maud. Very well, Lord Lynch. And priest, please follow me. Maud proceeded to guide the two towards the sealed dungeon, cautioning Yelijan, priest, the witch appears to be on the brink of a miasma eruption, and the contamination is becoming uncontrollable. The dungeon is now permeated with much foulness. Please be cautious, or would you like me to shield you from the miasma? As he spoke, he enveloped Lynch in a protective magical barrier upon the dungeon's seal being lifted. Observing Yelijan closely, Lynch noted a slight frown upon the priest's face at the mention of the miasma's imminent eruption. That won't be necessary. The goddess will shield me from the vile contaminants. He replied coolly, rejecting Maud's offer. Moments later, they arrived at the cell where the witch was held. Yelijan's countenance grew increasingly grim as they approached, and by the time they reached the cell door, he appeared utterly disheartened and indifferent. Golden patterns subtly emerged on his immaculate white robe, which Lynch surmised were inherent defenses activated against the miasma in this space. Here it is, priest. If you wish to enter and take a look, I can unlock the cell door, Maud stated gravely, fully shielding Lynch behind him. In the brief interlude, the miasma within the chamber had intensified slightly. That won't be necessary. I have grasped the situation, Yelijan replied flatly. Priest Yelijan, what are your intentions regarding this witch? Lynch inquired, intrigued by the priest's sudden cold demeanor. He was curious as to why Yelijan seemed disheartened by the witch's uncontrollable miasma. Typically, anyone possessing knowledge of a witch would be obliged to inform the church, and capturing a witch would result in her transfer to church authorities. This instance was unlikely to be any different. Why original purpose was to escort this newly emerged witch back to the Holy See, allowing her to atone for her sins in the presence of our goddess. However, it appears that this filthy witch will not survive the night. This juncture, a fleeting glimmer of anger flashed across Yelijan's eyes, only to swiftly vanish. In light of this, it seemed best to allow her to perish in this wretched state. However, Your Excellency, if you do not take her away, could the witch afflicted by the filth pose any danger to this place? Faced with Yelijan's intentions, Maud could not refrain from speaking. Lynch also turned to him, awaiting his response that "Do not fret. The punishment bestowed by the goddess upon these witches is directed solely at them. As long as one does not remain in their proximity during the complete eruption of the filth, there shall be no issue, and this foulness will dissipate with their demise." Yelijan cast a disdainful glance at the dim dungeon, unabashedly revealing her contempt for the witch, letting out a cold laugh. Let this filthy creature die in agony. With that, Yelijan departed. The entrance to the dungeon was subsequently sealed, and to prevent any unforeseen incidents, it would remain closed for the foreseeable future. Absent any surprises, Lynch gazed at the dungeon entrance, which Maud had intentionally sealed with his enchanted sword, his dark eyes shimmering with thought. Why, Lord Lynch? We may leave now. Maud approached him and said, after a final glance at the entrance. Lynch nodded and turned to depart. Maud followed closely behind. Your magical power should not last long, I presume? Lynch inquired casually as they walked. Provided there are no external interferences, I could sustain it through tonight. I will come each day to replenish my magic. You need not worry, my Lord Lynch. That is reassuring. Lynch casually instructed, ensure that no one from the estate approaches this area during this period to avoid any unforeseen mishaps. Understood. By the way, what has become of your earlier task with the steward regarding the procurement of servants? Upon being asked, Maud's expression turned hesitant. I apologize, my Lord Lynch. Ordinary servants are manageable. We can still find a few in the market of this small town. However, we have been unable to locate the maids you requested. What is the situation? Lynch's brow furrowed slightly. Why, Lord Lynch? There are currently no slave merchants selling maids in Hongfeng Town that acquire qualified maids. We must await the next batch of traveling merchants and hope for luck. This is truly. Hearing Maud's words, Lynch shook his head. Hongfeng Town is not impoverished. In fact, it is relatively affluent. Otherwise, the lordly residence where he currently resides would not be so lavish. After all, having chosen to step back from contention for the title of Count, he was naturally compensated with a splendid estate. Yet encountering such a situation leaves one at a loss. One cannot simply conjure a merchant specializing in dedicated maids out of thin air. In light of this, let us first hire those farm women in town to serve as temporary maids. Regardless, we must fill the vacancies. Understood. Employing farm women as maids is certainly not as ideal as directly purchasing dedicated ones. Not to mention the issue of ownership. These farm women simply cannot compare to the expertly trained maids provided by slave merchants. Lynch's decision to have Maud arrange for the hiring of farm women was a last resort. After all, since the previous lord of Hongfeng Town had long since departed, most of the maids had either left or been taken away. The remaining servants in the lordly residence were insufficient to manage the estate's operations. One could say that this lordly residence was in a state of disarray, requiring considerable effort to restore it to functionality. As night fell, only a few rooms in the expansive lordly residence remained lit. These lights were concentrated in the area where Lynch resided, while the rest of the estate languished in a state of disorganization and neglect. The moon hung high, and the hour was approaching midnight. Within the lordly residence, aside from the watchful guards, most individuals had succumbed to slumber. Yet, in the darkened corners of the estate, a figure swiftly traversed the shadows. Clad in a loose night robe, Lynch tread silently. Barefoot, through the murky halls of the residence, he navigated with familiarity to the entrance of the dungeon, cautiously surveying the magical barrier set by Maud. The exquisite knight's sword was a gift Lynch had personally bestowed upon Maud, its magic firmly sealing the dungeon entrance. However, compared to its original state, the sword's magic had waned considerably, and by dawn, it would likely dissipate entirely. After ensuring the surroundings were clear, Lynch extended his hand to grasp the sword's hilt and pulled with force. Predictably, the blade did not budge. That it would be troubling if a barrier set by a golden knight could be so easily breached. After assessing the feel of the sword, Lynch resolved not to hesitate any longer. He gripped the hilt with both hands, channeling all his strength and magic, and exerted every ounce of effort to draw the sword. Fortuitously, the magic upon the blade had weakened, and as Lynch strained with all his might, the once sturdy barrier was shattered. Lynch staggered back a few steps due to the inertia of the sword, yet swiftly advanced into the depths of the dungeon. The moment he crossed the threshold, the air around him was enveloped by a palpable substance. Previously perplexed, Lynch now recognized this as the filth emanating from the witch. Prevent this foulness from escaping further, Lynch summoned his limited magical reserves to partially seal the entrance. Having accomplished this, he redirected his focus. Holding a torch, he stood at the entrance, refraining from immediate movement. His prior brief encounter with the filth had not afforded him the opportunity for careful observation. Now, with conscious intent, Lynch began to discern some nuances. The filth permeating the surrounding space indeed invigorated him. Yet this vitality did not originate from the filth itself. In his perception, the filth dissipated upon contact, akin to Willow Catkin's meeting flame. Consequently, he experienced a positive feedback loop, enhancing both his spirit and physical form, as well as his internal magic. Realizing this, Lynch exhaled in relief. He had almost believed himself to be some otherworldly demon. Thriving in an environment deemed a gas chamber by the common folk, he nearly found himself at odds with the entire world. Presently, his situation resembled not so much the absorption of filth to augment his being, but rather the purification of filth to garner merit. With this thought, Lynch's dark eyes shone ever brighter. He ventured deeper into the dungeon, arriving at the cell where the witch was imprisoned. Here, the filth thickened further, and Lynch suspected that if an ordinary person were to linger in such an environment, they would likely not survive the night. Peering through the barred window of the cell door, he could discern a vague silhouette amidst the nearly impenetrable darkness, illuminated only by the flickering light of his torch. Retrieving the pre-prepared key from his pocket, Lynch hesitated. Thus far, his knowledge was scant, and he was uncertain of the consequences of his actions. Could he, with his ability to purify the filth, save the witch on the brink of death? If he could save her, should he? Were witches truly as malevolent as the church proclaimed? What if rescuing this which precipitated unforeseen calamities? Furthermore, would he risk his own life, unable to purify the filth clinging to her? Lynch raised his head once more to gaze into the pitch-black confines of the cell, where, thanks to his extraordinary vision, He could faintly discern the outline of a figure that seemed to tremble ever so slightly. In a daze, he could still hear a faint, agonized moan echoing in his ears. The image of the witch he had seen earlier that day flashed through his mind. She was curled up in the damp corner of the cell, her frail body clad in a coarse garment, her exposed limbs devoid of color, frozen by the bitter cold. These images corresponded directly with the silhouette he now beheld in the darkness. In this silent, soundless void, the only light dispelling the darkness was the flickering flame of the torch in his hand. Whether it was an eternity or merely a fleeting moment, Lynch inserted the key he held into the lock of the cell door. Creak! The old iron door swung open, its sound reverberating throughout the dungeon. Perhaps it was the echo that quickened Lynch's heartbeat that he stood at the threshold, torch raised, as the flame's glow illuminated a fraction of the darkness within the cell. His shadow stretched from his feet into the cell, merging with the darkness that lay beyond the reach of the torchlight. In the deepest corner, the figure that had been only vaguely discernible became clearer in the firelight, allowing him to discern its general shape. Lynch fixed his gaze upon that dim corner, and without hesitation, he lifted one foot and stepped over the threshold, entering the confined space. His bare soles met the damp ground of the cell, the piercing cold surging up to engulf him. Lynch paused momentarily before resuming his stride. The flame of the torch flickered in rhythm with his movements, compressing the encroaching darkness as he ventured deeper. The cell was not large, and within a few breaths, he reached the innermost recess. Before him, the witch, curled upon herself, was now fully illuminated by the torchlight. Lynch gazed at her intently, clad only in a coarse garment. Her slender and fragile body trembled incessantly, whether from the biting cold or the agony of filth that surrounded her. Her exposed skin appeared strikingly pale, devoid of any warmth but a cascade of deep purple hair, darkened further by the dim light, draped over parts of her form and obscured her indistinct features. Beneath this low, intermittent sounds of suffering emanated from her. Lynch crouched down, drawing closer to the witch, with a palpable stench of decay emanating from her body thickened in the air. In that moment, he experienced a profound sense of the true nature of filth, akin to the most repugnant sludge, sending a chill deep within him, so much so that he felt a hint of dizziness. Albeit slight, if sensing his presence, she spoke. "Leave this place." Her voice was frail, laden with the weight of extreme pain, as if each word threatened to shatter her fragile state. Yet Lynch remained unmoved. He sensed that after she uttered those fragmented words, his own taut body relaxed slightly. Tentatively, he extended his hand, inching closer to her. "You will die." Her already curled form recoiled further at the approach of his palm, almost folding in on itself entirely. Consequently, Lynch's hand halted in midair. He raised his gaze slightly, regarding her features obscured by her purple tresses. As she shifted, some of the hair that had previously concealed much of her face fell away, allowing him to glimpse her countenance through the strands. Whether it was the torchlight as flicker or the agony that had caused her eyes to close, they slowly opened, meeting his gaze. They were deep violet eyes, reflecting the light from the torch in his hand. Her brows furrowed intermittently in response to her suffering, only to relax as she bore it. There was no fear upon her face, nor was there anger or resentment. In their mutual gaze, Lynch experienced an illusion. He felt he was not staring at a dying witch, but rather a serene maiden. She did not fear death. She awaited it, and his presence had merely disrupted her tranquility. Her bloodless lips parted slightly. "You will die," she reiterated, her voice melodious yet exceedingly faint. "How do you know?" Lynch momentarily withdrew his outstretched hand, observing her as he posed the question. Yet the witch offered no response to this inquiry, as if such questions were beneath her consideration. "If your curiosity has led you to this foolish act, I advise you to retract it." Lynch chuckled softly. "Why?" He gestured toward the peculiar chains binding her hands and feet. "You are still shackled with anti-magic stones. How could you possibly utilize your powers to harm me? I am a witch that I know, the so-called filthy, wicked witch. Yet this is the first time I've encountered one. If you understand, then you should keep your distance," she replied calmly, her voice still weak, unperturbed by Lynch's words. "Yet what I see before me is merely a frail girl, Lynch remarked, as for the filth emanating from within you. It is indeed quite disgusting. The witch closed her eyes, seemingly finding his words laughable, and thus chose to ignore him. Strangely, the turmoil within her, which had tormented her prior to his approach, seemed to quell somewhat in that moment, alleviating her suffering. This change left her slightly puzzled, but she quickly dismissed it. She had long ceased to concern herself with such trivialities, having accepted her fate. Leave this place if you wish to avoid death. This is your final warning. You are an evil witch. Should I die, would you not revel in my demise? Lynch observed the witch who had turned her back on him, unbothered, as if speaking to himself. He continued, I am intrigued. According to the church, witches are tainted by the curse of the goddess of light, thus becoming synonymous with filth. Yet if it is the presence of filth that renders you so, how then should we judge the goddess of light, who punishes you with such a dirty curse? She abruptly opened her eyes, fixing her gaze upon Lynch. Yet he continued his soliloquy. Furthermore, society constantly hears the church proclaim how wicked witches are, urging us to eliminate every last one of them. However, if I recall correctly, the awakening of witches has always been random, and many have been taken by the church for trial or execution even before they awakened. Yet before that awakening, they were merely ordinary people, having committed no unforgivable sins. Were they? He met her gaze directly. Or do witches only become evil after awakening? Then why do you continuously urge me to leave? The flame of the torch in his hand flickered gently, their shadows dancing upon the dim walls, barely visible. They claim you are guilty, that you are wicked, that you are filthy. Is this true? Lynch smiled. Before coming here to meet you, I was somewhat skeptical, but after seeing you, I do not believe it. She remained silent, or perhaps she was at a loss for words after hearing Lynch's impactful statements. She simply stared at him, wide-eyed. After a prolonged silence, she moved her dry, pale lips, uttering a few words. Oh, you know what you were saying? I speak the truth as I perceive it. Lynch shrugged. Or are you suggesting that everything I have witnessed thus far is merely an elaborate deceit you have orchestrated? If that were the case, he chuckled softly. I concede. As soon as the words left his mouth, Lynch extended his hand towards the witch who stood nearby. Before she could react, his hand pressed against her bare arm. Upon contact, a chilling sensation surged into his palm. Subsequently, without either of them being prepared, an overwhelming, filthy, and utterly repugnant miasma erupted forth. In the early morning, Emo awoke from his slumber. He first checked on Lynch, confirming that he was still asleep, and thus proceeded towards the dungeon that a day had passed, and the magical energy he had left on his sword to seal the dungeon's entrance should have nearly dissipated. He needed to reapply it. However, upon reaching the dungeon entrance and seeing his sword embedded in the door, Emo immediately sensed something was amiss. The magical energy he had placed on the sword had vanished completely, and there were signs that it had been dislodged by some external force. Moreover, the surrounding filth, which even his seals could not entirely contain, had also vanished without a trace. This situation led Emo to recall the words of the church's priest, Yi Luo Geng, who had mentioned that the witch had perished due to a surge of filth. Could it be that the witch was indeed dead? Emo drew his sword, contemplating the circumstances within the dungeon. Yet, unsure of the situation, he refrained from hastily opening the door to investigate. Perhaps it was best to seal it once more and inquire with the priest later. After all, she had already been sentenced to death by the church, and with the suppression of the magic stone, even if the witch could contend with a hero-level extraordinary being, she would be unable to escape on her own. He was not overly concerned about any unexpected occurrences. After reapplying the seal, Emo turned to leave tea this hour. Lynch should be getting up as his loyal knight. Unless Lynch specifically requested otherwise, Emo was bound to remain by his side for protection. Moreover, as newcomers, they had yet to establish a firm footing in this territory, so he could not afford to be distracted. Before long, Emo encountered Lynch, who had just risen. He was enjoying breakfast under the attentive care of the steward. This was typically the role of a maid, yet as previously mentioned, there were no maids in the lord's residence of Hongfeng Town to serve Lin Q. In fact, this rather modest breakfast had been prepared personally by the elderly steward accompanying him. Lord Lin Emo approached Lin and offered his greetings. Lin nodded, spearing a piece of bread with his fork and casually inquiring, "Did you check the dungeon's seal?" While it was not in accordance with noble etiquette to discuss such matters during a meal. Lynch was the highest authority here, and thus there was little to be done about it. "Yes," Emoda replied. "What is the situation?" This he proceeded to relay the observations and speculations he had made not long ago, without any concealment. Additionally, he suggested to Lin Shi, "My lord, I believe it would be prudent to have priest Yi Luo Geng come again to investigate the specifics, to prevent any potential issues. It must be noted that Emoda, as a personal knight, was exceptionally competent. Not only did he possess formidable strength to ensure Lin Shi's safety, but he also demonstrated a keen ability to manage internal affairs, assisting Lin Shi in better governing the territory. It was likely that his father, Wei Ku Inaik, had considered these qualities when deciding to send Emoda to accompany Lin Shi to the border territory. In response to Emoda's suggestion, Lin Shi saw no reason to object. "Very well, but I will accompany you." "That is fine," Emoda replied, somewhat puzzled, yet he acquiesced. After finishing breakfast, Lin Shi left the Lord's residence with Emoda in his memory. This was the first time he had ventured out since assuming control of his territory, of course. This was also due to the fact that he had only arrived here a few days prior. Much of his time had been consumed addressing the issues left by the previous lord. Only yesterday had he finally begun to find his footing and breathe a sigh of relief. Overall, the territory under his command was remarkably commendable. Although it was located in a border region, its position at the edge of the endless sea provided convenient maritime transport and abundant resources. The population residing in Hongfeng town was approximately 20,000, the vast majority of whom were his baronial subjects, generating substantial tax revenue. The remaining inhabitants, mostly transient merchants and travelers, also contributed to his income. Coupled with the critical port trade and various other sources of revenue, his annual income as a baron was estimated to be around 3,000 gold dragon coins, an impressive sum indeed. To put this into perspective, the average total annual income for other ordinary barons ranged from 700 to 1,000 gold dragon coins, while even the most lucrative blacksmiths among common folk earned barely a dozen gold dragon coins annually. This clearly illustrated the affluence of his territory. The architectural styles of the residential buildings within the town reflected the economic conditions of its populace. The structures in Hongfeng town conformed well to the prosperous environment of the region, although they did not rival the towering edifices of Rainbow City under his father's domain. The array of exquisite stone buildings stood neatly along the broad, flagstone-paved streets, interspersed with the distinctive and opulent establishments owned by affluent merchants. However, the most lavish, even bordering on ostentatious, was undoubtedly the Lord's own residence. Spanning the size of a football field, the Lord's mansion was equipped with a plethora of amenities, yet due to a shortage of staff, most areas remained unoccupied. This lack of personnel was precisely why Lin Shi had urged Emoda and the elderly steward to procure maids. Merely cleaning the long vacant mansion was no small feat. The few individuals currently present would likely take an entire month to complete the task. According to the steward's estimates, at least 100 staff members would be required to fully restore the Lord's residence to its former operational state, not including guards, as the mansion comprised more than one level. After wandering for a while, Lin Shi, guided by Emoda, arrived at a church whose opulence rivaled that of his own residence, constructed entirely from pristine white marble. The magnificent church, while relatively small, approximately the size of tennis court, was otherwise not inferior to his mansion in grandeur. Moreover, strategically located at the center of Hongfeng town, the surrounding buildings left a spacious, circular clearing. Further enhancing the church's prominence, I had thought the Lord's residence was unparalleled. Whose retinue could rival this? It could only be said that as the current sovereign of the world, the Church of Light truly lived up to its reputation. One would think that such an extravagant church, stationed in a mere town, housed not a priest and a few church officials, but rather the town's own lord. While Lin Shi marveled at the church's splendor, a man clad in a pure white priestly robe emerged from within. It was none other than the church's priest, Yi Luo Geng, whom he had encountered the previous day. "Your Excellency, the Baron, what brings you here?" Upon seeing Lin Shi and Emoda standing at the entrance, Yi Luo Geng paused momentarily, inquiring, Gazing at Luo Gung's amiable countenance, Lin Shi found it difficult to reciprocate that warmth. Nevertheless, he maintained the facade. Smiling as he responded, "Priest Yi Luo Gung, I wish to consult you regarding the witch we have imprisoned in my residence. You know, witches are exceedingly dangerous, and we fear any unforeseen incidents." As he spoke, he gestured to his personal knight, Emota, signaling him to elaborate. Ota, understanding the cue, seamlessly continued, "Indeed, Your Excellency, after you departed yesterday, I sealed the dungeon entrance with magical energy. Upon inspection this morning, I noticed that the seal had loosened and the residual filth had vanished. Might this indicate the witch's demise? Ah, I see." After listening to the words of the two, Yelagin's expression revealed a sense of understanding. However, he did not intend to accompany them back to the Lord's mansion to check on the witch's condition. Instead, he shook his head and responded affirmatively. "There is no need. The guidance from the goddess concluded late last night, which indicates that the filthy which has been completely vanquished. You need not worry any further." Lin Shi harbored some suspicions but still wore a puzzled expression as he gazed at Yelagin. "Are you certain? It is not that I doubt your judgment, Priest Yelagin, but considering it is a witch, perhaps it would be wiser to exercise a bit more caution. The goddess's guidance is infallible." "My Lord Baron," Yelagin replied nonchalantly, servant of the goddess. "I too am incapable of error. You need only to trust my judgment. Don't make me fly off the handle." Lin Shi's fist clenched, and even Maud beside him could not help but furrow his brow slightly. He was just about to say something when Lin Shi raised his hand to halt him. "Very well then. I shall take my leave, Priest Yelagin." With such treatment, Lin Shi naturally wore a displeased countenance. After responding curtly, he turned away and departed without a glance back. However, just after taking a couple of steps, Lin Shi turned around to inquire once more, "Priest Yelagin, ordinarily, some members of your clergy would specialize in hunting witches. They want to come looking for me. Will they?" "The punitive knights from the Holy Central Church have already been informed of this news and are on their way back. You need not be concerned. That is good to hear." With that, Lin Shi no longer lingered. Before long, he and Maud's figures vanished from Yelagin's sight. Yelagin watched them leave and then turned back to the resplendent church. A new day had just begun, and he still needed to pray to the sacred and great goddess of light. He had no time for idleness. Meanwhile, Maud followed closely beside Lin Shi. Once they had distanced themselves from the church, Maud could no longer suppress the words that had been weighing on his heart. "Why, Lord Lin Shi, that priest was exceedingly disrespectful to you. Why did you stop me earlier?" Casting a glance at the indignant Maud, Lin Shi replied casually, "What's the big deal? You've not witnessed the conversations between my father and the Bishop of Rainbow City. Their attitude was as if they were looking down their noses at my father." He surveyed the various buildings around them, occasionally responding to the greetings of the townsfolk who recognized him from his previous visits. After all, they were people of the Church of Light, so such attitudes were hardly surprising. One simply grows accustomed to it. As he spoke, Lin Shi paused, turned to Maud, and jokingly said, "Perhaps when the Church of Light is eventually overthrown and their glory fades, you could step up to defend my honor." These words sent a shiver down the spine of the previously aggrieved Maud, who quickly urged Lin Shi to cease, glancing around to ensure no one overheard. "Why, Lord Lin Shi, it would be wise not to speak such words so casually." Lin Shi, however, remained unfazed. "I was merely jesting. Do not be so tense." He glanced back at the church, now obscured by surrounding buildings, and reiterated, "Just a joke." "Very well then, my Lord Lin Shi. Shall we head back now?" "Not in a hurry." Lin Shi shook his head. "It took considerable effort to momentarily resolve those tedious matters. I ought to take my time exploring that a lord should not be unfamiliar with his own territory. After all." "Agreed." Seeing this, Maud refrained from further comments. As Lin Shi's knight-errant, his duty was simply to follow Lin Shi and ensure his safety, obeying his commands without concern for anything beyond that. After walking a while longer, they came upon a massive stone standing in the center of a forked road. This stone, resembling a small artificial hill, was the demon sealing stone that every sizable human settlement established. Even the most basic villages were no exception. This particular demon sealing stone lay in the center of the street, appearing unremarkable. Yet it was an indispensable presence for both Maple Town and any human gathering. Areas with a demon sealing stone generally faced fewer incursions from magical beasts and could also prevent stealthy attacks from the abyssal demons that might arise unexpectedly. In comparison to these functions, the ability of the demon sealing stone to trigger the uncontrolled filth within witches and thereby suppress them was of lesser importance, at least for the ordinary residents living in the town. Even if the establishment of the demon sealing stone was the church's strategy to eradicate witches thoroughly, of course, the effect of the demon sealing stone had its limitations. Larger towns would typically have several such stones to ensure comprehensive coverage. The one Lynch currently observed was one among the 4 established in Maple Town that he scrutinized the demon sealing stone before him, his gaze shifting slightly. According to Maud, the reason he managed to capture the witch yesterday was largely due to her being within the influence of the demon sealing stone, which caused her internal filth to spiral out of control and rendered her incapable of resistance to. In truth, it was not just the witch from yesterday. Historically, many witches had also fallen into the hands of hunters after entering towns and being triggered into a fit of filth by the demon sealing stones. This raises a question. If witches are aware that towns are equipped with demon sealing stones that pose a threat to them, why do they still dare to risk entering such places? Most people remain unaware of the answer to this question. The church has never disclosed it, and the populace does not particularly care, merely viewing witches as a foolish lot who would step into traps even when warned. Lynch himself was equally oblivious to the reasons behind it. However, unbeknownst to him, some individuals possess the knowledge, for the demon sealing stones can suppress the growth of the filth within us, though not as thoroughly as your abilities. A tranquil voice echoed in Lynch's mind. Had Maud been able to hear it, he would have been utterly astonished, for it was the voice of the witch he had brought back to the Lord's mansion, who was presumed to be dead. Lynch cast a sidelong glance at Maud, who remained unresponsive, oblivious to the voice. This was the voice of the witch, Zavia Wendell, who should have perished. Lynch's thoughts drifted back to that moment last night. In a dimly lit dungeon, illuminated only by faint flickers of firelight, he extended his hand toward the witch, who had been liberated from the shackles of the demon sealing stone and the threat of death. Miss Zavia, I, Lynch eunuch, extend to you an invitation to join my domain, to become my strength. I swear upon the honor of the eunuch family that I shall do everything in my power to protect you, shielding you from the hardships of fleeing and providing you with all that you rightfully deserve. He had spoken thus to the witch. Suddenly, Lynch smiled. This inexplicable smile left Maud bewildered, unsure of why his lord was laughing. My lord Lynch, what is the matter? It is nothing. Lynch shook his head. I was merely reminded of something pleasant. That pleasant thought was, of course, Zavia's acceptance of his invitation to join his domain. To have a witch in his service, he could hardly contain his enthusiasm, though he knew he could not divulge this to Maud. After brushing Maud off, Lynch turned his attention back to the more pressing matter. The words Zavia had spoken. For the demon sealing stones can suppress the growth of the filth within us. Contemplating this statement, Lynch felt a surge of astonishment. What did it mean that the demon sealing stones could inhibit the growth of filth within witches? Wasn't this the very tool the church employed to eradicate witches? How could it possibly assist them instead? A cascade of questions flooded his mind as he sought answers from Zavia. Guarding a true witch, he had no need to expend effort deciphering. When I awakened as a witch, I happened upon an area influenced by the demon sealing stone, and I discovered that the filth within me was no longer as agitated as usual. I subsequently conducted numerous experiments to confirm that the demon sealing stone could indeed aid in suppressing the growth of filth, though I remain unaware of the precise reason, uncertain of her whereabouts. Zavia unreservedly recounted the specifics of the matter to Lynch. Yet, even as a witch herself, Zavia possessed scant knowledge regarding the inexplicable effects of the demon suppression stone. Those witches, like myself, who had succumbed to the uncontrollable corruption caused by proximity to the stone, must have been drawn near by its peculiar properties. As for why the stone, which ostensibly aids in curbing our corruption, would suddenly incite a violent upheaval within us, I too remain ignorant of the reasons. Lynch pondered for a moment before speculating. Could it be that the church deliberately imbued the stone with such effects to ensnare you all? In that case, wouldn't it be prudent to simply disregard the matter? In the past, I too entertained such thoughts. However, who would willingly walk into a trap if not driven by desperation. Her voice remained calm, yet Lynch could discern a hint of self-mockery woven through her words. As the corruption within us accumulated to a critical point on the verge of eruption, the suppressive power of the demon suppression stone could grant us a temporary reprieve. Faced with such a predicament, should we choose to wait for death or dare to gamble that we wouldn't fall prey to a trap? Lynch fell into silence. Behind Xavier's tranquil speech, he sensed a profound sense of helplessness, a despair that he could not fully empathize with. He yearned to articulate something, yet found himself at a loss for words. "I'm sorry, this is not your concern. There is no need for apologies. By the way, Xavier, you are aware that the church has ceased its pursuit of you, correct?" Amidst the awkwardness, Lynch awkwardly shifted the topic, no longer entangled in the relationship between the demon suppression stone and the witches. His excursion was not a spontaneous whim. After rescuing Xavier from the dungeon last night and extending an invitation, which she accepted, the most pressing issue before them was how to evade the church's notice. Lynch's initial plan was to stage a false death, deceiving all who knew of Xavier's existence. Including Maud, he had presumed this would be a formidable task, for the agents of the church were not easily fooled. For over a millennium, the church had hunted witches, and no witch had ever escaped their clutches. It was inconceivable that no witch had attempted the ruse of faking death to elude the church's pursuit. However, after conversing with Xavier and gaining deeper insight, Lynch felt an unexpected sense of ease. Through Xavier's elucidation, the methods employed by the church to track and hunt witches were astonishingly simplistic. They sought out the presence of corruption to locate them. Corruption, as defined by the church, was a curse laid upon witches by the goddess of light. Excluding the abyss from consideration, in this world, only witches bore this foul substance. The abyss had been sealed away by the goddess of light, rarely emerging, and each incursion was swiftly quelled by valiant heroes. Thus, to locate a witch, one merely needed to detect corruption. Consequently, to deceive the agents of the church and fabricate the illusion of a witch's demise. The primary objective was to prevent them from sensing the corruption within Xavier. Was this a difficult task? Certainly. For countless years, no witch had managed to conceal or eradicate the corruption that naturally manifested within them. It clung to them like a parasite, impossible to eliminate or disguise. Thus, even with knowledge of the church's tracking methods, they remained powerless to act. Perhaps this truly was a divine curse, and despite their formidable powers, witches remained mere mortals in comparison to the divine. Yet for Lynch, the situation was different. When he recklessly reached out to touch Xavier's body last night, hoping to wager that his peculiar ability could purify the witch's corruption as he suspected, fate favored him. The erupting corruption did not claim the lives of him or his master Xavier. Instead, it was entirely purified during its tumultuous encounter with him, akin to willow catkins meeting flames. The death curse that had plagued witches for millennia temporarily vanished from Xavier. Consequently, she agreed to Lynch's invitation and joined his domain. The reason for his outing today was to gauge the primary church personnel necessary for Xavier's fake death, ensuring no unforeseen complications would arise. Judging by the results, it evidently aligned with their expectations, even exceeding them. I see it appears the church truly relies solely on tracking corruption to hunt you down, without any other means. Observing that Xavier had not been affected negatively by the earlier conversation, Lynch breathed a sigh of relief and continued. This means that upon our return, we only need to have those in the know confirm that you are indeed dead to conclude this matter. Correct? As he spoke, he cast a glance at Maud beside him, to deceive all parties aware of the situation. Maud, as the primary witness, could not be overlooked, although Maud, as his trusted knight, was ostensibly the one he could rely upon the most. It was best to keep such matters undisclosed that a gentleman does not stand beneath a crumbling wall. This adage aptly applied to their circumstance. There will be no problems. Her tone was calm, yet the certainty within was undeniable. It was only natural. If a witch capable of rivaling a hero-level extraordinary being could not handle a golden tier knight, that would indeed be abnormal. In the ensuing time, Lynch took the opportunity to explore Hongfeng town. Gaining a general understanding of his domain, that he primarily visited the bustling port of Hongfeng town and met with several important merchants. Notably, he found a moment to excuse Maud and discreetly visited a tailor to commission several outfits. Curiously, the proprietor of the tailor shop, who had previously shown him great enthusiasm, regarded him as though he were a treasure after he articulated his specific requirements. Having completed these tasks, Lynch then led Maud back to their residence. Creak! The faint sound of the door opening resonated as the wooden door to the dungeon's entrance swung open. Outside, Maud, wearing a solemn expression, gazed into the dimly lit dungeon. Upon returning to the Lord's estate, Lynch had instructed him to investigate the sealed dungeon alone. Even with the prior assurance from the church's priest, Yeligen, Maud remained vigilant, refusing to relax his guard. However, it seemed that his caution was unnecessary. After observing the entrance for a while and confirming the absence of the unsettling corruption within, Maud cautiously stepped inside. He picked up a torch, igniting it to dispel the surrounding darkness, and slowly made his way toward the cell that had once held the witch. Before long, he arrived at the tightly shut iron door of the cell. Even here, Maud felt no trace of the corruption that had once permeated the air, and his stern expression softened slightly. He waved the torch near the window of the iron door, attempting to discern the conditions inside, but the window was simply too small. Even with his extraordinary vision as a golden knight, he was unable to discern the entirety of the prison cell. However, the sporadic glimpses of crimson staining the ground confirmed for him the grim truth that the witch had met her demise. He took the key and unlocked the iron door, the glow of the flames dispelling a significant portion of the darkness within the dungeon. As Maud stepped inside, he gazed upon the horrific scenes that would send ordinary individuals into screams of terror. The once dim dungeon was now littered with shattered flesh, some remnants barely recognizable as human anatomy. Blood splattered across the walls, with much of it having dried and congealed, while fragments of coarse linen remained on the damp floor, remnants of the attire once worn by the witch he had brought back. Even Maud, a knight of valor, found himself furrowing his brow at the ghastly sight before him. He surveyed the surroundings, meticulously sensing whether any filth lingered in the space, and only upon confirming its absence did he turn to leave. Upon exiting, Maud instinctively exhaled a sigh of relief. No one would wish to linger in such a place, and he was no exception. Simultaneously, he felt fortunate that Lynch had not come to inspect the scene personally. In his view, it would be disastrous for the still youthful Lynch to witness such a harrowing tableau. Thus, he had thoroughly affirmed the witch's death. However, as his thoughts began to settle, Maud was soon beset by the headache of dealing with the aftermath. The witch was undeniably dead. That was beyond dispute. Yet, the mess left behind could not simply be ignored. The daunting task of cleaning up a scene that would provoke even his own frown was not one he could undertake himself. It would have to be delegated to the servants of the estate. One could only wonder what psychological scars such a scene would inflict upon those assigned to grim duty, and who among them would be so unfortunate as to be chosen for this task. Indeed, the filthy witch, even in death, would continue to showcase her repulsiveness to the world. He shook his head and turned away from the dungeon, making his way towards the chamber where Lynch awaited. Unbeknownst to him, throughout this entire ordeal, the cell that had confined the witch bore no traces of blood or shattered remains. It remained as empty as it had originally been. Meanwhile, though Lynch had not accompanied Maud to the dungeon, he was acutely aware of all that transpired within. This awareness was largely due to the ability dreamscape that had awakened within the witch, Shurvaya, standing beside him. In essence, Shurvaya possessed the power to create and manipulate dreams. For instance, Maud had been subjected to the influence of Shivia's ability, perceiving everything he witnessed as a dream woven by her. A subtle illusion he remained oblivious to. Upon discovering this capability, Lynch felt both delighted and surprised. He had been contemplating how to stage a faux death to deceive others, yet it seemed unnecessary, since he could simply let Shurvaya take charge out of course. Shivia's abilities extended beyond this singular application. For example, during their previous mental exchanges and the real-time consciousness scenes he observed now, she could even manifest realistic illusions using inanimate objects, all well within her realm of capability. In summary, with Shurvaya by his side, he effectively possessed a grand illusionist standing within the realm of heroes, perhaps even a master of illusions. After all, witches were inherently gifted, each one a sovereign within her respective domain of power. Unmatched by any AS for the potential threat to Lynch's safety from having such a powerful witch at his side without constraints, he had ceased to ponder at the moment Shurvaya extended her hand to him the previous night. Their fates were intrinsically intertwined, and with his ability to purify corruption, he held a natural advantage in the presence of a witch, rendering such concerns unnecessary. However, upon witnessing the horrific dreamscape Shurvaya had crafted for Maud, depicting his own death, he couldn't help but feel a twitch at the corners of his mouth. It was a scene so terrifying that even in restricted games he had never encountered anything like it. A child with an immature mind would surely weep in fright, and he himself felt a chill run down his spine. Moreover, the scenarios crafted by Shivia's power were astonishingly lifelike, devoid of any hint of artifice, far beyond anything he had experienced in games before. Taking a deep breath to suppress the rising unease, Lynch turned to Shivia. Is this perhaps going too far? Would a witch's death, caused by the corruption within her, truly manifest in such a horrifying manner? Lynch found himself questioning. Yet his uncertainty was quickly assuaged by Shivia's calm response to, "No, this is the death scene of a witch I have witnessed before." That a hint of sorrow glimmered in her violet eyes. It was indeed like this. Lynch felt an urge to chastise himself. It seemed every word he uttered stepped directly onto Shivia's sensitive ground, as if he were a master of landmines. However, Shurvaya bore no resentment towards Lynch. Instead, she began recounting the tale of a witch she had encountered shortly after awakening to her powers, a witch on the brink of death who she had witnessed perish, despite never knowing her name. Lynch listened silently to this brief narrative. "Without you, this would have been my fate." Shurvaya gazed at Lynch with a serene expression, as if she were speaking of matters unrelated to herself. After a moment of silence, Lynch suddenly recalled something and looked towards Shurvaya. "Shurvaya, can you sense the existence of other witches in this world besides yourself? Are there perhaps others still alive?" Logically speaking, witches were exceedingly rare. Historical records from the church indicated that the number of witches coexisting at any one time rarely exceeded a handful, often only one being alive at a time, and they invariably faced the church's relentless pursuit. While the scarcity of witches was closely tied to the church's persecution, it also underscored the difficulty of their emergence. Yet Shurvaya claimed to have encountered another witch. Although it had merely been a fleeting moment during the witch's death, it suggested that other witches might still exist in the world. In response to Lynch's inquiry, Shurvaya first nodded, then shook her head, leaving Lynch bewildered. Fortunately, before he could ask for clarification, Shurvaya explained, "I can sense the presence of other witches within a certain range. However, I cannot ascertain whether there are other witches in this world." "You mean your sensing range is limited?" "Yes," she affirmed. "The reason I encountered that dying, which was simply that she happened to fall within my sensing range, prompting me to approach her .as for whether there are other witches in this world. I cannot say .ic." Lynch felt a twinge of regret. He had hoped that through Shurvaya, he could uncover the existence of other witches, saving them and potentially bolstering his own territory's strength if they chose to align with him. It would benefit not only himself but also the other witches, a win-win scenario. However, since Shurvaya indicated her limitations, Lynch, though slightly disappointed, did not dwell on it excessively. He also wished to console Shurvaya. "It's all right. There will always be opportunities." "No," she countered. "Even if my sensing range is limited and I cannot determine whether other witches exist, there will undoubtedly be others searching for them." "Yes, indeed." Lynch paused for a moment after hearing Shivia's words before quickly realizing the implications. Even if Shurvaya could not sense the presence of other witches, there were those within a certain faction who would not face such limitations. If anyone were to seek out witches, who could possibly surpass the Holy Church in that regard? They were the true professionals in this field. As a formidable force that has hunted witches for millennia, aside from the unique case of Zavia, there has never been a witch who has eluded their pursuit throughout the ages. If Lynch wishes to ascertain whether other witches still exist in this world, he need only observe the movements of the punitive knights of the Holy See. Previously, he had only contemplated enlisting the assistance of Zavia in locating other witches, failing to connect the dots in his reasoning. However, following his moment of excitement, he found himself in a quandary. While it is true that the Holy See can swiftly locate any witch that appears on the surface, Attempting to extract information about witches from the rigid and obstinate clerics of the church is no small feat. Who can predict where those knights, dedicated to hunting witches, might venture? He is merely a newly appointed baron, a position far inferior to the current rulers of the world. The disparity between them is greater than that between an elephant and an ant. Regardless, the task of seeking other potentially existing witches is not something they can entertain at this moment. Unless, by some stroke of fortune, fate allows them to cross paths without any deliberate searching. Contemplating this, Lynch couldn't help but shake his head with a wry smile that if such good fortune were to befall him, he would have struck gold in his past life, and it certainly wouldn't be his turn now. Tap, tap. The sound of knocking echoed at that moment. It should be Mord returning from his investigation of the dungeon. Glancing at Zavia beside him, who appeared utterly unconcerned, Lynch averted his gaze. Come I in, why Lord Lynch? Have you completed your investigation? What were the results? Although Lynch, as the orchestrator of this matter, was well aware of what Mord was about to report, he still had to feign ignorance to prevent raising any suspicions. Of course, the likelihood of that was minimal. My lord. As expected, the witch has perished, but Mord hesitated momentarily as he recalled the harrowing scene he had witnessed in the dungeon before continuing. The aftermath of her death is exceedingly gruesome, and the cleanup will undoubtedly be quite challenging. How gruesome? It is perhaps better that you remain unaware of the details, my lord. Noticing Mord's troubled expression, Lynch, who was inclined to tease his chief knight, decided to relent. Very well, you may have your subordinates handle the cleanup. Understood. Mord bowed his head in compliance. Unbeknownst to him, standing boldly beside his master was the witch who was supposed to be dead. Completely disregarding his presence, in his perception, within the office that Lynch used for work, there was no one else besides himself, and Lynch, a knight of golden rank, capable of contending with hundreds or even thousands on the battlefield, found himself utterly powerless in the presence of Zavia, unable even to acknowledge her existence. Such terrifying power could be possessed by a witch the moment she awakens. How extraordinary! Lynch mused sincerely. Individuals like him, mere ordinary people, must toil diligently to enhance their abilities, while others stand at heights unattainable to the majority from the moment of their birth. What? You say that witches, upon awakening, are hunted by the church, plagued by filth, abandoned by the world, and even self-destruct upon a normal death, leaving no trace of their remains. That it is of no consequence that, in truth, even if a witch's life is doomed to suffering due to the presence of filth, without the church's interference, they might have lived a brief period like any other ordinary person, possibly finding alternative paths. However, with the church's involvement, once awakened, witches are met with betrayal and relentless pursuit. Forget about seeking alternative routes. Mere survival becomes an arduous endeavor. Having previously felt a twinge of envy, Lynch retracted his thoughts at this juncture. In truth, there is nothing wrong with being an ordinary person, diligently improving oneself. Yet, on the other hand, it seems he is not entirely ordinary. During his previous assistance to Zavia in purifying the filth within her, Lynch was astonished to discover that his own strength increased concurrently with the purification of the filth. The most direct manifestation of this was that, following that purification, Lynch, who had only recently ascended to the rank of a bronze knight, was now on the verge of touching the threshold of a silver knight. Though he could not discern the reason behind this phenomenon, it was evident that he had the ability to enhance his own power by purifying the filth of the witch. Therefore, it was likely that soon, even without relying on this inexplicable ability, Lynch would naturally ascend to the rank of silver knight. Should others learn of this rapid rate of advancement, their eyes would undoubtedly bulge in astonishment. Typically, it takes an ordinary person at least 1 to 2 years to progress from bronze to silver knight. In the kingdom of Mu, the fastest recorded ascent from bronze to silver knight took 3 months, placing it among the top 5 across the continent. And what of Lynch? Just last week, he had completed his coming-of-age ceremony, transitioning from an ordinary squire to a remarkable bronze knight, and now he was on the cusp of becoming a silver knight. Even if his innate talent were to be deemed lacking, resulting in a slowed progression, as long as he was not entirely incapable of promotion, he would surely ascend within 2 months at the latest. This alone would shatter the Kingdom of Mu's record and could even potentially make him the fastest in the world. Moreover, Lynch's natural aptitude is not poor. while he may not reach the pinnacle of excellence. He certainly ranks among the upper echelons. Based on his own estimation, he would likely ascend to Silver Knight within half a month. He could not help but wonder how shocked Mord would be upon witnessing this. Lynch gazed at the chief knight before him, a slight smile gracing his lips. Alas, the filth within Zavia had been entirely purified. Moreover, due to Lynch's still inexplicable ability, as long as Zavia remained within a certain proximity to him, the filth that clung to her would not re-emerge. This was something Zavia had informed him of. As for the notion of deliberately keeping Zavia at a distance to make her a breeding ground for filth, thereby allowing him to gain power, Lynch could only conclude that he was not yet capable of such a maneuver. Not to mention the potential damage this could inflict on the relationship he had established with Zavia. Even if she were willing, Lynch would not consent. The re-emergence of filth within Zavia would not only serve to enhance his strength, but would also attract scrutiny from the church. Those keen-eyed punitive knights would never miss an opportunity to pursue a witch. A single misstep could lead to utter catastrophe. Thus, barring necessity, Lynch would not consider this shortcut to power. Furthermore, Zavia could have chosen not to disclose this information, keeping it to herself. She was well aware that Lynch could enhance his strength by purifying the filth within her. Yet, even so, she chose to inform him, demonstrating her willingness to make sacrifices for Lynch's potential requests. Under such circumstances, Lynch, who has always reciprocated kindness, could not act selfishly. When he assisted Zavia in purifying the filth, Lynch had felt the profound pain of being bound by it, a deep-seated agony that made him wonder how Zavia had endured it for so many years. Speaking of which, how are Loran and Sears faring with their tasks? Lynch suddenly recalled the two knights who had accompanied him to the border territory and the tasks he had assigned them, prompting him to inquire of Mord. In response to this inquiry, Mord answered without hesitation, "My lord Lynch, Loran and Sears have currently recruited half of the number you requested. They should be able to gather the full complement of personnel within 3 days." As fellow knights, Mord had the most interaction with Loran and Sears, ensuring he was well informed about the progress of their tasks. "Excellent." Lynch nodded. "Have them gather the remaining personnel as swiftly as possible and commence training immediately. Winter will soon arrive, and we will need sufficient guards to prevent any potential incursions." "Yes, I will inform them." What they are currently discussing pertains to the private soldiers under his command in the Kingdom of Mu. A baron is permitted to possess a maximum of 500 troops. However, this limit is rarely reached, as very few barons can actually muster such a force. Generally speaking, it is considered quite commendable for a baron to maintain an army of 200 men. While wealthier barons might only manage to sustain around 300 soldiers at most, as a newly appointed baron, Lynch's first task is naturally to recruit his own private soldiers, thereby establishing his own power base and securing his position as lord over his territory. Consequently, he has entrusted Loran and Sears with the mission of gathering 200 men to form his own contingent of soldiers. It is worth noting that the frontier territory already possesses a garrison, and not an insignificant one at that. One of the most affluent domains within the complete territory of Count Eunuch. The stationed military force in the frontier region is roughly equivalent to the number Lynch currently seeks to recruit. The complication lies in the fact that these original guards are loyal to his father. The current Count Eunuch. One cannot entirely dismiss their connection to him as a baron, yet it is fair to say that their allegiance is somewhat tenuous. After all, the brother of my brother is not my brother. The army under the Count's command cannot be deemed his own. Even as the biological son of Count Eunuch, this remains true. This situation involves not only questions of ownership, but also the autonomy of a lord, which is no trivial matter. Currently, the soldiers who originally guarded the frontier have yet to depart, primarily to assist Lynch, the son of their superior, in navigating the awkward phase of his newly acquired territory. Once Lynch has assembled a sufficient force capable of defending the frontier town, they will be obliged to leave. Failing to do so would be seen as an affront to Lynch as the lord. As winter approaches, based on past experiences, it is expected that during this time, the magical beasts, previously deterred by the town's magic-repelling stones, may disregard such barriers due to their hunger and scarcity of food. Furthermore, there might be an influx of refugees from other impoverished regions, which would also threaten the peace and order of the territory. Thus, whether for the swift establishment of his own military strength or in preparation for the potential chaos that may ensue, the recruitment of soldiers is of utmost urgency, that if he can cultivate a contingent of soldiers with combat capabilities before the depths of winter, Lynch could survive the harsh season without relying on the forces left by his father and more swiftly solidify his position in the frontier town. This is not an impossible task. The 3 knights who accompanied Lynch upon leaving the Count's domain, aside from the formidable Golden Knight mode, who is dedicated to his protection, are both adept at training troops, Loron and Seers. Coupled with the 100 seasoned veterans he has brought along, mentoring the new recruits under the guidance of the 2 knights should yield a capable fighting force in no time. The only shortcoming lies in the lack of high-end combat power, particularly knights, which cannot be resolved in the blink of an eye. The training of a knight demands substantial time and financial resources, a feat that cannot be accomplished overnight, unless Lynch is willing to recruit wandering knights to bolster his strength. The loyalty of such knights remains questionable. Knights not raised under his banner inherently possess a diminished fidelity. Should he be betrayed by these mercenaries, he would find himself without recourse. Lynch glanced at the silent Shivia beside him. It seemed that he need not worry excessively about the deficiency in high-end combat power. "What is it?" Noticing Lynch's gaze, Shivia turned to him and inquired. This startled Lynch, causing him to widen his eyes slightly as he instinctively glanced at Mode, who remained in the room, unresponsive. "If he has something to say, he may express it directly to me." Seeing that Mode still showed no reaction, combined with Shivia's subsequent words, Lynch relaxed. He raised an eyebrow, finding Shivia's ability rather convenient, that if only it could be employed for other purposes, such as, well, let us say for infiltration or intelligence gathering. Ahem, he meant for espionage or assassination, that a paragon of virtue would naturally utilize such abilities for righteous ends. Suppressing his wandering thoughts, Lynch turned his attention back to Shivia. You wish to live like an ordinary person, Shivia? I mean, to step into the limelight without the need to hide behind the guise of others. If possible, it would be ideal to treat Shivia as a trump card, allowing her to operate from the shadows to maximize her effectiveness. However, Lynch felt compelled to consider her feelings. After all, Shivia is fundamentally a person endowed with formidable power, possessing emotions akin to those of ordinary individuals rather than being a mere automaton. Moreover, when he initially invited Shivia to join him, he had promised to provide her with everything she rightfully deserves, a commitment he cannot renege upon. Ultimately, the decision of whether to allow Shivia to emerge from the shadows into the forefront rests upon her own preferences. Regardless of her choice, Lynch would accept and accommodate her. Shivia gazed at him, her deep purple eyes shimmering with unspoken thoughts, revealing a hint of bewilderment. After a moment of silence, she spoke. "If that is what you wish, the important thing is not my desire but yours." Lynch's words caught in his throat. The enchanting sorceress raised a slender finger to his lips, her captivating purple gaze reflecting his own essence. "Without you, I would have perished long ago. So," she said calmly, holding Lynch's trance-like stare, "your desires are my own." Days passed, and the ever-busy old steward suddenly approached Lynch. "Why, Lord Lynch? These garments have arrived from the tailor's shop, reportedly at your request." "Oh, indeed. Please place them there." "Very well." The old steward, Lynch, complied and set down several exquisite and remarkably novel garments upon a nearby sofa before retreating. Initially, upon receiving these items personally delivered by the tailor's wife, he was perplexed. Both in style and material, these clearly feminine garments were not intended for the women residing in the Lord's manor. It is preposterous. The only women within the manor at present are those hired as temporary maids from the peasantry, who are unworthy of such finery. Lynch had served as a steward for half his life and had never encountered such innovative designs, which could only befit the daughters of wealthy families. The issue lies in the fact that there are currently no such ladies in the Lord's manor. Aside from the peasant maids, there are no other women. Thus, Lynch was quite curious as to why Lynch would commission such garments. However, his long tenure as steward has taught him the wisdom of discerning when to inquire and when to remain silent. Although curiosity nagged at him, Lynch refrained from expressing any indication of it. Pretending not to notice, Lynch, unaware of the steward's thoughts, would not have cared even if he had known. That was rather swift. Lynch remarked to Shavia beside him. Shall we try them on? These garments were specifically tailored as gifts for Shavia. After all, she had been wearing the robe Lynch had given her until now. Although Shavia did not place much importance on such things, Lynch certainly did. All right, Shavia nodded. She had long known that Lynch had custom-made clothing for her, so she was not surprised. Under Lynch's watchful gaze, she approached the sofa, selecting the topmost long dress, and began to change right there. Stunned, Lynch quickly turned away to avoid watching her, despite his efforts. A fleeting glance revealed more than he intended to see. For some inexplicable reason, Lynch found his mind filled with thoughts of two large, fluffy confections dancing before his eyes, refusing to dissipate. How generous and opulent. He mused, shaking his head vigorously. No. Lynch, you must maintain your integrity. How can you be so indecent? Truly, she is a witch. Even the simplest of movements can shake the very foundation of his resolve. Fortunately, his determination remains unyielding, and he awakens just in time. While lost in his thoughts, attempting to divert his attention, he finds that Zivia, now clad in a fresh attire, stands before him. You find it beautiful. Her voice prompts Lynch to snap his eyes open. The first sight to greet him is Zivia's ethereal beauty, seemingly crafted by divine favor, with her captivating violet eyes calmly gazing at him. Her bright eyes and pearly teeth, along with her crimson lips against her porcelain skin, framed by cascading deep violet hair, render her flawless from every angle. Further down, a purple-black velvet gown envelopes her graceful form, its curves subtly hinted at beneath the fabric. Over this, she wears a loose, fluffy outer garment, its flowing ties adorned with irregular net-like patterns, accentuating the overall white hue with delicate purple edges, adding an air of elegance. Lynch gazes at her, his dark eyes filled with astonishment. You are stunning, he sincerely exclaims, his heartbeat quickening. Zivia, already beautiful, possesses a uniqueness that ordinary mortals cannot aspire to. Adorned in this novel outfit brought by him from another world, her beauty is further accentuated. Indeed, she replies, nodding calmly, then glances down at her novel attire. I have never seen a style quite like this. It is quite innovative. Did you conceive it yourself? Well, one might say so, Lynch admits, scratching his nose with a touch of shamelessness. Do you like it? Yes, I quite like it. Yet I cannot discern your enthusiasm from your expression. Lynch muses internally as he observes Zivia's tranquil gaze fixed upon him. It has been several days, and he has seldom witnessed any overt expressions on her face. She remains as imperturbable as a still pond, seemingly impervious to emotional upheaval. However, it is not uncommon for the elderly or those who have faced significant turmoil to adopt such a demeanor. Facing life with equanimity, given that Zivia is a witch who has danced on the brink of death, coupled with her past experiences, her stoicism is hardly surprising. Nevertheless, considering that Zivia is merely a girl of his age, Lynch cannot help but feel a tinge of frustration, least regarding the matter of witches. This world is undeniably flawed. The following day, Mord, originally dispatched by Lynch to accompany Lauron and Sears for military training, unexpectedly sought him out. What brings you here? Lynch feigned ignorance as he inquired of Mord, who wore a serious expression tinged with confusion. My lord, there is an illusionist claiming to be your friend who wishes to join us. They mentioned having made arrangements with you. Are you aware of this? Mord's bewilderment was understandable. An illusionist, arriving unbidden in this remote border region, expressing a desire to join their ranks, was indeed peculiar. While it was not surprising that someone might seek to align with a baron backed by an earl family, it was exceedingly rare for an illusionist to appear. Illusionists, specializing in deceptive magic, are a rare breed among the already scarce magician class. The rarity of an illusionist, particularly one of golden rank, seeking to join a baron in a border territory, seemed almost laughable. Mord's suspicions were entirely warranted, which is why he approached Lynch personally. You arrived quite swiftly, Lynch feigned surprise, inquiring with a bemused expression as he noted Mord's astonishment. Where is she? She is waiting in the main hall. So you truly know her? Mord still found it hard to believe that his lord had any acquaintance with such a rare illusionist. Certainly, Lynch affirmed. She is a talented illusionist I met at a banquet hosted by Duke Pintos when I accompanied my father. Upon learning of my ascension to lordship, she wrote to me expressing her desire to join. I thought it a jest. Yet here she is. Upon hearing Lynch's explanation, Maud's expression shifted to one of realization. Shall I bring her to meet you? What are you thinking? Lynch chuckled, shaking his head that a talented illusionist has traversed great distances to join us, and you suggest I make her wait? Naturally, I shall go to greet her myself. With that, Lynch rose from his seat and made his way out. Maud hastily followed suit. The illusionist in question was none other than Fortinia, which endowed with dream-manipulating abilities, Zivia could effortlessly masquerade as an illusionist. For the sake of plausibility, Lynch had advised her to present herself as a golden-ranked illusionist rather than revealing her true status as a grand illusionist of heroic rank, of course, since Maud had previously seen Zivia's appearance. She subtly altered her features so he would not recognize her. The reason for Zivia's disguise as a talented illusionist whom Lynch had met at the Duke's banquet was to allow her to walk freely under the sun like an ordinary person. Although Zivia had initially adopted a nonchalant attitude regarding this matter, leaving everything to Lynch's discretion, it seemed that after their time together, he had gained some insight into this witch, who outwardly resembled an ordinary girl. Albeit with a touch more beauty, it appeared that Zivia harbored a modicum of anticipation regarding this new identity. However scarce it may be, he could discern a hint of joy beneath her typically placid expression. In summary, under Lynch's careful orchestration, Zivia, a witch who should have been shunned by society, officially commenced a new life under a fresh identity. As long as Zivia remained by Lynch's side, the taint of the past would not resurface. The nightly enforcers of the Holy See, who hunted witches, would remain oblivious to the existence of a witch who should have perished, now living openly in this world. There would be no more need to fear the pursuit of the church, nor to hide from the ever-looming threat of corruption, nor to live as a shadow in the sunlight. As autumn waned and winter approached, the once vibrant trees in the northern part of Red Maple Town, adorned with yellow leaves, now stood bare, their branches stripped of life. Just yesterday, Lynch had led 3 knights under his command to meet with his father, Count Eunuch, regarding the garrison troops he had arranged for him. After some negotiations, under the guidance of a golden knight leading the garrison, the soldiers belonging to the Eunuch family departed from the border territory. This marked a new phase in Lynch's relationship with the Eunuch family. He remained a part of the Eunuch lineage, yet his foremost identity was no longer that of the Count's eldest son, but rather as a vassal of the Eunuch family, the Baron of the border territory. It is worth noting that, according to the regulations of this world, having been granted the title of Baron, Lynch was expected to adopt a new surname to reflect his noble status. However, in his case, he had the option to retain his original surname. The original Lynch, who already possessed a profound sense of belonging to the unique Eunuch family, naturally chose to retain his Eunuch surname, as for this choice made by his pre-awakening self. Lynch refrained from passing judgment. After all, at that time, he faced the Eunuch Count, who was his adoptive father, rather than his good brother Reed Bueno Eunuch. If the current Eunuch family were under the control of his brother, and the pre-awakening Lynch had made the same choice, he would have to slap himself in the face. Ultimately, the various missteps of his pre-awakening self will be rectified by the current him. The intrigues and rivalries among nobles, as well as fraternal discord, are inescapable even in this world. Moreover, due to the possession of extraordinary powers, the resources controlled by the upper echelons far exceed those of the lower strata, making such conflicts even more intense than those recorded in his original world. As long as Reed has not ascended to power, he cannot sway the decisions of the Count's family. However, should their father, Vic Eunuch, pass away and Reed rise to prominence, the unfolding of events could become quite unpredictable. Based on his previous memories of Reed, maintaining a close association with the Eunuch family would not bode well for Lynch. Yet perhaps he need not worry about such matters. His father, Vic, is still in the prime of his life, a formidable golden knight. It remains uncertain how long it would be before Reed ascends, unless Reed were to confront Vic with the audacious claim. Is there a prince for 40 years in this world? At that time, it is unclear who would hold more power between him and the Eunuch family. From this perspective, the pre-awakening Lynch's decision to relinquish his title of Count in favor of becoming a Baron was In fact, a clever maneuver. Returning to the main subject, Lynch's decision to allow the garrison troops, who had aided him in safeguarding the border territory, to depart stemmed from the fact that the training tasks he assigned to Laurent and his group had begun to yield results. 200 new recruits, paired with 100 seasoned veterans, had developed a certain degree of combat effectiveness after 2 months of training. While they were still far inferior to the veteran soldiers of the eunuch family, they would suffice to replace those guards in defending the border territory. After all, they would not be engaging in warfare against other lords. Their primary concern would be dealing with potential magical beasts or suppressing any civil unrest that might arise. With 3 knights and the seemingly golden-level illusionist, who was in truth a witch named Zivia, safeguarding his territory was more than manageable. In fact, Zivia alone could handle it, though it was deemed unnecessary. Lynch had previously told Zivia that a witch's powers were not meant for such trivial matters, even though she did not fully agree. It is worth noting that during this period, Lynch himself had advanced from a bronze knight to a silver knight over a month ago. When he revealed this fact to his 3 knights, the astonishment on their faces remained etched in his memory. Particularly, the usually composed and serious Maud's jaw nearly dropped in disbelief, leaving a deep impression on Lynch. After the initial shock, the 3 knights were filled with excitement. Having a genius knight as their lord, especially one of such exceptional caliber, naturally thrilled them. This signified that Lynch possessed greater potential and was likely to develop beyond their wildest expectations. As the first knights to follow Lynch, they could also anticipate a brighter future in that moment. Laurent and the others felt even more motivated to work for Lynch. This was precisely what Lynch wished to see. To be a good leader, one must learn to paint grand visions for one's subordinates, ensuring that these visions are not only ambitious, but also enticing and achievable, thus maximizing their effectiveness. However, this also resulted in some discomfort for the newly enlisted soldiers, who were awakened in the middle of the night for training. Who could withstand such treatment? It was precisely for this reason that this batch of new recruits quickly developed a certain level of combat prowess. Coincidentally, just as these soldiers had taken over the positions of the original guards, an unexpected event that had long been absent suddenly occurred. That moment, Lynch was leisurely perusing a travelogue he had just purchased from a wandering merchant in his office. Just as he settled into his reading, a sudden knock echoed on the wooden door of his office. As expected, it was the one person he least wanted to see at that moment, Maud. This could only mean one thing. His leisure time had come to an abrupt end, and it was time to get to work. "Come in." Lynch reluctantly set aside the travelogue and called out to the door. Unsurprisingly, Maud stepped into the room and greeted him respectfully. "Why, Lord Lynch? What is it now?" Lynch waved his hand, signaling him to get to the point that a merchant reported having been attacked by mountain bandits, who stole the supplies he was transporting from another area, and he hoped we would investigate. Mountain bandits? Upon hearing Maud's report, Lynch was momentarily taken aback. Where did these bandits come from? There had never been any reports of mountain bandits around the border territory, at least not in his knowledge. While it was true that there were many mountains surrounding Hongfeng town, those mountains were known to be active zones for magical beasts. Not to mention, even the eunuch family's regular troops needed to tread carefully in that area. It was hardly conceivable that bandits could operate there. "We're not sure," Maud replied, equally perplexed. However, the merchant mentioned that apart from their leader, most of these bandits appeared ragged, resembling a gathering of displaced persons. Moreover, their position was near the road leading from the border territory to the outside world, rather than deep within the mountains. That's so? Lynch pondered. By the way, has the number of displaced persons arriving in Hongfeng town this year been significantly lower than in previous years? Have you conducted any statistics? Although he had only recently taken over the border territory, such matters were typically recorded by the Lord's office, and he could easily compare the past year's figures with the current year's numbers. Yes, the number of displaced persons arriving in Hongfeng town recently has decreased by more than 2/3 compared to previous years. Maud continued, while there hasn't been significant chaos in the area this year. Even during the relatively calm periods of previous years, the number of displaced persons has still decreased by nearly half. At this point, Maud understood. He looked at Lynch and speculated. It seems that perhaps the sudden emergence of these bandits is indeed due to displaced persons who should have been roaming toward Hongfeng town. But who could be behind gathering these displaced persons? Aren't you the one who should investigate this matter and report back to me? Lynch raised an eyebrow, amused as he observed Maud deep in thought. It was ironic that their conversation had turned into a question directed at him. Realizing this, Maud awkwardly chuckled, having relaxed somewhat after spending time with Lynch. If Laurent and the others knew, they would likely tease him for quite some time. After all, he had always advised Laurent and the others not to be too relaxed in front of their lord, even though Lynch himself did not particularly care about such trivial matters. "Shall I head out now to investigate?" Maud inquired. "Yes, just to be safe, call Laurent as well. We can leave only Sierras to guard the camp." Lynch waved his hand, giving his instructions, while it was indeed excessive to send another knight to assist Maud. A golden knight against a group of bandits comprised of displaced persons. Lynch was more concerned about the individual behind gathering these displaced persons, which was his primary consideration. Understanding Lynch's thoughts, Maud did not voice any objections. He did not perceive Lynch's caution as a slight against him. Besides, Laurent had recently been complaining about being cooped up in the territory with nothing to do, so this would be a good opportunity for him to get some fresh air and avoid pestering Lynch. "All right, we will investigate promptly." Maud nodded in acknowledgement and, under Lynch's assurance, turned to leave. As he departed, the office where Lynch resided returned to its tranquil state. The flames in the nearby fireplace blazed fervently, enveloping the entire room in a warm embrace. Although Lynch could have resumed perusing the travelogue he had not finished reading after Maud's exit, the disturbance caused by Maud's presence extinguished his desire to continue. He called out to Zivia in his heart, and shortly thereafter, she pushed open the door to his room and entered. "What is it?" Zivia inquired, approaching Lynch, clad in a simple robe. Ever since officially joining Lynch as an illusionist, she had gained the freedom to move about, yet she seldom ventured far from his side, whether by his side or in the study prepared for her, which was merely a wall apart from Lynch's room. She preferred to remain close. Indeed, even her sleep was not spent far from Lynch. However, it was not as if they shared a bed. Lynch's residence was spacious enough to accommodate an additional bed without issue. To that end, Zivia had conjured a small illusion to ensure that no one discovered the extra bed in Lynch's room. Furthermore, at Lynch's request, she had left a trace of her power within him, enabling them to communicate at any moment. It was through this connection that Lynch had summoned Zivia. A faint smile graced Lynch's lips. Merely beholding Zivia's exquisite visage uplifted his spirits. Something occurred earlier that piqued my interest. He recounted the matter regarding the bandits that Maud had reported, voicing his thoughts thereafter. In essence, he expressed his desire to witness the live broadcast. He was intrigued to discover who was orchestrating events from behind the scenes. The ability to rally such a multitude of refugees in a brief span and sustain them through the harsh winter in the mountains suggested the presence of extraordinary capabilities. Not to mention, the gathering of such a multitude would require a means to maintain order, for the mountain's beasts were not easily dealt with, without the expulsion of magical beasts afforded by the demon-subduing stones. Ordinary folk would merely become their prey, leaving no opportunity to raid merchants for supplies. However, these factors were not the primary reasons for Lynch's interest in the matter. More significantly, the sudden emergence of these bandits, comprised of refugees, had not resulted in harm to the merchant or his entourage during their plundering. Had that been the case, Maud's report would not have merely stated that the merchant suffered a robbery, but rather that his subjects had been attacked and slain. Thus, this incident might yield unforeseen benefits for Lynch, perhaps a new, yet to be discovered capable ally. Such a resource was precisely what he needed, warranting his heightened attention. Hence, he summoned Zivia to leverage her abilities to remotely monitor the situation with Maud. Given that Zivia's perceptive range encompassed the entire border territory, and with her power still lingering on Maud, accomplishing this task was far from arduous. As for why Lynch himself did not accompany Maud and the others to witness the unfolding events, despite being a silver knight who might lend a hand, it was simply that even if Lynch wished to do so, Maud, known for his serious demeanor, would certainly disapprove, and even Laurent, the more carefree knight, would likely object. As a lord, if Lynch were to handle such trivial matters personally, it would imply a lack of competence among his subordinate knights. Have you ever heard of an emperor personally suppressing bandits in history? While Lynch's status could not be compared to that of emperors, the principle remains the same. Consequently, although he harbored thoughts of involvement, He refrained from mentioning them to Maud, and instead opted to have Zivia provide him with a live broadcast of, how tedious these days are. A heavily armored knight lay languidly on a wooden chair. Boredom etched on his face, while dozens of young soldiers donned in training garb practiced diligently before him. The knight possessed a handsome countenance, and even the scruffy stubble that adorned his jaw could not diminish his allure. Rather, it lent him an air of rebellious charm. Is this truly how you fulfill your duties, Laurent? A somewhat stern voice interjected from nearby. It was Maud, just returned from receiving orders from Lynch, his brow furrowed as he gazed at the reclining knight. Indeed, as Maud had aptly termed him, this slacker knight was none other than Laurent Afeard, one of Lynch's 3 knights, a golden-ranked warrior. Upon hearing Maud's voice, Laurent slightly turned his head to regard him. Ignoring the implicit reproach in Maud's words, Laurent remained in his languorous state and even stifled a yawn. Look at those youngsters. They're training quite energetically, aren't they? Maud's frown deepened at this retort. He had certainly observed the recruits training earnestly, unaffected by Laurent's indolence. What irked him was Laurent's utter lack of knightly decorum. Stripped of his armor, he would resemble little more than a street thug. Maud, who was inherently serious and somewhat rigid, found Laurent's demeanor particularly distasteful, especially given that they served under Lynch together, as the chief knight under Lynch. Maud possessed the authority to manage knights like Laurent, and he had made attempts to do so. Yet, each time, Laurent would acquiesce to his words only to revert to his usual lazy self, showing no inclination for change. Moreover, since Lynch himself was not particularly concerned about such matters, Maud found himself at a loss, and ultimately chose to relinquish the effort. Of course, Laurent's behavior was indeed somewhat lax, but as a knight, he was undeniably competent. His prowess and commitment to his duties were evident, as the new recruits remained diligent in their training even while he slacked off. This was the fundamental reason Maud chose to overlook the situation. So, what brings our esteemed chief knight to see me? Surely, you haven't come only to reprimand me again, Laurent remarked, turning his head back and closing his eyes once more. Please do, he added nonchalantly, exuding an air of indifference that tested Maud's patience. However, recalling Lynch's instructions, Maud ultimately restrained himself. He composed his expression, adopting a tone of neutrality, and said, I am here at Lord Lynch's behest to investigate the bandits that have surfaced today. I had intended to invite you to join me, but it seems your enthusiasm is lacking. Ignoring the way Laurent instantly sprang to his feet at the mention of his words, Maud feigned regret and turned away. In that case, I shall seek out Sills instead. No sooner had he spoken than Laurent had already crossed the distance of 5 meters to stand before Maud. My esteemed chief knight, do allow me to accompany you, he implored, a sycophantic smile gracing his face. As for Sills, considering his recent efforts in training the recruits, he deserves a well-earned rest. Laurent's roguish charm elicited a retreat from Maud, who instinctively placed a hand against Laurent's armored chest to maintain distance. Spare me the insincerity. Go fetch Sills to take over your duty of overseeing the recruits, and then meet me at the entrance of the manor. Understood. In Laurent's impassioned response, his figure vanished, evidently having departed to seek out the resting seers within the confines of their quarters. Shortly thereafter, a mournful wail echoed as Laurent exited the camp with determination. Behind him, the 3rd knight, Seers, emerged from the room with a gloomy expression, taking over Laurent's previous position in the camp. The new recruits, engaged in their training, collectively shivered, their hearts heavy with lamentation. Following Laurent's arrival, Maud led him and the 30 soldiers who had previously assembled to leave together. Accompanying them was the merchant from before. As the victim of robbery and motivated to reclaim the supplies he had painstakingly acquired, the rotund merchant, flanked by a few of his slaves, insisted on joining Maud and his entourage, although he ostensibly guided them. It was evident that his underlying concern was that Maud's group might seize his belongings. Maud, fully aware of the merchant's motives, paid no heed to his thoughts, allowing them to follow unimpeded. The hour was noon, and the weather was relatively pleasant. Gentle sunlight illuminated the land, draped in a silvery blanket of snow, offering a slight reprieve from the biting cold. Nevertheless, the merchant's slaves trembled from the chill, their stiffened bodies struggling to keep pace with Maud's group. Observing this, the merchant resorted to harsh reprimands, unreservedly chastising them to quicken their steps. Maud and Lawrence's party, however, remained unfazed by such behavior, accustomed as they were to its commonplace nature. Meanwhile, on the sidelines, Lynch observed the unfolding scene. His brow furrowed, ultimately releasing a sigh of resignation. The dehumanization of slaves was a universal truth across any realm. Despite his origins from another world, with perspectives vastly different from those inhabiting this one, he felt powerless to instigate change. Moreover, as a direct beneficiary of the very system that perpetuated this injustice, he found himself devoid of the moral authority to cast judgment. "What troubles you?" "Nothing," Lynch replied softly, shaking his head slightly in response to Shivia's inquiry. Before long, Maud and his companions arrived at the location where the merchant had claimed to have been robbed by bandits. The scene of the incident was now deserted. However, guided by the merchant, Maud and his party began to search for any remnants the bandits may have left behind. In the heart of winter, the ground was blanketed in snow, and today, as favorable weather allowed for clearer traces to be discerned. Although the bandits had clearly attempted to cover their tracks, it was apparent that a group predominantly composed of vagrants would inevitably leave some telltale signs. After a brief exploration, Laurent confidently established the direction, even preceding Maud, the more formidable chief knight. This tendency of Maud to indulge Laurent was certainly justified. Having detected the traces, the group proceeded without hesitation, traversing the thick snow as they followed Lawrence's lead into the mountains. Consequently, the previously relaxed demeanor of the soldiers shifted to one of seriousness. In the mountains, particularly during winter, the feral beasts, already fierce by nature, grew increasingly frenzied due to resource scarcity, necessitating their heightened vigilance. The once arrogant merchant now trailed behind them, apprehensive of any unforeseen developments. "Lord Carls, do you think that after we rob that merchant, he might report us to the local lord in retaliation?" inquired a somewhat aged man, his tone laced with concern as he addressed the young leader at the forefront. Behind them, a ragged group of individuals followed, exhibiting none of the anxiety displayed by the speaker. Despite their tattered garments failing to provide adequate protection against the biting cold, their faces were alight with excitement and joy. For this time, they believed that the lord they followed would aid them in acquiring a substantial cache of supplies, sufficient to endure the remainder of the harsh winter. As for other matters, while some may have pondered them, the tangible prospect of resources overshadowed all else. In response to the man's reasonable concerns, the young leader, Carls, remained unfazed. "Emile, I never expected you to consider such matters. You are certainly more astute than others," he remarked, casting a glance back at those who trailed behind, his future subjects. Intriguingly, the mount beneath Carls was not a warhorse, but a massive, snow-white frost bear. This formidable beast, with a size comparable to a small delivery truck, was a testament to its power. Yet this frost bear obediently followed Carl's commands, a clear indication of why he could gather a considerable number of vagrants in the frigid wilderness. "However, it appears my strength is still insufficient to earn your complete trust. Emile, do you think I fear the Lord's retribution here?" "Of course not," Emile quickly explained, averting his gaze. "Lord Carls, you know that is not my intent. I merely worry that this might pose a threat to you. After all, I have heard that the local lord is a baron." Having accompanied Carls for some time, Emile had gained insights into his strength. Nevertheless, he felt that while Carls possessed formidable abilities and could tame such fearsome beasts as the frost bear, they might still face the ire of a baron. In the mind of a former commoner, nobility was not to be trifled with. Inciting their wrath could yield dire consequences, not to mention the formidable knights and the well-trained soldiers that would surely bring devastation. Upon concluding his explanation, Carls ceased his scrutiny of Emile. Ultimately, he deemed him merely an uninformed commoner, perhaps slightly wiser than the fools behind him, yet still of little practical use, he thought to himself, offering further clarification. "Just a newly appointed baron. I doubt he has even settled in. How would he have the time to concern himself with a mere merchant? Besides, do you believe that anyone would dare venture into these woods? Without capabilities like mine, they would be fortunate to escape with their lives from the jaws of the beasts, had it not been for his prior investigations revealing the local lord to be a new, inexperienced noble seeking to recruit soldiers. Carls would not have chosen to linger and orchestrate his plans in this region. Not a glimmer of ambition sparkled in Carl's eyes. A baron, a noble. One day, I too shall ascend to such heights, perhaps even surpassing them in nobility. All of this will begin from this small yet bountiful border territory. However, Carl's reverie was abruptly shattered. As they approached a concealed encampment within the mountainous terrain, an unexpected group obstructed their path. Two knights, mounted on magnificent steeds and clad in heavy armor, alongside several fully equipped soldiers, awaited them. Encountering such a contingent in these frigid woods could hardly be deemed coincidental. Behind them, a few attendants shielded a rotund merchant, the very one from whom they had pilfered supplies. Carl scrutinized them, clearly realizing he had been sought out. This unmistakable scene sent the ragged bandits trailing after him into a state of panic. They had once been ordinary commoners under the command of other lords, and such an encounter would naturally incite fear. A frostbear? A beast tamer? No wonder you managed to survive with these vagrants in the wilderness. I must admit, tracking you has proven to be quite a challenge, remarked the more handsome of the two knights blocking their path, his tone laced with casual arrogance. The mere sight of the frostbear beneath Carl's allowed him to deduce the situation with alarming accuracy. Was this truly the caliber of noble knights? The countenance of Carl's was grave. He had initially believed that even if the lord of this place were to take note of his actions today, retribution would not come swiftly. Yet, before they could return to their encampment, pursuers had already caught up with them. It is important to note that they were deep within the winter forests. Along the way, he had deliberately concealed his tracks and left various contingencies in place, all for the sake of precaution. However, it now appeared that he had underestimated the lord of this territory. Lord Carls called out Emil, trembling with urgency, indicating without words that he wished to know what course of action they should take. Simultaneously, an irate voice rang out, "Damn robbers! Return the supplies you have taken from me, and bow your heads in apology. Perhaps I can plead for your lives before the Lord." This was none other than the voice of the merchant. Although he still stood behind the soldiers, his tone was decidedly haughty. Ignoring the merchant's bluster, Carls turned to the two knights at the forefront and spoke. "Gentlemen, if we return the supplies, would you allow us to depart?" His words sounded as though he had already conceded, lacking the resolute conviction he had previously shown Emil. Unsurprisingly, upon hearing this, the already chaotic crowd behind him descended further into disarray, with some even attempting to flee in various directions. Yet, those who had just begun to run were quickly intercepted by the surrounding soldiers, and a few who resisted were swiftly knocked unconscious. Had it not been for an earlier command from Maud prohibiting indiscriminate killing, these refugees might have met a far grimmer fate. Neither Maud nor Laurent, nor even the foremost Carls, paid any heed to these minor disturbances. After listening to Carls, Laurent chuckled lightly. "I can certainly allow your departure, but regrettably, my companion here does not share that sentiment." Maud shot Laurent a glare, urging his steed to the front of the formation, his naturally stern visage imbued with an air of indifference. "To gather refugees on the territory of Lord Lynch, establish a camp, and seize the possessions of his subjects, and now you wish for us to let you leave? It seems your audacity exceeds even my expectations." As he spoke, Maud drew his knight's sword, delivering an ultimatum. "Return the supplies and accompany us back to Hongfeng town to face Lord Lynch's judgment, or face immediate execution." A thunderous roar erupted from the frostbear, shaking the snow-laden forest. Almost instantaneously, as Maud issued his final ultimatum, the fearsome beast, comparable in size to a small cargo truck, charged towards them. In the midst of the frostbear's surprise assault, Carls, who had been riding atop it, fled in the opposite direction. This was the location of his established stronghold, and he intended to exploit the chaos created by the frostbear to escape back to safety. The soldiers surrounding them, who obstructed his path, were of no concern to him. These ordinary soldiers, lacking extraordinary powers, might be adept at dealing with fellow commoners, but they were no match for someone of his caliber, within mere breaths. He reached the soldiers blocking his path, effortlessly dispatching them before continuing his flight toward the distant location. Meanwhile, Maud and Laurent remained unfazed by the sudden attack of the frostbear, facing the colossal beast, which was nearly as tall as himself even while mounted. Maud stood resolute and unflinching. He fixed his gaze upon the approaching frost bear, gathering his formidable energy, and before the beast could reach him, he swung his sword in an instant. An unparalleled wave of sword energy, infused with nearly palpable magical power, tore through the snow-blanketed ground, racing towards the oncoming monster. Boom! The resounding explosion reverberated through the surrounding trees, shaking them to their cores, causing the snow and ice clinging to the branches to cascade down to the epicenter of the sound. The frost bear, struck by Maud's blow, was sent flying backward, its hot blood spraying forth, staining the pure, white ground with vibrant red flowers. As the snow mist dissipated, a deep scar from the sword energy was clearly visible on the earth, and the already terrified refugees trembled further at the sight. Frozen in place, too fearful to move. You've made progress, Chief Knight, Loran remarked, astonished by the spectacle before him, before teasing Maud with a grin. Yet beneath the jest, a sense of urgency began to creep into his heart. Maud's strength instilled a sense of urgency even in the carefree Loran. After all, he himself could not so easily repel or injure an adult frost bear. Maud ignored Loran's playful banter, shooting him a glare. You should hurry and capture that fellow. Yes, understood, Loran replied, maintaining his cheerful facade while swiftly springing into action. He urged his steed forward, the well-trained horse responding instantly to his command, charging toward Carls, who was fleeing after having incapacitated several soldiers. The tall and handsome warhorse galloped through the snow-covered, rugged terrain with ease, undeterred by the conditions. Within moments, he was close on Carl's heels. Loran expertly maneuvered his steed to overtake the fleeing Carls, positioning himself in the path of escape. Not far behind him, the entrance to the makeshift stronghold stood firmly shut, a seemingly insurmountable barrier at this critical moment. As beast tamer, you surely Haven only managed to tame a frost bear. Your intentions are far too transparent in running this way. If you were to summon other magical beasts, it could indeed pose a problem, so it is better for me to stop you here, Loran said with a cheerful smile to the gravely serious Carls. While I do appreciate the diversion you've provided, it is time for this to come to an end. Come back with me willingly. For this kind-hearted individual who had inadvertently caused him to venture out, Loran refrained from attacking directly. After all, a beast tamer without magical beasts at their side was merely a normal person with slightly above-average physical abilities. There was no way they could escape the grasp of a knight like him. Return with you? That would be a dead end for me. Or perhaps the lord behind you would spare me. Carl scoffed coldly. He was acutely aware of the consequences of his actions. If captured, he would face severe punishment. Maud's earlier accusation of gathering refugees and establishing a stronghold within Lynch's territory was tantamount to riding on the Lord's coattails and seizing his cake. Any normal lord would never let him off the hook. Loran, observing the tense Carls, shrugged nonchalantly. Alternatively, you could choose to defeat me and escape. If that is your choice, I would welcome it. His knight's sword glimmered with a chilling light under the sun, leaving no doubt as to its sharpness. And Carls was well aware of this, a beast tamer, whose strength predominantly lay with magical creatures, facing a fully armed knight, unless there was a significant level disparity. The outcome was all but certain. Yet, unexpectedly, Carls burst into laughter. You are quite clever, able to deduce my intentions. Truly a credit to the knights under the nobility. I suppose your tracking down on my trail is also your achievement? He regarded Loran with a mocking grin. But let me impart a lesson. Underestimating your enemy will ultimately lead to your demise. Boom! The ground beneath Carls suddenly erupted, and from the churned snow and earth, a massive claw lunged toward Loran. Clang! The sharp metallic sound pierced the air as Loran parried the sudden assault with his sword. It was a colossal rat, its front claws razor-sharp, an exaggerated size for a creature of its kind, completely obscuring Carls behind it. Loran squinted, gazing at the golden-hued giant rat, and remarked in surprise, a gold-eater rat. I never expected you to tame such a magical beast. It was merely an accident, yet he bore no anger towards this unforeseen turn of events. However, if this is your reliance, I fear you may find it rather challenging to bring about my demise. Whether you can or cannot, we shall see. Carls fixed his gaze upon Loran, who remained remarkably unfazed. The golden munching rat was exceedingly rare, yet it was not renowned for its combat prowess. In comparison, it was significantly weaker than the frost bear that had been intercepted by Maud. Carls, however, did not believe that a newly appointed baron would possess knights as formidable as Maud under his command. Moreover, his confidence was not solely based on the presence of this singular golden munching rat. A glint of cold light flashed his eyes as a surge of magical energy flowed from him to the golden munching rat that stood guard beside him. Instantly, the already sizable creature swelled even larger, its golden fur bristling into sharp golden needles. In the next moment, it charged straight at Loran. Loran, perched upon his warhorse, faced the assault without trepidation. The steed, as if sensing its rider's intent, sprang into action. Even in the face of the golden munching rat's ferocious attack, it maneuvered with agility, creating optimal conditions for Loran to engage in combat. The longsword cleaved downward, deflecting the rat's claws once more. The enchanted knight's sword, even while clashing against the rat's talons capable of rending stone, remained unwaveringly sharp and resilient. Conversely, the golden munching rat, confronted by the experienced and inherently powerful Loran, sustained numerous injuries, with many of its golden needles severed. Carl's expression grew increasingly grave. He could no longer afford to wait, and summoned his final trump card. Bang! Another golden munching rat erupted from the ground, launching an assault on the unprepared Loran. Carl seized the opportunity, albeit not the most opportune moment, yet still when Loran was caught off guard. Upon sensing the fierce wind of the incoming attack, Lawrence's expression shifted slightly. In the next instant, the rat's claws swept him off his steed, sending him sprawling into the thick snow. Xylo, the horse, neighed in alarm, sensing its master's peril, and kicked out with its hind legs against the golden munching rat. After the iron hooves sent the creature stumbling back, it hastened towards the ejected Loran. Yet, despite this momentary success, Carl's countenance remained troubled. He paid no heed to the fallen Loran, but instead focused on the successful golden munching rat. For reasons unknown at that very moment, his connection with the creature had severed. Consequently, from his perspective, the attack intended for Lawrence's steed had inexplicably struck Loran himself. However, upon scrutinizing the situation, he found no apparent issues. The golden munching rat was his most crucial magical beast, held in higher regard than the frost bear, which boasted even greater combat abilities. Now, with such a disruption, his mood could hardly be anything but foul. Yet the situation did not afford him the luxury of pausing for a thorough investigation. After a cursory examination confirmed no immediate problems, Carls redirected his attention to Loran, who had risen anew from the snow. Indeed, upon witnessing Loran unscathed, remounting his steed, his expression darkened further. His original intention had been to eliminate Lawrence's horse, thereby preventing Loran from obstructing his escape, even contemplating abandoning the frost bear he had painstakingly tamed. However, the recent development had thwarted his plans, placing him in an increasingly precarious position. Curse it, Carls harbored silent resentment, but was compelled to confront the now reinvigorated Loran. On the other side, Loran, having suffered a setback, no longer wore his previous air of ease. He had not anticipated that Carls would conceal yet another golden munching rat to launch a surprise attack. Simultaneously, he noted that the rat, which could have inflicted far greater damage, instead opted for a strike against his heavily armored back, the area where his defenses were most robust, coupled with the protective technique he had urgently activated. He absorbed the blow and was indeed thrown back, yet emerged unscathed. However, escaping injury was one matter. Being outmaneuvered by Carl's cunning was another. Though he could not fathom why the golden munching rat had not targeted a more vulnerable location, he had to concede that a lesson had been imparted. Gripping his longsword, he spoke with a chilling tone. In retribution, I shall straightforwardly bring you down. That a golden radiance enveloped Loran, a manifestation of the honor-bound oath of a golden knight, signifying the activation of his combat technique. That in this state, he was at his most formidable, representing his absolute seriousness. It had been ages since anyone had brought such humiliation upon him that if he could not resolve this matter with Carls promptly, the stain of disgrace would remain unwashed. Feel free to try. Defeat may come, but not dishonor. Despite the turmoil within, Carls maintained a fade of defiance. However, no sooner had he uttered these words than Laurent's figure materialized before him. The knight, propelled by an unstoppable momentum and a resolve to cleanse his shame, launched an extraordinarily swift assault against Carls. Meanwhile, within the Lord's manor, Lynch observed this unfolding scene before the live broadcast ceased. Nodding in approval, it seemed that the subtle machinations he had orchestrated through Sivia had achieved the desired effect. Undoubtedly, it was the witch Sivia, acting under Lynch's directive, who had severed the connection between Carls and the golden munching rat, resulting in the redirected attack meant for Laurent's steed, striking Laurent himself. The rationale behind this maneuver stemmed from Lynch's dissatisfaction with Laurent's apparent underestimation of the threat posed by Carls. Having kept a close watch on Maud's situation, Lynch had become increasingly concerned that Laurent's hesitance to capture the seemingly defenseless Carls allowed the latter to muster a counteroffensive. Thus, he devised a plan to use Carls to impart a profound lesson to Laurent. Of course, even without Sivia's intervention, the golden munching rat concealed by Carls would likely have still posed a challenge for Laurent. However, to preserve his hard-won steed and prevent Carls' escape, he had enlisted Sivia to exert control over the creature. Although the power Sivia had left with Maud was exceedingly faint, it sufficed to manipulate a magical beast of relatively low intelligence. In fact, the greater expenditure of energy involved in controlling the golden munching rat was primarily in severing the bond Carls had established with it. In summary, Lynch achieved his objectives. He safeguarded the warhorse that would have otherwise perished at the claws of the golden munching rat, provided Laurent with a valuable lesson, all while ensuring Laurent remained unharmed. The sole casualty in this affair was likely Maud, who, briefly bewildered by the sudden shift in power dynamics, had been sent flying by the frost bear. Nevertheless, Maud's strength far surpassed that of the frost bear, so he would suffer no lasting harm. As a consequence, the power Sivia had left with Maud dissipated entirely, necessitating that upon their return, she would need to re-establish her connection. Moreover, the live broadcast was no longer at their disposal. Yet, this posed no significant issue. After all, Maud remained oblivious to the influence Sivia had exerted, and the events on their side would soon reach a conclusion, rendering further observation unnecessary. As for the beast tamer, he certainly knew how to secure his own escape routes. Lynch stroked his chin, deep in thought. Not only did Carls refrain from taking any lives during this raid on the merchant supplies, but he also showed no intent to kill during the confrontation with Laurent and others. In fact, he consciously directed the voracious golden mice to attack the warhorses instead of Laurent himself, clearly aiming for escape rather than seeking to eliminate Laurent. Although his unauthorized gathering of refugees to establish a stronghold could ordinarily warrant a death sentence, killing him outright would seem somewhat uneconomical. The value of a beast tamer, particularly one who had successfully subdued 2 voracious golden mice, renowned treasure-seeking beasts, far outweighed the demonstration of lordly authority through his execution. Reflecting on this, Lynch turned to his companion. Sivia, seeking her counsel. Sivia, should I eliminate this brazen beast tamer directly, or should I spare his life and recruit him instead? After all, my territory currently lacks extraordinary elite combat power, and the addition of 2 rare golden mice is quite tempting. Yet if I were to accept him, I would have reservations regarding his loyalty. Individuals with a hint of cunning are notoriously difficult to manage. This is a concern you need not dwell upon. Sivia replied calmly after considering Lynch's thoughts. Lynch was momentarily taken aback, then smiled. Indeed, with you by my side, his loyalty is of little consequence. But Sivia, would you be amenable to such a course of action? I am a witch by nature, inherently wicked, she stated, as Lynch had anticipated. Before long, Mord and his group escorted Carls and his band of mountain bandits back to the Lord's residence, after confining some and sending others to the camp under soldier supervision. Mord and Laurent proceeded to Lynch's chamber as the leaders of this operation. They were obliged to report back to Lynch and seek his judgment on the fate of the criminals. However, upon seeing Mord and Laurent, Lynch noticed their expressions were far from pleasant. Laurent, in particular, wore a brooding demeanor, a stark contrast to his previous nonchalance, remaining silent. Mord also appeared somewhat despondent. What troubles you? Have you not brought back the prisoners? Why do you both seem so discontented? Lynch feigned ignorance about their despondency, though he was well aware of the reasons behind it. He will leave a more profound impression on Laurent and prevent him from repeating such errors in the future. Lynch decided to deliver an added blow to Laurent. What is that claw mark on your armor? Have you been injured? It seems your opponent was quite formidable to have struck a golden knight in the back. As expected, Laurent's already darkened expression deepened further at Lynch's words. He yearned to disappear into the ground, his toes nearly puncturing the fine knightly armor in frustration. Yet, facing Lynch, he could not dare to resist or ask him to stop. If compelled to recount the events, he would be too ashamed to do so. Thus, amidst Lynch's inquiries, Laurent could only manage a woeful smile that was anything but genuine. Yes, my Lord Lynch, this opponent was indeed quite challenging. As a beast tamer, he even managed to control two voracious golden mice to divert Lynch's attention. Laurent emphasized Carl's ability to tame the golden mice, as anticipated. Lynch's eyes lit up upon hearing this, his focus shifting away from Laurent. With a silent sigh of relief, Laurent subtly signaled to Mord not to divulge the full details of today's events to Lynch. Mord, notably, acknowledged this with a discreet nod. After all, both Laurent and Mord had faced embarrassment today. As a powerful figure among Golden Knights, Mord had been dealt a slap by a frost bear during their encounter. In a moment of inexplicable distraction, he had been unable to evade the bear's attack, resulting in a humiliating fall into the snow. Although he ultimately succeeded in slaying the frost bear, many soldiers had witnessed the incident, leaving him with a sense of shame. Thus, while he understood that Laurent had nearly faced disaster due to carelessness, he refrained from seizing the opportunity to chastise him afterward. What perplexed Mord was why he had been distracted during combat. Such an occurrence was unprecedented for him. Lynch observed both their reactions with a concealed smirk. Although he had not participated directly, witnessing their predicament as the orchestrator behind the scenes brought him satisfaction. Laurent's behavior had indeed been somewhat lax of late, while Lynch himself was not particularly concerned about such matters. He did not wish to see his knights suffer injuries or worse due to negligence. Following this lesson, Laurent would likely temper his reckless, flippant demeanor. I truly am a considerate lord, Lynch mused inwardly. After hearing the reports from both men and already possessing knowledge of the situation, Lynch wasted no time in proceeding to meet the captured mountain bandits, particularly Carl's and the two voracious golden mice he had tamed. In contrast to the unfortunate frost bear that had met its demise in Mord's hands, the two golden mice had managed to survive relatively unscathed. Even in his fury, Laurent understood the significance of these creatures. Capturing them for future use was undoubtedly preferable to outright killing them. As exceedingly rare magical beasts, voracious golden mice could uncover hidden mineral deposits buried deep underground, as well as naturally occurring treasures. For instance, the sword at Mord's waist, gifted by Lynch, was forged from natural iron ore, possessing remarkable toughness and sharpness, along with excellent magical conductivity, far superior to that of ordinary steel swords. The tame a voracious golden mouse was akin to securing a perpetual source of mineral wealth. Of course, this depended on whether such resources existed within Lynch's territory. Discovering a deposit on another lord's land would be futile unless Lynch was willing to engage in conflict for those riches. What is your name? Lynch inquired, gazing at Carl's, who knelt submissively before him. Carl's appeared quite young, likely only a few years older than Lynch, and his actions reflected the audacity typical of youth, gathering refugees within a baroness territory, establishing a stronghold, and robbing the merchant supplies under the Lord's protection. Such deeds indeed required a certain youthful bravery. Carl's, he replied, head bowed, his voice barely above a whisper. His face and body bore numerous wounds, evidently inflicted by an enraged Laurent. His hands and feet were bound by magical restraining stones, rendering him no different from an ordinary person, easily subdued by common soldiers. Carl's, I presume you are not from the region of Ines. Are you? Do you understand the consequences your actions will bring upon you? Residents of the territory of Inez would never contemplate causing trouble in the border territory. Inez is a significant region in the southern part of the kingdom of Mu, and the overlord of this vast area is none other than his father, Count Unique. The border territory, which once belonged to the Unique family, does not lack in reputation within Inez. It can only be said that Carl has chosen the wrong place to stir up trouble. If he had targeted one of the other remote and impoverished territories, perhaps his abilities as a beast tamer could have allowed him to thrive. After all, the lords of those lands are unlikely to possess even a single golden knight, rendering them incapable of dealing with someone like Carl, who is not only formidable but also surrounded by numerous magical beasts. Carl lifted his head, gazing up at Lynch. I am indeed not a resident of Inez, and I'm fully aware of the consequences I may face, my lord of the border territory. If you would accept me, I could join your ranks and lend you my strength as far as I know. You have just taken control of the border territory. Although you already command at least 2 powerful knights, you might not be averse to adding another golden tier beast tamer who has successfully tamed 2 rare gold-eating mice to your roster. This was Carl's leveraged a golden tier beast tamer with considerable skills, coupled with 2 coveted magical beasts. He still believed he could secure his position despite his transgressions. Moreover, he had deliberately refrained from harming any of Lynch's subordinates during this incident, ensuring he left himself an adequate escape route. Lynch's predictable response elicited a smile from him. He regarded the earnest Carl, a hint of amusement gracing his lips. Of course, I have no objections, however, just as Carl's face lit up with joy at these words. His expression suddenly became rigid. Beside Lynch, Sivia quietly observed the kneeling Carl, her eyes shimmering with a profound violet hue. Sivia's abilities do not directly manipulate the consciousness of living beings. Rather, her capacity to alter perception stems from her adept manipulation of her powers. By weaving dreams, she indirectly influences consciousness. This moment, Carl's mind was ensnared within the dreamscape crafted by Sivia, unaware that he was enveloped in a dream. To him, everything within this dream world felt palpably real, and he would unwittingly follow Sivia's guidance and commands. The reason Sivia had responded as she did when Lynch inquired about handling Carl was that she understood she could control him in this manner. Thus, Carl's genuine loyalty became inconsequential as long as he remained a puppet of Sivia's dreamlike power. He would harbor no other thoughts as for whether such methods might be deemed unsavory. Sivia herself had stated that she was perceived as a dirty witch, inherently wicked. Employing such tactics was entirely within the realm of normalcy. Moreover, according to the law, Carl was to be sentenced to death, publicly executed in the marketplace. Yet, under Sivia's control, while his consciousness resembled that of the deceased, at least his body remained alive. This sufficed to showcase Lynch's benevolence of the Lord, wouldn't you agree? Thus, this unexpected incident involving mountain bandits reached a temporary resolution. The instigator, Carl became a puppet under Sivia, destined to serve Lynch for the remainder of his days, until either Sivia's powers waned or he met his demise. The other individuals who, enticed by Carl, chose to join him in becoming bandits were numerous. Lynch selected a few of the most defiant among them for execution by hanging, to be carried out soon in Red Maple Town. The remaining bandits were dispatched to the existing mines in Red Maple Town for labor reform. With the presence of the gold-eating mice, it was likely that these individuals would not lack for activities in the future. However, Lynch felt a twinge of regret. Although the border territory spans nearly 500 square kilometers, comparable to a small town in his original world, and boasts already discovered mineral resources, he had anticipated the existence of further undiscovered treasures within the territory. Yet upon investigation by the gold-eating mice, while there were indeed some resources, they were merely deeply buried, barren iron mines, not entirely devoid of value, but certainly not significant. Notably, the 2 gold-eating mice had uncovered even more valuable deposits, including the rare and precious lapis lazuli. This mineral, highly coveted, is an excellent material for forging equipment required by extraordinary beings and serves as a crucial medium for enchantments, based on the estimated quantities of lapis lazuli revealed by the gold-eating mice. Should Lynch have the opportunity to mine, it could potentially yield an annual income nearly equivalent to half of what his father, Count Yannick, earns from his entire territory. However, the locations of these more valuable resources lie within the domain of Baron Saster, adjacent to the border territory. Though they have yet to be discovered and mined by Saster's men, Lynch could only covet them from afar, powerless to act. Baron Saster is a seasoned nobleman of considerable strength, certainly beyond the reach of Lynch's current visible capabilities. Nevertheless, the knowledge of these rare resources serves as a silver lining for Lynch, Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, he might have a chance to acquire these deposits. Within the Lord's residence of Red Maple Town, in the training camp, clad in his knightly heavy armor and fully equipped, Lynch stood poised with an ornate and exquisite longsword, intensely focused as he faced off against his opponent. Maud. His demeanor was solemn, with his dark eyes solely fixed on the formidable adversary before him. Maud mirrored this intensity, his sword pointed directly at Lynch, showing no sign of relaxation simply because he stood before Lynch. This was certainly not a scenario of master and servant turning against one another, nor a knight's betrayal. Rather, Lynch was engaged in combat training with Maud. Around them, soldiers stationed in the camp formed a distant circle, their faces alight with excitement as they watched the two extraordinary knights square off in the center of the arena. Among the onlookers were two additional knights clad in heavy armor. Observing the duel, these were the remaining knights under Lynch's command, Laurent and Sears. In contrast to the handsome and carefree Laurent, Sears appeared relatively unremarkable in looks and possessed a more composed demeanor. Of course, even if Sears's appearance was deemed ordinary, he still surpassed the average by a considerable margin. Becoming a knight under a noble requires not only exceptional talent, but also commendable looks. As knights serve as the visage of nobility, and an unattractive knight could tarnish a noble's reputation. At this moment, Sears displayed a hint of excitement. He patted Laurent, who was lazily reclining nearby and seemingly disinterested in the battle, and asked without turning his head, "How long do you think Lord Lynch can last against Maud?" Sears did not pose the obvious question of who would emerge victorious, even with exceptional talent. A silver knight like Lynch stood no chance against Maud, who was among the elite golden knights. Laurent reclined on the wooden chair, bored, and casually replied to Sears's inquiry, 5 minutes, provided Maud doesn't he exert his full strength or hold back for the sake of Lord Lynch's dignity. You think so little of Lord Lynch. Sears turned his head, raising an eyebrow. Laurent scoffed. Is that not being realistic? You yourself ascended from Silver Knight. You know well the vast differences in strength. Besides, if Maud were to fight with all his might, you wouldn't last 5 minutes. I only say 5 minutes because this is merely training, and with so many spectators present, Maud wouldn't want to embarrass Lord Lynch too much. Indeed, upon hearing this, Sears nodded thoughtfully. Then his brown eyes twinkled as he turned to Laurent, who was reclining, and suggested with a grin, "How about we place a wager?" "What for?" Laurent inquired. "Let us bet on how long Lord Lynch can hold out." "A wager 10 minutes. The loser must wash the winner's socks for a month. 10 minutes? Laurent's interest was piqued. "Are you so eager to wash my socks?" The knights, of course, had servants to attend to such menial tasks. And Sears proposed this wager purely for amusement. He and Laurent had become knights together and had shared many years of camaraderie. In terms of emotional bonds, even Maud could not rival their friendship. Such wagers were merely a form of entertainment for the two of them, aptly described as mischievous friends. Well, shall we wager or not? Let us do it. Why not? If someone wishes to wash socks, how could I possibly refuse? Laurent rose from his wooden chair, fixing his gaze on Sears. 10 minutes. Remember, that's your claim. Get ready to wash my stinky socks. In a playful banter, the clash between Lynch and Maud at the center of the camp had already commenced. Bang! With a faint explosion, the once sturdy flagstone beneath Lynch shattered as he propelled himself forward with tremendous force. The result was that Lynch's body surged towards Maud with explosive speed. In the blink of an eye, he closed the distance between them, his elegant sword thrusting forth. The sharp tip glimmered ominously, evoking a sense of dread. It was a speed that ordinary people could not hope to react to. Any soldier present would find themselves impaled without resistance. However, Lynch's opponent was no ordinary soldier devoid of extraordinary strength, but rather a golden knight, superior to him in every conceivable aspect. In the face of Lynch's lightning-fast assault, Maud calmly raised his sword. With a flick and a parry, Lynch's thrust was effortlessly redirected, the blade's target meeting only empty air. What appeared to be an incredibly swift and incomprehensible attack to the average onlooker was easily dismantled before Maud. Yet, Lynch had not intended to secure victory with that singular strike. As the sword was deflected, he pushed off with the foot that had just landed, using the momentum and the force transmitted from Maud's blade to leap sideways into the air. He then altered the trajectory of his attack mid-flight, aiming it downwards at Maud. Maud responded with a series of deft arm movements, guiding his sword to deflect each of Lynch's strikes with ease. As Lynch landed, he had shifted his position from directly in front of Maud to behind him. However, Maud's footwork remained in sync, maintaining a stance that faced Lynch directly. The exchanges between the two did not cease, but rather intensified following their initial probing. Lynch summoned all the magic power within him. In this confrontation, he was at a distinct disadvantage, his abilities paling in comparison to those of Maud, who was one of the top-tier Golden Knights. Therefore, unlike Maud, who could afford to be conservative, Lynch had to unleash all his strength from the onset if he hoped to endure longer in this battle. His heavily armored form began to emanate a golden glow, causing his armor to shimmer radiantly under the midday sun of winter. The Oath of Honor, a combat skill that every knight must master, was employed by Lynch without reservation. His assault became increasingly ferocious. Thrusts, jabs, slashes, and cuts, various forms of attack surged towards Maud from all directions, relentless as a tide, leaving no respite for Maud, or even himself. Goodness, is this the kind of battle that belongs to such extraordinary beings as knights? I can scarcely perceive their movements. A soldier among the onlookers gasped in awe. Even with unwavering focus and not a single blink, he could only catch glimpses of the aftermath of the clash between Lynch and Maud, utterly unable to keep pace with their combat rhythm. Hearing his exclamation, another soldier, who had witnessed Maud's prowess against frost bears during a previous bandit extermination, chimed in, "What are you talking about? Lord Knight's true strength hasn't even been revealed yet. The Lord is impressive too. He seems to be about my age, yet he can hold his own against a knight. Who do you think you are to compare yourself with a noble lord?" In contrast to the soldiers' half-formed understanding of the battle, Loran and Sears were far more cognizant of the true nature of the clash at the center of the arena. What appeared to be an evenly matched contest to the soldiers was, to them, a one-sided affair. Nevertheless, Lawrence's initial confidence had shifted to a look of concern. Maud was easily defending against Lynch's offensive, and now that Lynch had begun to employ combat skills, Maud remained in his original state, seemingly allowing Lynch the opportunity to attack. Of course, the reality was indeed as such. The disparity in their levels was vast, akin to an insurmountable chasm. Under normal circumstances, no one could bridge that gap, no matter how talented. However, there were nuances in how leniency could be applied. Some might appear to be holding back, yet were actually unleashing torrents. For instance, the second pillar and his devoted elder brother. While Maud was indeed allowing Lynch some leeway, having never taken the initiative to attack and solely defending against Lynch's strikes, this was also due to the oppressive nature of Lynch's assault, which left Maud with little opportunity to regain his footing. This did not imply that Lynch was overpowering Maud, the Golden Knight. Rather, it indicated that Lynch had mastered the rhythm of the battle well enough to momentarily suppress Maud while he was not fully engaged. This was already an impressive feat in itself. As the battle progressed, Lynch's movements became increasingly swift and instinctual, showcasing his rapid advancement. "Lord Lynch is truly a genius," Sears exclaimed in admiration, his face alight with joy. He felt elated that the lord he served was a prodigy and was thrilled by Lynch's progress. Of course, he was also pleased by the likelihood of winning the wager against Loran. "Are you ready to wash my socks? Don't get too cocky. It's not yet 10 minutes. Loran retorted defiantly. However, he understood that if Maud didn't take the battle seriously, it would be impossible to swiftly subdue Lynch. Would Maud soon take things seriously? This was merely a training exercise, after all, and Lynch was his lord. Especially from the center of the fray, Maud could certainly sense Lynch's growth. Under these circumstances, Maud would undoubtedly maintain his current stance to aid Lynch in honing his combat skills. No matter how one looked at it. Unless Lynch could no longer sustain such an intense offensive, the battle would continue in this manner. Otherwise, this battle would linger indefinitely. As expected, Maud did not harbor any intentions of swiftly concluding the fight. Having noticed Lynch growing increasingly adept in combat, he maintained his defensive posture while, to further hone Lynch's abilities, he began to intersperse counterattacks within his defense. Consequently, Lynch's pressure surged, and the rhythm of the battle was slightly disrupted. However, it did not surprise Maud that Lynch consistently managed to readjust quickly after the disruption, finding a new offensive cadence to reassert his dominance. Maud, a former genius, was left in awe of Lynch's astonishing adaptability and remarkably keen combat instincts. This is true talent, Maud mused inwardly. During his time at the Countess' estate, he too had been hailed as a genius. Charles, the Count's chief knight, had once remarked that he was the most likely candidate to become the third hero-level Earth Knight under Count Eunuch's command. Yet now, in comparison to true geniuses, he found himself lacking significantly, at least. When he was at Lynch's current stage, he could not have endured such a lengthy engagement against the Golden Knight while simultaneously making swift progress. While he had indeed gone easy on Lynch, the Golden Knight who had trained him had also refrained from unleashing his full potential. The disparity between him and Lynch was undeniably substantial. Clang! With the crisp sound of metal colliding echoing once more, Lynch chose to halt the practice duel. And no more. I'm utterly exhausted. He planted his long sword into the ground, using both hands to support his weary body against the elegantly crafted hilt. Lynch panted heavily, taking a moment to regain his breath. From the onset of the battle until now, he had relentlessly attacked for over 10 minutes. The torrential assault had drained both his stamina and magical energy, leaving him with mental reserves, yet physically incapacitated. In contrast, Maud, who possessed superior qualities across the board, had maintained a defensive stance for the most part, evidently conserving much more energy than Lynch. After Lynch ceased his onslaught, due to fatigue, Maud sheathed his knight's sword, appearing as if he hadn't even broken a sweat from the skirmish. Regardless, you made it look too effortless, Lynch remarked, somewhat helplessly, as Maud approached him. He had truly given his all in the offensive. Yet not only had he failed to breach Maud's defenses, but he also found himself in a rather disheveled state. Maud stood like an impenetrable wall, with no apparent openings for an attack. At least he felt he had a long way to go. However, upon hearing Lynch's words, a hint of awkwardness surfaced on Maud's otherwise stern countenance. Why, Lord Lynch, you have only just ascended to knighthood less than 3 months ago, while I have stagnated at the golden level for several years. He left his statement unfinished. Yet the implication was cleared. In other words, my Lord Lynch, if I were to fatigue after merely battling you in your current state, I would not have been assigned by your father to accompany you. To a somewhat amused voice interjected, belonging to the smiling seers, with Laurent following closely behind. His face darkened upon reaching Lynch and Maud. Laurent could not help but commend Lynch. Though I hesitate to admit it, Maud truly is formidable. And the fact that you, my Lord Lynch, managed to spar with him for such an extended period is indeed remarkable. You are undeniably a true genius. This was not mere flattery. Laurent's praise was sincere. Both Maud and Sears nodded in agreement after hearing his words. Lynch straightened, returning his long sword to its sheath at his waist. Shaking his head with a smile, it's not as exaggerated as you say. I have a clear understanding of my own capabilities. Maud hardly launched any attacks, and I cannot believe that my limited strikes could prevent you from countering. Since this is meant to assist you in practice, naturally, the focus is on your training, Maud replied with an unusual smile. Besides, I do not appear as relaxed as I seem. You have indeed performed commendably. At the very least, in this phase of the silver level, you have surpassed many others. As you please. Lynch turned to Laurent, puzzled. Laurent, why did you have such a gloomy expression earlier? Are you unwell? Even unconsciously, Lynch could pinpoint Laurent's discomfort with precision. After he asked, Laurent's previously recovered expression darkened once more, while Sears could hardly contain a smirk beside him. Nothing, my lord. Just a minor issue, Laurent responded vaguely, unwilling to disclose that he would be washing Sears' socks for a month due to a prior bet. Your demeanor hardly suggests that it's nothing, Sears. You seem to know something. Speak up. Well, my Lord Lynch. Sears, having been called out, did not hesitate to relay the details of their prior wager, laughing as he spoke. Observing Sears' triumphant demeanor, Laurent gritted his teeth. Don't get too smug. I will surely reclaim my dignity. Let us see about that. Anyway, for the next month, it won't be me washing socks. It appeared that the two of them had been quite idle lately, just as Laurent and Sears were bickering. Lynch suddenly interjected. With a smirk, he observed the two knights, who had stiffened at his words. Since you both enjoy this sort of game, then indulge yourselves to your heart's content. Ignoring their pleas, Lynch directly instructed Maud. From today until the week concludes, You shall engage them in duels daily, seeing who can endure longer. The loser will wash your sock for the next month. All right, Maud replied with an odd expression after hearing Lynch's command, glancing at the pleading faces of Laurent and Sears, and finally grinning in agreement. No, my Lord Lynch, we were wrong. Spare us. In contrast to Sears' lamentations, Laurent appeared somewhat gleeful. Looks like I'm not the only one stuck washing socks now. How infuriating! Disregarding the two squabbling, after establishing their punishment, Lynch surveyed the surrounding soldiers. He inquired of Maud, "How has the training for the soldiers been progressing?" "Quite well. Those new recruits have managed to keep pace with the 100 seasoned veterans you brought from the Count's estate during training. However, they still lack practical combat experience, as we have yet to implement training conditions for that. That is fine. Spring is approaching, and we can send these individuals to assist the local farmers in cultivating new land. There will be ample opportunities for them to gain practical training then." Lynch nodded slightly. "I was thinking along those lines as well." Maud concurred. Cultivating new land was not merely about the act of clearing fields. It could be said that the farmers would undertake the actual cultivation, while the soldiers would be tasked with eliminating or driving away any monsters residing on that land. Essentially, this was a task every lord would undertake in the spring after a certain period. It not only served to train the soldiers, but also created additional farmland to boost income. Additionally, did you discover any promising talents during your training? Indeed, Maud affirmed directly. "I was just about to bring this up with you. Among the new recruits selected, we have indeed identified 2 exceptionally talented youths." "Really?" Lynch felt a twinge of surprise. The promising talents he inquired about naturally referred to individuals possessing the extraordinary qualifications to become knights. After all, he currently had only 3 knights under his command, Maud and his companions, and it was implausible to maintain this situation indefinitely. Aside from recruiting wandering knights, the most common method employed by lords was to cultivate potential candidates from their own territories, selecting individuals of good character and notable aptitude to train as knights. Although this approach incurred greater costs compared to hiring wandering knights, it significantly ensured the loyalty of the knights under one's command. Yet, the number of individuals truly qualified to become knights remained limited, making this method of augmenting one's knightly forces relatively slow. Initially, Lynch had merely asked out of curiosity, yet to his astonishment, there were indeed 2 such candidates. What an extraordinary stroke of luck! He raised an eyebrow and asked Maud, "Are you certain?" "Of course, I have personally observed the performance of those 2 recruits, and there can be no mistake." "Well then," Lynch nodded and said, "Please keep a closer eye on them. If everything checks out, make the necessary arrangements afterward." "Understood." In the Empire of the Dusk Star, within the majestic city of Pamir, it stood as one of the wonders of human construction among the 3 great empires of the world. It boasted the largest architectural complex of any imperial capital, housing millions of residents until this moment. The diverse yet exquisitely crafted buildings were adorned with banners celebrating the occasion. Both the longtime inhabitants of the capital and the distant guests were immersed in a jubilant atmosphere of festivity. At the heart of the city, a towering and magnificent castle stood sentinel, surrounded by the surrounding edifices, exuding an awe-inspiring grandeur. This was the royal palace of the Empire of the Dusk Star, which had existed for a millennium. Each brick and stone that constituted the palace had been weathered by time, yet remained as pristine as ever, gleaming in the sunlight, ascending the gilded stone steps that led to the uppermost part of the royal palace. One would find the same celebratory flowers and banners as in the lower city. Today was an exceptionally significant day for the entire Empire of the Dusk Star, marking the 50th birthday of the current emperor, Astrios VI. Consequently, the typically solemn atmosphere of the royal city was transformed into one of exuberance and universal jubilation. From this day forth, a month-long celebration would commence within the capital, showcasing the emperor's benevolence and generosity, while also demonstrating the profound heritage of the empire to the outside world, particularly to other nations. Long time no see, Clavel, the true name of Astrios VI, whose full name was Clavel, Dusk Astrios. The individual who dared to address the emperor in such a manner was none other than Russell Selene, or Selene II, the current emperor of the Night Moon Empire. His youthful visage, in contrast to Astrios VI, bore a hint of nostalgia, a demeanor only exhibited in the company of a fellow emperor and a longtime acquaintance. Indeed, it has been 2 decades since we last parted ways. Back then, we were merely princes. Time is truly relentless. He had known Russell during their days as princes before either ascended to the throne, and they had forged a deep friendship. Their camaraderie had even fostered significant progress in relations between their previously distant empires over the past decade. Thus, it was only fitting that Russell, as the emperor of the Night Moon Empire, would personally attend the birthday festivities of Astrios VI. They reminisced about the past, sharing hearty laughter, as if they were merely 2 old friends reunited after many years. In the vast inner hall, aside from the 2 emperors and their chief knights, there was no one else present. After an indeterminate time, a guard entered from outside, reporting to the chief knight of Astrios VI, who was waiting within the hall. "Your Majesty, Cardinal Yerner of the Holy See requests an audience." The chief knight reluctantly interrupted the engaging conversation between the 2 emperors to relay the message to Astrios VI. "Allow him to enter." Despite the interruption, the identity of the visitor elicited no objection from either emperor. Moments later, an elderly man clad in the robes of a cardinal entered the inner hall. He was a sprightly old gentleman with graying hair, his red robes signifying his status as a cardinal of the Holy See. Upon entering, Yerner bowed to both emperors. "Your Majesty Astrios, Your Majesty Selene." "Please, no need for formalities, Cardinal Yerner. What brings you here?" Astrios VI no longer maintained the casual demeanor he had shared with Selene II, instead exuding the gravitas befitting an imperial sovereign. Selene II's response was equally indifferent. He merely nodded slightly in acknowledgement of Cardinal Yerner, thereafter diverting his attention. Yerner, unfazed, maintained his composure and replied, "Today marks Your Majesty Astrios' birthday, and I come on behalf of the Holy See to extend my congratulations. May the goddess of light bless you with her benevolence. I appreciate the blessings from the Holy See." Astrios VI responded calmly, nodding in acknowledgement. "Additionally, His Holiness the Pope has entrusted me to deliver a gift to you." Yerner, under the watchful eyes of the 2 chief knights, produced an exquisitely crafted gift box from his robes. The box was already opened, revealing a finely crafted token within. Such a token captured the attention of both Astrios VI and Selene II, for they had received similar tokens upon their ascension to the throne. The papal mandate bestowed upon each emperor upon their coronation served as a symbol of their legitimacy. Only those emperors bearing the papal mandate would be recognized by the world and the Holy See, allowing them to sit upon the throne with rightful authority. This moment, Yerner's presentation of such a token held profound significance. Perhaps it signified the Pope's endorsement of Astrios VI's chosen successor, absolving the need for further validation from the Holy See, or it could indicate early recognition of the current prince. With a gesture from Astrios VI, the chief knight accepted the gift box and stepped aside. "I shall accept this gift and extend my regards to His Holiness the Pope. That I will do so, Your Majesty Astrios." "Very well." Astrios VI nodded. "It is getting late. We should proceed to the main hall to greet the other guests. What say you, Lord Selene?" He turned to Selene II, who sat beside him. "Indeed." Suddenly, a look of surprise flickered across Yerner's previously calm countenance, his aged yet bright eyes widening slightly. "Cardinal Yerner, what troubles you?" Astrios VI inquired. Having noticed the change, Selene II also turned his gaze toward him. However, Yerner did not respond. After a moment of astonishment, he brazenly invoked divine magic before the very eyes of Astrios VI and Selene II, without the slightest regard for decorum. "How dare you?" In an instant, the chief knights of both emperors drew their swords, pointing them menacingly at Yerner, while guards stationed outside the hall swiftly converged to protect the 2 emperors from behind. "Hold!" Despite his extreme displeasure at Yerner's sudden and egregious affront, Astrios VI intervened to prevent his knights from attacking Yerner, while the other knight halted at Selene's silent command. Astrios VI stared intently at Yerner, who was unreservedly wielding divine magic, his eyes cold as steel. "Cardinal Yerner, I require an explanation. Thus, Yerner has become the cardinal of the Holy See, yet any individual of lesser rank would have been summarily executed within the court. However, even as the cardinal of the Holy See, to act in such a manner before him would be an egregious affront to His Majesty Astrios VI, particularly with the presence of another emperor." Selene II, by his side. Any unforeseen occurrence could send tremors throughout the continent. Yet, when the unknown divine spell unleashed by Yrnir concluded, he opened his eyes and uttered words that left all present in utter astonishment. "Your Majesty Astereos, I believe it is you who will require an explanation henceforth." This audacious declaration from Yrnir left the crowd in shock. During this time, a contingent of knights surged into the imperial inner sanctum, safeguarding Yrnir just as the guard protected the two emperors. The armor worn by these knights bore the insignia of the Holy See, signifying their identity as knights of the church. As they entered the inner sanctum, some knights engaged in a standoff and even combat with other guards and knights of the Twilight Empire. Soon, Astereos VI, regaining his composure, erupted in furious laughter. "Well, very well. Radel, seize him. I wish to see who will explain themselves to the Pope afterward." "As you command." Almost immediately after responding to Astereos VI, the chief knight named Radel launched an attack against Yrnir, who was shielded by the Knights of the Holy See. It was an assault beyond the imagination of ordinary mortals, one that even extraordinary beings within the realm of heroes could scarcely approach. In an instant, the knights guarding Yrnir were completely vanquished. After dispatching these knights, Radel directed his sword towards Yrnir. Clang! The resounding clash echoed through the inner sanctum. Radel's blade, initially aimed at Yrnir, was met with a valiant defense from a knight of the Holy See. Unlike the previous knights, this one was evidently of a higher caliber. He was a remarkably young and handsome knight, clad in armor indicative of a paladin, a powerful being of extraordinary rank. Yet, in terms of professional rank, this young knight was wholly insufficient to withstand the legendary chief knight of the Empire, Radel. However, the divine radiance emanating from him granted unimaginable augmentation, allowing him, as merely an extraordinary paladin, to barely parry Radel's strike. Observing this, Radel snorted derisively, withdrew his sword, and swept it horizontally, with the swiftness of thunder. His change in tactics sent the young knight hurtling away. Without a moment's pause, he swung his sword down toward the unavoidable Yrnir. Yet, Yrnir had no intention of evading, as he calmly regarded Radel's descending blade, making no effort to dodge or resist. In the next moment, Radel's sword halted at his neck, poised to pierce his skin with a mere fraction of movement. The sharpness of the blade's edge sent a jolt through Yrnir's nerves. But his expression remained unchanged. He did not even glance at Radel, the legendary knight capable of severing his head at any moment. Instead, he gazed towards Astereos VI, protected by numerous guards, and spoke softly. Shoot! This was the name of the young paladin who had been sent flying by Radel. Upon hearing Yrnir call for him, Shoot struggled to rise and immediately knelt beside him on one knee. Awaiting orders, Radel cast a casual glance at him before allowing him to remain kneeling. An extraordinary knight posed no threat whatsoever, even if he was a paladin of the Holy See. Lord Yrnir, what are your commands? At this moment, Shoot's knightly armor had been completely shattered by Radel's earlier strike, leaving a grievous wound that laid bare his chest, blood pouring forth profusely, yet his expression remained unperturbed. Bring the sinner Midas Twilight Astereos before me. Preposterous. Astereos VI, who had initially intended to observe Yrnir's reaction, was immediately engulfed in rage. His fierce gaze bore down on Yrnir. Beside him, Selene too displayed a look of astonishment, unable to fathom how Yrnir, the cardinal of the Holy See, would dare issue such an order to a paladin of the church in this context. Furthermore, he had the audacity to label Astereos VI's youngest daughter, the sole and most cherished princess of the Twilight Empire, as a sinner. Had this old man gone mad? Such thoughts raced through the minds of all present. Even if Yrnir relied on his status as cardinal to avoid immediate execution, his actions at this moment transcended mere offense. They constituted an affront to Astereos VI, the emperor of the empire, and indeed an insult to the entire Twilight Empire, to refer to the imperial princess as a sinner before Astereos VI. Brazenly disregarding the emperor's authority by demanding the capture of his daughter was nothing short of madness. Yet, despite the absurdity of such a command, the paladin Shoot, kneeling beside Yrnir, showed no hesitation. Yes, ignoring Astereos VI's fury and reprimands. He rose and intended to depart with the other knights to apprehend the imperial princess. However, Radel was clearly unwilling to let him pass. Remaining steadfast, he brandished his sword to intimidate Yrnir, seizing the sword sheath at his waist as a weapon to force shoot back to his knees. Yrnir, do you wish for me to execute you on the spot? Your Majesty, Asteros. Just as Asteros 6 could no longer contain himself and uttered what was undoubtedly his ultimatum, Yrnir proclaimed loudly, "You would do well to command your chief knight to allow shoot to apprehend the sinner. Thus, the Holy See may perhaps absolve you and your empire of its transgressions. Execute me on the spot. Leave none alive. Your daughter, the sole princess of the empire, Midas Twilight Asteros, has recently awakened as a witch of malevolence." Yrnir calmly articulated these words as death loomed near. This declaration held an almost magical power, causing Radel's sword aimed at the paladin shoot to freeze mid-air, Asteros 6 to undergo a dramatic change in expression, and the non-church attendees present to erupt in uproar. Midas gazed at her radiantly glowing form. Her exquisite features clouded in confusion, and overwhelming light engulfed her chamber, forcing all present, save for her, to shield their eyes with their arms. Even so, they could still perceive the blinding brightness, as she sensed the inexplicable power coursing through her. Midas suddenly awakened from her bewilderment, her expression shifting dramatically. Ignoring her own dazzlingly radiant form, she hastily rose from her chair, without heeding the cries of those in the room, impervious to the blinding light that could scorch the eyes of ordinary folk. She swiftly approached the door. After a moment of confusion, Midas grasped the gravity of her situation on the day of her father's celebration, when countless individuals, including those from the Holy See, would gather. She had awakened as a witch reviled by the world, hunted by the Holy See, and cursed by the divine. Midas fled recklessly, as anyone she encountered was rendered immobile by the brilliance emanating from her form. Yet this was precisely what she desired. She aimed to escape before anyone could react, to flee the royal court, to flee the royal city, and even to escape the Twilight Empire. Clutching her exquisite, ornate princess gown, she dashed through the royal court. Even the tears that incessantly streamed from her eyes during this tumultuous period were of no concern. A radiant glow emanated from her feet, causing her figure to almost transform into a shimmering arc. Such speed was unattainable even for the extraordinary beings of the heroic realm. Yet this was the royal court of the Twilight Star Empire, where extraordinary beings surpassed the heroic realm were abundant. A figure stood in the path of Midas, a face she recognized all too well. Melanie Saviedra, her loyal knight, who dared to impede Princess Midas in her own court. The sinner, Midas Astrios of the Twilight Star. You have nowhere to flee. Just as Midas was obstructed by her knight, Shoot, leading a multitude of ecclesiastical knights, found them. The princess let her hands, which had been clutching her long skirt, fall, despair etched on her already reddened eyes. Lynch, sword in hand, pressed the blade against the left shoulder of the youth kneeling before him. But I, Baron of the Borderland, of the eunuch family, Lynch eunuch, hereby declare, I bestow upon my son, Knight Andrew, the identity of a knight. May the goddess of light witness this, and I shall lead you on a glorious journey. May the honor of knighthood forever illuminate the path of your life, that be why the goddess of light's witness. From this moment forth, I shall uphold the virtues of knighthood, eternally supporting my lord, Lynch eunuch, and his family, until death do us part. Excellent, Lynch said with a smile, retracting the ceremonial sword and addressing the rising youth. I look forward to your performance, Andrew. Yes, my lord Lynch, Andrew replied, his eyes filled with excitement. From the moment the ceremony concluded, he had officially become a knight under Lynch's command, a knight of noble standing. Beside him, another youth gazed at Andrew with envious eyes, but the thought of his own impending elevation transformed that envy into fervor. Lynch nodded, then shifted his gaze to another youth, who knelt before him. His eyes burning with determination, he stepped forward and, amidst the boy's unspoken expression, pressed the ceremonial sword against his left shoulder. I bestow upon my subject Pep the identity of a knight. May the goddess of light bear witness. Once Lynch retracted the ceremonial sword again, the bestowal ceremony for the two new knights came to an end. Observing the fervent gazes of the two young men, Lynch nodded and addressed Lauron and Silas. who were witnessing the ceremony from the side. "I leave these two in your capable hands, one for each of you." "Very well," they replied without surprise. After all, with only 3 knights currently under Lynch's command. Excluding the knight Maud, they were the only ones available to mentor the newcomers, leading them to nod in agreement without hesitation to "So it shall be," Lynch said, offering a few encouraging words to the still excited newcomers before departing with Sivia, who had come specifically to witness the knightly bestowal ceremony. As for Maud, he was absent from this witnessing ceremony, having been dispatched by Lynch for other tasks. "This ceremony is simpler than I imagined," Sivia remarked, following Lynch with her voice that seemed perpetually devoid of emotional fluctuation. Though spring had arrived, a hint of chill still lingered in the air. She wore the velvet gown gifted by Lynch, her graceful figure concealed within its folds, only subtly revealed by the swaying hem as she moved. Lynch glanced at her, the breathtaking beauty beneath her cascading purple hair as captivating as ever. "You find it simple because the original knightly bestowal ceremony was far more intricate. The traditional ceremony involved a series of processes. The recipient would undergo a baptism, observe fasting, and the Lord would subject the recipient to additional trials during the bestowal, followed by a celebratory feast. Furthermore, there were supposed to be designated witnesses, such as clerics from the church. However, due to the cumbersome nature of such ceremonies, they were replaced long ago by more streamlined rituals. Just as I have conducted, perhaps with an additional sword ceremony, in general. Unless a special circumstance necessitates a formal bestowal, such as outstanding achievements, lords tend to favor a more simplified approach to in truth. Not only the ceremony, but the path to becoming a knight was once fraught with rigorous trials. A youth would be selected to become a squire, learning the various skills of knighthood. Then, after baptism, serve as a knight's attendant, gradually accumulating experience and honing abilities until finally being bestowed knighthood by the Lord upon reaching adulthood. Knights chosen in such a manner were regarded as the most legitimate. Yet, for Lynch at present, nurturing knights in such a fashion to bolster his strength was patently unrealistic. Circumstances forbade him from doing so. Within just over a month, he had already inducted Andrew and Pep, illustrating the urgent need for manpower under his command. With spring upon them, the season for plowing was fast approaching, and he required knights to lead the newly arrived farmers in cultivating the land. Of course, the training of knights is not an overnight endeavor. That be why accepting Andrew and Pep, Lynch merely marked them as subjects of his borderland barony. It would be at least 6 months before they could truly be of use. He himself had attained a level of skill sufficient to spar with Maud, even under lenient conditions, due to his noble lineage and the solid foundation of skills he had acquired from a young age. Coupled with his talent and the advantage of his unique abilities, as for Andrew and Pep, given their potential, it was uncertain whether they could achieve the status of formal knights or even attain the extraordinary power of bronze knights within 6 months. Reaching the level of Loran would require extensive training and experience. Lynch meticulously explained these matters to Sivia, who listened intently. They did not return directly to the Lord's chamber. Lynch, desiring to take a stroll, had Sivia, serving as the illusionist in Maud's absence, accompany him as his bodyguard. The ice and snow that had blanketed the ground began to melt away, and soon the land outside the town, as well as the surrounding woodlands, would be revitalized. Perhaps due to the arrival of early spring, the town had grown increasingly vibrant. The once desolate streets, devoid of life in winter, were now bustling, though describing it as a flurry of activity might be an exaggeration. Still, compared to the frigid winter, it was a significant improvement. Occasionally, they observed carts laden with goods entering the town from the direction of the port, a sight that became more frequent as Lynch and Sivia approached the town's harbor. Guyani's port, the only harbor of this small town under Lynch's command, provided the highest tax revenue for him. Merchants and fleets traversed the port, bringing various goods from distant lands, transporting local specialties or other affordable items elsewhere for sale. During this process, merchant convoys would pause for rest at the recreational facilities nearby, such as casinos, taverns, inns, and, of course, the ever-popular brothels. These establishments not only filled the pockets of their proprietors, but also enriched Lynch's coffers. Yet, more crucial than the tax revenue for Lynch were the tidings brought by these merchant convoys from afar. The borderland territory derived its name from its geographical position adjacent to the Innis region. Even the southern border of the entire Mu kingdom is the most remote region. Consequently, any news attempting to reach this place encounters considerable difficulty, leading to a significant lag in the information available to its inhabitants regarding the outside world. It is often the caravans traversing the endless sea, connecting various lands, that serve as the primary harbingers of news from other regions. Just like now, Lynch, who originally intended to take a leisurely stroll by the seaside, unexpectedly overheard a conversation that compelled both him and Shavia to pause. The speakers were two middle-aged men, resembling merchants, who seemed to be acquainted with one another, as their respective caravan members tirelessly transferred goods to and from the merchant ships. They took a moment to converse. "Mr. McCall, it appears you have had a fruitful harvest lately. I asked at a Mucksong cigar. Have you ventured to the empire of the Evening Star?" "You jest, Mr. Stanley. I am merely a humble trader. How could I possibly enter the empire of the Evening Star? This was procured from the Shadow Kingdom. As you well know, were occasionally delightful goods from the empire of the Evening Star surface. And I happened to stumble upon it in a wonder, considering the Shadow Kingdom pays homage to the empire of the Evening Star. But look at you, puffing away like that. It makes me want to try my luck in the Shadow Kingdom as well." My apologies, Mr. Stanley. Can you blame me? The Mucksong cigars from the empire of the Evening Star are simply exquisite. The ones I smoked before felt like the steam rising from the excrement of those monstrous beasts. The merchant, holding a clearly valuable cigar, grumbled, eliciting an awkward yet polite smile from the other merchant. After savoring another puff, he seemed to recall something and continued, "By the way, Mr. Stanley, if you wish to visit the Shadow Kingdom, I would advise you to wait a while." Why is that? "Mr. McCall, are you not wanting to share the bounty?" Of course not. After all, how many dealings have we had? You should know my character by now." He waved his hand, chuckling, to get back to the point. "The reason I suggest you refrain from visiting the Shadow Kingdom for the time being is that it is currently under martial law. I barely managed to return from there. What has transpired?" It is said that the merchant's tone turned cautious, as if he were about to divulge something of great significance. Meanwhile, Lynch, intrigued by their conversation, was not affected by their lowered voices. As a Silver Knight, he could easily comprehend their dialogue without needing Shavia's assistance. It is said that over a month ago, at the Emperor's birthday banquet in the Empire of the Evening Star, the only princess of the Empire unexpectedly awakened as an evil witch. Wait, are you certain you heard correctly? That is the princess of the Empire. Absolutely. It is said that the cardinal of the church was in audience with the Emperor at the time and sensed the foul aura, confirming the princess's identity as a witch. You cannot imagine the chaos that ensued. The cardinal brought church knights, who practically turned the imperial court upside down, and countless lives were lost in the ensuing clash. And the outcome? Well, the witch was taken away by the church. What other outcome could there be? Thus, as a lower realm of the empire, the Shadow Kingdom has imposed martial law to express its grief over this matter. He spoke, taking another puff from his cigar, releasing a cloud of misty white smoke. The other merchant fell silent, seemingly digesting this astonishing news. The princess of the empire was taken away just like that, during the emperor's banquet? But what of the princess? She is now a filthy witch. Her identity as the princess is but a relic of the past. Indeed, Lynch chose not to listen further to their conversation. At that moment, his expression was marked by suspicion and gravity, his brow furrowed tightly. In this world, there are 3 great empires and 10 kingdoms, with the Empire of the Evening Star being one of the foremost powers. Only the Church of Light able to overshadow it, while other forces are fortunate to stand on equal footing. Yet, it is unfathomable that the princess of such a nation would unexpectedly awaken as a witch and be brazenly taken away by the church. Lynch questioned the veracity of what he had overheard. However, the notion of a witch awakening and being whisked away by the church seemed unlikely to be fabricated. After all, the merchant would not concoct a story about witches, as few would believe him, and it could potentially invite trouble as for whether it was indeed the princess of the empire who had awakened as a witch or if the empire had clashed with the church over this incident. Lynch dared not speculate. The church is known to take bold actions, and while history lacks records of an imperial princess awakening as a witch, there are indeed accounts of royal princesses being transformed into witches and subsequently taken away. He spoke the truth. However, just as Lynch was weighing the authenticity of this matter, Shavia, who had been silently by his side, suddenly spoke up. Lynch instinctively turned to her. He noticed a fleeting glimmer of purple in her captivating eyes. Meanwhile, the cigar-smoking merchant appeared momentarily entranced. Clearly, Shavia had utilized her abilities to ascertain the truth of the matter. At the very least, it confirmed that the merchant was not lying. He had indeed heard of the imperial princess's transformation into a witch and her subsequent abduction by the church from the Shadow Kingdom. Involving another witch, Shavia acted without hesitation. Lynch was unperturbed by her use of abilities on the merchant. After all, it would not pose any danger to him, and the merchant remained oblivious to the fact that a witch was at work upon him. Meeting Shavia's gaze, Lynch took a deep breath and glanced towards the center of the town. Soon, he and Shavia arrived at the central square of the town, or rather, in front of the Church of the Light. Due to the remoteness of this location, Lynch and the others here would experience a slower influx of external news. Yet there are always those who remain unaffected, such as the church priest station here. Geologian. Especially when it pertains to matters involving the church and witches, Geologian would undoubtedly have a deeper understanding than Lynch, this mere lord. However, since Lynch was to meet with the priest Geologian, it would be inappropriate for Shavia to accompany him. After all, although there had been previous tests, Geologian should not have detected Shavia's true identity, but that was under the condition of Shavia maintaining her distance from the church and the priests. If they were to engage in close proximity, it would be hard to ensure Geologian would not notice anything amiss. Yet, the issue remained. If Lynch did not keep Shavia by his side, even if only slightly apart, the suppressed impurities within her would undoubtedly resurface, and, at that point, it would be impossible to conceal. Therefore, after weighing the pros and cons, Lynch chose to bring Shavia along to find Priest Geologian. But he firmly grasped her delicate hand, positioning his body to shield her from view. "You are the Lord. Do you have business here?" a young boy clad in the garb of the Church of Light inquired. His expression showing slight surprise that, "I seek Priest Geologian. The priest is currently preaching to guests inside the church. He should be finishing shortly. That I can escort you. I no need. Let Priest Geologian come here and meet me once he is done." Very well. Lynch did not have to wait long. After a while, townsfolk dressed in common attire began to exit the church. All residents of Maple Town and subjects of Lynch that it was evident they had come to listen to the teachings of Priest Geologian. The priest, whom Lynch intended to meet, emerged following the townspeople. After bidding farewell with a smile to the congregation, Geologian turned his attention to Lynch, who was seated across from Shavia. "Your Excellency, the Baron, do you require my assistance?" Geologian approached Lynch, inquiring after Lynch had risen to his feet. As he spoke, his gaze briefly flitted towards the enchanting Shavia, who was deliberately concealed behind Lynch, and he could not help but express his astonishment. "What a beautiful woman!" Geologian was genuinely captivated by Shavia's beauty, harboring no ulterior motives. Meanwhile, Lynch, who had been on high alert, instinctively shifted his stance to block Geologian's view entirely upon noticing his gaze. "Reverend Geologian, it appears your missionary endeavors are flourishing," Lynch remarked. I cannot take credit for this, although the citizens of the goddess had traversed a period of confusion upon arriving in this world. They ultimately find their way back to the righteous path that I have merely guided them. Geologian replied, his amiable demeanor radiating warmth. It was evident he was in high spirits. Lynch was at a loss for words. The cleric had the audacity to refer to the citizens of the goddess in his presence, suggesting a measure of disdain. Nonetheless, he was not there to debate such trivial matters with Geologian. Observing Geologian's good humor, Lynch chose to forego pleasantries and directly conveyed his purpose for visiting. "Forgive my intrusion, but during my recent stroll at the port, I inadvertently overheard merchants discussing how a princess of the Evening Star Empire had recently become a vile witch. This piqued my interest, and thus I sought your insight, esteemed cleric." At Lynch's words, Geologian's brow furrowed slightly. "Your Excellency, you do not strike me as one who would concern himself with such matters." "Well, to be frank with you, Reverend Geologian, I harbor no fondness for such filthy beings as witches. Upon hearing this news, my immediate thought was to inquire whether this newly emerged witch had been apprehended and received her due punishment." Lynch spoke with a calm demeanor, his expression unchanging to that so Geologian scrutinized Lynch closely, and upon finding nothing amiss, he replied coolly, "It is gratifying to know that you, as a noble, hold such sentiments regarding this matter." Indeed, Lynch responded with a strained smile. That being said, it would not be inappropriate to share with you that this is not a matter shrouded in secrecy. But yes, you have heard. The former princess of the Evening Star Empire transformed into a wicked witch over a month ago. Fortunately, our revered Cardinal Yearner of the Holy See received divine insight from the goddess regarding this incident and dispatched valiant paladins to capture her. The great pontiff has since executed judgment upon this witch, granting her the death she deserved. I see. Lynch fell silent for a moment, then chuckled softly. I did not expect the merchant's words to be true. A princess of the empire has indeed fallen to the depths of wickedness. How tragic. What does it matter? Once she became a witch, it signifies that she was inherently burdened with sin. The citizens of our sacred goddess have shown mercy by apprehending and judging her only after her complete descent into depravity. At the very least, she has savored the pleasures of this world. Yelagin scoffed. His disdain was not directed at Lynch or Shurvaya specifically, but rather equally towards all witches. Shurvaya, who had been silently sheltered behind Lynch, gripped his hand tightly, struggling to contain her emotions in response to such words. Lynch, too, felt a surge of anger within, though he kept it hidden, tightening his grip on Shivia's hand to soothe her. Indeed, you are correct, Reverend Yelagin. Now that I am aware of the truth, I shall take my leave, of course. But your excellency, since you share a distaste for witches, perhaps you might visit me often to hear the teachings of the goddess. After all, despite your noble status, you are also a child of the goddess. Should time permit, I will consider it. Lynch smiled faintly, then turned to leave with the silent Shurvaya by his side. Shurvaya kept her gaze lowered. Having not once looked at Yelagin either now or earlier, the pair hastily returned to the Lord's residence. Shurvaya, are you all right? Lynch inquired gently, aware of the anger Yelagin's words had ignited within him and knowing all too well how it would affect Shurvaya as a witch. Thus, upon their return, his first priority was to comfort her. However, Shivia's reaction took him by surprise. In her usual calm tone, she responded to his concern, I am fine. You need not worry about me. I am indeed angered by the words of that cleric. Yet I have heard far worse and endured greater atrocities, she said, gazing at Lynch and shaking her head slightly. So, this is nothing. I understand. With that, Lynch chose not to dwell further on the matter. Once settled, he began to contemplate the incident regarding the princess's transformation into a witch. Merely recalling that it had occurred over a month ago filled him with a sense of frustration. After a brief pause, he let out a deep sigh. Yelagin was not to be trusted. Yet when it came to matters concerning witches, his assertions bore a disturbing degree of credibility. The Holy See had historically acted in such a manner, requiring no validation from Yelagin. Unless the clerics of the Holy See had gone mad and chosen not to execute the witch, who was once a princess, it was indisputable that Yelagin's claim of the princess having been judged and executed by the pontiff was indeed factual. It was a conclusion that could be reached without much thought. We have ultimately arrived too late, or rather, several steps too late. Irretrievable. Lynch sighed once more, shaking his head in a wry smile. Yet even had they received the news promptly, it would have been futile to save the princess who had become a witch. If even the Evening Star Empire could not save their own princess, how could a mere baron from a small kingdom hope to rescue this newly minted witch? Shurvaya gazed silently out the window, acutely aware of this truth, perhaps even more so than Lynch. Unlike him, she truly understood the nature of the Holy See that dominated this world, oppressing her to the point of suffocation. What she knew was but a mere fraction of the vast entity that it represented. Her delicate, porcelain-like hands gripped the windowsill tightly, turning pale from the force. Tap, tap. The sound of knocking broke the tension, causing Lynch to furrow his brow slightly. Though he maintained his composure, "Enter, why Lord Lynch," announced the guard. "Reverend Yelagin from the Holy See wishes to see you." Upon hearing the name, Lynch was instantly filled with questions. Instinctively, he glanced towards Shurvaya, who had turned to meet his gaze, both of them sharing a look of confusion. "Let him in once." The guard left without hesitation, though Lynch had ordered Yelagin to be admitted. Both he and Shurvaya were puzzled as to why the insufferable cleric would seek him out so soon after their previous encounter. After a moment of contemplation, Lynch suddenly looked up, his expression becoming somewhat grave as he turned to Shurvaya. "Shurvaya, You should return for now, but he was uncertain whether Yelagin had sensed something that prompted him to seek out Lynch. However, the likelihood of such a scenario is exceedingly slim. After all, Yelagin had not discerned the identity of the witch. Zivia, even in his presence, it is improbable that he would become aware of it now that she has departed. Nevertheless, regardless of the odds, Lynch felt compelled to remain vigilant. Zivia gazed at him, then silently nodded before leaving the room to retreat to the study prepared for her next door. Once she had exited, Lynch remained seated, awaiting Yelagin's arrival with an air of anticipation. He was eager to uncover the ulterior motives of this cleric from the church. However, upon witnessing Yelagin's entrance, accompanied by a figure clad in armor, Lynch instinctively clenched his fists beneath the table. A knight of the church. Lynch's heart raced with disbelief. He had never expected a knight to accompany Yelagin. Even with his fortitude, he couldn't help but cast a furtive glance at the wall of the adjacent room, where Zivia was situated. Could it be that Zivia had been discovered? This alarming thought flashed through Lynch's mind, but was quickly dismissed. If Zivia had indeed been compromised, the knight would not be so discreet. Quietly following Yelagin to meet him, it would not be surprising if they were to dismantle his lordship's estate or even take direct action against him. He was but a mere baron, not a figure of significance to warrant the church's consideration. Nevertheless, even as he calmed himself and rejected this notion, Lynch braced himself for a potential assault. Maintaining a facade of composure, he preemptively addressed Yelagin and the knight before they could speak. Cleric Yelagin, we have only recently met. I am curious as to the purpose of your visit, and why you have brought a knight of the church along. Your Excellency, Baron, allow me to speak, interjected the knight, interrupting Yelagin just as he was about to respond. Surprisingly, Yelagin showed no sign of irritation. Rather, he acquiesced, stepping back to give space to the knight. Lynch's heart sank once more as he shifted his gaze to the knight. From the outset, he had consciously chosen to overlook this armored figure. Yet it was becoming increasingly evident that the knight was the driving force behind this encounter. This was not what Lynch had anticipated. Compared to Yelagin, he knew nothing about this knight, which made it all the more challenging to gauge the situation. Might I inquire your identity, Sir Knight? I am a knight of the Holy Central Church's Temple Knights. Sir Lynch Eunuch. I come to inform you, on behalf of the great Pope, of your invitation to participate in the hero candidate ceremony, to be held at the Central Church in 3 months. The knight spoke with an expressionless demeanor, neither servile nor arrogant, as he met Lynch's gaze. Lynch was momentarily engulfed in confusion. Hero candidate? What does that mean? So, this knight from the Central Church was not here to confront him or Zivia. Yet, what was this hero candidate ceremony? He had never heard of it. He was aware of the concept of a hero, a legendary figure who arose during ancient times when the world faced an invasion by an outer god, wreaking havoc and transforming some beings into abyssal creatures. The goddess of light ultimately repelled the outer god and sealed the abyss, but over time, the seal would inevitably weaken. To combat this, the goddess bestowed a holy sword that would awaken whenever the seal weakened, seeking out a worthy wielder to aid humanity in repelling the abyss. The chosen individual was referred to as the hero. I understand what a hero is, and I comprehend the concept of a selection process. However, how do the two intertwine? Historically, heroes have always been directly chosen by the Holy Sword, have they not? Moreover, the previous hero only passed away a mere century ago. Is the abyss truly returning? Lynch bombarded the knight with a cascade of questions, incredulous at the bizarre news he had just received. The knight, maintaining his steady gaze on Lynch, explained, "You are indeed one of the candidates selected by the Holy Sword. There are 5 others, similarly chosen, who will participate in this hero candidate ceremony. The reason for this ceremony is that the great Pope has sensed an impending resurgence of the abyss, and in order to prevent the traumatic events of the last invasion from repeating, he has decided to awaken the Holy Sword early and gather the heroes, granting them additional time to grow." The knight's eyes bore into Lynch's. "Surely, you are aware of the suffering caused by the last abyssal invasion." "I am aware," Lynch replied gravely. The last invasion had come with shocking suddenness, catching the heroes unprepared and leading to a catastrophic struggle wherein countless lives were sacrificed to buy time for their growth. Even then, the last hero had not fully matured. ultimately facing the demon lord and the abyssal forces in a desperate battle that merely succeeded in stabilizing the weakened seal. That hero became the only one to perish after the invasion. A shameful fate that haunted him until his end. Lynch's expression darkened as he pondered the implications of this swift return of the abyss. The previous hero had not slain the demon lord, only inflicting severe damage that forced it to retreat. A century had passed. The demon lord may have fully healed by now. Coupled with the incomplete growth of the hero, the seal's integrity had likely diminished, allowing for this rapid resurgence. Yet, all of this hinged on the knight, and the Pope behind him, not having misled him or misjudged the situation. However, Lynch had no desire to become a hero. It was true that aside from the last hero's grim fate, the other two had ultimately emerged victorious, amassing great power and resources while being celebrated by the world. But for Lynch, who merely wished to be an ordinary baron, the notion of contending for the title of hero was far from appealing. The complication arose from the fact that he was anything but ordinary. After all, next door resided a witch he had saved, one whom the church sought to eliminate, if he were to rush to the central church in pursuit of heroism. Would it not be akin to a meat bun thrown to a dog? May I refuse this invitation? Lynch finally spoke after a moment of silence. While it was possible that the church might not discover his connection to Zivia, avoiding risk altogether was undoubtedly preferable. That is not an option. The Pope's command is absolute, the knight replied, placing his hand on the sword at his waist, clearly indicating that he would compel Lynch to comply. A despicable lapdog of the church, in the depths of Lynch's heart, a simmering resentment gnawed at him, yet he found himself utterly powerless. The Knight of the Holy See before him was evidently not one to be trifled with. The name of the central Holy See's Templar Knights resonated like thunder among nobles such as himself. They were among the bastions of the Radiant Church, safeguarding its influence across the world for millennia. Each member a paragon of heroism. Even the witch Shurvaya might struggle against this seemingly unremarkable knight. Moreover, Lynch could not possibly summon Shurvaya to eliminate this knight, as that would be tantamount to courting death. Ultimately, with no other recourse, Lynch sighed heavily. Very well, I shall accompany you. Should you require assistance, I can escort you to the central Holy See. Upon hearing Lynch's acquiescence, the knight, who had previously been on high alert, immediately relaxed his stance, the transformation so swift that it left Lynch astounded. Even a master of Sichuan opera would have to acknowledge the skill in such a sudden change. However, the prospect of escorting him was not something Lynch would willingly undertake. There is no need for that, my knight can ensure my safety, so you need not trouble yourself. With that, he added, if that is the case, we shall take our leave first. After Lynch's response, the knight nodded and promptly turned away. Following suit, Yarrow, who had been silent all along, bowed to Lynch before departing as well. Once they had left, Lynch did not linger in the room any longer till he rose from his seat and made his way to the adjacent chamber where Shurvaya resided. No knock was necessary. Shurvaya, sensing Lynch's approach, opened the tightly shut door ahead of him. Shurvaya, I will go with you. The calm timbre of the girl's voice interrupted Lynch's words, causing him to momentarily falter. Followed by a wry smile, he had intended to relay the earlier events to Shurvaya and persuade her not to accompany him, for it was clear that once he departed, the filth would resurface, ensnaring Shurvaya once more and would inevitably attract the attention of the church. Yet, even if the church were to discover her, time would be needed to pursue Shurvaya, before Lynch had assisted her in purifying the taint. Shurvaya had already been wandering the world for an extended period as a witch without being caught by the church, enduring until the filth accumulated to a critical point, at which time she was brought back to safety by Maud. Thus, even if she temporarily parted from Lynch, her capabilities would likely suffice to maintain her concealment until his return. However, accompanying Lynch to the central Holy See would be an entirely different matter. That was the heart of the Radiant Church, and there was a significant chance that they might encounter the current apex of the church, the Pope. That, if she were to remain undetected, it would be well and good. But if discovered, Shurvaya would have no chance of escape, while Lynch might yet evade trouble. Could the Pope truly identify Shurvaya's identity as a witch? The Pope of the Radiant Church has long been regarded as the individual closest to divinity in the world. This was not mere propaganda from the church, but a reality, for the title of pope had been held by a single individual throughout history, unchanged for millennia. Lynch dared not take that gamble. His concern was not for his own safety should Survia be discovered, but rather the unnecessary risk of venturing into the unknown. With the situation laid bare, Lynch had assumed that Survia would clearly understand what choice to make. Yet, it was evident that he had underestimated her resolve. Survia spoke those words. Her expression remained tranquil, but the glimmer in her violet eyes, whether it be stubbornness or determination, made Lynch comprehend her sentiments. Perhaps she had grown weary of a life spent in hiding, and even the potential of being captured and judged to death did not deter her from wishing to cease her evasion, like a cornered rat. She who ought to have perished long ago feared not death, that I will accompany you. Survia reiterated. All right. Lynch gazed at her, a resigned smile gracing his lips. Upon a meticulously constructed thoroughfare amidst the mountains, 3 magnificent steeds ambled forth with ease. Lynch sat astride one of the horses, with his loyal knight Maud positioned slightly behind on his right, while Survia, mounted on her warhorse, rode alongside him on the left. This should be my first journey afar. Maud, you must feel the same? Lynch glanced back at Maud, uncertainty lacing his voice. Maud nodded. Indeed, Lord Lynch, that I once traveled to the City of Souls when accompanying Lord Charles to battle. However, this journey to the Central Holy See is far more significant. The Central Holy See, the headquarters of the Radiant Church, was situated in the capital of the foremost of the 3 great empires. The Radiant Empire, or rather, the Holy See could be considered the capital of the Radiant Empire itself. A baron from the southern border of the Mu Kingdom embarking towards the capital of the Radiant Empire indeed constituted a considerable journey. Given the vast distance, Lynch had not brought along the usual retinue of guards. However, whether he had them or not made little difference. It was merely a matter of convenience in handling trivial matters. In terms of protection, ordinary soldiers would be of little use and would only hinder their progress. Nevertheless, 3 months was still ample time. While relying solely on their steeds might prove somewhat challenging, this world also boasted the presence of mages, that most magical of beings. They merely needed to reach the capital and utilize the teleportation array to swiftly arrive in the Radiant Empire, thereafter making their way at a leisurely pace. The journey would take approximately a month, which might sound slow, but it was remarkably swift compared to those candidates who were even farther from the Radiant Empire. After all, the Mu Kingdom was a vassal of the Radiant Empire, with the 2 nations sharing a border A hero, me? Sir Knight, surely you jest. This is the decree of the great Pope, Miss Vini. Please accompany me to the Central Holy See. But I still have farm work to do. Uncle Pika would never allow me to go. May I ask where your uncle is? Oh, you mean to say that I am one of the 6 candidates for hero? Indeed, Lord Ontalcast. Since when did being a hero require an election? And it has only been a century. How can we be selecting heroes so soon? This is the will of the great Pope. I refuse. What are you doing? Prince Ferris, please make haste to the Holy City. You recently took my sister away. Now you want me to become your hero. This is utterly ridiculous. This is the Pope's. The Pope? Ha, Ferris, you may go, father. But, go, a hero, you say? Fine, I shall go to... Is there even a need for selection? The Holy Sword should have chosen me directly. Your Holiness, the 6 candidates elected by the Holy Sword are en route and will gather in 2 months. In a hall of astonishing grandeur, a priest clad in the crimson robes of a cardinal knelt upon the floor. Judging by his features, it was the very yearner who had caused quite the uproar in the Empire of Twilight, now humbly reporting to the Pope seated upon the exalted throne. The Saintess, Your Holiness, the baptism of the Saintess has been successfully completed. Bring her forth as you wish. The red-robed cardinal, kneeling upon the ground, rose as instructed, his aged yet spirited visage brimming with reverence, a sentiment utterly absent when confronting the Emperor of the Twilight Star Empire. After bowing deeply, Yerner exited the hall to fetch the Saintess whom the Pope wished to meet. Before long, Yerner returned, guiding a young maiden with graceful steps. Her golden hair shimmered like the sun, simply braided into a princess style cascading down her back, dressed in a pure white gown that enveloped her figure. The long hem trailed behind her, occasionally revealing her bare toes as she walked. Her angelic countenance, coupled with a pair of tranquil yet eerily lifeless golden eyes, instilled a sense of awe, deterring any impure thoughts. As Yrnir knelt to the ground before her, the maiden approached him, gazing upward at the Pope seated high upon his throne. Their eyes met, yet her expression remained devoid of emotion. "Leave," commanded the Pope. His voice weathered and somber, prompting Yrnir to rise and depart without delay. The maiden remained motionless. Once the resplendent papal chamber was left with only the Pope and the girl, the supreme pontiff, who had wielded authority over the Church and the world for a millennium, astonishingly descended from his elevated seat to stand before her. He extended his frail hands, disregarding even the scepter symbolizing his unparalleled dominion. Trembling as they reached towards her, "It is uncanny. Too much alike. Are you her? Are you truly her?" Beneath the Pope's crown, his aged face was filled with madness, his murky eyes seeming to tremble as if an earthquake were unfolding within. It was difficult to fathom such a countenance gracing the visage of the supreme pontiff. The maiden silently regarded him, wordless, resembling a mere puppet. Even when his withered hands were poised to touch her, she displayed no reaction. However, the Pope's hands halted mid-air, his madness dissipating as he muttered in despair, "No, you cannot be her. You cannot be." Like a man stripped of all, he turned away forlornly, reclaiming the scepter he had discarded. He ascended back to his high seat. Throughout this exchange, the maiden remained utterly unresponsive. "Tell me, who are you?" The Pope's voice, now weary and grave, resonated, revealing the true demeanor befitting the pontiff. In response to his inquiry, the maiden finally spoke. "Great Pope, I am the saintess of the Holy Radiance Church, a devoted servant of the goddess." "Yes," she answered. A golden radiance subtly enveloped the entire papal chamber. The Pope scrutinized the maiden below, firing questions one after another. "Your name?" "Schaffer." "Your task?" "Assist the chosen hero." The maiden answered each query without the slightest hesitation or doubt. "Indeed, you are not her." Once all questions had been posed, the Pope closed his eyes. "Leave." "Yes." The maiden turned and walked towards the exit of the hall, restoring silence within the papal chamber at last. A month later at the central church, the holy city of Yeglis, standing at the entrance of the sacred city, Lynch could not suppress a long sigh at this moment. He, along with Maud and the hooded Shervaya, appeared somewhat travel-worn. Ultimately, Lynch had underestimated the journey's demands. He thought the distance too great, believing that bringing additional companions would be a burden, thus choosing only to travel with Maud and Shervaya. However, it became clear that while a smaller party would not delay their progress, it would indeed wear on their spirits, given the relative lack of convenient transportation. They spent much of the past month camping outdoors. Consequently, aside from the occasional respite in a town, their journey was fraught with difficulties, with no one to attend to the mundane tasks. Everything fell to their own hands. Neither in his previous life, nor in this one did Lynch possess the requisite experience. He was decidedly inept with manual labor. Maud, on the other hand, was quite seasoned, having accompanied the chief knight of the eunuch family on campaigns. Yet, as a knight, Maud was wholly unprepared when it came to food, producing culinary creations that could only be described as a dreadful gazing at the stars experience. As for Shervaya, she had likely honed her skills during her solitary fugitive days. She was surprisingly capable in various tasks. Thanks to her, Lynch managed to endure the journey. Otherwise, despite being 2 nights, they would not have starved, but their condition would certainly have been far from optimal. Nevertheless, Lynch continued to feel utterly exhausted. The physical fatigue was manageable. After a month of continuous travel, it was not overly taxing for him as a Silver Knight. Rather, it was the myriad challenges along the way that wore him down mentally. He silently vowed to acquire several cooks or servants upon his return, so as not to suffer the same fate again if they were fortunate enough to make it back. Contemplating this, Lynch glanced at Shervaya, who was cloaked and her face obscured. The reason for her additional cloak was that during their travels, they had encountered several individuals intent on nefarious deeds, drawn by Shivia's striking appearance. Though those threats had been promptly dealt with, to prevent such unsettling incidents from recurring, Shervaya had taken to concealing herself beneath the cloak. "What troubles you?" "Nothing, merely observing that you seem unfazed by fatigue." Lynch replied, shaking his head slightly, curiosity piqued. Compared to himself and Maud, Shervaya appeared remarkably well, exhibiting no signs of weariness whatsoever. It's just a habit. Ah, very well. Lynch and Shervaya traversed the streets of Yeglis, the holy city. It was their second day in the sacred city. After a day of rest, Lynch felt rejuvenated. Upon their arrival in Yeglis the previous day, a knight of the church had approached them, escorting them to lodgings prepared for the so-called heroes candidates. The residence, situated near the papal palace of the central church, afforded a commanding view of the entire holy city and was, under normal circumstances, the closest to the church's core. For the next 2 months, until the commencement of the selection ceremony, they were to reside there. Reluctantly, Lynch, along with Shervaya and Maud, entered the abode, their hearts laden with trepidation, though fortunately, nothing untoward occurred. Once assured of their safety and able to relax, Lynch resolved to take Shervaya out for a stroll, intending to visit the market for supplies and perhaps to procure a maid for their tasks. Ironically, despite the Radiant Church providing them with splendid accommodations, permanently gifted rather than temporarily allocated, Lynch found it perplexing that, in a city where every inch was precious, they were bestowed a manor-sized residence, yet provided with not even a single servant to assist with chores. When he inquired of the knight who had guided them, he received a response that left him astounded. His Holiness the Pope has proclaimed that all individuals are children of the goddess, and thus all are equal. We do not advocate for the existence of servants. Frankly, it was the first time in his life that Lynch had heard such hypocritical words spoken with such pride. As he walked from the entrance of the holy city to their modest manor, he had already seen countless slave markets, yet he was told of equality. It was a matter of sight. Perhaps he should donate his eyes to those in need, with no choice but to prevent himself from having to manage the upkeep of a dwelling comparable in size to a third of his lord's estate over the next 2 months. He resolved to take action. Thus began his outing with Zavia. That, of course, his primary intention was to explore the sacred city, situated at the heart of the world, a hallowed ground for countless followers of the Radiant Church. Perhaps by familiarizing himself with the area now, it could aid them in their escape later. However, despite Yeglis being the holy city of the Radiant Church, its overall scale was somewhat lacking compared to the royal city of the Mu Kingdom they had previously passed through. Or perhaps it was simply unworthy of comparison. After all, the Mu Kingdom was one of the 10 most powerful kingdoms, with a royal city whose grandeur was second only to the 3 great empires. Aside from the opulent papal palace of the summit, the rest of Yeglis was relatively mundane, with an overall size that was rather modest. Nevertheless, the bustling atmosphere within the holy city was undeniable. After a brief stroll, Lynch observed that the indigenous population was actually in the minority. The streets were thronged with pilgrims from the church and numerous merchants from all corners of the world. Knights of the church stood guard in various locales, and the ambience certainly lived up to its reputation as the church's holy city. After becoming somewhat accustomed to his surroundings, Lynch turned his focus back to one of his purposes for venturing out: the acquisition of servants. Without needing to search meticulously, he found slave traders brazenly setting up shop at every turn, while the so-called knights advocating for equality among all beings turned a blind eye. This ironically absurd scene made Lynch's lips twitch once more. Setting aside such thoughts, Lynch continued his exploration but failed to find any slave traders dealing in dedicated maids. This was not particularly surprising, as maids were significantly more expensive than ordinary slaves and were not likely to be found on the streets. He would probably have to seek them out in merchant houses. Servants could be purchased for laborious tasks, as any individual could perform such duties that, in contrast, the role of a maid required meticulous training and cultivation. To save some time, Lynch instructed his companion, Maud, who had been following closely, "Maud, go purchase a few servants to take back. Zavia and I will search for any merchant houses selling maids, and you need not accompany us any longer." "Understood, my lord Lynch," Maud replied, initially instinctively concerned for Lynch's safety, but upon noticing the knights stationed on the streets, he swallowed his words and agreed. Each of those knights was at least his equal, merely standing guard as city sentinels, a clear testament to the Radiant Church's immense wealth. Moreover, with Lynch being the church's appointed candidate for a hero, Maud could hardly fathom who would pose a threat to his lord. After Maud departed, Lynch and Zavia set out once more in search of a merchant house selling maids. Akati remained uncertain whether there was a special event or if the holy city always had such a large crowd. But as time passed, the streets grew increasingly congested, approaching a level of overwhelming crowding. Consequently, to avoid losing each other amid the throng, Lynch reached out and grasped Zavia's delicate, porcelain-like hand firmly. Zavia offered no resistance. Instead, she entwined her fingers with his and silently followed in step with Lynch. After what felt like an eternity, they finally located a merchant house specializing in maids. The very location of the establishment, near the central square, indicated that it was a highly reputable merchant house, named Starlight Trading Company, situated half a city away from their residence, a considerable distance. The storefront's decor stood out amidst the surrounding shops, exuding refinement. "Esteemed sir, are you here to purchase a maid?" Upon their arrival, a maid-clad attendant stationed at the entrance greeted them directly. Such courteous service momentarily disoriented Lynch, evoking memories of his previous world. He surveyed his surroundings to confirm he had not inexplicably traversed back in time before nodding to the attendant. "Yes, very well, please follow me." Upon confirming Lynch's intent to purchase, the attendant guided him inside while inquiring about specific details. "May I ask what type of maid you wish to acquire? Do you have different types of maids here?" Lynch inquired, suddenly intrigued. "Indeed, whether you require an ordinary human maid, a combat-ready maid with battle capabilities, or even half-beast maids, we can cater to your needs." The maid-clad attendant responded with a smile. Her demeanor and the formality of her speech demonstrated her exceptional poise. Lynch was somewhat taken aback by her words. He was aware of half-beast maids, such as the most common and popular fox maids. However, these types of maids were exceedingly rare. He had only heard of them, but had never encountered one. Given the strength of this trading company, it was not surprising that they would deal in half-beast maids. What truly astonished Lynch was the mention of combat maids. "The combat maids you speak of, surely they are not just ordinary individuals who have received training." "Certainly not, sir. Our combat maids are all extraordinary professionals endowed with magical abilities, ranging from bronze to gold level. They have undergone rigorous training and are not inferior to other professionals of the same rank." At this point, she paused momentarily. "If you wish, I can take you to see them." "No need." Lynch shook his head. "Just show me the ordinary human maids." It was evident that the so-called combat maids would be exceedingly expensive. Although he was a baron of considerable means, the funds he had brought for this outing were not substantial enough to afford such maids. Similarly, he expected he could not afford a half-beast maid either. While these half-beast maids might not possess combat abilities comparable to extraordinary professionals, their price would not be significantly lower. After all, even within the residence of his father, Count Eunuch, there were no half-beast maids present. While there might be other underlying reasons, it was enough to highlight the scarcity of such maids. It is widely acknowledged that the rarer an item, the higher its price tends to be. Although Lynch harbored a certain interest in half-beast maids, he ultimately set aside such thoughts due to his limited finances. In any case, the sole advantage of half-beast maids over ordinary human maids lay in their distinct appearances. They did not offer any significant advantages in terms of abilities. Understood. The attendant said no more and continued to lead Lynch deeper into the establishment. Throughout the journey, Lynch discreetly observed the interior of the trading company. Compared to the opulence of the exterior, the interior decoration was not only on par, but even surpassed it. This was undoubtedly no ordinary trading company. It surely possessed a profound background. However, none of this was a particular concern to Lynch. He was merely an ordinary customer seeking to purchase a maid. His analysis of such irrelevant information was merely instinctual. Suddenly, Zavia, who had been following closely beside him, came to an abrupt halt, drawing Lynch's attention. "Zavia," he turned to her, his expression growing serious due to her unexpected behavior. He noticed that the usually composed Zavia's countenance had drastically changed, her breathing noticeably quickening. She gazed in a direction opposite to that of the attendant leading them, seemingly in search of something. Then, under Lynch's watchful gaze, she looked back at him, her violet eyes filled with urgency. "I sensed the presence of another which, like myself." Zavia's voice resonated in Lynch's mind. The brief statement caused Lynch's expression to shift dramatically. His brow furrowed as he looked toward the direction Zavia had been observing. "Is something wrong, sir?" The attendant guiding them noticed their halt and turned to inquire. Lynch glanced at Zavia, who had regained her composure, though her eyes still held a hint of anxiety, and motioned for her to remain calm. "It's nothing to be by the way. What is that entrance over there for?" He gestured towards the direction previously observed by Zavia and casually inquired with the shop assistant. The assistant did not conceal the truth. That area is designated for the selection of half-orc maids. Noticing that Lynch seemed to rekindle his interest, she took the opportunity to add, "If you are intrigued, I can escort you to have a look." "Let us go then," Lynch replied calmly, nodding his head. The assistant smiled slightly, eager for Lynch to explore the half-orc maid section, hoping he might take a liking to one or two, which would earn her a reward. Before long, the trio arrived at the half-orc maid area. "Here are the half-orc maids we have for sale. You may select freely." Zavia, why don't you take a look as well?" Lynch responded to the assistant, though his attention was entirely focused on Zavia. As soon as he spoke, Zavia, who had been quietly searching, nodded and stepped away from him into the midst of the crowd. Lynch followed closely behind. He was uncertain how to find a witch and relied entirely on Zavia. Apart from staying close to her to prevent his abilities from failing, his vigilance was directed towards the surroundings, alert for any potential appearance of the Inquisition. Should any members of the Inquisition be spotted, they would have to abandon their quest for the witch. Otherwise, not only would they fail to rescue the suddenly appearing witch, but they might also end up in peril themselves. Zavia was aware of this too, and thus her pace quickened as she maneuvered through the throng of half-orc maids without pause. Eventually, she came to a halt at an exquisite independent display platform. There stood a stunning maid, with silver-white hair unlike any other, from which two playful ears protruded atop her head. Her delicate features bore the allure of a non-human lineage, yet conformed perfectly to human aesthetics. Her ample bosom stretched her attire, which was reminiscent of a traditional maidess outfit, and a fluffy tail emerged from the bow at her waist, resting atop the flared hem of her skirt. At a glance, Zavia confirmed that this maid was indeed a witch. Identical to herself at that moment, the maid's beautiful visage was marred by fear and despair, and upon seeing Zavia, she instinctively took a step back. Lynch also noticed the maid and saw the anti-magic collar adorning her slender neck. Given her appearance, it was easy to surmise that she had just recently awakened as a witch. However, the presence of the anti-magic collar restricted her powers, rendering her unable to utilize her newfound abilities to escape. Such collars, specifically designed to confine slaves, could not be removed without a special key. This explained why Zavia had suddenly sensed the nearby witch's essence, and why the maid's expression was filled with terror. Perhaps it was precisely because she had just awakened and the corruption had yet to manifest, thus not attracting the Inquisition. "Esteemed sir, and this lovely lady, have you made your selection?" the approaching shop assistant inquired with a smile. However, a glance at the maid nearby caused her expression to shift to one of surprise. "Annie, your hair looks fine. Sir, are you and this lady interested in Annie?" Lynch exchanged a glance with Zavia, who had also turned to look at him. After a moment of mutual understanding, Lynch nodded to the assistant. "This maid appears quite impressive." "Annie, is that her name?" "Indeed," the assistant replied, her tone brightening with evident delight. "Annie has just completed her training and has joined our establishment. She is our most exceptional maid. Therefore, her price is significantly higher than that of ordinary maids. What do you think?" She was not exaggerating. Just by the independent display platform where Annie stood, it was evident that her price would be steep, especially considering her striking beauty that far surpassed that of her peers. Lynch was not surprised. Nevertheless, he had no intention of letting this opportunity slip away. Having finally encountered a witch again, he could not afford to miss this chance at that moment. Maid Annie seemed to sense something, gazing incredulously at Zavia before receiving an affirmative answer through her eyes. She looked back with a mixture of hope and yearning. "Speak, how much?" 1,000 gold dragon coins. "What?" Lynch nearly lost control of his expression upon hearing the assistant's quote. Were they selling gold here? Who charges 1,000 gold dragon coins for a maid? Was this not taking advantage of the unsuspecting? Even Zavia, upon hearing the price, turned to the assistant with astonishment in her violet eyes. Lynch suspected that the assistant had concocted this outrageous price in an attempt to swindle him. What did 1,000 gold dragon coins signify? The price of an ordinary slave was 1 gold dragon coin, while a trained professional maid was valued between 3 to 10 gold dragon coins based on various qualities. 1,000 gold dragon coins could purchase 100 of the highest-rated ordinary maids. This sum equated to the annual income of a slightly less affluent baron. Such robbery was unprecedented. May I inquire, is this the standard price for maids in your establishment? Despite his reluctance to waste time, Lynch could not suppress the question that he had set out on this journey with only a few hundred gold dragon coins, believing it would suffice, yet now found himself unable to afford even a single maid. Who could he turn to for justice? Perhaps the shop assistant recognized that this price was indeed exorbitant. Thus, when Lynch posed the question, she appeared somewhat embarrassed that of course not. The prices here are indeed somewhat higher than those outside. However, the average is around 10 gold dragon coins. For half-orc maids, it ranges between 50 to 100 gold coins. But Annie, being our most outstanding maid in recent years, is undoubtedly worth this price. In a bid to bolster her argument, the assistant explained hastily, if you had not arrived at this precise moment, another customer would likely have purchased Annie or reserved her, i.e. in that case, you would not have had the chance to meet her. Very well, I understand. Lynch shook his head, deciding not to linger any longer. He reached into his pocket and produced a gem the size of his thumb, casting it towards the assistant that I did not bring so many gold dragon coins with me this time. But I believe this should suffice as a form of payment. You do accept such items, do you not? The assistant accepted the gem, examining it briefly before smiling. I believe no merchant would refuse a precious item, such as a moonstone. This particular moonstone, both in quality and size, is of exceptional value, even surpassing that of Annie, that if you do not mind, we could accept it for 1,200 gold dragon coins, and I will return the excess 200 coins to you shortly. Would that be acceptable? No need. Just help me select 3 more maids. Although Lynch was astonished that the assistant could identify the authenticity and approximate value of the moonstone at a glance. It was not surprising. After all, a merchant capable of running such a luxurious maid establishment in the Holy City would undoubtedly possess exceptional appraisal skills. As for the moonstone he had offered, despite appearing indifferent when tossing it to the assistant, he felt a pang of regret in his heart. It was a gift from his father, Count Eunuch, on his coming-of-age ceremony, embedded in his sword upon his ascension to a golden knight, significantly enhancing the magical efficacy of his weapon, a treasure of immeasurable worth. Parting with such a treasure was undoubtedly painful for him. Yet he had no choice. Apart from this moonstone, he lacked the means to afford Annie. In this world, there was no room for negotiation. Given the fixed prices, goods were sold at their marked values, which generally reflected their actual worth closely. Furthermore, the true value of maid Annie far exceeded even 1,000 gold dragon coins. Setting aside the claims of her being the finest maid in recent years, after all, she was a genuine witch. The exceedingly rare witches of the female lineage possess a value that transcends mere monetary assessment. Upon receiving Lynch's response, the shop attendant's joy intensified. Certainly, I can take the liberty of selecting 3 of the finest ordinary maids for you. You may take Annie and the remaining 3 maids at your convenience, or we can deliver them to your doorstep later. Let us proceed as such. I will take Annie with me for now, and please ensure the other 3 maids are sent to the Secret Seal Manor. Secret Seal Manor. At the mention of this name, the shop attendant gasped softly, quickly replying, Understood, esteemed sir, very well. Nodding, Lynch cast a glance at the prepared Sivia and Annie, and suddenly recalled something, turning back to inquire. Do you have masks or cloaks available, something to conceal the face? Indeed, I can fetch them for you immediately. Thank you for your assistance. Moments later, Lynch's figure appeared at the entrance of the Starlight Trading Company, accompanied by the elegantly cloaked Sivia and maid Annie. Please take care, and we hope to welcome you again. If the opportunity arises, Lynch smiled at the enthusiastic shop attendant before turning to depart. Sivia held Annie's hand, silently following behind. However, the instant they left, a glimmer of purple light flickered in the shop attendant's eyes. How did I end up outside? Oh no. I still have 3 maids for a regular customer that need to be selected. Having exited the Starlight Trading Company, Lynch did not lead the 2 women back to the quarters provided by the church, but instead moved in the opposite direction of the Papal Palace. Until they confirmed their safety, they could not return casually. Upon reaching a secluded corner and ensuring no one was around, Lynch turned his gaze to the cloaked maid Annie before he could ask. Annie eagerly interjected, directing her question at Sivia. Sister, are you truly like me? Are you really? It was evident that the young girl was overwhelmed with emotion, her delicate hands gripping Sivia's arm, her beautiful face a mixture of astonishment and apprehension. This reaction was understandable, as awakening as a witch under such circumstances, particularly within the holy city of Yeglas governed by the Church of Light, while her powers were sealed by a magical suppression collar, would evoke despair in anyone. The sudden appearance of Sivia, another witch, and being successfully taken away by Lynch felt like a miraculous escape for Annie. Sivia, sensing Annie's emotional state, gently took her hands, her eyes flashing with purple light. In an instant, Annie, previously in a state of excitement, fell into tranquility, her gaze momentarily dazed before returning to clarity. Although it appeared to be just a fleeting moment to the outside world, Sivia had conveyed all the circumstances to her within the dream realm. Upon regaining her composure, Annie looked incredulously at Lynch, who stood nearby observing them, and finally understood why a witch like Sivia could wander freely in the holy city of Yeglas without detection, and why, despite having awakened some time ago, she had not yet been sought out by the church, instead being smoothly purchased by Lynch. It was because Lynch had the ability to purify the taint of witches, and being near him suppressed the growth of such corruption. Without the presence of corruption, the church could not ascertain their identities as witches, thus remaining undiscovered. Staring blankly at Lynch, her true master, Annie felt as if everything that had transpired in such a brief time was a fantastical dream. Master, are you an incarnation of the goddess? Lynch was momentarily speechless at Annie's words. Just as he was about to respond, he noticed Annie furrowing her lovely brow, self-doubting. No, that can't be right. Even if the goddess were to descend in incarnation, she would not intentionally take on a male form. Though you are quite handsome, could you be the son of the goddess? But that can't be either. Grandmother never mentioned the goddess having given birth to a divine child. A cascade of thoughts poured from Annie's lips, leaving Lynch and Sivia perplexed. What on earth is this? Lynch shook his head, bemused at, I am neither an incarnation of the goddess nor her divine son. I am merely an ordinary person. No, no. Annie exclaimed, her urgency palpable. Master, you are not an ordinary person. In our lineage, there exists a legend that only a divine being can contend with another divine being. Your ability to purify and suppress the taint, a power stemming from the divine, must surely be linked to the goddess. Lynch's smile faltered, his brow knitting together. Annie, is what you say truly the case? This is common knowledge among our lineage. I would not deceive you, master. A flicker of sadness crossed Annie's unusual silver-white eyes. However, we do not understand why the benevolent goddess would bestow such a cruel curse upon witches. Is the curse upon witches truly from the goddess of light? Lynch's expression turned grave. The title of goddess has always referred to the goddess of light, and there was no doubt that the goddess Annie spoke of was indeed the same. He had previously questioned whether the taint upon witches was genuinely the consequence of unforgivable sins leading to divine punishment from the goddess of light, but Annie's words seemed to lean towards a definitive conclusion. Yet, her subsequent statement pried open a crack in that conclusion. The maid shook her head in confusion. I do not know. We learned this from His Holiness the Pope of the Church of Light. He has seen the goddess with his own eyes and has followed her guidance in his actions. His words should be quite credible, right? Then it is of no concern. Lynch believed the tales surrounding the female lineage, as their ancestors were once beloved by the goddess of light and were among her most devout followers, serving her long before the establishment of the church. Moreover, compared to humans, the female lineage harbored fewer ulterior motives. As evident from Annie's behavior just now for the Church of Light, they professed equality for all. He had little faith in that. Judging by Annie's reaction, she too seemed reluctant to fully embrace that narrative. Long ago, the ancestors of the female lineage, having sustained severe injuries, descended to the mortal realm, creating the female lineage before their demise, trading some form of price for the Church of Light's protection over them. The church had promised this, but now, captured females were regularly trained as maids or sold into slavery. And where was the church's shadow? Nowhere to be seen. Thus, Lynch would rather believe that pigs could climb trees than accept the church's proclaimed legends. At least not entirely. In Annie's view, would the goddess truly act in such a manner? Especially now that you're also one of the witches. Made Annie lowered her head, her tone laced with grievance and despondency. I do not know that I do not wish to believe that this is the doing of the goddess. There have been others in the lineage who awakened as witches long ago. She was truly a wonderful person, yet in the end, isn't the goddess benevolent? The goddess is indeed benevolent. She created the world and guides its inhabitants, Lynch affirmed, then smiled. However, the goddess's benevolence does not imply the same for the so-called Pope. Nor does it guarantee that the Church of Light upholds that virtue. They do not represent the goddess, at least not in this current this juncture. He recalled Annie's earlier mention of her abilities being connected to the divine, and as if struck by a revelation, his eyes brightened. He looked eagerly at Sylvia and Annie, and with a clap of his thigh, exclaimed, "The taint that emerges within witches bears a striking resemblance to the powers of the abyss. Both influenced by magic suppression stones, the abyss is birthed from the invasion of outer gods. Thus, it appears that the taint witches experience upon awakening may not stem from a curse of the goddess, but rather from the influence of these outer deities." The more he spoke, the clearer his thoughts became. He turned to Annie, whose mouth had slightly parted in surprise, unable to suppress the smile creeping at the corners of his lips. "Annie, you have said that only a divine being can oppose another divine being. The power within me can counteract corruption, which might be a product of the outer gods. Perhaps my strength is indeed related to the goddess. As you speculated." Even the usually composed Sylvia was taken aback upon hearing Lynch's explanation, pondering the validity of such a statement. Meanwhile, the peculiar silver-white eyes of the maid Annie sparkled with excitement. Unable to contain her exhilaration, the most steadfast devotees of the goddess, the womenfolk could not suppress their joy upon hearing such a revelation, especially since it was highly persuasive, given that the feats Lynch spoke of were verifiable. Although it was merely Lynch's conjecture, Annie had wholly embraced this notion. Thus, catching Lynch off guard, Annie leaped into his embrace, holding him tightly. "This is wonderful. I always knew the goddess would never commit such an act." Annie, overwhelmed with excitement, and Lynch, still recovering from the sudden onslaught, failed to notice that for a fleeting moment, Sylvia's pupils quivered before she quickly regained her composure. Lynch, momentarily stunned by Annie's unexpected embrace, eventually smiled and gently stroked the top of her head. He couldn't help but wonder what kind of upbringing she had, as she seemed to have matured quite remarkably. The sensation of her soft warmth pressed against him was almost suffocating. He felt overwhelmed by the indignity of the situation. The fluffy ears atop her head trembled under his touch, causing an itch in his palm. The warmth emanating from her was so comforting. Initially, Annie, driven by impulse and excitement, had wrapped herself around Lynch. But after a moment, she found herself reluctant to let go. The warmth radiating from Lynch had captivated her, and similarly, he could feel a profound warmth penetrating his very soul. Lynch understood the nature of this warmth. It was a manifestation of his ability to purify the taint of the witch that he had experienced this when he helped Sylvia cleanse her internal impurities, which had been a far more intense and even searing sensation at that time. Whenever he made physical contact with Sylvia thereafter, he would feel a warmth akin to this moment. It also indicated that there were no impurities within Annie at that moment. Gazing at Annie, who clung to him like a love-struck kitten, Lynch felt a twinge of reluctance to part, yet instinctively glanced at the composed Sylvia behind them, prompting him to gently detach Annie from his embrace despite her protests. "All right, since we have confirmed that there are no impurities within you, let us prepare to return. Time is of the essence." Reluctantly withdrawing from Lynch's warm embrace, Annie only then realized the implications of earlier actions. As a maid, to casually embrace her master, especially in front of Sylvia, was a breach of the rules instilled in her during her training at Starlight Commerce. She flailed her arms in a flustered manner, hastily apologizing. "I'm so sorry, master. I got carried away with excitement, and I don't know why I became so enraptured while holding you." Not only was she addressing Lynch, but she also considered Sylvia. Standing behind her, "I sincerely apologize, Sister Sylvia." "No, Mistress Sylvia, that was not my intention." Lynch couldn't help but chuckle at Annie's flustered words. Mistress was a title that should not be used lightly, at least not at this moment. However, Despite finding her desperate utterance amusing, Lynch chose not to dwell on it. Before Annie could continue her apologies, he stepped forward to halt her. All right. I did not bring you here to serve as my maid, so you need not be overly concerned about such rules. After all, your identity is not merely that of maid, but a powerful witch. You need not call me master anymore. Address me by my name. Just as Zavia does, that he glanced at Zavia, whose reaction was as tranquil as expected, which brought him a sense of relief, albeit tinged with a hint of disappointment. Lynch had hoped to witness Zavia's reaction to Annie's desperate remarks, but it seemed he would be left wanting. Unbeknownst to Lynch, while Zavia maintained her outward calm, a rare flicker of excitement stirred within her, though her usual composed demeanor kept it hidden. After Lynch concluded his words, Zavia nodded, indicating to Annie that she need not dwell on the matter. You have only recently awakened and should still be but 16. Thus, it is acceptable for you to call me sister as before. With both of them expressing their sentiments, Annie felt a wave of relief. Yet, she earnestly stated to Lynch, I am still your property, master. Unless you choose to discard me, I shall remain your maid, even now that I have become a witch. Well, Lynch was taken aback by Annie's resolute expression, and he couldn't help but chuckle softly. Then it shall be as you wish. Truth be told, having a beautiful maid call him master was not something Lynch could resist. And with Annie's intention now clear, he had no reason to refuse. Regardless of her role as a maid, he had no intention of treating Annie as a mere servant. As the conversation continued, Lynch noticed the collar around Annie's neck, crafted from a magical suppression stone. This collar was a means to control half-beasts, who possessed a faint trace of innate magical power. Thus, captured half-beasts were forced to wear this special collar to inhibit their already limited magic. It was precisely due to this collar that Annie had not exhibited the typical surge of power associated with awakening. Others remained oblivious to her transformation from an ordinary girl into a witch. Ironically, the collar had spared her from the outburst, and fortunate circumstances led her to Lynch and Zavia, turning her misfortune into a blessing. Now that she was liberated, there was no longer a need for the collar that symbolized servitude. Without hesitation, Lynch retrieved the key that the shop attendant had given him, a key that held the power to determine Annie's fate. Under her watchful gaze, he unlocked the collar around her neck. Slowly removing the heavy collar, Annie's slender, swan-like neck was revealed, faint marks of the collar still visible. The moment the burden that had shackled her since her capture was lifted, tears of warmth overflowed from Annie's already reddened eyes. Despite her unwavering gaze fixed on Lynch, even as her vision blurred with tears, when Lynch looked up again to meet Annie's enchanting visage, he couldn't help but smile. Why are you crying? You should be smiling now. He reached out to gently wipe away the droplets clinging to her face. Yes, by the way, Annie, what is the nature of the ability you have awakened? After calming her down, Lynch finally inquired about her newfound power. Annie, without reservation, began to explain. I'm not entirely sure yet, but just now after my awakening, I felt that I could manipulate these at will. As she spoke, she extended her hand and waved it through the air. Instantly, the previously empty space rippled with transparent, peculiar waves in response to her gestures. If it weren't for the surrounding environment, Lynch might not have perceived the change at all. And there's this, she added. And before the words had fully left her lips, Annie's figure inexplicably appeared several meters away from her original position, only to return to her previous spot in Lynch's increasingly brightening gaze. I can also take you and Sister Zavia with me. After receiving their consent, Annie grasped both Lynch's and Zavia's hands, her eyes shimmering with brilliance. In the next instant, the three of them found themselves amidst a bustling street. Right beside the patrolling knights of the church, they had materialized before the watchful eyes of many. The gaze of the knight from the Holy See was fixed upon them. Just as Lynch felt a surge of alarm and intended to shield Annie and Zavia behind him, his movement froze, for he realized that although the knight was looking at them, he exhibited no reaction to their presence. Furthermore, the passers-by around them seemed utterly oblivious to the three uninvited guests, treating them as if they were invisible. This is, Annie remarked, Master, we are currently in an alternate space. As she spoke, she extended her hand and waved it in front of the knight, even pushing against him. However, the moment her hand made contact with the knight's body, it simply disappeared within him. They cannot see us. nor can they affect us. Naturally, we cannot proactively influence them either. Yet, while I am currently unable to do so, I sense that once I ascend to the next level, if I wish, we will be able to affect the external world within this space, while still remaining impervious to its influence, albeit with significant limitations. Annie elaborated. Having personally experienced Annie's abilities, not only Lynch, but even the enchanting Zavia could not help but display a hint of astonishment on her exquisite face. After a brief pause, Annie took both their hands and led them back to their previous position. For now, that is about it, she stated, appearing somewhat distressed. I can only wield these powers. Even though I can sense that there are greater abilities waiting for me to utilize, am I truly so ineffectual? Master, Lynch offered an awkward yet polite smile in response. Do you not hear what you were saying? It was evident that Annie was entirely unaware of the psychological impact such a seemingly light-hearted remark could have on Lynch, who was still at the Silver Knight stage that moment. Lynch felt an urge to ask Annie, if you consider yourself useless, then what does that make me? However, he ultimately restrained himself, for it was clear that Annie genuinely believed she was not good enough. Rather than engaging in any form of humble bragging or sarcasm, I wonder how others would react if they heard you say such things, Lynch mused, shaking his head helplessly. Annie, you are already quite remarkable. I'm certainly far weaker than you at this moment. Annie appeared puzzled, her comprehension faltering, but I still have other powers that I cannot utilize that if I cannot even master my own abilities. Does that not mean I am still quite weak? Those powers will only be accessible to you once you advance further. It is entirely normal not to have them at your disposal right now. Zavia interjected, noticing Lynch's momentary speechlessness due to Annie's words, a fellow witch. She understood why Annie felt this way. For Annie was not alone in this sentiment. Zavia herself also sensed untapped potential within her, or rather, a deeper mastery of her existing capabilities. This is actually guiding you on how to enhance your abilities in the future, rather than expecting you to wield them immediately, so there is no need for you to be overly concerned. Is that so? Annie's expression brightened with understanding. She looked up at Zavia, with admiration in her silver eyes. Her hair, matching the color of her irises, danced adorably with her perky ears. Lynch, witnessing her demeanor, suddenly inquired, by the way, Annie, I noticed that other girls like myself have black hair and black eyes. Why are you silver-haired and silver-eyed? I am not sure why. I used to have black hair and black eyes like everyone else. But after awakening, I transformed. Annie touched her flowing silver locks, equally perplexed. This change is a result of your magical power influencing your appearance post-awakening, which is not unusual, Zavia explained once more, her tone calm. This piqued Lynch's interest. So, does that mean the colors of your hair and eyes, Zavia, were not purple before? Indeed, Zavia nodded. I used to have golden hair and blue eyes. Yes, she spoke. Lynch's mind conjured an image of Zavia before her transformation into a witch. A golden-haired, blue-eyed Zavia would have looked quite lovely. Of course, with Zavia's beauty, her hair color would not alter her allure in any way. Yet, did the change in hair and eye color post-awakening carry any deeper significance? Not at all. Zavia shook her head. That it merely reflects the uniqueness of a witch's magical power, which causes subtle changes in appearance, without any other implications. All right then. Lynch discreetly glanced at Zavia's exceptionally rare and stunning purple hair before shifting his gaze away. However, an odd thought crept into his mind. I wonder if all witches undergo such color changes. Realizing the nature of his thoughts, Lynch hastily shook his head, attempting to dispel the peculiar notion that had surfaced. His sudden follies left Annie utterly bewildered. Master, are you all right? And no, I'm fine, let's head back. Lynch chuckled awkwardly. The more he tried to suppress the thought, the more it clung to him, especially when he glanced at Zavia, who stood calmly beside him. A shiver ran down his spine. Fortunately, Zavia appeared completely oblivious to Lynch's musings, her expression betraying no hint of change, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. That's a relief. Annie, still somewhat puzzled, chose not to press further. So, Master, would you like me to take you and Sister Zavia back, or do you wish to stroll back at your leisure? I recall that the Secret Seal Manor is quite far from here. Lynch's attention was diverted by Annie's words. and he regained his composure. Contemplating the bustling scene he had witnessed earlier on the street, he ultimately decided he wished to avoid the crowd. "Annie, please lead us back. However, just to be cautious, it's best not to take us directly to the manor. Choose a nearby location where we won't be noticed, and we shall walk the remaining distance." "Certainly. Leave it to me, Master, as well as to Sister Zavia." She extended her hands toward them, resembling a family of three, with Annie in the center holding both their hands. In the next instant, their figures vanished, in the blink of an eye. Before Lynch could fully comprehend the situation, they materialized on an unoccupied street. After a brief survey of their surroundings, Lynch confirmed their current location. Not long ago, during a shopping excursion, he had passed through here, which lay directly beneath his residence, just a short walk away from the small manor bestowed upon him by the Holy See. Due to its proximity to the most sacred papal palace, the area was not as crowded as others, with only the most devout followers of the Holy See permitted to roam, thus alleviating their concerns about being discovered. This was certainly far superior to the teleportation they had previously experienced. Reflecting on the situation, Lynch could not help but exclaim, "This is much better than the teleportation array we took from the Kingdom of Mu to the Empire of Yaoyong." The memory of that journey was etched vividly in his mind. While the cost of using the teleportation array was secondary, the sensation of being spun around during the transfer had left him, a silver knight, feeling dizzy and disoriented after it concluded. How different from the current experience, where he merely blinked and arrived without any sensation at all. Could it be that the mages summoned by the royal family during the construction of that teleportation array were a rather unreliable bunch? Yet that could not be the case. If Lynch recalled correctly, the mages responsible for building the teleportation array were undoubtedly legendary figures, renowned across the world, and the resulting array could not possibly be a subpar creation. Casting a glance at the maid beside him, he raised an eyebrow. Perhaps it was merely due to Annie's formidable powers. After all, each which is a truly unique existence, and the abilities they possess are unparalleled. It is not surprising that even legendary mages might find themselves outmatched by a witch in such specific domains. Disregarding these trivial thoughts, Lynch proceeded with Zavia and Annie towards the upper state area, smoothly passing through a contingent of vigilant ecclesiastical knights, a development both anticipated and deemed reasonable. Annie surveyed the surroundings of the estate. Having chosen to remain Lynch's maid, she would need to devote effort to managing this place. "Do not stray too far from me. Any that I understand, Master." Lynch and Zavia stood together, watching as Annie walked ahead, her lips curling into a subtle smile. Little did he expect that a simple outing would lead him to acquire another witch. He wondered if such fortune could grace him again. Just as these thoughts crossed his mind, Zavia, who had been silent beside him, suddenly uttered a seemingly illogical question. "Do you think it will?" "What will?" Lynch stood frozen in place. Prince Ferris? As the head of the Starlight Trading Company in the holy city of Yeglas, Isella immediately recognized the handsome man who had just appeared before the guild. "Good afternoon, Prince Ferris." She hurried forward, slightly kneeling in greeting. "I believe I have seen you before." Ferris regarded her calmly and inquired, "Your Highness, I am the head of the guild's branch in the holy city. My name is Isella Shioer. You once met me and my father, Angus Shioer, during your coming-of-age ceremony. Lord Angus, I see that I shall be staying in Yeglas for a while and require temporary accommodation at the Starlight Trading Company." "Very well. Please follow me, Your Highness." Ecclesiastical individuals? Just as Ferris was about to enter the guild following Isella, a squad of holy knights rapidly approached their location. An unmistakable look of disdain surfaced on his previously calm countenance, and he halted in his tracks. "What brings you ecclesiastical folks here?" he asked indifferently as the holy knights drew nearer. To everyone's astonishment, the lead holy knight completely disregarded Ferris's question, issuing commands for the rest of the knights to encircle the entire Starlight Trading Company. "How audacious!" Before the third prince. "You dare!" A guard knight following Ferris stepped forward, raising his voice, hands already on the hilt of his sword. However, the act of encircling the Starlight Trading Company, which belonged to the Twilight Empire, in front of Prince Ferris was already a bold move. Yet, the Holy Knights exhibited even more aggressive behavior. Just as the guard knight advanced to question them, the lead Holy Knight drew his sword. pointing it directly at the guard knight's throat. The swiftness of the action stirred a gust of wind. Yet, despite the holy knight's rapid move, the guard knight, as the chief knight of the third prince, reacted without hesitation, drawing his sword to parry and sweeping to counterattack. The holy knight was forced back several steps from the powerful strike, while the other holy knights immediately drew their swords. Glaring intently at Ferrus and his entourage, "We are here under the command of Archbishop Yerner to investigate potential witches. Those who obstruct us will die." Readjusting his stance, the lead holy knight spoke coldly, showing no signs of being shaken by the recent failure. The guard knights, equally unyielding, stood their ground alongside several others, including the mage attendants in the rear, facing off against the holy knights, despite the obvious disparity in numbers. "I stand here. You may come and try." Just as tensions escalated between both sides, Prince Ferrus stepped forward, positioning himself in front of his guard knights, his expression impassive as he regarded the holy knights. At that moment, his chest was filled with fury. His resentment towards the ecclesiastical authority for taking his sister, leaving her fate uncertain, was now compounded by the insolence of these dismissive holy knights. He maintained his composure solely as a reflection of the decorum expected of a prince. As for their claim of investigating witches, it piqued his interest, yet it seemed trivial compared to the current situation. Before the public eye, his retreat represented not merely his own dignity as a prince, but that of the entire Twilight Empire. Perhaps it was indeed due to Ferrus's status as the third prince that the Holy Knight, upon his emergence, chose to explain, "Your Highness, please do not hinder our actions. This is the command of Archbishop Yerner." "Yerner, huh?" Upon hearing that name again, Ferrus responded with a chilling laugh. "You would do well not to utter that old dog's name in my presence." "You stand down." Just as the Holy Knight reacted to Ferrus's insult towards Yerner, a slightly aged voice emerged from behind them. The tense Holy Knights immediately parted, creating a passage for the speaker. It was none other than Yerner, clad in red ecclesiastical robes. "Your Highness, please forgive their transgressions. Should you wish, I can have Shuluin pay with his life." Yes, as soon as the words left his lips, the leading Holy Knight, who had instigated the situation, drew his sword and committed suicide on the spot. Hot blood gushed forth, splattering in all directions. What? All non-ecclesiastical witnesses were struck with shock at this sudden turn of events. A holy knight of at least the heroic realm had unhesitatingly taken his life before everyone, merely in response to Yerner's casual remark, leaving even Ferrus himself speechless. The remaining onlookers were thrown into disarray, though they quickly subdued their reactions, falling silent in fear. A few droplets of blood splattered at Ferrus's feet, and even with his composure, his pupils momentarily constricted. A pack of lunatics. Ferrus cursed inwardly, glaring at the approaching Yerner. "Yerner, you are the one who took my royal sister away, and now you dare to appear before me? Your Highness, I must remind you that the Sinner Midas is no longer the princess of the Twilight Empire, nor is she your royal sister. She is now a witch deserving of death. As a prince of the Twilight Empire, please choose your words carefully and do not bring calamity upon your nation." Yerner remained unfazed by Ferrus's glare, calmly uttering words that nearly pushed Ferrus to the brink of fury. "Very well. Since our grievances are settled, I ask that you do not obstruct our search for the suspected witch that may be present here." "Another witch? Excellent, splendid," Ferrus retorted with a bitter smile. "Last time you used the excuse of a witch to take my royal sister. We accepted it, for she had indeed become a witch. But this time, you cannot even confirm the existence of a witch and dare to search through the Starlight Trading Company, which belongs to the Twilight Empire? It seems the Twilight Empire remains unworthy in the eyes of Archbishop Yerner. Not so. It is merely a matter concerning witches. You need not elaborate. I refuse to believe a word from you. Old dog, unless it is the edict of His Holiness the Pope, you shall not step 1 foot inside," Ferrus declared, drawing his sword and planting it firmly into the ground, while the guards who accompanied him assumed battle stances. Yerner fell silent. His weathered eyes reflected Ferrus's youthful figure, leaving him momentarily at a loss, for this operation was not indeed under the Pope's directive, but rather his own decision, and he could not confirm the presence of a witch. He had merely experienced a premonition reminiscent of his time in the Twilight Empire's royal court. However, After employing divine arts for confirmation, the anticipated emergence of the witch did not materialize. Nevertheless, adhering to the principle of better to wrongfully accuse than to let slip an actual threat, he commanded the holy knights to investigate that, in truth, not only was he uncertain about the witch's actual appearance, but Yirnu also struggled to define the search area. Beyond the Starlight Trading Company, he dispatched others to probe various locations. However, encountering resistance here compelled him to come and assess the situation, leading to his current predicament of being unable to retreat. Finally, after a prolonged silence, Yirnu chose to concede. Your Highness, the third prince, you have been designated as a candidate for the hero by His Holiness the Pope, that I hope that in 2 months you will transition from candidate to true hero. Do not trouble yourself, he replied. Your Holiness, I humbly request the authority to investigate the Starlight Trading Company. Following his setback with Ferris, Yirnu proceeded directly to the papal palace to explain the situation to the Pope and seek the power to search. He had already sacrificed a valiant holy knight for this endeavor, and he would not be satisfied with such an abrupt conclusion. The manner of the holy knight's loss was inconsequential. However, the Pope, seated upon the high dais, did not intend to acquiesce to his demands. The goddess has not bestowed upon me any revelations. Yirnu, your perceptions are flawed. Yet, your Holiness, I felt similarly last time, and the facts have proven my intuition to be correct. Are you suggesting that I am mistaken? No. Yirnu trembled as he knelt on the ground. The great Pope cannot err. Please forgive my transgressions. Saintess, disregarding his words, the Pope issued his final decree. She will provide you with the answers. Understood, I regret to inform you, Lord Yirnu, that I have sensed no malevolent witch within the holy city. Your feelings are erroneous, that I understand. Thank you for your assistance, Saintess. Despite his reluctance, Yirnu ultimately accepted the truth that his perception of the witch's emergence was merely an illusion. Both the Pope and the Saintess had refuted his views, and the results yielded from his divine arts amounted to naught. That it was unreasonable to claim that all evidence was erroneous, compared to his own judgment. Yirnu placed greater trust in the esteemed Pope and the guidance of the divine arts. The Saintess, Shaffield, nodded placidly, refraining from further comment. With no other matters at hand, Yirnu turned to exit the Saintess's palace. Once again, the grand hall was left with only the beautiful Saintess. Her bare, delicate feet lightly tread upon the palace's smooth tiles, and when she lifted them, they remained unblemished. With graceful steps, Shaffield approached the terrace bathed in light. Gazing down at the bustling crowds of the holy city below, her gaze extended far, eventually landing upon a diminutive structure. A flicker of brightness ignited in her otherwise dull golden eyes, only to swiftly dissipate. Is it not to your liking? Noticing Lynch's sudden daze, Shiwei inquired. Lynch, jolted back to reality by her voice, hastily shook his head. No, it's quite delicious that Tio validated his claim. He swiftly swallowed the delicacy in his grasp. Having returned to the estate some time ago, he and Shiwei were now enjoying afternoon tea in the courtyard, the table before them laden with exquisite treats. Tea must be said. The previous assertion by the female attendant regarding Annie being the finest maid of the Starlight Trading Company in recent years was certainly not an exaggeration. This not only referred to Annie's striking appearance, but also her exceptional qualities as a maid. The vast array of delicacies displayed on the table had all been lovingly crafted by Annie during her brief return, and they were indeed superior in flavor to any Lynch had previously tasted. Yet, despite this, Annie was not entirely satisfied with her creations. Just as Lynch devoured a pastry, she, unable to stray too far from him and compelled to relocate the kitchen to the courtyard, approached with a fresh batch of pastries. Master, you need not force yourself. These earlier treats were indeed prepared in haste and may not be the best. The current ones should be an improvement. If they still do not suit your palate, I shall make more. With that, Annie set aside the subpar offerings and replaced them with the freshly made pastries, still warm from the oven, taking a sip of water handed to him by Shiwei to aid his swallowing. Lin Shi could not help but smile ruefully. All right, Annie, even if you believe these pastries to be lacking, they are already delightful to me, and with so many, there is no need for you to prepare more. After laboring for so long, you should sit and rest for a while. Initially, Lynch had intended to delegate the task of preparing afternoon tea to the three maids sent alongside the Starlight Trading Company. But since Annie insisted on doing it herself, he relented. However, after such a lengthy period, he found himself somewhat full, while Annie showed no signs of stopping, prompting him to interject. Annie, however, shook her head. I am your maid. It is not the role of a maid to dine with her master. You need not concern yourself with me. Lynch, feeling exasperated, had to rephrase his request. Is it not the duty of a maid to heed her master's commands? I now command you to sit down and join us in resting. That clear? This. Annie hesitated, glancing between him and the composed Shiweya, who was simply enjoying her tea. Noticing her calm demeanor, Annie relented. Very well. What a situation! Though Annie complied with his request, Lynch still felt a sense of helplessness. Although Annie had become a genuinely formidable witch, her mindset appeared unchanged. She still regarded herself as an ordinary maid. Requiring his insistence to join the table for a meal, that if Annie were merely an ordinary maid, or if Lynch intended to treat her solely as such, it would be a different matter altogether. It was certainly advantageous to have a maid who possessed strength, beauty, and was not of human origin, one who listened to his wishes. However, the issue lay in the fact that Annie was not just a maid, but a witch. And Lynch placed greater emphasis on her identity as a witch, not wishing to confine her to the role of a maid. Divergent mindsets yield different behaviors, and at present, he found the situation somewhat awkward. It could only be said that both Annie and he needed to adjust their mindsets. Shaking his head slightly, he took another piece of pastry that Annie had just brought over and popped it into his mouth. Having eaten for considerable time, he was already sated, yet the enticing aroma wafting from the pastries proved irresistible as he savored the delightful treat. Lynch's gaze drifted toward a section of the papal palace above them. Uncertain if it was merely his imagination, he had faintly sensed something watching him from that direction earlier. Yet, when he attempted to focus on that feeling, it vanished, leading him to believe it was a mere figment of his mind. By the way, Shiweya, have you never mind. Lynch discreetly probed for answers, but, finding none, turned to Shiweya, who was quietly sipping her tea. Ultimately, he refrained from voicing his thoughts, from the moment Shiweya had inquired earlier. It was evident that even she had not sensed the gaze he had felt. Her perceptive abilities surpassed as if there were indeed someone observing them from the shadows. Shiweya would surely have detected it before he did. Perhaps it was just a figment of his imagination. With that thought, Lynch swallowed the morsel in his mouth, his expression brightening slightly. These new pastries were indeed superior to the previous ones. Shiweya, you should try some too? He extended a piece of pastry toward Shiweya, initially intending for her to take it so he could eat, only to be taken aback as the girl leaned forward and bit into the exquisite treat in his hand. This assault-like action left Lynch momentarily stunned, staring blankly at Shiweya, whose cheeks bulged slightly from the morsel. Delicious, she stated calmly. Lynch, why does your expression seem a bit off? Well, Lynch replied with a wry smile. Shaking his head, I haven't been resting well these past few days. Yes, that's so. Engaging in conversation with Lynch was a young man, equally adorned in noble attire. His name was Antal Cast, a viscount hailing from the Wind Kingdom, and like Lynch, he was one of the candidates for the upcoming hero selection. Although both the Wind Kingdom and Lynch's home, the Mu Kingdom, were amongst the 10 great kingdoms. The disparity in their strengths was quite pronounced. The Mu Kingdom ranked just below the 3 great empires, standing as the undisputed leader among the 10 kingdoms, while the Wind Kingdom languished as the weakest, on par only with the Forest Kingdom. Thus, despite Antal's veritable status as a viscount, which ostensibly placed him a rank above Lynch's baron title, their actual standings were nearly equivalent. Furthermore, Antal's affable nature had led him to forge a rather familiar rapport with Lynch since his arrival in the Holy City over a month ago, to the extent that they had begun to refer to each other as brothers. Upon hearing Lynch's response, Antal raised an eyebrow, and a sly grin crept across his face as he leaned in. Confiding, I know, dear brother Lynch, that the illusionist and that maid accompanying you are both exquisite beauties. It is only natural for you to be somewhat distracted. However, I must advise you to take care of your health, while you are still young and capable of enduring. Such indulgences may lead to troubles in your later years. Lynch could only chuckle at Antal's earnest demeanor. it was true that his recent lack of rest was indeed related to Zivia and Annie, but not in the manner Antal presumed. Due to the limited range of his ability to suppress corruption, both Annie and Zivia could not stray too far from him. Previously, Zivia's presence had been manageable, as she typically remained close to Lynch. However, with Annie now in the mix, there were inevitable moments they had to separate, which greatly troubled Lynch. To alleviate this predicament, he had recently increased his training regimen, hoping to expedite his advancement, as he discovered that upon evolving to silver rank, the range of his corruption suppression would expand with his strength. Initially confined to a mere 5 meters, this range had doubled upon his promotion. He speculated that when he ascended to the Golden Knight rank, it would further increase, alleviating such complications. That it is not as you think, my dear Viscount Antal. I have merely been overexerting myself in training lately. But what about you? Why does it seem you speak from experience? Lynch inquired, redirecting the conversation. Clearing his throat, Antal promptly withdrew his arm from around Lynch's shoulders and took a step back. Speaking of which, the candidate selection ceremony is tomorrow, is it not? I wonder which of us 6 will be chosen by the Holy Sword. I have heard that even the emperors of the 3 great empires will be in attendance. Antal's attempt to shift the topic was somewhat clumsy, yet Lynch, having merely jested, smoothly followed suit. Who can say, though I estimate my chances are rather slim, but Antal's interest was piqued. Why do you say that, Brother Lynch? Quite simply, throughout history, the heroes chosen by the Holy Sword have been individuals of noble character, and I cannot claim to be such a person, Lynch replied with a smile, casually expressing his thoughts. Antal scrutinized Lynch, then glanced at himself, and chuckled in response. If that is the case, I too would be unlikely to be selected. That is rather good news. What sort of good news is that? Dear Viscount Antal, do you not wish to become a hero? Certainly not, Antal retorted, a hint of irritation in his tone. You see, Brother Lynch, I had no intention of participating in this hero selection ceremony. Were it not for those insufferable temple knights forcibly dragging me here, I would still be in my estate, enjoying the company of my lovely, and, in short, those ecclesiastical folk have shown nothing but disdain for me. A mere viscount. You know well enough how those from the church are, Lynch remarked, shaking his head as he glanced toward a young girl of common descent, engaged in light conversation with Zivia and Annie. At least you were simply brought here against your will. Poor Winnie has fared far worse. Antal followed Lynch's gaze, scratching his head in contemplation. That is true, yet one might argue she is not entirely unfortunate. After all, I have heard that her uncle is no paragon of virtue. Perhaps the knight from the church did her a favor. Winnie, one of the candidates for the hero selection, was an ordinary girl of common birth. When the knight from the church came to collect her, her uncle had, unbeknownst to her, intended to sell her to a slave trader for a bit of drinking money. Consequently, he was slain by the knight, and Winnie was brought to await the commencement of the selection ceremony. Compared to Lynch and Antal, Winnie had arrived relatively recently and had only just met them. Her common status made her feel somewhat out of place among the other candidates. Yet she had formed a solid friendship with Lynch, the peculiar one, as well as with Zivia and Annie.as for the other candidates. Lynch had interacted with them a few days prior, under the church's guidance. Altogether, they comprised 4 males and 2 females. Ferris, the 3rd prince of the Twilight Empire, Nerez, a platinum-ranked adventurer from the Dragon Kingdom, and Raven, a scholar from the Radiant Empire. Among them, it was the 3rd prince from the Twilight Empire who captured Lynch's attention the most. After all, the princess of the Twilight Star Empire, the younger sister of this prince, had recently awakened to become a witch and was taken away by the church. During their previous encounter, Ferris had shown no concealment in his hostility towards the church and was the only one among the candidates for the title of hero who did not reside in the estate provided by the church. Clearly, compared to the world that would scorn even their own kin upon becoming a witch, this 3rd prince valued the bond with his sister far more than her title. Furthermore, this imperial prince exhibited a remarkably friendly demeanor towards the other candidates for hero, which allowed Lin Shi to engage in a few conversations with him. Naturally, Lin Shi harbored a favorable impression of this 3rd prince, albeit merely a favorable one. After all, aside from their shared candidacy, the differences between them were vast. He could hardly consider himself on the same level as the prince, and he certainly could not impose himself upon the prince merely because of the latter's amiable behavior. Lynch paid little attention to the other two candidates. The scholar, Raven, was somewhat acceptable, though he exuded an air of coldness, seemingly reluctant to engage with others. On the other hand, the adventurer, Nerez, was rather disagreeable, his words dripping with self-importance, bordering on arrogance. Neither Lynch nor the other candidates had any desire to converse with him. In summary, tomorrow would be the day of revelation. Not only would it determine who would claim the title of hero, but it would also decide the fates of Lynch, Zivia, and Annie. Legend has it that when the light of the goddess descends, the first place to be illuminated will be the holy city of Ygritte. This legend holds true as the first rays of dawn grace the earth. The entire holy city shines resplendently, bathed in endless radiance. The light spreads from the holy city, or more precisely, from the highest point, the papal palace, to the surrounding lands at an imperceptible speed, dispelling the darkness that cloaks the world. People often marvel at this scene, likening it to a miracle, but in truth, it is indeed a miracle. The world was born from darkness, and it was the birth of the goddess of light that cast illumination upon existence, giving rise to the myriad of beings we see today. This is also one of the reasons countless devotees of the Church of Light pilgrimage to the holy city of Ygritte each year. Furthermore, the influx of so many people imbues Ygritte with an atmosphere of fervor. However, today, the already bustling Ygritte is even more charged with excitement. At this moment, it is not only the pilgrims and merchants, but a multitude of diverse crowds from all corners of the world converging here for what promises to be the grandest hero selection ceremony in nearly a decade. If the Church of Light, guiding humanity, and the imperial kingdom, shepherding the divine, seem too lofty and unreachable for ordinary people, then the heroes leading the charge against the abyss are undoubtedly the most familiar champions to the populace. For centuries, since the first hero led the empire and kingdom in their struggle against the abyss, the tales of heroes have been the most widely recounted in the world. After all, compared to the dogmatic teachings and legends of the Church of Light, the stories of heroes are evidently more down-to-earth and engaging, making them far more accessible to the people. Today, a new hero is about to be chosen. The opportunity to witness the birth of a legend is a rare one, creating a scene in the holy city where streets are deserted. This is truly remarkable. Lynch stood atop the high platform, gazing out, taking in most of the holy city. Even so, he could still see not a single street devoid of throngs of people. Previous events that garnered global attention paled in comparison to the spectacle before him, which was truly astonishing. Countless individuals craned their necks in anticipation, and he, along with the other 5 candidates standing on the sacred platform, had become the focal point of their interest. Not only Lynch, but Antal beside him was equally awestruck, his gaze momentarily vacant. Even he, a Viscount, was taken aback, let alone Vini, who had previously been a mere commoner. She stood at the very edge beside Lynch, her petite form trembling uncontrollably, on the verge of losing her balance. It was not only Lynch who noticed this. Even the nearest audience members observed her reaction, sparking murmurs among them that that trembling girl, one of the candidates for hero. She seems rather ordinary, unlike the other candidates. Indeed, she was trembling, and her attire suggested she was a commoner. Could a commoner truly be a candidate for hero? After all, she was selected by His Holiness the Pope through the goddess's will. Perhaps she possesses some remarkable qualities that we are unaware of. Who knows? She is merely a candidate for hero at this point. Whether she will be chosen remains uncertain. The audience members were not far from Lynch and the others on the high platform, and with Lynch's abilities, he could hear them clearly. Even Vini, a powerless commoner, could faintly perceive their words. Naturally, the little girl Vini felt even more intimidated. Her bright blue eyes glistened with unshed tears, and her eyelids reddened slightly. Her trembling intensified, her slender legs nearly buckling beneath her. She was affected by their words. Lynch, noticing all of this, discreetly raised his right hand, summoning flickers of magical light within his palm. Suddenly, Vini, paralyzed by fear, felt as if something was supporting her, granting her the strength to stand. This unexpected change caused her to momentarily forget her trepidation and glance sideways. Just a fleeting glance allowed her to catch Lynch's subtle gesture, and as she raised her gaze, she met the calm profile of Lynch. "Mr. Lynch, is it Do not be afraid. Although he did not turn around, Lynch spoke softly to her. If you still feel frightened, just imagine them as the carrots you've grown. During their earlier conversation, she had proudly mentioned how large and white her carrots were, so Lynch employed this to comfort her. Upon hearing Lynch's words, Vinny instinctively thought of the carrots from her garden as she gazed back at the audience. But she was quickly brought back to reality. Yet, a mere simple comfort from Lynch could not instantly bolster Vinny's spirits. She remained quite fearful, but no longer to the point of collapse. And she found the courage to persist that, I will, thank you, Mr. Lynch. Lynch gave a barely perceptible nod, his hand continuing to release magical energy, though he refrained from responding further. After all, in this moment of public scrutiny, overtly assisting Vinny might inadvertently harm her. That Vinny's status as a commoner already placed her at a disadvantage among the candidates. The earlier comments from the audience hinted at this disparity. Although their remarks would not affect the outcome of the hero selection, they could certainly dampen Vinny's spirits. Moreover, if Vinny were to become the hero, there might be those who would deem her a weak and timid village girl, unfit to lead humanity against the abyss. Thus, Lynch's aid to Vinny was rather discreet. However, what Lynch perceived as subtle was, in the eyes of the powerful, quite conspicuous. Yet those who noticed chose to remain silent. This included the third prince standing on the high platform, as well as the elite adventurer Nerez. The third prince made no reaction to Lynch's actions, yet his impression of Lynch deepened. In contrast, Nerez showed no restraint in his disdain in his view. A village girl like Vinny should not stand on the same platform as himself, and Lynch's assistance to her was a slight against his noble standing, regardless of whether it was Prince Ferris or adventurer Nerez. Neither displayed the slightest hint of trepidation upon this grand stage. Particularly, Nerez's eyes sparkled with fervor, reveling in the adoration of the crowd. Even among the spectators seated not far away, including the emperors of the three great empires, there was a similar fervor for the final candidate, the scholar Raven. She maintained her icy demeanor, unperturbed. Even colder than the visage she presents in daily encounters, her thoughts remain inscrutable, amidst the cacophony of voices. A radiant beam of rainbow light descends from the highest point of the papal palace, swiftly connecting to the elevated platform where Lynch and his 5 companions stand, forming a resplendent staircase of shimmering colors. All eyes instinctively gravitate towards the pinnacle of this luminous ascent. There, an elderly figure emerges slowly from the opulent palace, stepping into the gaze of the world. In that fleeting moment, it felt as though time itself had paused, enveloping everything in silence. Yet, in the next instant, an overwhelming roar of applause erupted. Your Holiness, after all these years, the Pope remains as I remember him, while we mere mortals are about to bow beneath the weight of time. Wouldn't you agree, Russell, Clavel? Emperor Adam 16 of the Radiant Empire, listening to the thunderous cheers in his ears, gazes upon the elder emerging from the papal palace, his hand brushing against his now grizzled beard, his tone tinged with nostalgia. Beside him, Emperor Astrios 6 of the Twilight Empire and Celine 2 sit flanking him, both observing the grandeur of the occasion. Upon hearing Adam XVI's musings, Astrios 6 nods calmly, betraying no hint of his inner thoughts. In contrast, Celine 2 chuckles and shakes his head, adding, the Holy Father is not someone we ordinary folk can compare ourselves to, even hundreds of years hence. Our descendants will likely react with sentiments akin to yours, Lord Maxwell, upon encountering His Holiness. As he speaks, he glances over Astrios 6 at Adam 16, and upon noticing the lack of response to his inquiry, he returns his gaze, reclining against the lavish chair, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Adam 16, amused by Celine 2's remarks, chuckles. Indeed, he then turns his attention to the taciturn Astrios 6, casually inquiring, by the way, Clavel, your third son, is also one of the candidates, isn't he? To be personally chosen by the Holy Father suggests he is the most exceptional among your progeny, is he not? My son hardly deserves such praise from you. Lord Maxwell, he still has a long way to go. Astrios 6 replies slowly, unable to remain silent any longer though. So, Clavel, you possess even more remarkable offspring? Well, that makes sense. It is not surprising that the Twilight Empire is rife with talent. Adam 16 smiles. I wonder which young prodigy from the Astrios family will succeed you, Clavel. Hee, everything will reveal itself in due time. I trust that your successor, Lord Maxwell, will witness the outcome. Perhaps I could assist in teaching Clavel's successor the ways of rulership. You may owe me your gratitude for that. Celine, too, listens intently to their amiable exchange, the curve of his lips growing ever more pronounced. I could see this moment. The Pope descends the resplendent rainbow staircase, which extends from the lofty papal palace. His steps are slow yet resolute, the flowing, golden-hued vestments trailing behind him on the long staircase, while the papal tiara atop his head sparkles radiantly under the world's illumination. The scepter in his hand, symbolizing the Pope's supreme authority, taps lightly on the staircase with each stride, producing a sound that, though ostensibly subtle, resonates deeply, captivating countless gazes. Lynch and the other candidates watch the solitary elder as he approaches, their expressions varying from calm indifference to excitement, or even trepidation and fear. Yet, Lynch pays little mind to the reactions of others. His focus remains fixed on the approaching Pope, stripped of all adornments and attire. This seemingly ordinary elder exudes an immense pressure that weighs heavily upon him. It is not the Pope himself who instills this anxiety, but rather the burden he places upon himself. Instinctively, he yearns to glance at the viewing platform below, where Zivia and Annie are seated, to ensure their safety. However, at the very moment he is about to divert his gaze, Lynch forcibly restrains himself. Before this legendary figure, any motion he makes would surely escape the Pope's notice, compelling him to suppress any display of abnormality. Time passes in a haze for Lynch, until at last, the Pope stands before the six of them. This supreme being in the mortal realm gazes upon them, a gentle smile gracing his features. The warmth of his smile seems almost magical, enveloping all present in the comforting glow of divine light. Saint, Your Holiness, the third Prince Ferris, being the most familiar with the Pope, bows first, setting an example for the others, who remain in a daze, unsure of how to respond. Saint, Your Holiness, good children, may the light of the goddess shine upon you forever. As the crowd bows in unison. A softer smile graces the Pope's weathered face. With a gentle tap of his scepter, a faint holy light envelopes Lynch and his companions. In an instant, all present feel as though they are reclining in a warm spring, their bodies relaxed. This is a baptism from the holy light, purging impurities and injuries within them while enhancing their vitality, a blessing sought by many but rarely bestowed. Remarkably, even Vini, who previously bore the rough skin of an ordinary commoner, appears more radiant and youthful, akin to a newborn, while the others also exhibit signs of invigorated vitality, a clear manifestation of their enhanced life force. All candidates marvel at this phenomenon, yet Lynch feels a prickling sensation at the back of his neck. He is acutely aware of the changes within himself. The warm, holy light flows through his body, bringing comfort with each passage, undeniably beneficial. However, for Lynch, basking in this divine radiance feels akin to undergoing a thorough scan by the Pope's power. Should the Pope uncover anything amiss during this baptism, the comfort he currently experiences may soon be eclipsed by discomfort. As Lynch's mind races in anxiety, the Pope suddenly directs his gaze toward him. That single glance sends a shiver down Lynch's spine, filling him with dread, and no matter how much he strives to remain composed, he cannot shake the chill that runs through him. No need to be nervous. Child, you hail from the kingdom of Mu, correct? Excellent. I hope you are chosen by the sacred sword. The Pope's kind voice draws the attention of all candidates toward Lynch, their expressions a mix of surprise and intrigue. Not expecting the Pope to single him out for praise and express such expectations, the reactions vary widely, with the most pronounced being the adventurer Nereus, who, once dismissive of Lynch, now regards him with a defiant demeanor following the Pope's simple encouragement. As for Lynch, he has no capacity to concern himself with the reactions of others. He is bewildered as to why this benevolent Pope would offer him such words of encouragement. Has he discovered something? Or does he merely think highly of him? Thoughts whirl in Lynch's mind, yet outwardly he respectfully replies, "Thank you for your recognition, Your Holiness." Regardless, Lynch knows he must not falter before the possibility of exposure. Fortunately, it appears that the Pope is simply impressed by Lynch, harboring distinct expectations for him, without any indication of suspicion. After Lynch's respectful response, the Pope nods and shifts his focus elsewhere. Perhaps the Pope has indeed noticed something, but it is unlikely that he has discerned the anomalies in Lynch's body or the presence of Zivia and Annie, the two witches seated below. If that were the case, they would have already been apprehended, and the Pope would not have uttered such words. This is the Pope, the supreme authority among mortals. Why would he need to engage in pretense with someone as insignificant as Lynch? Indeed, the facts hold true. During the baptism of the 6 individuals, the Pope discovered that Lynch possessed an exceptionally high affinity for the holy light, rivaling that of many cardinals from the Holy See, standing as the highest among the 6 candidates present. This indicates that Lynch is undoubtedly a prodigious cleric in preparation. Should he be chosen by the Holy Sword to become a hero, he would be able to wield its power with even greater efficacy. Thus, the Pope spoke in acknowledgement of Lynch. What a promising talent! If he fails to be selected by the Holy Sword, we should endeavor to invite him to join the church. On the observation platform below. The Knight Maud, who accompanied Lynch, stood guard over the young lady Zivia, brought along by Lynch, and her maid, and, though he was uncertain as to why his lord chose to bring the maid to such a sacred occasion, he dutifully fulfilled his responsibilities. Upon witnessing Lynch being baptized by the Pope with the holy light, Maud's serious countenance could not help but reveal a mix of envy and joy. However, Zivia and Anne, under his protection, felt a heaviness in their hearts, and grasped Zivia's arm tightly, unable to suppress her concerns, while a hint of gravity surfaced on Zivia's typically serene and beautiful face. Fortunately, events did not unfold in the worst possible manner, allowing and to breathe a sigh of relief. Before long, the baptism of the holy light came to a complete conclusion. The 6 individuals, with the exception of Lynch, all experienced substantial benefits, their bodies brimming with vitality. The most transformed among them was Vini, who underwent a metamorphosis from an ugly duckling to a graceful swan. Once an ordinary person, she emerged from the baptism seemingly reborn, although she still exhibited a degree of timidity. On the surface, she appeared to be a qualified candidate for heroism, standing shoulder to shoulder with the other 5 candidates. Setting aside her simple attire, one could almost mistake her for a princess of the kingdom. In contrast, Lynch, who had been praised by the Pope, underwent minimal change. He merely sensed a slight increase in his vitality, but beyond that, he remained largely the same. For Lynch, however, this was the most favorable outcome. Surviving was already a significant achievement. Now, children, the Pope began, under the guidance of the Holy Goddess of Light, I have gathered you here. His voice was soft yet soothing, resonating clearly with the 6 candidates standing upon the elevated platform, as well as the multitude of witnesses below, and indeed, throughout the entire holy city of Eugraces. The demon race from the abyss is stirring once again after centuries, and the seal forged at the cost of the last noble hero's life is on the verge of shattering. Therefore, to prevent a repeat of the past tragedy, the goddess has guided me to commence the selection ceremony for heroes in advance. As he spoke, the Pope lightly tapped the surface of the platform with his staff. Suddenly, a sword materialized out of thin air, floating above the previously empty stage. That moment, the world seemed to dim slightly as boundless light converged upon the sword, the holy sword of divine selection. Wow! Everyone could see the radiant light emanating from this legendary sword, elevating the atmosphere of the holy city to a new pinnacle. Even the 3 emperors below gazed upon it intently. The wielder of the sword would gain divine-like power. Who could resist such a lure? Among the candidates on the platform, all eyes were captivated by the sudden appearance of the holy sword, including Lynch, who harbored conflicting thoughts. Antal, standing beside Lynch, stared fixedly at the legendary sword within arm's reach, his heart racing. Despite his earlier disinterest in the holy sword and the notion of becoming a hero, in this moment, he found himself wavering. It was a near tangible shortcut to success, a grand avenue leading directly to triumph. This sentiment was mirrored in the minds of the 3rd Prince Ferris, the adventurer Nerez, and even in Lynch and the scholar Raven. Only the timid Vini, who had never believed she could become a hero, remained unenchanted by the holy sword, perceiving it as sacred and beautiful, yet feeling undeserving of such a legendary weapon. Consequently, she pondered her future path after the ceremony, her thoughts diverging from those of the others, casting a shadow of melancholy over her demeanor. The world of tomorrow requires heroes to guide our way forward, and in the divine revelation bestowed upon me by the goddess, it was foretold that a hero would emerge among you 6 candidates. Children, I do not know who among you will be the chosen one, yet the holy sword possesses a spirit of its own and will select its rightful master. I eagerly anticipate the moment the true hero is born among you. Indeed, you are all promising talents of this era. Even if you're not chosen to become heroes, there will still be a place for you in the future world. Therefore, do not lose heart. And may the holy goddess bestow her blessings upon you. As he spoke, he once again tapped the platform with his staff, awakening the holy sword that lay asleep. The sword, which had already cast a shadow over the world upon its appearance, radiated an even brighter yet gentle light, inciting fervor among the populace. Choose me, legendary holy sword. I shall be your greatest master. Unable to restrain himself any longer, Neres stepped forward, rushing ahead of everyone to grasp the hilt of the holy sword. His amber-like eyes brimmed with fervor, and his lips could not suppress a triumphant smile. Seeing this, Antal instinctively took a half-step forward, but halted once more. That Neres' impulsive action stirred within him a competitive spirit. However, he quickly realized that the position of hero could not be claimed through mere competition. As the Pope had said, the holy sword possessed a spirit. It would choose its rightful master, and only the chosen one could truly be called a hero. Regardless of who first grasped the sword, he glanced around at the other candidates, who remained indifferent even as Neres rushed ahead, and shook his head with a wry smile, retreating his foot in the brief moments that followed. Antal's yearning for the holy sword and heroism dwindled significantly. Indeed, perhaps it is better to remain a decadent noble living off the fruits of others' labor. He sighed inwardly. The Pope did not intervene as Neres approached. He stood quietly, a gentle smile gracing his face, observing the candidates and committing their reactions to memory. Even as the Pope of the Holy See, he could not interfere in the selection ceremony for heroes. Like the vast majority, he was merely a witness. Over the centuries, he had witnessed such scenes thrice before, bearing witness to the birth of 3 heroes. Today marked the 4th. However, this time differed from the previous 3. For this election ceremony for heroes was initiated by his own hand, rather than the holy sword awakening of its own accord to choose its master. Like the Pope, the candidates, including Lynch, merely observed Neres' hasty advance toward the sword. The choice of hero is predestined, unchangeable by human will. That if Neres were truly to earn the sword's recognition, it would signify his authenticity as a hero. Yet it was evident that he was not. As Neres lunged forward to seize the hilt of the sword, the holy sword, which had been floating motionless in the air, suddenly evaded his reaching hand with a speed that rendered all present, save the Pope, unable to react. This left Neres grasping at empty air, standing stunned in place. After a brief moment of bewilderment, he looked down at his hand, then up at the still floating sword, disbelief etched across his face. "Why did you evade me?" Noticing this, the 3rd Prince Ferris shook his head. It seems he is not the one. Not only the prince, but even the audience below recognized this moment. What a surprise! I thought this fellow rushed forward because he was the true hero summoned by the sword. Yet turns out he is not. Thank goodness he is not. From the beginning, I felt he was unlikely to be the true hero. Hey, Akram, it seems this little fellow from your kingdom has failed. Humph. No need for your reminder, Domeric. Even if none from my kingdom are chosen, it is still better than having none at all. The sounds resonating below roused Neres from his stupor. His amber-hued eyes, bloodshot and reddened, were marred by an expression of utter disbelief. "How could you possibly reject me? I am your true master," he bellowed, once more extending his hand with utmost swiftness to grasp the holy sword suspended in the air. A gold-tier adventurer was already a formidable existence, and to ascend further would earn one the title of hero. The mere fact that Neres, at the tender age of 21, possessed such prowess attested to his remarkable talent. Yet even so, attempting to seize the legendary holy sword by sheer force was akin to chasing phantoms. Regardless of how diligently he reached for the sword, it always eluded his grasp just as he reacted. No one intervened to halt Neres. They allowed him to frantically battle with the sword. Meanwhile, the spectators, previously oblivious to the specifics of the situation, began to comprehend, leading to an uptick in their discussions about Neres, most of which were rather unflattering, criticizing his actions as unbecoming of a hero candidate. Eventually, whether it was due to Neres accepting reality or being compelled to relinquish his pursuit, his frenzied movements came to a halt. The once proud youth knelt despondently upon the platform, as if he had lost his entire world. "It's all right, child. Even if you cannot become a hero, you can still be whomever you desire to be." The gentle voice of the Pope resonated, enveloping him in a warm, holy light that dispelled the shadows within his heart. Neres, with his head bowed, lifted his gaze towards the Pope, his amber eyes filled with the silhouette of the elder. "Stand up," the benevolent Pope commanded. "Thank you, Your Holiness," Neres murmured, bathed in the sacred light, his previously dim eyes rekindling with brightness. He rose from the platform, no longer fixating on the holy sword, his gaze solely upon the Pope. The Pope smiled at him, nodding gently, before turning his attention back to the other candidates. "Very well, let us continue." The holy sword remained suspended in mid-air, awaiting a touch, among the remaining 5 candidates, apart from the icy-cold Raven. The other 4 exchanged glances, and Antal stepped forward first. "Allow me to go first. This way, I can come to terms with it sooner." He offered an apologetic nod to the others before advancing. As anticipated, the moment he reached out, the holy sword subtly shifted its position, maintaining its distance from his hand. The clarity of this scene prompted Antal to shake his head in wry amusement. "As expected, it will not be me." You're already quite exceptional, child." "Thank you, Your Holiness, but there's no need to console me. I am well aware of my own capabilities." Antal bowed deeply to the Pope before retreating to his position. Next, the 3rd prince, Ferris, approached. Instead of stretching out his hand for the holy sword, he first bowed deeply to the Pope. "Your Holiness, I implore you to answer me. Is my royal sister well?" "Child, I acknowledge your feelings for your sister. However, it is with great regret that I inform you she has received her due judgment. This is the will of the goddess, one that cannot be altered," the Pope replied with a sigh. After his response, the 3rd prince remained bowed for an extended period. Meanwhile, Lynch, who had been eavesdropping and had hoped for a glimmer of hope, sighed silently. The witch had ultimately perished when the 3rd prince finally lifted his head. His handsome visage bore no trace of emotion. "Thank you for answering my question, Your Holiness." With that, he reached out towards the holy sword, which similarly withdrew. The 3rd prince displayed neither sorrow nor joy as he turned to return to his place. Below, the Emperor of the Evening Star Empire, Astrios VI, also sighed. Following him, the perpetually stoic scholar Raven stepped forward, interrupting Lynch's intent to advance. Under the scrutiny of the crowd, she swiftly reached out to touch the holy sword, only to retreat briskly after it moved away. The entire exchange unfolded without a hint of fluctuation, as though it were merely a formality. Such decisiveness, in this context, rendered Raven's actions rather peculiar, prompting Antal beside Lynch to express his astonishment. "It is your turn now, Brother Lynch. It appears the true hero is you. I recall you saying it could never be you just yesterday. Truly, the more attractive individuals are the ones you cannot trust, even if you are a man. But there is still Vini. It's not just me left." Lynch cast a helpless glance at him, urging him to refrain from his reckless remarks. However, not only Antal, but many in attendance, including Vini herself, believed Lynch to be the true hero. After all, Vini's performance hardly aligned with that of a hero, and Lynch had been praised by the Pope, making his potential ascendance to herohood seem all but certain. "Mr. Lynch, you will undoubtedly become a great hero celebrated by all." Vini smiled at him, genuinely delighted for Lynch. Lynch shook his head. "Compared to me, I believe you, Vini, are the one destined to be the hero." I cannot, Mr. Lynch. Vini hurriedly waved her hands, wanting to articulate something, but upon seeing Lynch smile, she fell silent at "I truly." "Is it possible?" The girl gazed, entranced, at Lynch's retreating figure. She did not know. The eldest son of the eunuch family, Baron Bueno, had stretched his reach a bit too far. "Your Majesty, do you require my assistance?" "No need. A young man who has garnered the Pope's praise will not be swayed by such trifles." Whether he becomes a hero or not remains unchanged. An elderly man, gray-haired yet still standing tall, observed Lynch on the high platform. Speaking calmly, a dignified middle-aged man stood beside the elder, nodding in agreement. If Lynch had noticed their presence, he would recognize the middle-aged man as Duke Penthos, whom he had encountered previously at a banquet alongside his father, the sole Grand Duke of the M Kingdom. The elder he served, without a doubt, was the current King Reinhardt IX of the M Kingdom. They had arrived at the venue from the very beginning to witness this hero selection, a candidate hailing from the M Kingdom. Lynch was naturally the focus of their attention. Alno, what do you think of him? After a prolonged silence, just as Lynch was about to approach and verify whether he was indeed the true hero, King Reinhardt IX suddenly spoke. Alno, Duke Penthos, understood precisely what King Reinhardt IX was inquiring about. Without hesitation, he responded, "If he is a hero, then there is no doubt. If not, though further evaluation is necessary, he remains an excellent candidate." Duke Penthos then glanced at Lynch on the high platform. "Your Majesty, there is no need to rush. I am well aware of my own health. Alno, the responsibility will fall to you afterward." Understood. Upon receiving the reply from the man beside him, King Reinhardt X's face broke into a slight smile. He again turned his gaze towards Lynch on the high platform, his weathered eyes filled with profound meaning. Lynch had now approached the holy sword hovering in mid-air. The amiable yet authoritative Pope stood less than 3 meters away, smiling at him. What appeared to be a friendly smile felt somewhat unsettling to Lynch. To avoid prolonging the moment, Lynch offered a slight bow to the Pope and did not linger. Directly reaching out to grasp the holy sword suspended in the air, the gazes of countless individuals shifted in tandem with his hand, for whether Lynch could seize the sword and become the hero would unveil the final answer. As Lynch drew ever closer to the sword, it still remained unresponsive, and the clamor from the observation platform and the entirety of the holy city began to fade. Closer, ever closer. Many individuals involuntarily widened their eyes. Their fists clenched tightly, and they held their breath in anticipation. Time seemed to slow down in that very moment. Even Lynch himself could not help but feel his heart race, his gaze slightly agape. At last, his fingers brushed against the hilt of the legendary sword, and he grasped it with remarkable ease. Wow! At this instant, the tension among the spectators erupted, and a deafening cheer reverberated throughout the world. Has he succeeded? Indeed, this handsome youth. Where did he come from? The hero. Even the distinguished figures in the viewing platform turned their attention towards Lynch, etching this once overlooked youth into their memories. The 2 young women, Maud and Zavia, who were also present on the platform, fell into a state of stupor. Upon regaining her senses, Annie was overwhelmed with excitement. "Oh my goddess! Is my master truly the hero?" Maud, with a serious demeanor, shared in the exhilaration, while Zavia, despite her joy, exhibited a flicker of concern in her violet eyes. Since ancient times, the forces closest to the hero have invariably been the Holy Church. Lynch's ascension as the hero may not be entirely good news for him or for them. However, a sudden shift soon followed. After Lynch acquired the holy sword, an anomaly was detected. Something was amiss. According to legend, when a hero is chosen, the goddess bestows her gaze upon them, offering blessings and proclaiming their birth to the world. Every hero of the past had been met with such divine acknowledgement. Why had there been no reaction this time, despite the passage of time? Indeed, it was not just them. The other candidates on the high platform also recognized this issue. They had been observing Lynch closely, and when he successfully claimed the holy sword, they had assumed he was the true hero. Ontal and Vini had even congratulated him. Yet the current anomaly brought them back to a sobering reality. What is happening? Ontal frowned in confusion, while Vini appeared slightly worried, fearing an unexpected turn of events. The other candidates also directed their gazes towards Lynch at the center. Holding the holy sword, Lynch swung it a few times in the air. The legendary sword did not reject him. He could hold it effortlessly and wield it with ease, showing no signs of resistance. Yet simultaneously, the holy sword emitted no response whatsoever. Its radiance remained subdued. It was as if he were merely holding an ordinary long sword, albeit a more exquisite one that, When he experimentally released his grip, the holy sword reignited with brilliance and floated into the air. "Your Holiness, what could this mean?" Neres, equally perplexed, inquired of the Pope standing nearby. This drew the attention of the crowd. If anyone understood the current situation, it would undoubtedly be the Pope before them. He shook his head slightly, expressing regret as he spoke. "I am sorry, my child. The Holy Sword does not reject you, but it has not accepted you either. You are not the true hero." With that, he glanced toward Vini, who stood bewildered in the corner, the implication of his gaze unmistakable. "What?" The crowd erupted once more in astonishment. "I asked this for real. This young man is not the hero." This meant that the true hero was that peasant girl from the village. "I cannot accept this." Many were unable to reconcile with such a notion. That it felt akin to having one's trousers pulled down only to be shown something unexpected. Vini, too, was rendered speechless. Even if she were simple-minded, she should now comprehend the gravity of the situation. Besides, she was not foolish. Her humble origins merely rendered her character innocent, appearing somewhat dull and timid, as the Pope and the crowd turned their gaze upon her. Vini was utterly a loss. That it seemed that indeed, "You are the true hero, Vini." Lynch also looked at her, witnessing her dazed expression and smiling faintly. Although he was not the hero, this revelation brought him a sense of relief. He had never wished to assume the role of the hero. Such a title would not only provide him little benefit, but could potentially bring him harm. This outcome was, in truth, the most favorable. Vini snapped back to reality, glancing between the Pope and the Holy Sword. Then at Lynch, who was watching her intently, repeatedly shaking her head. "I cannot. I'm just an ordinary village girl. How will you know if you do not try?" Observing her timid refusal, Lynch decisively seized the Holy Sword again, presenting it before her and placing it into her hands amidst the watchful eyes of the crowd. The once dim Holy Sword blazed with resplendence upon her grasp. The world suddenly dimmed, as if it were experiencing a solar eclipse. In the next moment, a radiant beam descended from the heavens, illuminating both the upright Holy Sword and Vini, who held it. At that instant, she became the singular protagonist of the world. The celestial light connecting heaven and earth was visible to all beings in the holy city and even in distant lands. This was a genuine miracle, echoing the ancient records, announcing the birth of the hero to the world. The once boisterous holy city fell into a profound silence, as the majority of the crowd gazed spellbound at the silhouette of the young girl standing within that solitary beam of light. Finally, as the radiant beam dissipated, the world returned to brightness. The silent holy city began to murmur once more. "That village girl. She truly is, though reluctant to admit it. It certainly appeared so. What right does she have?" Many nobles of far higher status than mere peasants struggled to accept this reality. Had any of the other 5 candidates, aside from Vini, been chosen as the hero, they likely would not have reacted with such disbelief. The third prince, Ferris, had a status far superior to theirs, and Antal and Lynch were also nobles, part of their own kind. Even Neres and Raven, one a gold-tier adventurer and the other a scholar of the Holy Academy, held positions comparable to common nobility. Only Vini, in terms of attire, behavior, and habits, perfectly embodied the contemptible identity of a peasant. Though her appearance might be deemed fairly decent, it could not obscure the fact of her muddy roots and village girl status. The result now indicated that in the not-so-distant future, they would be subservient to a village girl whom they had previously looked down upon. Who could accept such a fate? Yet, not everyone shared this sentiment. At least the fervent followers of the Holy Church residing in the Holy City erupted in jubilant cheers, celebrating the hero's birth. Who the hero was mattered little to them. What was significant was that the hero's emergence allowed them to witness the goddess in action. That brief, singular beam of light illuminating the world was precisely what they had longed to behold. The manifestation of the goddess. Not only these zealous followers, but also those who had come merely to observe were moved by the sacred, miraculous scene that had just unfolded. Those who had initially expressed surprise or disdain at the notion of the hero being an ordinary peasant girl were now fully persuaded, their thoughts shifting towards embracing the faith of the Holy Church and the goddess. "Congratulations, child. You are the true hero." The Pope approached Winnie, gazing at her with gentle eyes. "Your Holiness," Winnie responded, still somewhat bewildered. Clutching the holy sword in her hands, she felt a clear joy emanating from it, akin to that of a jubilant child. Simultaneously, she sensed an overwhelming surge of strength within herself, as though she possessed boundless energy. Her perception sharpened to a remarkable degree. Even distant sights became crystal clear, and she could faintly discern the emotions of others. For instance, she felt the intense resentment and disdain radiating from Nerez, as well as a profound, incomprehensible fear emanating from Raven. The emotions of the others, Antal and the third prince, were rather faint and indistinct in her perception. Before her, the Pope was a complete enigma. Lastly, she turned her gaze to Lynch, who had silently stepped aside upon the Pope's arrival. His demeanor exuded warmth and joy, just as she had felt earlier. Noticing her gaze, Lynch offered a faint smile and nodded. Mr. Lynch. Suddenly, Winnie felt a pang of emotion in her nose, her vision blurring slightly. Yet, she managed to regain her composure. She looked at the Pope, who regarded her with the kindness of a benevolent grandfather, and smiled faintly in return. The Pope, seeing this, nodded back with a smile, guiding her to the edge of the dais. Facing the throng of people below, before the sacred and magnificent goddess, and all beings of the world as witnesses, the champion of this era was thus born. Under his guidance, Winnie raised the holy sword high, its tip pointing towards the heavens, radiating boundless brilliance that illuminated all. Winnie gazed at the surging crowd below, then closed her eyes to quietly listen to the myriad sounds of the world. The once indistinct noises now became clear. Cheers, praises, and joy, along with denials, disdain, and curses, a cacophony of sentiments. She took a deep breath and reopened her eyes, softly murmuring to herself, "For my sake, I shall do my utmost to fulfill my mission." The Pope, who had been watching her intently, nodded in satisfaction, lightly tapping his staff. Divine light descended, allowing the crowd below to hear her words. Regardless of their reactions, Winnie lowered the raised holy sword. The Pope regarded the petite girl before him with gentle eyes. Although the champion was not the one he favored, Lynch, but rather Winnie, a seemingly transparent commoner girl, he remained thoroughly satisfied. Indeed, perhaps even more so, as she withdrew the holy sword, he continued addressing the crowd, regardless of acceptance. The chosen champion, selected by the will of the goddess, will ultimately guide the future of the world in the impending confrontation with the resurgent abyssal demon clan. Only the champion can secure victory for the world. And of course, our assistance is indispensable, for the champion is never alone at that moment. A radiant staircase of rainbow light extended from another side of the Pope's court to the dais where the people stood. Everyone understood the implication. Indeed, where there is a champion, there must surely be a saint. This was the very essence of the stories of champions I have heard since childhood. A saint. One could only wonder what this generation's saint would be like. The saint, a figure that has never been absent from the tales of champions throughout the ages. She is the most trustworthy companion of the champion and their best ally in battle. The previous generations of champions had all been male, and the saints had become their wives. However, this generation... Do you think others are as sordid as you? As the audience below buzzed with speculation. The highly anticipated saint emerged from the end of the rainbow staircase. She was an extraordinarily beautiful maiden. Most striking was her long hair, glimmering like gold in the sunlight, cascading down her back like a golden waterfall. Clad in a pure white gown that enveloped her form, the long hem trailed on the ground as she walked, occasionally revealing her bare, alabaster toes as they emerged from beneath the fabric. Treading upon the rainbow staircase, her angelic visage and calm golden eyes captivated onlookers, evoking both admiration and an instinctive sense of inferiority, rendering them incapable of harboring any impure thoughts. This was the saint. Countless individuals gasped in awe, marveling at the breathtaking beauty of the saint of the Church of Light. Yet at the moment she appeared, the Emperor of the Twilight Star Empire, Astrios VI, who had been seated regally, suddenly stood up, inadvertently destroying the delicate armrests of his throne in his disbelief, his face betraying incredulity. The royal knights behind him, along with all the accompanying witnesses of the Twilight Star Empire, shared in this astonishment. Even the Emperor of the Night Moon Empire, Selene II, could not suppress his surprise on the dais. The previously impassive third prince, Ferrus stared blankly at the saint as she appeared. Soon after, he began to tremble, his eyes fixated on the sanctified figure gracefully descending the rainbow staircase, unable to restrain his thoughts, uttering each word with growing fervor. Midas. Is it my imagination? I can't shake the feeling that the saint bears a resemblance to the princess of the Twilight Star Empire. Yet upon closer inspection, the princess of the Twilight Star Empire had brown hair, whereas the saint's hair is golden. Moreover, wasn't it rumored that the princess of the Twilight Star Empire had fallen and been taken away by the church? It seems impossible for her to become a saint. It does seem so, someone murmured softly. Not only them, but everyone who had encountered the princess of the Twilight Star Empire felt the same. The saint emerging from the Church of Light strikingly resembled the princess of the Twilight Star Empire, or rather, aside from the most evident difference in hair color, the saint was an exact replica of the princess. The beauty of the princess of the Twilight Star Empire was widely acknowledged, her visage unforgettable after a single glance, haunting the dreams of countless men. Even those who had only seen the Twilight Princess once shared this sentiment. How much more so for Astrios VI, the emperor, and those around him who knew her well. Princess Midas. The former princess's royal knight, Melanie de Saviedra, exclaimed in shock. Her radiant and spirited face reflected both astonishment and ecstasy, momentarily forgetting the decorum of the occasion. Yet, no one would rebuke her, for Astrios VI, the emperor of the Twilight Star Empire, was equally unable to contain his emotions. He stared intently at the saint walking upon the resplendent staircase. The fragments of the armrest he had crushed now crumbling further under his grip. That it cannot be mistaken. That is the former princess of the Twilight Star Empire, his youngest daughter, Midas de Twilight Astrios. Astrios VI was unwavering in his conviction, for after becoming a witch, Midas's hair color had transformed from brown to gold, now identical to her appearance. But why? Following a brief moment of shock and elation, Astrios VI was filled with doubt. His daughter had been discovered as a witch by the church not long ago during his birthday banquet and had been brazenly taken away. Months had passed, and whether he wished to accept it or not, Astrios VI had come to terms with the likely fate of his daughter being judged. Furthermore, the answer he received from Prince Ferrus when he inquired with the Pope had reaffirmed this. Yet now, the once confirmed deceased Midas appeared before him, claiming the identity of the saint of the Church of Light. How could he possibly accept this? Meanwhile, the astonished Selene too glanced at the rising Astrios VI. A slight smile gracing his lips. Truly, what a splendid performance. On the dais, the previously composed and dignified Prince Ferrus had long lost his composure. He called out to the saint, who was descending towards him, his voice trembling. Midas, so you are still alive. How wonderful, me. However, with each step the saint took closer, his voice grew fainter. Until the loss of his voice, Ferrus stood frozen in place once more. The saintess completely disregarded the approach of Ferrus, ignoring his calls, and glided past him directly to the side of the Pope and Vini. Under the gaze of the onlookers, she first knelt before the Pope, who was watching her, and then turned her attention to Vini, her radiant face lighting up with a captivating smile. The goddess has guided us to this encounter. It is a pleasure to meet you, my destined companion. Vini stood momentarily dazed, glancing back at the third Prince Ferrus, then casting a furtive glance at Lynch beside her, before finally addressing the saintess. I am also very pleased to meet you, Your Highness. There is no need to call me Your Highness. My name is Schaffer. Simply refer to me by my name. If it is permissible, may I address you by your name as well? Of course, Schaffer. Schaffer, as Vini beheld Schaffer's benevolent and pure visage adorned with a smile. She instinctively tightened her grip on the holy sword, her tone noticeably tense, her head slightly bowed in a moment of self-consciousness. However, Schaffer was most enthusiastic. Upon hearing Vini's consent, she stepped forward and embraced Vini's arm, calling out her name amidst Vini's embarrassment and fluster. Wonderful, Vini! The Pope, standing beside the two women, observed this scene with great satisfaction, stroking his white beard, exuding warmth. Yet this harmonious tableau appeared utterly incongruous to Ferrus. He could not fathom why his imperial sister would disregard him, nor could he comprehend how a princess of the Twilight Star Empire had become the saintess of the Radiant Church, let alone why the Radiant Church, which regarded witches as taboos, would elevate his sister, now a witch, to the status of a saintess. As for the matter of why the Pope had previously informed him that his sister had been judged yet still appeared here, he could no longer concern himself with such thoughts. "Midas, do you not recognize me?" Ferrus called out to the saintess once more, refusing to lose hope. This time, he received a response. The saintess turned her head toward him only after noticing that Vini had heard Ferrus's inquiry and was looking at her. Upon facing the third prince, her smile faded somewhat, yet she responded with elegance and politeness. "I apologize, Your Highness the third prince. I am not the Midas you speak of. My name is Schaffer. Please accord me the respect I deserve, and refrain from calling me by another's name." The courteous yet utterly unfamiliar tone shattered what little hope remained within Ferrus. His eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Schaffer's holy, beautiful visage, his voice caught in his throat. This was no jest following a reunion, but rather an unmistakable coldness and rejection. But she is undeniably his sister. He would not mistake her for anyone else. His eyes reddened as he cast a glance at the Pope, who stood beside the saintess, resembling a benevolent elder. The gaze of Astrios VI, Emperor of the Twilight Star Empire, seated on the observation platform, was icy, sending chills through anyone who dared to meet it. It was evident that the Emperor was seething with rage, and the same could be said for those behind him from the Twilight Star Empire. "Your Majesty," Melanie could no longer contain herself, but upon being met with Astrios' sudden, piercing glare, she fell silent once more, her beautiful eyes filled with resentment. "Claviel, you appear quite agitated. Should you not celebrate the appearance of the saintess?" At that moment, Adam XVI, Emperor of the Radiant Empire, seated comfortably upon his throne, spoke with a smile, seemingly oblivious to Astrios VI's current emotional state. "You, Riddell," just as the nearby royal knight began to speak. Astrios VI abruptly turned to interrupt him, his expression returning to calm. After silencing the legendary knight Riddell, Astrios resumed his seat, looking toward Adam XVI and stating mildly, "Indeed, it is a great comfort to witness a saintess. A rare occurrence in a century, Your Excellency Maxwell." "Huh, that is good to hear. I thought you might be displeased with the Pope and the goddess's selection of the saintess from your earlier demeanor. But it seems I was mistaken. The Twilight Star Empire has always adhered to the will of the great Pope, and that will never change. I too shall remain steadfast." "Ha ha. Indeed, indeed." Adam XVI laughed heartily, while Astrios VI maintained a calm demeanor. Throughout, Celine too, who had not spoken a word, wore a faint smile that never waned. I could see this moment. The three emperors, nearly the highest authorities in the world, formed a harmonious tableau. Ferrus etched the image of the Pope deeply into his now crimson eyes, but he lowered his head once more, fearing he might not restrain his impulses and could not bear to meet the Pope's dignified and amiable gaze. "Your Holiness, may I inquire as to why this is happening?" The tone of the third prince was calm, yet it resonated like the eerie stillness before a storm among the onlookers. The Pope regarded him, his expression unchanged. "Oh, you harbor doubts, child? Miss Saintess, my imperial sister, the princess of the Twilight Star Empire. Why has she become as she is now? Your Holiness, I beseech you to enlighten me. As you can see, child, she is no longer your imperial sister. She is the saintess of the sacred Radiant Church, a champion chosen by the will of the goddess." The Pope approached him, slightly looking down at the third Prince Ferrus, who had yet to raise his head. As she herself has stated, her name is not Midas. She is Schaffer. Perhaps she once was the princess of the Twilight Star Empire, your sister, but at this moment, she is simply Schaffer. All that was is no longer her concern. The third prince remained silent for a long time. He slowly raised his head, his handsome, expressionless face appearing quite rigid. He did not look at the Pope, but cast a glance at the similarly impassive Astrios VI in the audience below, absorbing the expressions of those from the Twilight Star Empire. Finally, lost in thought, he murmured, "So, it is just Schaffer?" "Yes, merely Schaffer, the saintess of the Radiant Church, the goddess, in her mercy, has granted her, once a witch consumed by sin, a chance for rebirth. From this day forth, she shall walk the world as the representative of the Radiant Church and the goddess, bringing light and blessings to humanity." The Pope smiled softly. "Child, you should feel gratitude." "I will, Your Holiness." Ferris deeply bowed to the Pope. Your Holiness, the champion has been chosen, and this ceremony should soon conclude. That I am feeling unwell. Please allow me to take my leave. That is as it should be. You may go. Thank you, Your Holiness. The third prince bowed his head, obscuring his features from view. After receiving permission, he straightened up and, under the gaze of the crowd, departed without looking back. The Pope was the first to withdraw his gaze from the third prince. Turning once more to the remaining candidates, since the champion has been chosen, today's selection ceremony should thus come to an end. The Pope continued, stroking his white beard with satisfaction. As I initially stated, you are all exceptional children. Though not chosen by the Holy Sword to become the champion, you need not feel sorrow. There remains a stage for each of you in the future world. His gaze swept across the candidates, finally resting on Lynch at the edge. Especially you, child, you possess an exceedingly rare affinity for the holy light. This may also explain why the Holy Sword did not resist you previously. Given such a talent, it would indeed be a pity if you did not become a priest serving the goddess. Just as Lynch withdrew his gaze from the third prince, he heard the Pope address him with these words. For a moment, his pitch-black eyes widened slightly, an ominous premonition creeping as expected. The foreboding proved accurate. The old Pope regarded him earnestly, extending an invitation. Child, I hope you will join the sacred Radiant Church and become a servant of the goddess. Only then will your talent not go to waste, and you will receive the finest training. The words of the Pope caused a stir among the gathered spectators below, particularly among the members of the clergy. It was their first glimpse of His Holiness extending an invitation to a non-clerical individual to join the illuminated church. This was a privilege unprecedented in history, truly one of a kind. Some fervent clerics were nearly popping their eyes out with disbelief, wishing desperately that they themselves stood upon the stage before the Pope. Yet for Lynch, upon receiving the Pope's personal invitation, it felt like a thunderclap from a clear sky. Him join the illuminated church. What a hellish jest! It would not be an exaggeration to say that his relationship with the illuminated church was akin to that of a mouse, one that would be swiftly dealt with at the slightest provocation. To join the illuminated church, was he seeking death? Without a second thought, Lynch instinctively wanted to refuse, but as the words formed at the tip of his tongue, he forced himself to suppress them. The uproar and shouts emanating from the crowd served as a stark reminder of the extraordinary situation he found himself in. The Pope himself had extended an invitation, a precedent that had never occurred since the foundation of the illuminated church and the ascension of the papacy for countless centuries. For a mere mortal like him to receive such an invitation was an unparalleled honor. Would anyone in their right mind refuse such an offer, or even consider it? Would anyone dare contemplate a refusal? No, they would not, nor would they dare. Thus, if Lynch had the audacity to casually decline the Pope's invitation, perhaps the Pope himself would remain silent. However, the clergy and the zealous devotees of the church would undoubtedly wish to tear him apart. Considering the far-reaching influence of the illuminated church across the globe, the mere thought sent chills down Lynch's spine, and a fine sheen of sweat began to appear on his forehead as he found himself in a predicament with no easy way out. Accepting the Pope's invitation would mean voluntarily stepping into what was essentially a cage for him. The church, where one misstep could cost him his life and jeopardize Zavia and Annie. Conversely, declining the Pope's invitation might not result in immediate repercussions, but it would certainly render him unable to navigate the world freely, making existence exceedingly difficult. Suddenly, a voice emerged from behind the Pope, capturing everyone's attention. Your Holiness, the somewhat nervous Vini, clutching the holy sword, gazed timidly at the Pope, who had turned around. That I believe Mr. Lynch is not quite suited to join the illuminated church. Her words left the crowd momentarily stunned. Oh, why do you say that? The Pope inquired with keen interest. Stroking his beard, a faint blush appeared on Vini's fair, flawless visage, transformed by the baptism of holy light. As she stole a glance at Lynch, gritted her teeth, and closed her eyes, saying, "The holy sword has told me that should I meet with any misfortune leading to my demise, Mr. Lynch is destined to take my place as the new hero. Therefore, he is better suited to assist me and Shaffiel in combating the demonic forces. This is what the holy sword has revealed to you." The Pope's face displayed a rare astonishment as he stared intently at Vini. making her feel even more apprehensive. After glancing at the equally astonished Lynch, Vini nodded emphatically. Yes, Your Holiness, and one anticipated that after receiving such an affirmation, the Pope's hand gripping the scepter would tremble slightly, a hint of color rising to his weathered face. Why, Your Holiness? Vini recoiled slightly. The Pope seemed somewhat unhinged at that moment. Even shedding a tear from his aged face, no one could fathom why a mere statement from Vini could cause the highest figure on earth to display such vulnerability. Of course, the Pope's dignity remained intact, and no one dared to speak out of turn. Fortunately, this sudden display of sentimentality was short-lived, as the Pope quickly regained his usual composure. He turned to Vini once more, a genuine smile appearing on his face, which was evident to all as being heartfelt. I see now. I understand. Since it is the will of the goddess, although it is somewhat regrettable, I believe it is best to refrain from further inviting you. My child, to join you as that it seems fate has destined you for another path that I am truly sorry, my child. No, not all regrettable. Though somewhat bewildered, Lynch was elated that he had managed to navigate this crisis so effortlessly. How could he possibly feel regret? That said, he maintained a composed exterior. Your Holiness, you are too kind. It is an honor to be recognized by you, even if I do not join the sacred church. I can still fulfill my responsibilities. You need not concern yourself. The Pope nodded with a smile and turned back to Vini. Thank you, my child, for conveying the goddess's will to me. No, there is no need. Vini frantically waved her hands. At least for now, she felt unworthy of the Pope's gratitude. Not refuse. The future world will belong to you, my child. He glanced down at the holy city and the throngs of people within. Very well, it is time to conclude matters. With that, he stepped forward to the podium, his scepter raised for all to see. May the brilliance of the goddess forever illuminate the world. A radiant holy light erupted from the Pope's scepter, showering the holy city below. This was a light of blessing. While not as potent as the baptism of holy light, it nonetheless provided numerous benefits to those illuminated, shielding them from ailments. Simultaneously, it signified the conclusion of the hero candidate ceremony. The blessing light spread throughout the entire holy city before finally vanishing, as countless individuals fervently gazed upon the figure of the Pope, expressing their gratitude for the blessings bestowed upon them. I shall not partake in the ensuing banquet, the Pope remarked with a smile, for you young ones may find it difficult to unwind in the company of an old man like me. He turned to Vini. My child, you are about to bear an unprecedented burden, but at least for today, allow yourself to relax. I will, Your Holiness. Vini tightened her grip on the holy sword, but ultimately managed a faint smile in response. The Pope nodded, scanning the stage once more, his gaze finally resting on the Saintess Shaffield, who bowed respectfully. Saintess, I leave the rest in your capable hands that I understand, Your Holiness. Without further ado, the Pope's figure transformed into a flurry of golden light. Vanishing before the eyes of the assembly, as the crowd began to disperse, particularly those closest to Lynch and the elevated platform, a collective sigh of relief echoed through the air. Finally, it has come to an end. Moments after the Pope's departure, Antal could no longer contain himself and exhaled deeply. Standing beside the most authoritative figure in the world was no small feat, and for someone as free-spirited as Antal, it was particularly taxing. Saintess Shaffield glanced at him before addressing the candidates. Esteemed candidates, His Holiness has prepared a banquet for you following the ceremony. Please follow me to ensure everyone participated. She added, this banquet is somewhat special. I believe you all understand this may be your only opportunity, so please do not miss out. Since His Holiness has departed, we too should take our leave. Emperor Adam XVI rose from his throne. His aged but dignified face adorned with a smile, he turned to Astrios VI, who remained seated beside him. Claviel, shall we not go together? I regret not having the chance to meet you during your 50th birthday. Astrios VI stood in response, facing him with calm composure. I sincerely appreciate your invitation, Lord Maxwell. However, I believe it is unnecessary. Though you were unable to attend my birthday, I have received your goodwill, of course. If you still feel regretful, perhaps you could visit me on my 60th birthday. I eagerly await that day. Very well then, Lord Maxwell. Lord Claviel, I shall take my leave now if the opportunity arises. I look forward to our next meeting. At the moment when the two were engaged in their covert confrontation, Celine too also rose to her feet, nodding in acknowledgement to both parties before leading the entourage of the Night Moon Empire away. Observing this, Adam 16 ceased his verbal entanglement with Asterios 6, casting one last glance at the latter before allowing a weary smile to grace his aged lips as he guided his companions away. The remaining spectators in the viewing area gradually departed, leaving only the representatives from the Shadow Kingdom and the Dragon Kingdom, two realms subordinate to the Twilight Star Empire, to approach Asterios 6 for their salutations. Among them was the third prince, Ferris, who had earlier vacated the elevated platform. He had suddenly appeared alone in the viewing area, and his guard knights hurried to greet him, hesitatingly regarding him with silent concern. Asterios nodded at the two kings who stood before him, then turned his gaze towards the distant figure of Ferris. "Come here," he spoke calmly. Like a marionette pulled by strings, Ferris slowly moved forward, approaching Asterios under the scrutiny of all present. "Father," he uttered softly, as if summoning every ounce of his strength to that moment. Ferris bore no resemblance to a prince of the Twilight Star Empire. Gazing at Ferris, who appeared almost like a zombie, a fleeting expression of sympathy flickered in Asterios VI's eyes, only to vanish swiftly. He lifted his gaze towards the towering and grandiose papal palace. Rendered momentarily speechless, let us depart. Ultimately, aside from the third Prince Ferris, all other candidates, including Lynch, participated in this gathering. After all, this was the once exclusive heroes' banquet traditionally reserved for brave souls, a feast that could only be orchestrated by the Holy See. The ingredients used were rare delicacies, designed to fortify the consumer's foundation, and were one of the reasons why past heroes, even without wielding the Holy Sword, remained far stronger than others, given the peculiar nature of this year's hero selection. The candidates who were not heroes themselves were fortunate to be included in this banquet. Lynch was naturally among them, accompanied by Zivia and the maid Annie, though they had yet to arrive at the venue. He had initially intended to forego this event, deeming himself unsuitable from any perspective. However, when he attempted to decline, the Saintess Saphiel approached him privately, presenting a compelling reason that he found impossible to refuse, allowing him to bring Zivia and Annie along. "You wouldn't want the Holy See to discover your collusion with the witch, would you?" the Saintess had said. The maid Annie, filled with trepidation, remained closely by Lynch's side. Before her transformation into a witch, even after being inadvertently captured and sold to the Starlight Trading Company, she had harbored a certain fondness for the Holy See. After all, the Holy See also worshipped the goddess of light, akin to her own clan's faith. However, now that she had unexpectedly awakened as a witch, Annie could no longer feel any closeness to the Holy See. She gazed upon the opulent banquet hall and the ever-watchful knights of the Holy See. She shrank back even further. "Master, is it truly acceptable for us to attend this banquet? As long as you don't stray too far from me, it should be fine," Lynch whispered to comfort her. Though he himself felt no certainty, the words spoken by the Saintess Saphiel lingered in his mind, refusing to dissipate. Annie's concerns echoed in his thoughts as well. Should he truly lead Zivia and Annie into this trap? With Annie by his side, escaping the Holy City together was not beyond the realm of possibility. Furthermore, he could suppress the taint emanating from them, preventing the Holy See from tracking their whereabouts. In light of this, it seemed he ought not to participate in the banquet, but rather to flee with Zivia and Annie immediately. Yet recalling Saphiel's demeanor during their private conversation, coupled with an inexplicable sense of affinity he felt towards her, Lynch ultimately decided to attend the banquet. He hoped it would not turn out to be a Xiang Yu inviting Liu Bang scenario. Lynch sighed inwardly, feeling a tautness in his spirit. Beside him, Zivia cast a glance at Lynch as he forced a smile to reassure Annie, then fell silent once more. Before long, they arrived at their destination. Lynch's gaze swept across the banquet hall, since he needed to bring Zivia and Annie along. They arrived later than the other candidates. As Lynch entered the hall with Zivia and Annie, the remaining candidates present turned their attention toward them in unison. Their gazes lingered momentarily on Lynch, then shifted to the two women following him, each displaying a distinct expression. "Lynch, my brother, where have you been?" "TSK, I didn't expect that even in such circumstances, your first thought would be to bring Miss Zivia and your little maid. Truly commendable." Antal, who was most familiar with Lynch, cast a glance at the surrounding crowd before stepping forward to greet him. With a teasing smile, he approached Lynch, partially blocking the gaze of the onlookers, and leaned in to whisper, "Lynch, my brother, while I know you share a deep bond with Miss Zivia and Miss Annie, bringing them here now may not be the wisest decision." As he spoke, his eyes subtly flicked towards the Saintess Saphiel, who was also observing them, as well as the clearly displeased Neres. Aside from Lynch, everyone else in the hall had come alone, making Lynch's presence with two companions seem somewhat out of place. Moreover, this banquet was originally designated solely for heroes. The fact that the candidates were allowed to participate was already a stroke of luck, and there was no justification for bringing along unrelated individuals. Antal was attempting to alleviate his pressure while also issuing a cautionary reminder. Lynch regarded him with a faint smile. "Thank you, Antal, but there's no need to worry. I brought them only after receiving permission from the Saintess." He turned his head to glance at the radiant Saintess standing afar. "Ah, yes, that's so," Antal replied, somewhat astonished, unable to believe that the Saintess would permit Lynch to bring others to the banquet. However, he quickly regained his composure, smiling as he said, "As long as you're aware of what you're doing, let us proceed. We've been waiting for quite a while." He nodded in acknowledgement to Zivia and Annie, as he was not unfamiliar with the two due to his frequent interactions with Lynch. After a brief exchange, two more individuals approached Lynch and his companions. They were the familiar and amicable Vini, along with the Saintess Saphiel, who had ostensibly accompanied her. Vini first looked at Lynch, and upon meeting his gaze, the newly minted hero shyly lowered her head, calling out in a voice so soft it was almost inaudible. "Mr. Lynch, Vini," Lynch replied, smiling at the bashful hero girl. "That I hope we haven't arrived too late." "Not at all." Vini quickly lifted her head to look at him, wanting to say something but faltering. She then turned her gaze towards the two women behind him as if seeking refuge. "Sister Zivia, Annie, you're here too." Seeing the two women she had grown familiar with since arriving in the Holy City filled Vini with joy. Yet for reasons unknown, she slightly lowered her head when addressing Zivia. The typically cool Zivia merely nodded in acknowledgement towards Vini. Meanwhile, Annie exclaimed with delight, "Vini, no. Now we should call you Hero. Congratulations." "Oh, there's no need for that. Just call me as you always have," Vini replied, her attention shifting back to Lynch, who was now directly gazing at Saphiel, who was also looking at him. The moment their eyes met, Lynch distinctly perceived a hint of profound significance in Saphiel's gaze. Their exchange of glances lasted only an instant before Saphiel willingly averted her eyes, focusing instead on the three women conversing behind Lynch, particularly on Zivia. TSK, my brother Lynch, your fortunes with the fairer sex are truly remarkable," Antal remarked with a grin, leaning an arm on Lynch's shoulder. The elegant features of his face bore a hint of amusement. The Saintess was once a princess of the Twilight Star Empire, renowned far and wide for her beauty, unmatched by any. Now it seems Miss Zivia is equally captivating, and Annie is not far behind. I'll have won the favor of both. You certainly inspire envy. Lynch was initially pondering why Schaffer had not reported them to the Pope when he was rendered speechless by Antal's words. However, with this diversion, he decided not to dwell on it any longer. Instead of indulging in futile speculation, he resolved to confront Schaffer directly for clarification. After all, one must face challenges head-on, since Schaffer had refrained from disclosing their affairs at the outset. It indicated that she would not hastily inform the church before achieving her objectives. With this thought in mind, he turned his attention to the locked gazes of Shavia and the Saintess Schaffer. Undeniably, as Antal had remarked, even in the presence of Schaffer, the former princess of the Twilight Star Empire, Shavia stood her ground without losing an ounce of dignity. Accompanying them was the maid Annie, who ranked just below the two, alongside the newly radiant heroine Vini, creating an unparalleled tableau of beauty before them. "Vini, and everyone, we should commence the banquet," Schaffer said, glancing at Vini after exchanging looks with Shavia. A gentle smile gracing her lips. Very well," Vini replied. The opulent banquet table was adorned with exquisite delicacies. Most of these dishes were unfamiliar to Lynch, and many of those he recognized were items he had only heard of before, never having laid eyes on them. These were rare ingredients that, even as the son of a count, he had never had the opportunity to taste, truly expanding his horizons that moment. He held a delicate dish crafted from an unknown ingredient. After merely a small bite, he felt his magical energy flowing more smoothly and effortlessly, invigorating his body in his childhood. While laying the groundwork for his knighthood, he had sampled some relatively rare medicinal cuisine. But compared to the dish in his hand, those were trivial. The table was laden with such remarkable dishes, showcasing the grandeur of the Church of Light. Everyone else, aside from him, was equally astonished by the effects of the lavish fare. Particularly, the scholar Raven, who had previously been as cold as 1,000-year-old ice, was now visibly affected. It was unclear if all scholars behaved this way, but each time she consumed a dish, she would pull out a notebook from seemingly nowhere to jot down notes, unfazed by the potential scrutiny from the Church of Light. Moreover, it was worth mentioning that despite Lynch and his companions receiving Schaffer's consent to partake in the banquet, Neres, who had always looked down upon those of lower status, still directed scornful remarks at them, especially towards the maid Annie. However, before Lynch could respond, Schaffer promptly retorted, marking a minor interlude. Yet, Lynch's presence here was not merely for the purpose of dining, having been vigilant about Schaffer's movements. He noticed the signal she had sent him and seized the opportunity to follow her when no one was paying attention. They made their way to the terrace of the banquet hall, one after the other. Upon his arrival, he found Schaffer leaning against the ornate railing of the terrace, her back to him. Upon hearing the commotion behind her, she turned to face Lynch, her golden hair cascading behind her as if merging with the light illuminating the terrace. Radiant and pure, creating a breathtaking sight. She parted her lips, speaking before Lynch could. "I expected you to arrive a bit later. Regarding matters of life and death, I cannot afford to be negligent," Lynch replied, gazing at her before looking up at the Pope's palace visible above them. "Did you choose this spot to compel me to confess?" With the Pope's palace directly above, Lynch was skeptical that their conversation would go unheard. Ordinary individuals knew to seek a more discreet location for private discussions. Thus, he couldn't help but question whether the saintess before him was engaging in some sort of entrapment. "Rest assured, no one will overhear us," Schaffer assured him, her lips curving into a slight smile. "Even if you distrust me, you should place your faith in this which as she spoke. She gestured behind him. Slowly, Lynch turned to see Shavia standing there. Having appeared without his notice, "Shavia?" Lynch exclaimed, taken aback, as he had not realized she had followed him. However, Shavia paid little heed to his surprise and instead fixed her unwavering gaze on Schaffer. "So, you still identify as Midas?" Her inquiry caused Lynch to cast aside his curiosity about her arrival, directing his attention to the saintess across from them. Schaffer maintained her smile, replying, "Yes, but it could also be said that I am not." "What do you mean?" Lynch furrowed his brow, his head spinning from the illogical exchange between the two. Riddler, depart from Gotham. Fortunately, Shavia did not leave him hanging and replied directly, "I can now sense that she shares the same essence as me." Both being witches, Lynch's pupils dilated, his heart racing as buried questions began to surface. For instance, why was Schaffer able to uncover matters that even the Pope could not regarding him? Shavia and Annie, why did she, despite being a saintess of the Church, choose not to report their affairs upon discovering their identities? Midas, the former princess of the Twilight Star Empire, was also a recently awakened witch. It was precisely because they were both witches that Schaffer could perceive the presence of Shavia and Annie, who were also witches, and discern Lynch's unique abilities that only affected witches, thus linking them together. Furthermore, it was due to her witch status that she opted not to fulfill her duty as a saintess and report Lynch to the Pope, instead choosing to meet with them in this moment. However, with these revelations came a cascade of new inquiries. Why had Shavia never detected Schaffer's witch essence before? How could the Church of Light permit her to become a saintess while she remained a witch? Did the Church genuinely remain unaware that Schaffer was still Midas, the princess of the Twilight Star Empire? Schaffer, or rather Midas, observed Lynch's fluctuating emotions. "I know you have many questions. Fear not, I shall address them one by one. Starting from the moment the red-robed Archbishop Yerner took me away from my father's banquet. Months prior, the newly awakened witch Midas had been escorted back to the central church by Archbishop Yerner. Much to her surprise, the Pope did not choose to execute her outright, but instead brought her to the Holy Spring, which the Church claimed could offer sinners a chance at rebirth. They utilized the waters of the Holy Spring to baptize her, aiming to erase her memories, identity, personality, and her essence as a witch, all while employing holy light to brainwash her, attempting to cultivate an entirely new persona to replace her original self, now known as Schaffer. Yet, for reasons unknown, although the new persona of Schaffer was indeed born within her, the original persona of Midas remained intact. The power of the Holy Spring had no effect on her. Furthermore, the Schaffer persona lacked completeness, devoid of its own consciousness, ultimately allowing Midas to remain the dominant personality, freely controlling her identity transitions. The reason Shavia had been unable to sense the presence of Midas within the Holy City was due to Midas utilizing Schaffer's external persona as a disguise. Additionally, during the so-called baptism, she learned why the Church of Light had chosen to treat her this way. With the hero's imminent emergence, the Church required a saintess to forge a connection with this future protagonist of the world, indirectly influencing and even directly manipulating the hero to ensure the Church maintained its leadership position in the future, an occurrence that had transpired thrice in history, each time benefiting the Church the most. Thus, Midas concealed herself, initially intending merely to preserve her life while waiting for the opportune moment. Unexpectedly, before encountering the hero, she discovered Lynch, Shavia, and Annie, the two witches who had come to the Holy City. So the one I sensed watching me before was indeed you. During the time when Lynch had just brought Annie back, he vaguely sensed that he was being watched by someone from the papal palace above. This caused him considerable alarm for quite some time, as he feared that the Inquisition had discovered his involvement with the witch. However, after Midas provided her explanation, he immediately connected the dots. Indeed, when faced with Lynch's inquiry, Midas's alluring red lips curled into a slight smile. "It was me. But I was not observing you specifically, nor was I aware of your presence. I merely sensed the aura of two witches gathering together and wanted to investigate. I did not expect you to notice me." "Vaguely so," Lynch replied with a hint of exasperation. "You have no idea how paranoid I became for several days after that incident." Yes, he spoke. He noticed that Zawiya was looking at him with a puzzled expression. He then proceeded to explain the situation to her once more, which only deepened her confusion. If she could not detect the presence of the Watcher, how could Lynch have? "Don't look at me. I have no idea why I was able to sense Midas's attention towards us." Lynch shook his head, admitting his own uncertainty. "Well, perhaps it has something to do with your exceptionally high affinity for holy light." Midas speculated, redirecting their focus. "When I became a witch, the ability I awakened was to control any form of light. This may very well be why the Inquisition chose not to execute me outright, but instead opted for brainwashing." She gazed at Lynch, the brilliance of her golden eyes sparkling with intrigue. "If I am not mistaken, you should naturally feel a sense of closeness towards me." Lynch fell silent, yet his demeanor made the answer painfully obvious. Unexpectedly, noticing Lynch's silence, the usually reticent Zawiya took the initiative to ask her, "How do you know?" "It's quite simple," Midas replied, a playful tone in her voice, "that I also feel an innate sense of fondness towards him. As if we were siblings." He, unfazed by Zawiya's gaze, she teasingly remarked. Sensing a slight shift in the atmosphere, Lynch cleared his throat. "All right, let's leave it at that. However, I shall refer to you as Midas, if I am not mistaken. You should be younger than me. In this world, the age of maturity for females is 16, while for males it is 18. Witches typically awaken at the age of 16, Midas having awakened only months ago. Must certainly be younger than Lynch. That's so. Do you want me to call you brother then?" Her last utterance of brother was exceedingly sweet, sending chills down Lynch's spine. How could the saintess of the Inquisition be so bitchy? It was utterly incongruous with her beautiful and pristine appearance. Lynch inwardly exclaimed, "What a surprise!" No need for such titles. Let's refrain from that and return to the matter at hand. He instinctively glanced at Zawiya, whose beautiful visage remained composed, to preempt Midas from further character-breaking remarks. Lynch hastily steered the conversation back on track. "Just to be safe, I would like to confirm whether the Inquisition possesses any other means of locating witches besides relying on the detection of impurities. Perhaps divine techniques? Despite the fact that they had yet to be discovered by the Inquisition, even after close contact with the Pope, it was prudent to ascertain whether the Inquisition had alternative methods of finding witches. Of course there are. Lynch's eyes narrowed. What methods? Can they be prevented? This unexpected response startled Lynch, and as he prepared to inquire further, he noticed the subtle smirk on Midas's lips. You are here to ask me, aren't you? As you know, witches can sense the presence of other witches. That Lynch's fists clenched in frustration. The girl, who appeared so saintly, spoke in a manner that was quite infuriating. Meanwhile, Zyweah, standing beside Lynch, remained calm, her arms crossed as she regarded the somewhat offbeat Midas with mild amusement. Midas waved her hand dismissively. Returning to the point, as you surmised, if we exclude myself, the Inquisition indeed relies solely on impurities to locate and distinguish witches, with no other methods available, as she spoke. She seemed to recall something, lowering her head in contemplation for a moment before raising it once more. However, I must still caution you to remain vigilant. Although the likelihood is slim, some individuals within the Inquisition may act solely on their instincts or intuition. Much like the last time you found Annie. She relayed the previous incident where Yerner had come to confirm his premonition of a witch's presence to Lynch. Upon hearing this, Lynch was both astonished and relieved. He had been entirely unaware that such an event had transpired after he took Annie away. Had it not been for the serendipitous assistance of Prince Ferris and Midas, they might have indeed found themselves in dire straits. It can only be said that the Inquisition comprises a group of unreasonable fanatics, especially when dealing with matters related to witches. That I will remain cautious, Lynch nodded, committing this information to memory before inquiring. What are your plans moving forward? I had some, Midas replied, shaking her head slightly. Before I discovered you, I intended to remain within the Inquisition to safeguard myself. If possible, I hope to leverage the hero's influence to gain greater power within the Inquisition to save some innocent witches. However, I have always been troubled by how to conceal the whereabouts of those witches right under the Inquisition's nose. She looked at Lynch with curiosity. Thus, I have been quite intrigued as to how there could be two witches wandering within the Holy City without the Inquisition discovering them. How did you accomplish that? Midas was referring to how Lynch managed to suppress the emergence of impurities within the witches, rather than how he managed to keep Zyweah and Annie hidden from the Inquisition. Being a witch herself, she could naturally sense that Lynch possessed some power that suppressed the generation of impurities. Regrettably, I do not know either. Lynch shook his head. In fact, I was completely unaware of this ability until after I encountered Zyweah. Lynch refrained from mentioning his initial suspicions when he first met Annie, as they were merely conjectures, not conclusions. At this point, he looked at Midas, scrutinizing her closely before asking curiously, by the way, do you not generate any impurities within your body now? After all, even the Pope has not discovered that you are still the original Midas, nor has he realized your true nature as a witch. How could that be possible? Upon mentioning this matter, Midas appeared quite distressed. I merely utilized a different version of myself, born from the power of the goddess of light contained within the tear of the goddess, as a facade. The true me is still relentlessly entangled by impurities. The tear of the goddess, it is said, contains the tears of the goddess of light, possessing divine power. This also elucidates why the Inquisition believes that after undergoing the baptism of the tear of the goddess, everything about Midas, including her essence as a witch, could be washed away. However, considering that for centuries, the Inquisition has captured countless witches, fully aware that the tear of the goddess could cleanse their essence, yet still opting for direct judgment and execution instead of utilizing the tear's power to offer them a chance for redemption. It raises the question of the malevolent nature of the goddess of light. One wonders if she was perhaps experiencing her time of the month, leading her to bestow such a cruel curse upon witches. It was evident that Midas was suffering greatly from the impurities within her. Otherwise, she would not have uttered such heretical words under these circumstances. Lynch felt a shiver run down his spine merely from listening, and he instinctively raised his hands, nearly covering her mouth. Are you insane? To speak such words on the territory of another's deity? They were currently at the Central Inquisition, right beneath the Papal Palace. Arguably the closest place to the goddess of light. To utter such words in this location was akin to cursing the homeowner in their own living room. Moreover, with Midas currently bearing the esteemed title of the Holy Maiden of the Radiant Church. It would be all too easy for the goddess of light, dwelling in the heavens above, to take notice of her, although it remains a mystery what measures Midas employed to shield their conversation from the ears of the church. Including the highest authority, the Pope, it is unmistakably impossible to deceive a divine being. What is there to fear? If the goddess of light were truly to take action against me for my words, then you would not be seeing me here now. During my awakening as a witch, I have not hesitated to voice my disdain for this woman, Midas remarked nonchalantly. Her attitude elicited a subtle arch of the brow from the nearby Shervaya, who was witnessing someone openly scorn the goddess of light for the first time. However, in a moment unseen by Lynch, she exchanged a silent glance with Midas, a shared understanding evident between them. Well said. Undoubtedly, Lynch, oblivious to the fleeting connection forged through their eyes, felt the cold sweat trickling down his brow. All right, I beg you. Please stop. Continuing like this would be quite rude. It is evident that Midas, the former princess of the Twilight Star Empire, embodied the quintessential traits of a princess, not lacking in the expected entitlement. Very well, Midas replied with a slight pout. Look at how frightened you are. It is a pity you are a baron. Lynch, I endure. Nevertheless, I must admit your ability is indeed remarkable. Being near you has nearly dulled the pain brought by the filth within me. Midas stretched languidly, her exquisite figure subtly revealed beneath the flowing white gown of the Holy Maiden. She glanced toward Shervaya, expressing a tinge of envy. You and that little girl possess such fortune. The filth is continuously suppressed, sparing you from torment, while I cannot remain by Lynch's side indefinitely that a hint of sorrow flickered in her gaze. Who knows how long I can endure if the filth continues to accumulate? If only your ability could not only suppress the filth, but also purify it. Upon hearing her words, Lynch's expression turned peculiar. He regarded the somewhat melancholic Midas and cleared his throat. Well, that is indeed possible. Midas stood frozen, momentarily believing she had misunderstood. What do you mean? It means that I can indeed purify the filth. Otherwise, do you think Shervaya would be entirely devoid of any taint within her? It is not because she has been shielded from the moment of her awakening by your power, Midas instinctively responded. But midway through her explanation, she closed her glistening lips. Initially, she had assumed that Shervaya, like Annie, was discovered by Lynch immediately upon awakening and aided by his abilities to suppress the filth. However, a moment's reflection revealed that such an assumption was overly naive and unsustainable. The birth of witches is random. It is improbable that Lynch would encounter newly awakened witches on 2 occasions. Thus, now that she sensed no trace of taint within Shervaya, it indicated that Lynch must possess the ability to purify it. So, she looked at Lynch with hopeful eyes. What must be done? You only need to make physical contact with me, Lynch replied, extending a hand toward her. Hearing his words, Midas regarded him with an odd expression. As Lynch's lips twitched slightly, she glanced at Shervaya beside him and, upon receiving an affirming nod, cautiously extended her delicate, alabaster hand into his. The moment their hands met, an intense heat surged through the point of contact. The hidden filth within Midas rushed toward Lynch like a dam bursting, only to be utterly obliterated upon reaching his body. The sudden heat prompted Midas to instinctively withdraw her hand, yet Lynch, having anticipated this, held it firmly if they were to separate at this moment. Both he and Midas would be exposed to the gaze of the Radiant Church, with dire consequences. It was evident that Midas quickly grasped this reality. Enduring the searing sensation while clutching Lynch tightly, her brows knitted together. Not only was she suffering, but Lynch was also in discomfort, compared to the heat he experienced while purifying Shervaya's filth. The current sensation was far more intense, as if his entire hand, in contact with Midas, were ablaze. He now understood why Midas would openly curse the goddess of light. The filth within her, merely months into her awakening, was already comparable to nearly half of what Shervaya had harbored, and its quality was even greater. If this trend continued, it was likely that within 6 months, Midas would succumb to an explosion of filth. The notion of leveraging the hero's power to gain greater authority within the Radiant Church to rescue other witches was utterly unattainable. However, the agony, though fierce, dissipated swiftly. Before long, no more filth surged forth from Midas, and the intense burning sensation transformed into a gentle, soothing warmth. Observing this, Lynch gradually released his grip on Midas' delicate hand, while she retreated a couple of steps, leaning against the railing of the terrace. Her flawless cheeks now bore a healthy flush, enhancing her beauty, as a few glistening beads of sweat trickled down her face, creating a captivating sight. Facing her, Lynch felt the surge of magical power within him and the burgeoning strength of his body, a smile breaking across his lips. After aiding Shurvaya in purifying her filth months ago, he found himself once more harnessing this inexplicable power to rapidly enhance his abilities. Although the quantity of filth within Midas was not as substantial as that of the long-transformed witch Shurvaya, its quality surpassed it significantly. Thus, the boost he received this time was surprisingly comparable to the last. Coupled with his training over the past months, he stood once again on the brink of ascension. Poised to become a golden knight, suddenly, I no longer wished to play the role of the holy maiden. Once Midas regained her composure, her gaze upon Lynch seemed to convey a desire to devour him. At this moment, after the purification, she once again felt the long-lost sensation of lightness and relief coursing through her body. After enduring the torment of accumulating filth for several months, experiencing this feeling anew brought tears to her eyes. The thought of continuing to masquerade as the holy maiden, which would require her to accompany the hero on his journey and thus separate from him, made her yearn to upend the radiant church. "You'd better just be complaining," Lynch thought helplessly. Observing Midas, who resembled a wronged woman, he understood her frustration. After all, enduring relentless torment from filth for several months, the return to a state free of such affliction would evoke such feelings in anyone. However, this was evidently an unlikely notion, at least for the foreseeable future. Even if Midas were willing to seek assistance from her father, the Emperor of the Twilight Star Empire, leveraging the entire Empire's power would still be futile. "Of course, it's merely complaints," Midas retorted, her tone sharp. Having spent such a lengthy time in the church, she was naturally more aware than Lynch. She scrutinized him for a moment before glancing at Shurvaya, who had remained silent after their initial exchange, her golden eyes swirling with mischief, clearly plotting something naughty. "Were you scheming this time?" Lynch feigned vigilance, unaware of the thoughts swirling in the mind of the seemingly pure holy maiden, who was, in reality, quite princess-like in her demeanor. The hint of a charming smile graced her stunning visage as she approached Lynch, addressing his state of preparedness. "How about you join me and the hero on our adventures across the continent? We could bring along Sister Shurvaya and little Annie as well." "Absolutely not," Lynch replied without a moment's hesitation, shaking his head in refusal. "That I am not a hero, nor am I inherently powerful like you witches. Accompanying you on your journey would only make me a burden. If my presence were to hinder your growth, I would be a sinner in this world," he continued. "Besides, I am not the sort of person who can shoulder the responsibility of saving the world. Otherwise, I would not merely be a spare for the hero, would I?" To speak frankly, Lynch remains perplexed as to why Vini would consider him a candidate for the role of a hero. He does not believe he is capable of shouldering such a monumental responsibility. Ultimately, influenced by the memories of his past life, Lynch finds himself more selfish and self-serving than he was prior to the awakening of those memories. That in essence, he has lost the innocent heart that Vini possesses. It is likely that the Holy Sword chose him as a backup due to his relatively high affinity for holy light, much like the Pope suggested. Lynch offered a self-deprecating smile. "You are overthinking it," Midas remarked, her lips curling into a sly smile upon hearing Lynch speak of the hero's candidacy. "The reason Vini believes he could be a candidate is that I instructed the Holy Sword to convey that to her." Lynch was instantly bewildered. "You had the Holy Sword inform Vini. Are you the goddess of light? How could I possibly be that malicious woman?" Midas retorted sharply. "I only did it to extricate you from your predicament. As for how I was able to communicate with Vini through the Holy Sword, I too am uncertain. It merely occurred to me after encountering the sword, and given the circumstances, I acted accordingly. Otherwise, do you wish to refuse the Pope's invitation in front of the entire holy city?" Lynch fell silent. Midas's intervention, using the hero as a means to persuade the Pope, had indeed saved him. However, the fact that she could relay messages through the holy sword was utterly astonishing. Considering the Pope's reaction upon hearing Vini's words, it was highly probable that the former saint of the Church of Light could not have achieved such a feat. He scrutinized Midas before him, taking her in from head to toe. She noticed his gaze and took a slight step back. "What are you doing?" Though he was grateful for her assistance, he was nonetheless curious about how she had forged a connection with the holy sword, a creation of another goddess, typically reserved for the destined hero alone. "What do you mean only the hero can wield it? Can't you pick up the holy sword at will?" Midas rolled her eyes dramatically, though her pristine appearance made the gesture seem rather incongruous. "You can wield the sword without being repelled, because of your high affinity for holy light. My ability, however, is to control concepts related to light. Is it so strange that I can connect with the holy sword?" "That does seem quite reasonable." Lynch pondered, realizing that, as Midas had stated, the holy sword was indeed created by the goddess of light, making it entirely natural for it to be closely associated with light. Perhaps it was precisely because Midas's awakened abilities were light-related that she could remain unyielded amidst the incessant indoctrination of the Church, and could preserve herself during the baptism of the tear of light, which contained the power of the goddess. Yet, Lynch still felt that something was amiss, though he could not articulate it. Unable to resolve his confusion, he decided to set it aside for the time being. "Very well." Lynch nodded, no longer dwelling on the matter. "Since this is the case, then I, who am unworthy even to be a backup hero, am even less suited to accompany you on your training journeys. It would be far more prudent for me to return and serve as a humble lord." "What about me?" Midas was far from satisfied, having grown weary of the constant torment of filth. "Actually, there's another means to suppress the impurities within you. At that moment, the previously silent Zivia interjected, drawing Midas's immediate attention. Lynch also turned towards her, momentarily puzzled before seemingly recalling something. "Are you referring to?" Zivia nodded in affirmation, then, under Midas's eager gaze, explained, "The demon-suppressing stone. You should be familiar with it. It can inhibit the growth of the impurities within us witches." Midas's eyes widened in disbelief. "Isn't that meant to suppress us?" She had not anticipated Zivia to mention such an idea, her immediate thought being whether Zivia intended to harm her. By the time I met Lynch, I had already been a witch for nearly 2 years. You should understand the implications of that. Zivia discerned Midas's thoughts instantly and calmly stated something seemingly unrelated to her question. How do you?" Midas was even more astonished, then fell silent. Zivia implied that, without relying on Lynch's assistance, the impurities within her had not accumulated to the brink of explosion over the past 2 years, in contrast to Midas, whose impurities had reached a significant level in just a few months. It was evident that Zivia's assertion regarding the demon-suppressing stone's ability to help witches curb impurities was not a lie. Her eyes gradually sparkled with hope. However, Zivia soon doused her enthusiasm with cold water. "But you cannot use this method just yet. Why?" Midas growled like an irritated golden-haired lion. She had not expected this beautiful woman, who was also a witch, to possess a malicious intent. This act of providing her with hope only to shatter it felt like mockery. Although the demon-suppressing stone can help suppress impurities, it may also prematurely incite a violent reaction of those impurities, leading to your demise, Zivia explained calmly, unfazed by Midas's slight irritation. "Then why would you suggest it to me?" Midas initially bristled, but quickly realized, "No. If there are such consequences, why would you even attempt it? When you reach the end of your rope, you have no choice." Midas was taken aback, staring blankly at the composed Zivia. Rendered speechless, her time as a witch was still quite short. While she too had endured the torment of impurities, she had not yet reached her limit nor faced a dire situation. Even so, she could sense the profound despair in Zivia's calm words and could empathize with it to some extent. She then glanced at Lynch, who stood beside Zivia, her gaze lingering on the two, her golden eyes filled with complexity and confusion. After an indeterminate time, she bit her red lip with her silver teeth, managing to squeeze out a few words. "Cursed goddess of light, is it never-ending?" Lynch was rendered speechless by this little princess, while he understood her resentment towards the goddess of light, as the Church of Light had claimed that witches were ensnared by filth due to the goddess's curse. This matter had no definitive conclusion and was merely propaganda propagated by the church. Neither the ancestors of the female lineage, once favored by the goddess, nor the elves and dragons, who predated humans by an untold duration, had any such records. It was merely that the church possessed a loudspeaker to disseminate this claim widely. Enough that it's not certain that the goddess has cursed you if you continue to insult her. And she actually does punish you. Don't come crying to me. Humph. In the end, the irate Midas chose to remain silent. Crossing her arms defensively, her bosom puffed out. So, Sister Zivia, did you bring up the demon-suppressing stone with any particular intention? She looked at Zivia, her address imbued with sincerity. Zivia nodded. The demon-suppressing stone was established by the Church of Light itself. I believe its original purpose was merely to prevent the abyssal demon clan and suppress impurities. However, it seems the church has meddled with it, and now that you are the saintess of the church, perhaps you could investigate it. I understand. Midas did not hesitate and promptly agreed. If she could uncover information related to the demon-suppressing stone and confirm Zivia's hypothesis, it would be excellent news for both her and any witches that may arise in the future, and she certainly had no reason to refuse. Now that the discussion had concluded, we should be heading back. She turned to Lynch, adding, but from now on, I will come to you periodically for purification of the impurities. You must not refuse. Rest assured, I would welcome it. I would never refuse you. Lynch waved his hand nonchalantly. The mere thought that he could enhance himself by purifying the accumulated filth within Midas at regular intervals caused the corners of his mouth to involuntarily rise. However, his joy was undeniably founded upon Midas's suffering, and to genuinely smile would be utterly hellish. Children, this is not amusing. Pervert. It seemed that due to Lynch's stiff expression and his seemingly coveted words, Midas misunderstood the situation and retreated repeatedly, as if trying to evade some vile substance. Lynch was momentarily rendered speechless and retorted with irritation. What are you thinking? The reason it seems unattainable is that purifying the filth simultaneously boosts my strength. You, a mere girl, have no idea what nonsensical thoughts occupy your mind. Can you actually become stronger while purifying the filth? Midas was both astonished and doubtful, scrutinizing Lynch from head to toe. Could it be that the curse you placed upon us witches has led to our filth-laden state? Genius! Lynch was so exasperated he couldn't help but laugh, finding himself at a loss for words, ultimately giving her a thumbs up. Thank you for the compliment, Midas replied with a beaming smile. She was fully aware that such a notion was impossible. She merely wished to provoke Lynch a bit. Upon realizing that Lynch could strengthen himself by assisting her in purifying the filth, she understood why he had earlier displayed an expression of restrained amusement. That mischievous fellow built his happiness upon her suffering, so she felt the need to vent her frustrations. Lynch, however, took no offense, reminding her, you should not wait too long between visits for purification. I sense that the filth within you differs somewhat from that within Zivia. It's not only more potent, but also grows at a faster rate. If you delay too long, unforeseen consequences may arise. Midas regarded Lynch with a serious expression, smiling slightly. I understand. The purity of her visage, coupled with her current smile, caused Lynch's heart to quicken ever so slightly, only to be interrupted by a cough as he noticed Zivia casting a glance in his direction. Ahem. Well then, let's head back. I wonder why no one has come looking for us after such a long time. It wasn't me, Zivia stated blandly. Of course. It was me, Midas proclaimed with a triumphant expression. The reason people can perceive all things in the world is undoubtedly due to the existence of light. And what about sound? Is that also because of light? Lynch found it amusing that Midas would educate him on physics. Certainly, the pure maiden huffed. Holy light magic is also light. Brother Lynch, I was just looking for you. I turned around and you had vanished. Antal approached as Lynch reappeared. What did you run off to? Oh, nothing much. That I was admiring the scenery on that terrace over there, Lynch replied with a smile. Casually offering his explanation, he had not returned to the banquet hall with Midas and Zivia, instead emerging some time after they had left. That's so. Antal scrutinized him for a moment before shaking his head. You seem to have enjoyed the view for quite a while. The banquet is nearly over now, and no matter, I've eaten my fill anyway. Then there's no problem. A faint smile graced Antal's handsome face, accompanied by a hint of wistfulness. But it's a pity we shall soon part ways. Upon returning, I won't have someone like Brother Lynch to chat with. All good things must come to an end. Besides, the Wind Kingdom and the Mu Kingdom are both under the auspices of the Radiant Empire. Our reunion is not too far-fetched, and we shall undoubtedly meet again." Lynch chuckled and shook his head. As friends go, Antal was indeed quite to Lynch's liking. Measured in his actions and genuinely amiable, least in Lynch's eyes, Antal resembled not a noble of this world, but rather the individuals from his previous life, which was why he could converse with him so candidly. That's true. Subsequently, under the auspices of the Saintess Schaffer, a banquet exclusive to the chosen few came to a close, and the gathered candidates parted ways. Lynch, accompanied by Zivia and Annie, returned to his quaint manor, along with 3 maidservants and the night Maud, making their way back to the Mu Kingdom. As for the other slaves and servants, they remained behind to manage the estate. Confident that no mishaps would arise beneath the watchful gaze of the central Holy See, Lord Lynch, shall we head directly back to the frontier territory? On the journey, Maud inquired, noticing his hesitance. Lynch smiled knowingly. "That I know what you're hinting at. I've kept it in mind that it's been a while, and it's time to visit my father." The procession from the Evening Star Empire to the Holy City was quite substantial. Thus, after the ceremony concluded, their return journey bore a grandiose air. Scouts who had ventured ahead, soldiers at the outer layer, servants, mid-tier palace knights, accompanying mages, and at the core, the imperial carriage drawn by formidable sub-dragons akin to heroic realm transcendence. All were organized into a solid unit. Leading the procession at the forefront were Prince Ferris and the legendary Knight Rettle from the Evening Star Empire, both mounted on war horses. Such scenes had occurred many times before. However, unlike previous instances, Ferris did not seize this opportunity to seek counsel from Rettle as he had in the past. Instead, he remained silent and withdrawn from the outset. This state of mind was not unique to him. Many within the Evening Star Empire's ranks shared his sentiment. For not long ago, they had witnessed their own princess, their brightest star, become a puppet-like saintess, stripped of her memory by the Holy See, with them powerless to intervene. This was not the first time they had faced such a predicament. Previously, they had merely watched as the Holy See abducted their princess during the Emperor's birthday banquet. For those loyal to the Empire, this was an utmost humiliation. The unrestrained laughter of the Radiant Empire's Emperor had been excruciatingly grating to their ears, and the gazes of their fellow Imperial guards had pierced their hearts deeply. Within the Imperial carriage, Emperor Astrio's 6 appeared to be deep in thought, seemingly oblivious to the low morale surrounding him that he was, of course, aware of the reasons behind it and what occupied their minds. Yet, as the Emperor of the Evening Star Empire, he could not afford to react, for compared to the Holy See, even the entire Evening Star Empire paled in significance. Why had he allowed the abduction of his most beloved daughter to unfold before his very eyes at his own banquet? And why, during the recent observance, had he repeatedly tolerated Rettle's impulses to act, even going so far as to intervene? Ultimately, it was a matter of self-preservation born out of desperation that it was not only to protect Rettle, a legendary knight of great importance to the Evening Star Empire, but also to safeguard the entire empire. In the annals of this world's history, the shifting statuses of the 10 kingdoms, the rise and fall of empires, were commonplace. The 3 great empires were not immune to decline. Over the course of millennia, the original 3 great empires had faded into obscurity. Neither the Evening Star Empire nor the Night Moon Empire was the original empire, but rather reconstructed from the ruins of their predecessors. Even the mightiest Radiant Empire had undergone its own resurrection. And what of the Holy See? It was an ancient power established at the dawn of humanity, guided by the goddess, steadfastly observing the rise and fall of the world. The Pope, as the goddess's representative, was the sole individual throughout history to embody such a role. It would not be an exaggeration to call him a god among mortals. Could the Evening Star Empire contend with such an existence? No, it could not, nor would it dare to the onlookers. The seemingly resplendent and magnificent empire was merely a servant of the Holy See. With the Evening Star Empire being the weakest among the 3, Astrio's 6 opened his eyes, gazing at Prince Ferris at the forefront. Although today's events were a tremendous disgrace for him and the entire Evening Star Empire, yet a semblance of solace was granted to him by the performance of his youngest son today. Ferrus had always held a particular affection for his youngest sister, Midas, who was also the most emotionally attuned among his progeny. Even when faced with such circumstances, he managed to maintain his composure, at least not revealing his emotions to the world. For a potential heir to the empire, the third prince's conduct could be deemed satisfactory. However, upon witnessing the current downtrodden and despondent state of Ferrus, Astrios VI found himself shaking his head in disapproval. While being emotionally inclined is undoubtedly a commendable trait, it does not serve as an advantage for an imperial heir and may often act as a hindrance. Ferrus still had much room for growth. Astrios VI's thoughts swirled in his mind, accompanied only by the sounds of the marching troops. Among the accompanying soldiers, even the weakest was at least a warrior of the golden rank. Thus, their pace was remarkably swift, and before long, they had distanced themselves considerably from the holy city of Ygris. Suddenly, the leader of the vanguard, Radel, narrowed his gaze in their path. A man abruptly appeared, blocking their way. Under normal circumstances, anyone daring enough to obstruct their route would be ruthlessly trampled without hesitation, as such an act would be seen as a provocation against the Twilight Star Empire. Yet, at this moment, Radel reined in his steed, his right hand instinctively reaching for the sword at his waist. This unexpected figure was none other than a knight he knew all too well, Budurfi, the chief of the Royal Knights of the Night Moon Empire, who also stood upon the pedestal of legend. Budurfi knelt on one knee, maintaining a knightly salute as he faced the advancing Twilight Star Empire's troops. To demonstrate he posed no threat, he even placed his sword upon the ground. Seeing this, Radel remained silent, dismounting to send word to Astrios VI at the heart of the procession, while he himself took up a vigilant stance. Given the parity in both status and strength between himself and Budurfi, even Radel refrained from questioning the latter's actions, awaiting the arrival of Astrios VI. Shortly thereafter, the messenger returned with the Emperor's directive. Radel approached Budurfi, retrieving the sword he had laid upon the ground, and then led the taciturn knight towards the carriage of Astrios VI. That your majesty, Astrios, does Lord Russell have matters to discuss with me? Astrios VI inquired calmly, addressing Budurfi, who had bowed deeply before him. His majesty wishes to see you in person. Claviel, I have finally awaited your arrival, Selene II said, rising from his seat with a beaming smile to greet Astrios VI, exuding warmth. However, Astrios VI did not reciprocate with his usual amiability. Lord Russell, what brings you here? Indeed, Selene II replied, unfazed by the chill in Astrios VI's demeanor. In fact, the more indifferent his counterpart appeared, the more satisfied he felt. It would have been far stranger if Astrios VI had maintained his customary demeanor after enduring yet another setback. Since Claviel is unwilling to engage in small talk, I shall get straight to the point. Selene II dismissed those around them until only he and Astrios VI remained, under the indifferent gaze of his counterpart. Selene II's lips curled slightly. Claviel, would you care to join me in toppling the radiant church? Astrios VI's previously calm eyes widened in shock at Selene II's thunderous declaration, fixating intently on the latter. Prior to this, he had harbored some confusion regarding Selene II's choice to send Budurfi, a legendary knight, to seek him out for a clandestine meeting. Now, he understood he could not have anticipated that Selene II would summon him to discuss such a matter. Even with his composure as the Emperor of the Twilight Star Empire, he found it challenging to remain unperturbed. Do you comprehend the gravity of your words, Lord Russell? Astrios VI questioned, his words emerging slowly, one by one, as he scrutinized the smiling face of Selene II. Surely, someone of your youth should not have lost their senses. Of course, Selene II replied, fully aware of Astrios VI's reaction, his smile unwavering. I am quite clear-headed that if you're truly lucid, then such utterances should not escape your lips. Oh, does it imply that Claviel holds no interest in my proposal? Selene II resumed his seat, leisurely observing Astrios VI, gesturing with his eyes for him to sit as well, though the latter remained motionless. Astrios VI fell silent, his gaze fixed upon Selene II, seemingly attempting to reassess this former friend, now an emperor of the same empire. After a prolonged silence, Astrios VI finally spoke again. Do you believe I should harbor any interest in an unrealistic fantasy? I do not recall you being such a naive individual. Unrealistic? Celine too shook his head. No, I do not share that sentiment. Astrio 6 chose not to respond, reverting to his earlier demeanor of indifference. Celine too, undeterred, continued. Consider who stands before us as an obstacle. That old fool Maxwell, who serves as the church's lapdog. Along with his 5 kingdoms and the radiant church itself. Are they truly insurmountable? He observed Astrio's VI's unwavering composure and pressed on. Of course, I understand your concerns, Claviel, primarily regarding the Pope, who has never once vacated his position since time immemorial. It must be acknowledged that this Pope, who is regarded as a figure of legend, was indeed an insurmountable challenge we could not circumvent. Celine too lifted the goblet he had just set down, swirling its remnants. Even with our combined efforts, we would struggle to contend with him, and any rash actions could lead us to repeat the fate of the former Eclipse Empire. What Celine too articulated was precisely what occupied Astrio's VI's thoughts. In fact, he had pondered similar questions following the events that transpired during his grand banquet, eventually coming to a realization. The Pope of the Radiant Church, this self-proclaimed servant of the goddess, was the very foundation upon which the Radiant Church had stood for millennia. The Eclipse Empire, which Celine too referenced, was the predecessor to the current Dawn Empire, having once waged war against the Radiant Church, even breaching the sacred city of Ygriz and reaching the feet of the Central Church. Even the combined forces of the Radiant Church and the 2 other empires could not match the might of the Eclipse Empire at that time. However, just as the Eclipse Empire surged forward with unstoppable momentum, and as its emperor, the Crimson Tyrant, was on the verge of claiming his apex, the Pope, whom they regarded as their mascot, intervened. It was an act that even 100 legends could not accomplish. The boundless holy light swept through the invading forces of the Eclipse Empire, rendering their hard-won victories null and void, shattering the ambitions of the Crimson Tyrant, and allowing the world to witness the true power of the legendary Pope for the first time, a genuine deity among mortals. After that day, the Eclipse Empire was irrevocably transformed, reborn into the current Dawn Empire under the oversight of the Radiant Church. From the present strength of the Dawn Empire, one could glean a hint of the former might of the Eclipse Empire. Thus, regardless of how grandiose Celine too's words may be, they are eclipsed by the towering figure of the Pope, rendering all discourse mere empty rhetoric. Yet, despite being fully aware of this, Celine too still extended such an invitation, prompting Astrio's 6 to ponder the rationale behind it. Without making him wait long, Celine too, after finishing the last drop of fine wine in his goblet, remarked languidly, "However, just because we cannot contend with this legendary figure does not imply that others cannot." He gazed at the still silent Astrio's 6, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. "Pray tell, do you believe that the abyssal sovereign, whom even the deities can only seal but never vanquish, poses any threat to this aged legend?" Russell. Upon hearing the words of Celine too, Astrio's 6 could no longer remain indifferent. He abruptly interjected, his gaze icy as he regarded his counterpart. "There are certain boundaries that must never be crossed. I do not wish to witness you upon the guillotine one day." Astrio's 6 was taken aback by the realization that Celine too was indeed contemplating the abyssal demon lord. Had he not come unarmed, Astrio's 6 would have drawn his sword by now. "Nay, Clavier, I believe you have misconstrued my intentions," Celine too chuckled, his voice ringing with mirth. "That I refer not to the demon lord, but rather to the young lady of today." He extended his hand, weaving magical energy in the air to conjure the visage of a beautiful maiden, that of Vini, the girl recently chosen as the hero. Astrio's 6 fell into a sudden silence. As a fellow chosen one, he pondered whether this future hero could indeed sway the ancient legend. However, Celine too did not pause in his discourse. "And what of the saintess?" he mused, casting a keen glance at the taciturn Astrio's 6. Rising to stand beside him, you truly harbor no thoughts, my old friend?" Astrio's 6 recognized that Celine too's words had stirred something within him. As a fellow chosen, could the hero, once fully matured, challenge the Pope, who was deemed a god among men? No one could say. Yet at the very least, it presented a glimmer of hope. What stirred him further was the mention of the saintess, his former daughter. The anger he felt upon discovering that she had been stripped of her memories and emerged as the saintess of the Radiant Church was profound. Yet, this simultaneously offered him a fleeting hope. Mythis was not lost. Her memories had merely been erased. Could she reclaim her past, returning to her former glory as the princess of the Dusk Star Empire, his most cherished daughter? The aspirations he had once abandoned, thwarted by formidable obstacles, were reignited by Selene II's words, burgeoning uncontrollably within his heart. Selene II observed the outwardly composed Astrios 6, a smile playing upon his lips. After a prolonged silence, Astrios 6 finally closed his eyes. Centering himself before reopening them, "I shall pretend I have not heard your words today. Lord Russell, we shall part ways here." With that, he turned on his heel, leaving no opportunity for Selene II to dissuade him. "Ah, safe travels, Clavier," Selene II replied, lacking any desire to retain him, watching his departure with a smile. Once Astrios 6 had fully retreated, the vigilant legendary knight, Bedelphi, approached Selene II's side. "Your Majesty, if we cannot sway His Majesty Astrios, should we not consider delaying our plans?" "Nay, Bedelphi, Clavier will acquiesce," Selene II assured. But Astrios 6 had not indeed consented to their proposal. Had he? Selene II chuckled, returning to his seat and pouring himself a glass of fine wine. He will in stark contrast to the arduous journey there. The return would prove to be significantly easier to avoid the trials of travel. And with his father Vic's birthday approaching, Lynch opted not to retrace his original path, but instead traveled to the largest city surrounding the Holy City to board a plane. The dual-headed winged griffin, a creature comparable in size to a young dragon, measures at least 30 meters in length when fully grown, and its wings spread wide enough to obscure the sun. Despite its fearsome appearance, this beast is remarkably gentle, coupled with its exceptional flying capabilities, rendering it a favored mode of transportation in bustling urban centers. Why taking such a plane, a journey that would have taken Lynch and his companions nearly a month of continuous riding, was completed in under a week. Naturally, this convenience came at a steep cost. The fare consumed nearly 200 gold dragon coins, leaving Lynch's purse considerably lighter. One of the reasons they had not opted for the dual-headed winged griffin on their outward journey. Upon arriving in the city of Unix, governed by his father, familiar sights offered Lynch a modicum of relief. His gaze wandered, and he quickly spotted the majestic castle perched atop the mountain. Just months prior, he had departed from that very castle, embarking on his journey to the borderlands as a minor baron. Now, returning once more, he found that while everything appeared unchanged, the castle, once so resplendent in his memories, now seemed somewhat diminished. It paled in comparison to the royal city's architecture. Nonetheless, one must admit that both Unix City and Unix Castle stand as exemplary establishments for a city under a countess jurisdiction. In the Kingdom of Mu and all realms affiliated with the Radiant Empire, nobility is typically categorized into 3 tiers: Duke, Count, and Baron, rather than the classifications of Duke, Marquis, Count, Viscount, and Baron found in the other 2 empires and their subordinate kingdoms. This distinction explains why Lynch, upon his elevation, was granted the title of Baron rather than Viscount. Thus, even among nobles of the same rank, vast disparities may exist. A border count like Count Unix possesses strength that far exceeds that of an ordinary count. Essentially functioning as an unentitled marquis, Lynch's sentiments stemmed from the grandeur he had recently witnessed in either the royal city or the central church's holy city, even including the papal palace, which represents the epitome of exquisite opulence. Thus, regardless of the might of the Unix family, it remains merely a count's household, lacking any basis for comparison. Returning to the topic at hand, upon arriving in Unix City, Lynch proceeded to Unix Castle alongside Sivia and others. Perhaps due to his father Vic's birthday celebrations, the streets of the city were alive with a festive atmosphere. Additionally, he encountered several knights not affiliated with the Unix family, attending to a few young individuals, some of whom he recognized. Am I mistaken? Is that not our Lord Lynch? A teasing voice rang out from a distance, causing Lynch to halt in his tracks and look in the direction of the sound. Drawing the attention of those nearby, a richly adorned youth, seemingly of the same age as Lynch and accompanied by 2 fully armed knights exuding an aura that commanded distance, approached him, maintaining that mocking smile. "Didn't you get expelled from the Unix family? What brings you back?" Gazing upon the familiar yet infuriating visage before him, Lynch's lips curled into a slight smile. "Ah, it is you, Galad." Galad, like his predecessor, is the firstborn son of the Count. Thus, it is inevitable that they were compared to each other from a young age. However, the Gustav family has always been far inferior to the eunuch family, and has been in decline for some time. Additionally, Galad often found himself overshadowed by Lynch, and the Gustav family was more closely aligned with Lynch's brother, Reed, which naturally bred a sense of hostility towards him. When Lynch was once relegated to the status of a bastard, they openly mocked him. Therefore, it is not surprising that Galad would take the opportunity to ridicule him during this unexpected encounter. Nevertheless, Lynch had never paid any mind to him, as Galad was not worthy of his concern in any regard. T.O. Lynch. Galad was an exceedingly inadequate heir to the title of Count, as evidenced by his audacity to provoke Lynch, the former firstborn son of the Count, on eunuch territory. "I thought after your flamboyant performance at Duke Pentos's ball, Count Gustav would refrain from bringing you out again, that I wonder what kind of spectacle you intend to present at my father's birthday celebration this time." As he spoke, Lynch gestured with his fingers to create a finger universe gesture. "You." Galad's face flushed crimson at Lynch's words and gestures, almost as if Lynch had set off an alarm. At the last grand birthday ball hosted by Duke Pentos, both Lynch and Galad had attended with their respective fathers. After becoming inebriated, Galad had performed an impromptu striptease, providing quite the entertainment and showcasing Galad's talents. Galad was not known for his composure, and being reminded of such an embarrassing incident caused him to lose his composure, his two knights behind him glaring at Lynch as if they were ready to engage in a confrontation. "It seems we are rather fated, young Lynch. Where did the Duke come from?" A deep voice interjected at an inopportune moment. Galad, already fuming, was about to rebuke the intruder but was taken aback upon seeing the source of the voice. A middle-aged man with a stubbly face and an imposing presence approached. Parting the crowd with ease, he cast a glance at the flustered Galad before completely ignoring him and fixing his gaze on the astonished Lynch. The Duke of Pentos, whom Lynch had just mentioned, had appeared before them, making Lynch momentarily question his own senses. "Duke, how?" After exchanging pleasantries, Lynch looked quizzically at the legendary figure who should not have been present. "I happened to be invited by your father to join his birthday celebration, so I thought I would drop by," the Duke said, placing a friendly hand on Lynch's shoulder, leaving everyone in attendance, including Lynch, utterly bewildered. Pentos continued, "You are here to celebrate your father's birthday as well, aren't you? Since we fortuitously crossed paths, why don't you take me to meet your father? Of course, it would be my pleasure." "Duke." Despite still feeling somewhat dazed, Lynch did not hesitate and promptly turned to lead the esteemed figure. Meanwhile, Galad, who had been trembling in place, was entirely ignored by the crowd. Elsewhere, in the reception room of Eunuch Castle, Vic was hosting Count Gustav and other nobles attending his birthday celebration when a hurried knight approached him and boldly interrupted the conversation between Vic and Count Gustav. "Why, Lord Vic, Duke Pentos has arrived. What?" Vic, who was about to scold the knight, was taken aback, along with the other nobles. "Quick, take me to greet him." "Young Lynch, do you feel regret for not becoming a hero?" Duke Pentos inquired, glancing at the slightly trailing Lynch beside him. Upon hearing this, Lynch felt a sudden clarity. It appeared that the Duke had also attended the hero candidate ceremony, which explained their coincidental meeting. "Naturally, there is some regret." Lynch nodded, smiling. "However, it was never within my power to decide. What is gained is fortune, and what is lost is fate. Besides, I believe I am truly unsuited to be a hero. In contrast, this might even be a blessing in disguise. I hope I haven't embarrassed you, Duke. You have a refreshing perspective." Duke Pentos observed him for a moment before shaking his head slightly. "However, it cannot be said to be embarrassing to receive the recognition and invitation from His Holiness the Pope. You are the first in history. There is no need for false modesty." At this point, he shifted his gaze, casually surveying the surroundings of Eunuch City, and remarked, "Vic has ultimately chosen the wrong path. Abandoning you for your brother is quite a pity." Lynch's heart stirred, and he cautiously glanced at Duke Pentos, then forced a smile. "Duke, you misunderstand. The reason my father sent me away was my own choice." "Oh." Duke Pentos looked back, scrutinizing him. After a long pause, he continued, "It seems I have misunderstood." Lynch nodded with a smile, Though his heart was filled with confusion, he sensed that the Duke was deliberately probing him, only to withdraw just as he was about to delve deeper, leaving Lynch in a state of bewilderment regarding the Duke's intentions. One thing, however, was certain. He had caught the Duke's attention. Otherwise, they would not have coincidentally met, nor would the Duke have chosen to accompany him. Lynch even speculated that the Duke's attendance at his father's birthday celebration was prompted by him. This was not mere daydreaming on Lynch's part. Anno Pentos, the sole Duke of the M Kingdom, would he personally attend the modest birthday celebration of a mere count? Even though the eunuch family was considered quite formidable among the count families, they remained insignificant in the face of a duke. Furthermore, Duke Pentos's subtle probes likely indicated an interest in him, the recently recognized candidate for heroism, who had just garnered praise from the Pope in a city of millions. Lost in thought, Lynch's gaze suddenly shifted ahead. At the end of the street, a large group was hurrying towards them, with his father, the current Count Vic eunuch, at the forefront. His expression was hurried, and upon spotting Lynch beside Duke Pentos, he visibly paused for a moment before quickly regaining his composure and advancing towards them. "Duke, I did not expect you to come personally. That I hope you can forgive me." Vic bowed first to Duke Pentos, followed by the nobles accompanying him. "There is no need for such formality. I had not informed you of my visit." Pentos replied, shaking his head. "Now, do not block the way. Today is your birthday celebration. Guests should follow the host, and you must treat me well, of course." Relieved by the Duke's response, Vic quickly stepped aside and invited, "Duke, please, after you come." Duke Pentos did not decline. Before moving, he turned to Lynch and addressed him in front of the crowd. "Young Lynch, you will accompany Vic here to follow me. And do come my next birthday celebration." "Certainly, Duke, I will be there on time." Lynch responded without hesitation, disregarding the numerous gazes directed at him. He was now certain that Duke Pentos had come specifically to find him as for the Duke's ultimate intention. He would likely have to wait until the birthday celebration to uncover it. He also noted the look from his father Vic, but this was not the time for their exchange, so he merely inclined his head in a slight bow. "Let us proceed." Ignoring the silent exchange of glances between Lynch and his father, Pentos took the lead, prompting the others to hastily follow suit. Lynch remained stationary, choosing to follow at a leisurely pace only after the group had moved ahead. Although he had recently gained a semblance of independence from the eunuch family, the duration of his separation was brief, and he had yet to achieve any notable accomplishments. Thus, to others, he still appeared merely as a junior dependent on the eunuch lineage, making his presence in such a gathering rather incongruous. Initially, he had intended to return solely for a private meeting with Vic before departing, and being left behind now aligned with his sentiments. At that moment, Mord and Shervaya, who had lingered at the back of the procession since their encounter with Duke Pentos, finally rejoined Lynch. Upon their reunion, Lynch acknowledged Mord with a nod and caught sight of the distant, cowering Galad, whose previously arrogant demeanor had vanished. Even as Lynch's gaze fell upon him, Galad instinctively averted his eyes. It seemed Duke Pentos's aura of intimidation was indeed formidable. Galad was not so foolish as to approach and instigate trouble again. Shaking his head, Lynch chose to disregard the matter, turning instead to meander toward Eunuch Castle with Mord and the others in tow. Galad clenched his fists in frustration, ultimately relinquishing his anger. Read Bueno Eunuch. Lynch's younger brother had been sent to the reception hall by their mother, where he found Vic engaged in conversation with Duke Pentos. Father, the Duke, stood beside Vic with an air of calm, yet he overshadowed Vic as the main character of this grand banquet, his youthful visage radiating admiration. "What brings you here?" Vic began to inquire, only to pause, seemingly struck by a realization, and fell silent. Duke Pentos glanced at Reed dismissively. "Is this your second son?" "Indeed, Duke," Vic replied with a smile. "His name is Reed, the child of Shatter and me." As he spoke, Vic drew Reed closer to Pentos, who regarded the young boy with palpable excitement. Reed had longed for an opportunity to meet this legendary figure of the kingdom up close. Gaining the Duke's favor would undoubtedly yield immense benefits for both him and his mother, as well as their family lineage. Growing up in the kingdom of Mu, he had heard numerous tales of this illustrious Duke and had always idolized him. Thus, it was only natural for him to be present in this moment. However, the flame of enthusiasm within Reed flickered and dimmed as he realized Duke Pentos showed no interest in him. Even with Vic's introduction, the Duke merely cast a fleeting glance before completely ignoring him. Shatter, if I recall correctly, is the fourth daughter of the Bueno family, isn't she? Vic, unperturbed, subtly guided Reed out of Pentos's line of sight and suggested, "Shall I have someone bring her to you?" "That won't be necessary. The Bueno family holds no interest for me," Pentos replied. Reed felt a chill run through him. The fervor he had felt upon arrival was now extinguished. He turned to Vic, who also seemed to have lost interest in him, and sensed the gazes of others around him. Yet when he scanned the crowd, no one seemed to notice him. Clenching his fists tightly, Reed departed with a solitary stride, just as he had arrived. As he traversed the lengthy corridors of the castle, Reed suddenly halted, his gaze catching a familiar figure that compelled him to pause. He observed Butler Celis, beaming with delight, leading a group into the castle entrance, with none other than his brother, Lynch eunuch, at the forefront. A frown creased Reed's brow. Encountering Lynch again filled him with disdain. Although he understood that Lynch likely returned to celebrate their father's birthday and would soon depart once more, Reed found the presence of someone already marginalized by the family to be somewhat irksome. Compounded by his recent humiliation before Duke Pentos, his contempt for Lynch only intensified. Consequently, he turned and approached Lynch and his entourage. Meanwhile, Celis was elated by Lynch's return as one of the earliest followers of Vic. He naturally held a greater affinity for Lynch. The eldest son, he was well aware that Lynch's visit was likely only to honor Vic's birthday, but he still cherished the opportunity to reconnect. "Master Lynch, your room has been preserved for you. I have ensured it remains clean, awaiting your eventual return," he said warmly. "Thank you," Lynch replied with a smile, then turned his attention elsewhere, inadvertently drawing the gaze of those around him. "Reed!" Celis exclaimed, startled by the approaching figure. Caught between the two brothers, he felt a wave of panic. He had not anticipated Reed's appearance. Reed disregarded Celis, fixating intently on Lynch, who was also surveying him. Suddenly, Reed's gaze shifted to the figure behind Lynch, where he noticed Shervaya, momentarily frozen in awe. Reed's heart raced. The fire that had cooled after his encounter with Duke Pentos reignited. He had never encountered such breathtaking beauty, one that even his mother, the current Lady Eunuch, could not rival. The enchanting woman regarded him with her dreamlike violet eyes, which seemed to possess an alluring power that captivated his very being. For reasons unknown, Reed felt a flash of purple sweep through his vision, and then he lost all awareness. Lynch observed with a perplexed expression as Reed stood transfixed, his face a mask of terror while his body twitched sporadically. After a moment of shared silence, Lynch anticipated that his brother would react in some manner, yet he found Reed's attention wholly diverted to Shervaya, even as he disregarded Lynch entirely. Such an overtly disrespectful act did not go unnoticed by Shervaya, and it was clear that Reed had succumbed to a trance under her spell. "What did you show him?" Lynch inquired curiously, glancing at Shervaya, who was joined by, and equally intrigued. "Nothing much," Shervaya replied nonchalantly. "I merely introduced him to a few scarlet gorillas." "La?" Mord, eavesdropping nearby, gasped in shock, his gaze toward Shervaya filled with trepidation. The scarlet gorilla, a creature perpetually in heat, was notorious for its terrifying assaults, indiscriminately targeting both men and women. Lynch felt a chill of sympathy for Reed, who was now ensnared in such a predicament. Only, and remained oblivious, her expression a mixture of confusion and curiosity. "Scarlet gorilla? What is that?" she asked. Perhaps it's best if you refrain from asking." Lynch replied, clearing his throat, "Oh," and nodded obediently, though her inquisitive eyes remained fixed on the trembling Reed. "Master Lynch, this," Celis stammered, glancing between the entranced Reed and the others, aware that this situation had arisen from Lynch's group. He implored them with his eyes, hoping to avoid any embarrassment for either brother. Lynch smiled reassuringly. "Fear not. Shervaya knows her limits and won't allow my dear brother to come to harm. Let us take our leave. He shall regain his senses shortly." "Very well," Celis conceded, casting one last worried glance at Reed before leading Lynch and the others away, leaving Reed standing alone. Time passed, and with no sign of her son as return, Lady Eunuch grew increasingly anxious and set out to search for him. Coincidentally, she stumbled upon Reed lingering in the courtyard. "Reed? What are you doing here?" Lady Eunuch gasped, her charming features paling in alarm upon witnessing Reed's state. "Reed, my child, what has happened to you?" "No, no." Slap. At that moment, Reed abruptly emerged from his dream, his once vacant and dazed expression transforming into one of sheer terror. Instinctively reacting, he raised his hand and struck Lady Unique. Pushing her away with force, Lady Unique staggered back, barely managing to avoid a fall with the assistance of her maid, her graceful visage now marred by shock, a vivid handprint beginning to redden upon her cheek. Starkly conspicuous. Mother. Reed finally regained his composure, his face paling as he realized the gravity of his actions. "Mother, I didn't mean to, it was the woman beside Lynch." Observing Reed's flustered demeanor, Lady Unique, in contrast, regained her composure, feeling the searing pain on her face, her gaze turning icy. "What transpired? Tell me everything." The banquet, which was meant to last several days, abruptly concluded on the very night of Duke Pentos's departure. After bidding farewell to all the guests, Vic hastily sought out Lynch, who had been resting for quite some time. Upon opening Lynch's door, he found his son reclining on Annie's lap, receiving a massage, which momentarily took him aback before he retreated. Shortly thereafter, a somewhat awkward-looking Lynch emerged from the room, meeting Vic's gaze. "Father, this—" Enough, that's of no consequence." Vic waved his hand, his expression turning serious as he addressed Lynch. "I heard from His Grace the Duke that you participated in the recent hero candidate ceremony and garnered the Pope's commendation." Lynch felt a flicker of confusion as to why Vic seemed unaware of this event, then realized it was indeed unlikely he would know. Apart from the residents near the Holy City, only prominent figures from other regions attended, all of them of considerable stature, at least dukes of the kingdom, a mere earl. Vic would only be privy to the existence of the event and the identity of the hero. Even as Lynch's father, the church would not have notified him. Upon hearing Lynch's affirmation, Vic fell into a contemplative silence. He suddenly felt that his eldest son, whom he had released less than half a year ago, had become somewhat estranged. He never anticipated that during this time, Lynch would quietly stir such significant matters. When Duke Pentos mentioned related issues, Vic had assumed he was jesting. Now I can ascertain why Duke Pentos has come so unexpectedly. "Father, you must have extended an invitation to His Grace. Perhaps he simply came to visit you. After all, your relationship with Duke Pentos is not unsatisfactory, is it?" Lynch feigned ignorance while being acutely aware of the situation. Vic regarded him, shaking his head slightly. "It seems you have indeed matured significantly. My connections scarcely warrant a personal visit from the Duke." "Father, do you know why Duke Pentos invited me to attend his next banquet?" After a moment of contemplation, Lynch proactively inquired. Ultimately, he was somewhat concerned about the Duke's intentions, and being able to foresee them would undoubtedly be advantageous, in comparison to him. Vic, as a border earl, would likely possess far more information. Yet, confronted with such a question, Vic too found himself uncertain. After pondering for a considerable time, he finally shook his head. "I am not certain." "Very well." Lynch was not disappointed, smiling as he said, "Father, happy birthday." Vic gazed at Lynch, whose features bore a striking resemblance to both himself and his long-deceased wife, a fleeting look of nostalgia crossing his face. If Mel could see you now, she would undoubtedly be overjoyed. Mel, mentioned by Vic, was his first wife and Lynch's biological mother, who passed away from illness when Lynch was 4. Vic remarried Lady Unique the following year. Unlike Mel, Lady Unique represented a complete political alliance. In his youth, Vic had accompanied Duke Pentos in achieving remarkable military feats, which had led to the elevation of the Unique family from a baronial to an earldom. For a man of Vic's stature, he was an appealing prospect for noble families, and after Lynch's mother's death, numerous families proposed alliances with him. Initially, Vic had dismissed these proposals, intending not to accept them. However, he ultimately acquiesced to a marriage proposal from the Bueno ducal family. Thus, Lady Unique and their child, Reed, came to be. It can be said that Vic did not lack affection for Lynch's mother, nor did he undervalue his eldest son. It is merely that, despite having ascended to heights unattainable for many, he continued to face pressures from even greater echelons, perhaps witnessing Lynch's growth, or perhaps wearied himself. Vic revealed a rare glimpse of his inner thoughts before Lynch, seeing Vic in such a state. Lynch fell silent as well. Enough of this, The border territory, your domain, how has it been developing? Quite well, I suppose. Lynch shifted his thoughts from reminiscence, discussing the progress of the border territory with Vic, a sorcerer. I never expected you would befriend such an individual. Vic expressed surprise at Lynch's mention of a sorcerer friend. Even he, as an earl, despite his formidable power, lacked the foundation and depth to have a sorcerer or similar extraordinary profession under his command. Having long sought after such an association without success, he was astonished that Lynch had managed to cultivate a friendship with one. The utility of a sorcerer far exceeds that of an ordinary knight of the same rank. Having one by his side would undoubtedly facilitate many endeavors. Indeed, I am fortunate. Though Shivia is not a true sorceress, but rather a witch, since you are making good progress, I shall not pry further. A hero has emerged. In due time, the abyssal demons may return. The continent will once again descend into chaos. You must hasten to strengthen your capabilities to survive in the turbulent world to come. Understand, Father. Lynch nodded. Without Vic needing to elaborate, he was well aware of this. However, although he outwardly presented himself, along with his territory, as relatively weak, in truth, he could contend with Vic, the border earl. The powers of the witches. Shivia and Annie were not to be underestimated. Particularly Shivia. Lynch suspected that even Charles, the foremost knight under his father's command, would stand no chance against her. With Shivia's abilities, it was uncertain how she would fare against someone with greater magical and mental prowess than herself. However, when dealing with those weaker, it could be said she would have no difficulty, leaving them no opportunity. A perfect fit for bullying the weak, for a witch whose awakening equated her to a hero-level existence. Most individuals in this world could be categorized as novices. After chatting about various matters for a while longer, Vic and Lynch reached the familiar stage of mutual silence typical between father and son. The two men, one older and one younger, exchanged blank stares, the atmosphere growing increasingly awkward. Very well, this shall suffice. Vic waved his hand at Lynch, turning to depart. Yet, just as he was about to leave, he paused, turning back to Lynch with a serious expression. By the way, even though you have reached this stage, you must be cautious not to become overly immersed. Moderation is key. Lynch opened his mouth, holding his breath but unable to utter a sound. Fortunately, Victor merely touched upon the subject and did not delve any deeper. After speaking, he turned and left. Lynch watched Victor's figure disappear around the corner and could not help but shake his head with a bitter smile. What is this all about? He turned back to his room, only to find Annie's delicate face flushed, her pair of furry ears quivering slightly, and the tail behind her wagging incessantly, revealing her owner's inner turmoil. Lynch's expression turned peculiar as he glanced over at the otherwise composed Shivia on the other side. He suspected someone had eavesdropped, yet he had no evidence. Meanwhile, Victor returned to his study alone. Upon entering the room, he immediately spotted Lady Satyr, the wife of Eunuch, who had evidently been waiting for quite some time. Victor paused slightly, then, maintaining his expression, took his seat, picked up a book, and casually glanced at his wife. What happened to your face? As a formidable knight, Victor's keen gaze discerned the unusual flush on one side of Satyr's face, even though she had made an effort to conceal it. It's nothing. Satyr stiffened at his question, brushing it off, and stared intently at Victor. Did you meet with your son? Is there a problem? Humph. Do you know what that wretched person beside your good son did to Reed? Listening to Satyr's bitter words, Victor's expression remained calm. This scenario had unfolded countless times over the past decade, and he had long since learned to turn a deaf ear. Satyr's purpose in coming to him with her grievances was merely to seek some advantage. So, what do you want me to do? Quite simply, have your son and that wretched person who harmed Reed come and kneel before everyone to apologize. Victor lifted his gaze to meet hers, placing the book down to tea that moment. Satyr's alluring and graceful visage appeared exceedingly loathsome in Victor's eyes. Recalling previous instances, he would typically refuse at such times, only for Satyr to throw a fit, leveraging her identity as the daughter of the Duke of Bueno until he relented. Each time, Victor would either willingly or reluctantly acquiesce to her demands, a pattern that never failed. Yet this time, Victor remained silent, merely regarding Satyr with a cold, indifferent gaze, instilling fear in her heart. Will you agree or not? Get lost. What did you say? Satyr suddenly stood up, incredulously staring at Victor. Victor, Eunuch, Do you realize what you were saying? How dare you? Get lost. Victor's voice turned even colder, a terrifying aura pressing down on Satyr, who still wished to protest. This was the blood-chilling presence he had cultivated on the battlefield, suffocating to an ordinary person like Satyr. The moment the pressure was released, it did not harm Satyr, but left her with no desire to speak further. She cast one last, deep glance at Victor, who had resumed reading, then turned and slammed the door behind her as she left the study. "Madam, bring Ryan here. This is—" "Madam." The maid hurriedly exited the room, and before long, a young man in casual attire entered, accompanied by no one. The young man wore a charming smile, settling beside her on the bed under Lady Eunuch's watchful gaze. "What brings you to me at this late hour, my esteemed Lady Eunuch?" People, especially women, as highly emotional beings, often allow their feelings to override their rationality, leading to irrational choices. Satyr leaned against Ryan's sturdy chest, enveloped in his embrace, her enchanting eyes appearing even more captivating. Strands of hair dampened with sweat clung to her cheek, her alluring face suffused with the afterglow of passion, resembling a blooming rose. A few glistening droplets of sweat still clung to her fair skin, peeking from beneath the covers, and a tiny red mole could be spotted on the side of her prominent curves. Utterly enticing, Ryan's lips curled upward as he gazed down at Satyr nestled against him, his eyes filled with contentment. Despite having rested for a while, the softness from earlier lingered pleasantly in his memory. "You seem particularly enthusiastic today. Have you missed me after such a time apart?" Sensing that Satyr had seemingly regained her composure and was making movements, Ryan released her and sat up. Satyr ignored his teasing. Propping herself up with her hands, her body still somewhat languid, fully exposed to the moonlight, igniting a fire in Ryan's heart. Without a hint of modesty, she changed into a fresh nightgown, tidying her somewhat disheveled hair before finally addressing Ryan, who remained seated on her bed. "Get down." "Very well." He raised his hands, obediently sliding off the bed and donning his loose attire, concealing his robust form within. Ryan was not surprised by Satyr's sudden shift in demeanor. He had long since grown accustomed to the Countess's post-coital mood swings, and the more unpredictable she became, the more he found himself drawn to her. Even now, he could vividly recall the first time he had enjoyed this Countess, whom he had long admired. She had been far colder then than she was now. Yet, her body remained as fervent as it was today. "So, since you are satisfied, my lady, I should take my leave." He waved goodbye with a smile, skillfully making his way to the door. Just before he exited, however, Satyr interrupted him. "Hold on, Ryan halted, turning to look at her. "Do you still have something for me to do?" "Always at your service." His words, coupled with his smile, were clearly laden with implications, yet she paid him no mind. After a prolonged silence, even Ryan found himself tempted to inquire when Lady Eunuch, clad in her loose nightgown, finally spoke again. "That bastard, Lynch Eunuch, go kill him." "What did you say?" Upon hearing Satyr's words, Ryan immediately questioned whether he had misheard. He rarely displayed such astonishment as he gazed at Satyr, who remained stoic. "You still intend to pursue him, but he has already lost the chance to inherit the title. Has he not? Don't tell me you think you can't do it." That Satyr's gaze turned icy as she fixed her stare on him. "This is not a matter of whether I can or cannot, Satyr. He is Victor's son, Reed's brother, and you are still his nominal mother." Ryan's brow furrowed slightly. "Do you understand the consequences if this is discovered?" In Satyr's eyes, Ryan's analysis sounded like a warning. Yet the echoes of Victor's frigid, get lost reverberated in her ears, coupled with the stinging memory of Reed's slap from earlier that afternoon. "Can or can't?" Ryan did not expect his explanation to elicit an even colder inquiry from Satyr. Clearly a final ultimatum. If he answered incorrectly, the consequences could be dire. "Fine." Ryan gritted his teeth and acquiesced to Shadier's request. He no longer lingered, turning away from the chamber belonging to the matriarch of the eunuch family, leaving Shadhier to stand quietly in the dimly lit room. Suddenly, Charles sat upright in bed, his gaze sharp as lightning, swiftly scanning the shadowy space surrounding his bed, simultaneously amplifying his perception, honed in the realm of heroes, to catch even the slightest disturbance. Yet despite his meticulous search, he found nothing, only the faint sound of insects chirping in the deep of night. Moments ago, he had dreamt a vivid dream in that dream, he witnessed the current Lady Eunuch clandestinely meeting with his deputy, Ryan, plotting the assassination of his lord's eldest son, Lynch. The dream was so strikingly real that it jolted him awake, leading to his earlier reaction. Was it merely a dream? Charles murmured to himself. Despite his words, his brows were tightly furrowed, as a seasoned knight of the earth who had once followed Vic to achieve glory in the realm of heroes. Charles's mind was exceptionally sharp. He had experienced revelations through dreams before, many of which had allowed him to escape dire situations, shaping him into who he was today. He was uncertain whether this instance was yet another premonition of an impending event. But he could not return to slumber. After donning his attire, Charles exited his room and made his way to the study where Vic usually rested at night. Along the way, he encountered several patrolling soldiers and knights leading the patrol, which was nothing unusual. However, when he unexpectedly came across Ryan alone, his expression sharpened. "Ah, Charles, to see you at this hour. Can't sleep?" Ryan greeted him with a smile, appearing remarkably at ease. Yet even so, Charles sensed an undercurrent of something amiss. He fixed his gaze on Ryan and replied flatly, "I came to check if those on duty today are patrolling diligently AS for you. Wandering about at this late hour when it should be your turn to stand guard could easily lead to misunderstandings." "Ah, is there anyone who wouldn't recognize me?" "Very well. I shall return," Ryan said, raising his hands in mock surrender and departing with a sense of resignation. Charles watched him leave, then turned his gaze back to the direction he had come from, feeling a slight heaviness in his heart, before continuing towards Vic's studied "My Lord, you have yet to rest?" Charles inquired, surprised to find Vic still engrossed in a book. Without turning, Vic shook his head slightly. "What brings you to me at this hour? Do you have something to discuss?" "My lord." Charles hesitated for a moment, but ultimately conveyed his intentions to Vic in full clarity. Vic listened intently, putting down the tome mid-conversation to focus on him. After Charles recounted his encounter with Ryan, who had been wandering outside and concealing things from him, Vic sat up from his reclined position, his gaze fixed on this knight who had served him loyally for many years. Remaining silent, "I understand." Lynch had remained at Eunuch Castle for several days. During this time, he also met his nominal mother, Lady Eunuch. The lady's attitude towards Lynch, her stepson, had never been particularly warm. Even when Lynch made a point to visit her, he received nothing but a cold demeanor, as indifferent as ever as for his dear brother. Reed. It was unclear whether the previous encounter with Shavia had left a psychological scar on the young man, but upon seeing Shavia, who was always by Lynch's side, he would instinctively tremble, unconsciously shielding his hands behind him, lowering his head in avoidance. However, as he had merely returned to visit Vic, he could not linger indefinitely at the castle's gates. Lynch and his party, fully prepared, set off promptly. Vic did not come to see him off, just as he had not done when Lynch previously departed from Eunuch Castle. Only the elderly steward, Silas, bid farewell on his behalf. "What? After a few days, you already feel reluctant to leave?" Lynch teased, and, who kept peeking back at Eunuch Castle atop the mountain from the carriage. Anne's ears perked up at his words, and she hastily waved her hands. "Of course not. My lord, you misunderstand. I'm just, ha. Misunderstand what? My own residence truly pales in comparison to my father's. If you feel reluctant, then that's fine. I was just joking." Lynch's sentence was abruptly cut short as an excited and leapt into his embrace. Feeling the pressure against his abdomen and noticing Shavia's slightly reproachful gaze, Lynch could only shake his head in wry amusement while offering comfort. "I would never disdain you, nor would I abandon my lord." The maid buried her head against Lynch's chest, her voice muffled to further affirm her sincerity, and tightened her embrace, leaving Lynch in an uncomfortable predicament from the beginning until now, after spending this time together, and had evidently grown more affectionate towards him. The nature of the maidens, previously suppressed by the strict rules of servitude, began to resurface, manifesting most directly in her newfound clinginess, as if she were truly like a pet. At this moment, he once again acutely felt the pressure radiating from a woman. All right, I understand, and I shall not let you leave." And Lynch reached out to gently stroke her head, his palm caressing her soft ears, causing Anne to feel a wave of warmth, loosening her grip around him, her adorable face breaking into a blissful smile, while her tail, hidden beneath her maid's dress, swayed animatedly, stirring the fabric above Lynch's silent cue. "Shavia, seated on the opposite side of the carriage, gently took him back in her lap, while her other hand began to softly stroke the latter's head. With the pressure from and dissipating, Lynch could not help but exhale in relief. He certainly did not mind Anne's behavior. In fact, he wished for the moment to last a bit longer. The sigh of relief came from the realization that he had successfully prevented Anne, the oblivious outsider, from disrupting his plans. Looking at Shavia, who was currently tending to, and Lynch felt entirely at ease. It seemed everything was progressing just as he had orchestrated. Time passed, and after Lynch and his party had distanced themselves from Unix City and traversed the wilderness for some time, an unexpected event occurred. Maud, stationed beside Lynch's carriage, suddenly sensed an attack emerging from deep within the thicket, his expression shifting dramatically. It was a concentrated blade of magical energy, slicing through everything in its path, trees and earth alike, with unstoppable force. And in the blink of an eye, it was poised to strike the moving carriage. The assault came too suddenly and swiftly. Maud had no time to react, drawing his sword and unleashing a blade of energy with all his might to intercept it. However, in comparison to the incoming energy blade, Maud's strike was clearly far weaker. Upon collision, his attack crumbled effortlessly, achieving nothing that in an instant, Lynch and his companions found themselves in a dire predicament. Maud watched in horror, rendered powerless as a golden knight, unable to even call out a warning to Lynch inside the carriage. Helplessly witnessing the energy blade approaching, in a fleeting moment, he envisioned himself severed in two, while the carriage housing Lynch and the others was swept away, sealing their fates. Time seemed to slow down, allowing him to clearly discern the trajectory of the energy blade, catch a glimpse of the silhouetted figure hidden deep within the thicket, and even spot the familiar figure of his knight commander, Charles, rushing towards them. But a surge of immense magical energy erupted from within Maud, elevating his presence significantly. The glint of icy resolve flashed in his eyes as he unsheathed his sword, striking down towards the incoming energy blade with a speed that seemed impossible just a moment prior. Boom! A resounding explosion erupted, and with astonishing swiftness, the sword energy was cleaved apart by Maud's blade. The sudden turn of events momentarily halted Charles's rescue efforts, his face betraying visible astonishment. He was not alone. Lynch, within the carriage, along with those who had launched the attack from the dense forest, were equally taken aback. Maud, who should have been incapable of thwarting this assault, had inexplicably achieved a breakthrough in an instant, ascending to the ranks of an Earth Knight of heroic caliber, successfully intercepting the impending attack. The carriage behind him, where Lynch and others were situated, remained unperturbed by the violent winds generated by the explosion. Huff! Taking a deep breath, Maud confronted such a terrifying attack immediately after his elevation, all the while needing to shield the carriage behind him, a considerable burden nonetheless. That he glanced at Charles, who appeared slightly stunned, and after exchanging a brief look, the latter nodded slightly before charging into the thicket. At that moment, Lynch also emerged from the carriage, scrutinizing Maud with an odd expression. He was eager to inquire, "You broke through in the heat of battle, and you are the protagonist?" Unaware of Lynch's thoughts, Maud hastily asked, "Lord Lynch, are you unscathed? You managed to shield us from the winds unleashed by the explosion. What could possibly harm me?" Lynch replied, diverting his gaze towards the direction of the approaching attack. Feigning ignorance, "Did you manage to discern the identity of the assailant?" "I sincerely apologize, Lord Lynch, but the situation was urgent, and I did not have the opportunity to clearly see the figure." Maud shook his head, uncertainly adding, "However, I have an inkling that the silhouette seemed somewhat familiar." "Very well. That was undoubtedly Uncle Charles, and once he brings back the assailant, we shall know for certain." Indeed, not long after, Charles returned, dragging the severely beaten assailant behind him. "Deputy Commander Ryan, how could this be?" Upon seeing the individual that Charles held, Maud's eyes widened in shock, his face reflecting disbelief. Lynch's expression mirrored this sentiment, albeit with an air of pretense. "Uncle Charles, what is the meaning of this?" "Young Master Lynch, it's a long story." Tossing Ryan on the ground, Charles began to elucidate the situation to Lynch and the others. Lynch listened to Charles's account. He occasionally nodded, his face adopting appropriate expressions in response to the narrative. Upon hearing that Charles had grown suspicious of Ryan due to a dream, Lynch was utterly astonished that it was merely because of a dream. That is not unusual, young Master Lynch, when you ascend to become an Earth Knight. You may also experience such premonitory dreams, Charles stated calmly. What Charles referred to as a highly unique ability that only extraordinary beings of heroic rank or above might possess, commonly known as inspiration. Its function resembled a form of foresight or intuition. This ability is typically beyond the conscious control of the extraordinary, akin to a fleeting spark of insight that dissipates at a moment's notice. This lack of control explains why Charles would harbor suspicions towards Ryan, a knight who had served as his deputy for over a decade, based solely on a dream. However, unbeknownst to Charles, the reason he experienced such a dream was not due to the so-called inspiration, but rather the powers of the witch, Shivia. Upon returning to Eunuch Castle, where he had initially showcased his prowess to Reed and Lady Eunuch, Lynch could not afford to be careless. Eunuch Castle was not the domain of the Church of Light. Shivia wielded her powers without restraint. During her time residing within the castle, she had effectively enveloped the entirety of the Count's estate within her perception, and nothing that transpired escaped her sight, including the clandestine dealings between Lady Eunuch and Deputy Commander Ryan. To be candid, Lynch was not at all surprised by his stepmother's infidelity. The nobility in this world was not lacking compared to the tales he had heard in his previous life. Indeed, within the context of the extraordinary, they played their games even more intricately. As long as external reputations were not jeopardized, or matters did not become overtly public, it was common for everyone to turn a blind eye, remaining indifferent to one another. What astonished Lynch was that he had initially believed his stepmother would merely cause him some trouble, yet he never anticipated she would seek to eliminate him outright. This woman, when driven to madness, truly became a force to be reckoned with. Of course, a single Ryan posed no threat to Lynch, who was constantly accompanied by two powerful witches. The real issue lay in Lynch's desire, an inability to reveal his own strengths so easily. Thus, he contemplated the other Earth Knight of the Eunuch family, namely Charles, that by utilizing Shivia's ability to manipulate dreams, he conveyed the matter concerning Lady Eunuch and Ryan to Charles, who, due to the inspiration ability bestowed upon heroic extraordinary beings, would not harbor any suspicions. This led to the current scenario, where Ryan's assault was thwarted, their own strengths remained concealed, and it also served as a warning to his father. Victored a multifaceted gain. The only uncertainty lay in whether Shivia could indeed influence the dreams of Charles, this formidable Earth Knight. The ease with which Charles dispatched Ryan, another Earth Knight of heroic rank, underscored the immense strength of the Chief Knight who had been by his father's side for many years. In truth, Lynch had somewhat underestimated the witch's capabilities. Shivia effortlessly seized control of Charles's dreams, achieving her objective. "All right, I understand now, Uncle Charles," Lynch nodded, casting another glance at Ryan, who lay on the ground like a lifeless dog, his expression somewhat complex. Ryan had been a knight brought into the Eunuch family by Lynch's stepmother when she married into it as the Duke's daughter. Out of respect for the daughter of Duke Bueno and recognizing Ryan's commendable abilities, Lynch's father, Victor, had appointed him as the deputy commander of the Eunuch Knight Order. Over the years, he had indeed contributed significantly to the Eunuch family. Yet ultimately, he found himself on the opposing side. Shaking off these distracting thoughts, Lynch raised his gaze to Charles, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you for coming to protect me, Uncle Charles. It is my duty, young Master Lynch. And I have done nothing extraordinary," Charles replied, shifting his gaze to Mode. "I never expected you to achieve a breakthrough in such dire circumstances. It seems my initial assessment of you was not misplaced. You truly are the prodigy esteemed by the Lord." Mode hastily responded, "You flatter me, Lord Charles. I still have a long way to go." "Enough," Charles gestured dismissively. "There is no need for such modesty." He then turned to Lynch. "Young Master Lynch, since the matter has been resolved, I must return to report to the Lord. With the newly elevated Mode protecting you, there should be no further issues." "Very well." Lynch nodded. "Uncle Charles, you may go." "Indeed." Charles regarded him, pausing for a moment before cautioning Lynch. "Young Master Lynch, you may need to be more vigilant regarding your safety moving forward." His words were vague, yet Lynch understood their implications. Smiling, he replied, "I am aware. Uncle Charles. With that, Charles said no more, effortlessly lifting the unconscious Ryan from the ground, performing a knightly salute to Lynch before swiftly departing, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Lynch silently observed his departure, his gaze once again drawn to the distant peaks that were nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, the direction of Eunuch Castle. Lord Lynch. It's nothing, Lynch reassured Maud, who looked at him with concern. Shaking his head slightly, let us return. He re-entered the carriage, and after a brief pause to collect himself, Maud resumed leading the way back. It turned out that the master and Sister Shavia had known all along that someone was tailing them. As soon as Lynch stepped into the carriage and lowered the curtain, Annie, with an air of reluctance, addressed him. Moments before, when they were on the verge of being struck by the sword energy unleashed by Ryan, Annie seemed to have anticipated the danger. She took hold of both Lynch and Zavia, activating her abilities to transport them into another realm, ensuring that even if the sword energy were strike, they would remain unscathed. Long before Ryan made his move, Annie had already sensed his presence, frequently glancing backward for this very reason. However, just as she was about to inform Lynch, he deftly interrupted her, and it dawned on her that Lynch had been aware all along, rendering her warnings unnecessary. She had nearly jeopardized his plans. I'm sorry, Master. There's no need for apologies. You ought to blame me for not informing you beforehand. Lynch replied with a smile, gently ruffling her hair. I initially thought you wouldn't need to worry about such matters, so I didn't notify you. Rest assured, it won't happen again. How could that be? Master, whatever you do for me is entirely justified. How could I possibly hold you accountable? Is that truly the case? Yes, absolutely. Upon witnessing Annie's flushed cheeks as she struggled to articulate her thoughts, Lynch felt a flicker of joy dispelling the shadows in his heart. A dull thud echoed through the room as Ryan's unconscious form crashed to the floor. Yet, Satters, seated upon the bed, paid no heed to the fallen Ryan, instead directing her cold gaze towards the newcomer. Victor, their son, Reed, cowered in the corner of the room, afraid to make a sound. Victor's intense stare bore into her, and she met his gaze with equal defiance. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, Victor turned and walked towards the door. Before leaving, he calmly uttered, "Not a single thing belonging to the eunuch family shall be taken by the Buenos." Once Victor departed, Satters clenched her hands in a fist upon the bed, her meticulously manicured nails nearly piercing her flesh. On this day, the entirety of Eunuch Fortress, and indeed the city below, could not find peace. Moreover, the ripples from this turmoil would spread throughout the entire Eunuch earldom before it could be quelled. The distance between Eunuch City and the border territory was not vast. That very evening, Lynch and his companions returned to the border territory, greeted by Laurent, stationed at the edge of the Red Maple Town's walls. Seeing Lynch's return, Laurent was filled with elation, as it meant he would no longer be tethered to the walls for the entire day, as he had been for the past few months. However, his joy was short-lived. Upon hearing that Maud had successfully broken through and ascended to the rank of heroic knight, and witnessing Maud's gaze directed at him, Laurent's expression fell, having already been overshadowed by Maud. He now faced an even greater burden. It was entirely possible that he would lose the opportunity to enjoy a drink at the tavern during his leisure time. With this thought, Laurent's already grim demeanor darkened further. Days passed, and after a period of rest, Lynch resumed his life prior to venturing to the Holy City. Each day, he would rise to attend to territorial matters, seek opponents for training, and rest, maintaining a simple routine. Of course, the affairs of the territory were not overly burdensome, as Lynch typically reserved decision-making for significant matters, leaving the trivialities to the estate's old steward and Maud, the knight. Thus, Lynch focused much of his energy on combat training. Since acquiring Annie from the Starlight Trading Company in the Holy City, Lynch had been eager to enhance his strength rapidly, ensuring that Zavia and Annie would not have to remain too far from him at any moment. Coupled with the recent scheming attack from his stepmother, his desire for power became even more pressing. That if all went according to plan, it seemed unlikely that his stepmother would face any repercussions from his father. Victor, infidelity, and seeking a lover were trivial offenses, but plotting to murder Lynch, the heir of the eunuch family, carried grave consequences, yet it still would not compel Victor to take direct action against her. After all, Satters was truly the daughter of a duke, and the Bueno family to which she belonged was one of the four great ducal families of the M Kingdom. Although the Bueno family had been on a downward trajectory in recent years, with rumors suggesting they were significantly weaker than other ducal families, it was still not something a mere count could challenge without repercussions, at least until it was publicly confirmed that the Bueno family had indeed lost its standing. Victor dared not act against most. He could confine her and eliminate the Bueno family's influence within the eunuch territory, but even that was a delicate matter. Moreover, if the Bueno family were to discover the upheaval within the eunuch family, they might very well intervene or retaliate. Lynch had gleaned some of this potential threat from Charles's veiled warnings before their separation. In the face of such impending turmoil, possessing sufficient strength was the only means by which he could secure his stability. This encompassed not only his power as a lord, but also his personal prowess. Additionally, due to the significant boost he had received from helping Midas purify the filth, he was on the verge of ascending to the rank of Golden Knight, which further fueled his training efforts. However, Lynch's diligence inadvertently placed the burden on Laurent and Silas. Since Maud was preoccupied with internal affairs and had already advanced, the gap between them became too vast for effective training. Thus, the responsibility of sparring with Lynch fell upon the two of them. They alternated daily, with one training the knights Andrew and Pep whom Lynch had previously recruited, while the other engaged in combat with Lynch. Leading to a packed schedule, Silas managed well. But for Laurent, whose exuberant personality made such arrangements torturous, it was a true test of endurance. Fortunately, Lynch occasionally allowed the two gold-eating mice under the care of the beast tamer, Kars, to substitute for them, and the motivation from Maud's ascension kept Laurent from completely losing heart during their sparring sessions. Clang, once more deflecting Lynch's incoming sword with a resounding clash, Lynch raised a hand to halt Laurent's charge. "Let us take a break," Lynch panted, addressing him. Laurent halted his advance, setting his knight's sword down to rest upon it. Compared to Lynch, who was drenched in sweat and fatigue, Laurent had yet to reach his limit. Nevertheless, after such an extended bout with Lynch, he had certainly expended a considerable amount of energy. The astonishment on Laurent's face was palpable, reflecting the extent of his surprise at Lynch's progress. Recalling that just a few months ago, Lynch had only recently ascended to the rank of Silver Knight, unable to exert any pressure on him, and after 10 minutes of sparring with Maud, he would be utterly exhausted and unable to continue. Yet just now, Lynch had fought him for several dozen minutes before calling for a halt. Not only that, but Laurent found himself unable to hold back during their duels. He needed to exert at least 70% of his energy to contend with Lynch, lest he become complacent and suffer defeat. This was undeniably frightening. Why, Lord Lynch? Are you nearing a promotion? Finally, after enduring several days of speculation, Laurent could no longer contain his curiosity and posed the question to Lynch. If Lynch were not on the verge of advancing, he could not possibly engage in such a prolonged duel with Laurent, a knight who had remained at the golden level for some time, without exerting considerable pressure on him. Lynch accepted the towel that Annie had swiftly offered, wiping the sweat from his face before breaking into a smile. Perhaps, at this rate, I should be able to ascend within a few days. Hiss! Laurent inhaled sharply, his eyes wide with astonishment, as if he were gazing at a monster. Upon reflection, Lynch had progressed from Silver Knight to the cusp of another promotion in less than 5 months. What an extraordinary pace. He himself took a full 3 years to ascend from silver to gold, a gap so vast that it cannot be measured in mere fractions. Little did he know that Lynch's rapid advancement was due to his awakening. Originally, Lynch was still some distance from achieving the gold rank, but after aiding Midas in purifying corruption, he received a significant boost in power that propelled his progress forward, resulting in the current situation. Observing Laurent's crestfallen demeanor brought Lynch a sense of satisfaction. He glanced at Annie, who was standing by to serve him, and at Zivia, who was watching from a distance, feeling a swell of emotion. In every conceivable aspect, witches proved to be exceedingly useful. With a cry, a newborn girl entered this world. Lynch stood in the room, quietly watching as the exhausted woman, having just given birth, struggled to cradle the infant from the hands of the maid who assisted in the delivery. A gentle smile graced her sweat-drenched face. Before long, a stranger burst into the room. Disregarding Lynch's presence, his expression a blend of worry and joy as he gazed at the woman and the baby she held. "Siaya, are you all right?" The woman offered a weary smile, her eyes filled with the visage of the man before her. "I'm fine, my dear." She lifted the infant slightly and said, "Darling, this is our daughter. Look how adorable she is." "Indeed." The man affectionately and cautiously touched the baby's wrinkled cheeks. "The goddess will bless her," in the next moment, the scene before Lynch's eyes abruptly shifted. The newborn transformed into a charming little girl. Boasting luxurious golden hair inherited from her father and deep blue eyes reminiscent of her mother's. Delicately beautiful and eliciting affection. The girl's life was idyllic. She belonged to a merchant family that had once been noble, having fallen from grace and subsequently prospered in commerce, firmly establishing themselves as the elite in their town. With a gentle mother and a doting father, coupled with relatively affluent material conditions, the little girl enjoyed a blissful childhood. Her cherubic face often radiating genuine smiles. At the age of 6, her parents took her to the town's church, where they met the resident priest of the Light Church and received his blessing. "A lovely child, the goddess will bless you," the priest proclaimed. The young girl gazed up at the kindly priest, her parents brimming with reverence. Influenced by her parents, she began to engage with the Light Church, frequently accompanying her mother to listen to the priestess' teachings. Unlike her mother, the young girl was most captivated not by the church's doctrines, but by the tales of the goddess and the wicked, filthy witches recounted by the priest. She particularly relished the stories where the evil witches were vanquished by the holy and valiant paladins of the church, followed by their judgment, for good triumphed over evil. Each time she heard this, her heart would swell with joy, and the priest would smile and praise her spirited nature. Lynch observed with a complex expression, watching the girl beam with delight after hearing the story. His eyes filled with mixed emotions, days turned into weeks, and the girl gradually matured, becoming increasingly enchanting. Her beauty became the talk of the town, with countless young men, including the Lord's son, enamored by her. If all went as expected, her parents would arrange for her to marry the Lord's eldest son upon reaching adulthood. Time swiftly carried her to 16, her coming-of-age ceremony. After a long period of preparation, she appeared stunningly beautiful, captivating all who attended. It was during this celebration that the Lord's son boldly declared his affections for her before the crowd. She glanced at the aristocratic young man before her, then at her parents standing nearby with smiles, while the crowd erupted in cheers. Yet, her heart was filled with trepidation and confusion, unsure whether to accept his advances. Prior to this moment, she had scarcely interacted with the Lord's son and knew him only as a stranger. Just as she was lost in uncertainty, an unforeseen force surged within her, expanding uncontrollably before she could react, causing her hair and eyes to shift from gold and blue to a striking purple. Instantly, those nearest her, the Lord's son, her parents, and everyone at the gathering, along with many creatures in the town, fell into a deep slumber. The girl watched in horror as the Lord's son and her parents collapsed, and quickly rushed to their side. Panic-stricken as she checked their condition in that moment, she realized that these people, including her parents, had succumbed to sleep because of her, and she had the power to awaken them at will. Acting on instinct, she pulled everyone from their dreams. As her parents awoke, tears of joy filled her eyes, and she reached out to embrace them, only to be met with their frantic resistance. "Stay away from us." Her father yelled in terror and anger, while her mother looked at her with a disdain she had never witnessed before. "Get away, you filthy witch." Hearing her mother's words, she gazed at them in disbelief, then turned to the attendees of her celebration, all of whom looked upon her with fear and rage. The girl's complexion turned pale as she comprehended the nature of her transformation. Suddenly, she instinctively dodged an attack from the Lord's son, who had drawn a sword and was striking at her without mercy. "Don't come near me," she shouted instinctively, fear coursing through her. A faint magical aura enveloped the Lord's son, who fell into a deep slumber once more, collapsing to the ground. Witnessing this horrifying scene, everyone fled in panic, including her parents, who did not hesitate to retreat. It was as if their daughter had transformed into a monstrous entity. The girl raised her hand to try to stop them, but they did not spare her glance, sensing that others were closing in from outside. including the priest from the Light Church who had once blessed her in childhood. She wept profusely, realizing she could no longer remain. Her survival instincts drove her to flee. Thus, utilizing her awakened abilities, she escaped from the poorly fortified town and was forced into a life of exile. The tales of witches she had heard in her youth now felt like a cruel jest, as she had unwittingly become one of them. In the days that followed, she continuously evaded the church's pursuit, relying on her rare power to control dreams, managing to escape time and again from the clutches of the church knights. Yet, her existence was far from easy. The growing corruption within her inflicted an agonizing, bone-deep pain that tormented her, in which you controlled dreams. Each night, during her scant moments of rest, she was haunted by nightmares of her parents' terrified and loathing expressions as they rejected her. But hadn't they loved her dearly before that? Lynch was aware that he was ensnared within a dream, yet he had not anticipated that this dream would extend for such a protracted duration. He followed the dream, observing the life of Zivia from the perspective of a bystander, witnessing her journey from birth to childhood, from childhood to adolescence, and now, at this very moment, he continued to accompany Zivia as they fled from the relentless pursuit of the church's knights. He beheld the scene of the weary girl, having not rested for an extended period, leaning against the remnants of a crumbled wall under the sparse light of the moon, only to be startled awake shortly thereafter to continue her escape. He witnessed her drawn towards a witch akin to himself, and then bore witness to the despair of witnessing a witch's demise. He saw her compelled to enter towns repeatedly, risking arrest and the chaos ignited by the cursed stones, in order to suppress the ever-growing corruption. Finally, he beheld himself that a smile almost escaped him, for what he observed was a sneaky young lord, risking his life to approach a dying witch in the dead of night. In that moment, when he first awakened to his past life's memories, he had been drawn to the witch's title. In hindsight, he seemed rather audacious. As time progressed, the fleeting moments shared between Zivia and himself cascaded through his mind, vivid yet swift, until they reached the present. Lynch gazed upon Zivia, who sat quietly in the study, awaiting his arrival. In her bright and resplendent violet eyes, there existed only the reflection of him. He approached her side, seamlessly taking a seat on a chair that materialized from thin air, while Zivia's gaze followed his every movement. "This is the first time I have come to know your past," Lynch remarked with a smile. "Why did you wish to show this to me?" Having been abruptly thrust into this dream, it could only be the handiwork of Zivia. Yet, when questioned by Lynch, she gently shook her head that I did not initiate this. She looked at Lynch, whose expression bore a hint of confusion, her crimson lips parting to reveal an answer that momentarily stunned him, only to fill him with delight. That I am in the process of advancement and currently cannot control my powers. "Is that true? How wonderful." Lynch gazed at Zivia, elated. For him, who had inherited memories from a past life and harbored a fear of lacking power, Zivia's advancement was nothing short of monumental news. Witches are inherently formidable, and Zivia possessed the ability to influence the dreams of Charles, the chief knight of the eunuch family, who had delved deeply into the realm of heroes for an undetermined length of time. Without him being aware of what extent would Zivia's power grow after another advancement? Would she be capable of contending with extraordinary professionals, or would she simply overwhelm them as excitement coursed through him? Lynch was equally astonished by the rapidity of Zivia's growth. It had been merely a little over 2 years since she had awakened as a witch, and she was already on par with, if not surpassing, the average extraordinary professionals. If Charles, who had languished in the realm of heroes for over a decade, were to learn of this, would he not be deeply disheartened? After a moment of exhilaration, Lynch noticed that Zivia seemed hesitant to speak, prompting him to regain his composure. "What troubles you? It is not only you who are affected by my abilities. The creatures within a certain radius must have also entered the dream that my subconscious desires them to see." Lynch was momentarily taken aback, but after pondering for a moment, he smiled gently. "Oh, not worry, even if they have been drawn into your dream, since it is one that your subconscious wishes for them to witness. They shall only experience pleasant dreams tonight." He spoke reassuringly. "For you, Zivia, would not harm them, would you?" Had it been earlier, Lynch might not have been so certain. Yet, after having read through the life of the girl in the dream, He spoke these words with unwavering conviction. Zivia, who had been gazing into Lynch's eyes, suddenly averted her gaze, her head slightly tilting to the side, a faint blush gracing her cheeks. "Oh, are you feeling shy?" "Let me see," Lynch exclaimed, astonished at the sight of Zivia turning away. Having spent so long in her company, this was the first time he had witnessed such a display of emotion from her. Upon reflection, it was not entirely surprising that a dream is a manifestation of one's inner self, and Zivia was not as unruffled as she appeared. Subtle expressions in her daily life could reveal her true feelings, which were difficult to discern. Moreover, since Zivia could not control her dream at present, her genuine emotions would be easily exposed. With this realization, Lynch's heart stirred mischievously as he looked at the blushing Zivia. "You mentioned that what I witnessed earlier was what your subconscious wanted me to see, correct?" As he spoke, he leaned closer to the girl, whose already flushed cheeks deepened in color, when Lynch's face was mere inches from hers. She could feel his breath caressing her skin, and her face was nearly crimson. Faced with Lynch's clearly teasing question, the girl remained silent for an extended moment. Lynch reveled in the sight of Zivia, rendered speechless by his playful provocation. Just as he decided to cease his teasing and rise to leave, the girl's delicate fingers reached for his collar, causing Lynch to pause mid-motion, compelled to meet Zivia's gaze as she turned her head back toward him. The image before him rendered Lynch momentarily speechless. The girl's violet locks cascaded behind her, a few strands adorning her now flushed visage, and her captivating violet eyes shimmered with the lingering moisture of her earlier shyness. Yet she steadfastly maintained eye contact with Lynch, allowing him to see his own reflection clearly within her eyes. Below her elegantly sculpted nose, her alluring lips parted slightly, warm breath grazing Lynch's cheek, coupled with a faint fragrance emanating from her, causing his heart to race. "It is," her whisper, as soft as a whispering breeze, reached Lynch's ears. "Good grief! Why does this dream feel so vivid?" Lynch clenched his teeth, the semblance of rationality within him igniting into a fervent blaze. He sensed a dryness in his throat, instinctively swallowing hard. Zivia, as he attempted to speak, her slightly cool hand brushed against his cheek, clearing his thoughts momentarily. However, the next soft words from her lips extinguished the remnants of his rationality. "If those affected by my powers truly experience pleasant dreams, I wish for you to have a beautiful dream as well." She spoke with a blend of shyness and determination, confiding in Lynch. "Zivia, tonight, the full moon hung high in the sky. Yet, the moonlit night bore no darkness, and the blossoms must be plucked from their branches, although I had previously provided a rough outline of the tiered system. It seems some readers may have missed it or failed to comprehend it entirely, leading to further inquiries regarding the tiers. Therefore, I shall reiterate. First, there's the most foundational tier, irrespective of profession, which consists of apprentice professionals, reserve. Lacking extraordinary powers, bronze tier, silver tier, and gold tier. Following this are the higher tiers, which present a considerable disparity from the lower tiers, unless through sheer numbers. Otherwise, it would be impossible to challenge the higher levels, namely the heroic, extraordinary, legendary, demigod, and divine tiers. Here, I shall elucidate the classifications that readers often find perplexing, such as the adamantine adventurer or the earth knight. These are not, in fact, formal levels, but rather titles or designations. For instance, a knight of the heroic tier is typically referred to as an earth knight, while an extraordinary knight is known as a sky knight. The legendary knights possess their own unique titles, such as Rettel, the leader of the Knights of the Twilight Star Empire, or Bardelphi, the legendary knight of the Lunar Empire, each with their respective titles. Furthermore, other professions also have various titles beyond the heroic tier. For example, a heroic mage is called an archmage, an extraordinary mage is referred to as a magical professor, and a legendary tier holds independent titles. These distinctions serve to indirectly illustrate the disparity between higher and lower tiers, preventing readers from merely viewing an abstract framework that I admit that my previous explanations may have left some in confusion, which is my oversight. Now, regarding the so-called adamantine adventurer, this is a title that has garnered much curiosity. In truth, it is akin to the aforementioned titles of higher extraordinary individuals. It is a nominal designation. To illustrate, in various games, there are typically unique rank titles, each differing from one another. This is also applicable here. When operating under diverse rules and systems, it is not surprising that distinct rank titles would be established. For instance, an independent and self-sustaining organization like the Adventurers Guild naturally categorizes members with varying titles, much like an Assassin's Guild would do. Thus, the Adamantine Adventurer is merely a title, preceded by ranks such as the Bronze Adventurer and the Mithril Adventurer, and followed by other levels. The internal logic of these organizations does not categorize individuals based on strength alone, which explains the variance in abilities among adventurers of the same rank. For example, the Adamantine Adventurer Neres, who is a prodigy, has achieved the title of Adamantine within the Adventurers Guild despite being merely a silver-tier warrior. Conversely, one could be a gold-tier individual, yet only hold the title of Mithril Adventurer. In summary, true ranks exist solely from the apprentice tier up to the legendary tier, and beyond that, the realms of demigod and divine are unattainable for ordinary mortals. All else consists of titles. I trust this clarifies matters for everyone. On a lighter note, allow me to share a little anecdote for amusement. Just yesterday, I mentioned my toothache, and as a result, I was unable to sleep the entire night. The pain so intense, it left me feeling disoriented by the latter part of the night. Unable to endure the sleeplessness any longer, I got up and began to write. I completed a chapter before dawn and then went to the hospital. Initially, I had planned to take the day off to recuperate after posting the chapter 1 finished in the early hours. However, after my visit to the dentist for the extraction of 2 wisdom teeth, I felt I could manage to write a bit more. Yet after a full day and night without sleep, I was beginning to feel the toll, and given the sweltering heat, I set the air conditioning to a low temperature and managed to catch a short nap. Unfortunately, as I neglected to cover myself, I woke up after 2 hours, chilled by the air conditioning, and soon after, I developed a fever. With the anesthesia wearing off, my tooth began to ache again, tormenting me further. I spent the afternoon and into the late night piecing together this final chapter, and by the time you see it posted, I will likely have fainted from exhaustion. But I would also like to express my gratitude to all of you and to those who have generously offered gifts. Once I recover, I shall endeavor to provide additional chapters for your enjoyment. Good night. Gentle rays of light filtered into Lynch's chamber, prompting him to open his eyes. Instinctively, he turned his gaze toward a certain corner of the room, meeting the eyes of Zavia, who had also just awakened. Upon locking gazes, both exchanged sincere smiles. However, Zavia quickly averted her gaze, and Lynch could faintly discern a hint of rosy color blooming on her porcelain-like cheeks. Her reaction only served to deepen Lynch's smile. Turning his head once more, he found himself reminiscing about the wonderful dream of the previous night, although it transpired solely in the realm of dreams. He could not determine whether it was the witch's extraordinary powers at play or deliberate intent, as the sensations felt utterly real, even allowing for experiences unattainable in the waking world. And oh wonders of Zavia, typically composed and even somewhat aloof, succumbed so swiftly in their moment of eye contact, revealing such an expression. Additionally, Lynch had always harbored a question regarding the witch, once causing a rather embarrassing moment in front of Zavia. Now, he found his query answered. She does not possess such abilities, as there are none. However, this conclusion remains unconfirmed, as the reference material is insufficient. It is possible that this is merely an anomaly. Aware of Zavia's gaze upon him, Lynch promptly halted his wandering thoughts and sprang upright from the soft bed. Despite both he and Zavia having endured a sleepless night, he felt remarkably invigorated. Brimming with vitality, as he marveled at the witch's astonishing abilities, he began to dress himself. Ordinarily, Annie would arrive to assist him at this hour, yet today her absence was palpable. The estate outside was unusually quiet, devoid of the usual sounds, evidently affected by Zavia's powers, as she had mentioned. Nevertheless, Lynch was not the type to be incapable of rising without assistance. However, the attire of a lord in this world is somewhat cumbersome, and he indeed required some effort to don it himself. As Lynch clumsily dressed, a pair of delicate, ivory-like hands reached out to assist him, meticulously arranging his complex garments. Observing Zavia, who tenderly and attentively aided him as if she were a devoted wife, Lynch momentarily paused in his actions and naturally accepted her help. A smile crept upon his lips, a reflection of the warmth he felt in that moment. This sensation was truly delightful. Apologies, master. I am coming. At that moment, a hurried voice resonated from the doorway. It was Annie, rushing in. However, upon witnessing the scene within the room, she paused momentarily, not out of surprise at Zavia assisting Lynch, but rather because she sensed a change in Zavia since yesterday. Zavia, dear sister, have you? While approaching the two to help Lynch dress, she cast a curious glance at Zavia, struggling to articulate her thoughts. Hearing her words, Lynch glanced at Zavia, who calmly nodded in affirmation, responding, "It's nothing. My abilities simply improved last night. Did I ask that so?" Annie's face brightened with excitement, utterly captivated. Simultaneously, she cast a half-astonished, half-embarrassed glance at Zavia. "So, the dream I had yesterday was because of you, Sister Zavia, but that is too. Young lady, you seem off." Lynch noticed the flush on Annie's cheeks, his expression slightly bemused, and then turned his gaze back to Zavia. According to her account, those affected by her powers in the dreamscape would witness what Zavia's subconscious desired them to see. Annie's reaction raised questions about what Zavia had revealed to her. Sensing Lynch's scrutiny, Zavia maintained her composed demeanor, but her discreet pinch on Lynch's arm, unseen by Annie, betrayed her inner thoughts. It was not painful. Yet it prompted Lynch to refrain from probing further. During my ascension, I was unable to fully control my powers, resulting in some overflow, which affected those nearby. Lynch pondered, it should only manifest as visions of what you desire in your hearts, and it ought not to cause any harm that you am. Annie's face reddened further, as she instinctively lowered her head. Ah, truly, it is befitting that a witch with the power over dreams can manipulate the heart so adeptly. Even Annie, another witch, finds herself overwhelmed. Observing the opportunity to glance at his companion, Zavia, and the unmistakable meaning reflected in her eyes, Lynch found it rather amusing and internally teased her, remarking, "My hush money is quite substantial." Zavia, who had always been attuned to his thoughts, evidently caught wind of Lynch's inner voice, lowering her head in silence. Just as Lynch began to wonder if he had perhaps overstepped, Zavia's voice echoed in his mind. "Good evening, Yada, thief." Lynch jubilantly cheered internally, which prompted Zavia to bury her head even lower. He felt a surge of joy, though he feigned curiosity as he turned to and beside him. "Oh, and why is your face so flushed?" "Forgive me, and she has indeed given far too much." Ah, unable to endure any longer, the young girl hastily tidied Lynch's final garment and fled without looking back. "Alas, I am truly incorrigible. Don't you agree?" Zavia, as an S-figure vanished around the corner. Lynch sighed, though the mirth in his eyes was unmistakable. In a rare display, Zavia exhibited a hint of reproach, evidently showing that after their profound exchange the previous day, she no longer maintained her usual aloofness around Lynch. He beamed at her, opening his arms, and her gaze softened, surrendering into his embrace. Meanwhile, and having escaped Lynch's chamber, paused in a secluded corner, she covered her face. Feeling the scorching warmth emanating from her palms, and her heart fluttered with embarrassment. "Why do I only wish to watch Sister Zavia with Master?" as she murmured to herself. Her tail wagged furiously behind her, and her adorable ears drooped beneath her delicate hands. Her silver eyes brimmed with mist, a manifestation of her shyness. "What troubles you?" After enduring a prolonged silence, Mort could no longer restrain himself and inquired, his gaze fixed curiously on Laurent. Nothing much. I merely think your face looks quite amiable today." Laurent chuckled, unable to suppress the grin tugging at the corners of his mouth. He refrained from mentioning the beautiful dream he had the night before, wherein he had bested Mort in a confrontation and forced him into submission, a gratifying release of pent-up frustration. However, he was perceptive enough not to foolishly challenge Mort based on last night's fantasy. Yet his smile soon faltered, seeing his grin as rather sketchy. Mort felt an impulse to strike him. Thus he addressed Laurent. "You seem quite spirited today. Since there's nothing pressing, let us engage in some sparring." At that moment, the onlooker, Sears, couldn't help but chuckle. "What happened to your face?" Lynch asked, observing Laurent's battered features. Laurent's typically charming visage was marred with bruises and swelling, presenting a rather pitiful sight. Yet when faced with Lynch's question, he was somewhat evasive. Oh, nothing, Lord Lynch. I merely sleepwalked into a wall last night. Is that so? Lynch replied, his expression peculiar as he turned to Sears, who bore a similarly bruised countenance. And you? What is your story? Lord Lynch, I too sleepwalked into a wall. You both ran in the same wall. Yes, yes, they chorused in unison. Lynch, perplexed by their responses, glanced back at Zavia. This was odd. Why had everyone else enjoyed pleasant dreams while Laurent and Sears ended up injured from sleepwalking? Had these two somehow provoked Zavia, inciting her subconscious to teach them a lesson? In response to Lynch's inquisitive gaze, Zavia subtly conjured an image of the moment Mord had tenderly cared for the two. There was little need to elaborate on Laurent. Sears had found himself in trouble for laughing too boisterously when Mord had pummeled Laurent into a pig's head, that a case of unfortunate camaraderie. Upon meeting Lynch's gaze again, Sears and Laurent exchanged awkward glances before burying their heads in embarrassment. Lynch couldn't help but feel a mix of irritation and amusement. These two always managed to provide him with entertainment. Previously, each had spent a month washing Mord's socks, and now they had both been beaten to a pulp. With their eyes encircled in dark bruises, they resembled creatures from another realm. However, such injuries were trivial for the two Golden Knights, and they would recover swiftly. Very well, Lynch decided not to dwell on the matter further, turning to survey their surroundings. Where is Mord? Lord Lynch. Mord has gone to train Andrew and Pep, Sears replied, since Lynch had a limited number of knights at his disposal. The responsibility of training the two reserve knights was rotated among the three of them, allowing for rest and reasonable relaxation. Lynch nodded and instructed Sears, please summon him. Let us not practice for the moment. Understood. Without a moment's hesitation, Sears dashed off in contrast to the thick-skinned Laurent. He felt quite uncomfortable under Lynch's scrutiny and seized the opportunity to escape. Laurent shot a glance at the retreating comrade, muttering a silent curse of coward before cautiously looking up at Lynch. Lord Lynch, is there something you wish to discuss with Mord? Nothing much. Zavia just happened to advance yesterday and would like to test her skills with him. Miss Zavia has advanced too? Laurent exclaimed. Astonished, he quickly glanced at the lovely girl standing quietly beside Lynch, then averted his gaze. He knew that Miss Zavia was a friend of their lord and, in truth, he suspected she would eventually become his lady. This was an unspoken understanding among them, compounded by Zavia's evident status as a prodigious golden-level illusionist, which rendered her far more precious than knights like them. As such, they held her in great respect and would bow in her presence. Now hearing that this talented illusionist had attained further mastery, elevating herself to the rank of a heroic-level illusion mage, Laurent was naturally taken aback. How old could Zavia possibly be? She seemed even younger than Lynch. Achieve the status of a mage at such a tender age was nothing short of remarkable. While it was true that mages could advance rapidly with talent, this was still extraordinarily impressive. He wondered where their lord had found such an incredible genius. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Laurent suddenly felt inspired, addressing Lynch and Zavia. Lord, Miss Zavia, I have a chance to try you. Lynch regarded Laurent with an odd expression, perplexed by his request. Had Mord's rigorous training rendered him daft? A golden-level knight, challenging and already ascended. Rare great witch? Was this some form of self-sacrifice? Are you certain? Lynch scrutinized Zavia, who appeared indifferent, and then turned back to Laurent for confirmation. Laurent glanced at the composed girl and, after a moment's hesitation, nodded. I have yet to spar with an illusionist and wish to give a try. I hope Miss Zavia will show mercy. Very well. Seeing that Lynch had not declined, Zavia responded to Laurent's respectful bow with a calm acknowledgement. Moments later, Laurent and Zavia stood in the training arena. Miss Zavia, do you not require a staff? Laurent, sword in hand and poised for battle, queried that he understood that if a mage did not use a staff or similar medium, the effectiveness of their spells would be diminished, hence his question. However, as Zavia was not a traditional mage, she had no need for such implements. Not necessary. Let us begin. All right, pardon my intrusion. As soon as the words left his lips, Laurent's figure vanished from sight, and in the blink of an eye, he closed the distance between them to confront Zavia directly. In the clash between knight and mage, proximity is undoubtedly advantageous, especially since Zavia outwardly presented herself as an illusionist. Unlike other mages who possessed a plethora of peculiar spells to retaliate even when engaged at close range. With unwavering focus, Laurent noted with perplexity that Shavia had yet to make any casting gestures. But his hands did not hesitate as he raised his sword and struck. His intent was not to slay Shavia. Being of golden rank, he was fully capable of holding back at the last moment to avoid harming her. However, it was evident that he did not have the opportunity to do so. Clang. The sharp sound of steel clashing resonated through the air. What the hell? Laurent gaped in astonishment at the sudden appearance of Maud, who had intervened to block his attack on Shavia, exclaiming in disbelief. Meanwhile, onlookers Lynch, along with the recently arrived seers and Maud at the training ground entrance, were equally taken aback. What was happening? Seers stared in shock at the Maud in the arena, then turned to glance at the Maud beside him, rubbing his eyes and reaching out to pinch Maud's cheek, only to have the latter swat away his creepy hand. They approached Lynch, unable to contain their curiosity, and inquired, "My lord, what is this?" "I'm not quite sure about Shavia's illusion," Lynch replied, shaking his head before addressing Maud. "You should give it a try as well." All right, Maud suppressed his questions and focused his attention on the unfolding scene. Yet, the more he observed, the more exciting the expressions on his face became. This scene felt oddly familiar, Sears murmured, prompting Lynch and Maud to twitch at the corners of their mouths. How could it not be familiar? Just a short while ago, Laurent had been similarly bested by Maud. Both the actions of Maud and Laurent's reactions mirrored their previous encounter perfectly, if anything. It could be said that Laurent appeared even more dazed now. Before long, Laurent, thoroughly bewildered after being bested by Maud, lay sprawled on the ground, while Shavia instructed Maud to cease and then vanished. "You may proceed." "Understood." After Sears escorted Laurent out of the arena, Maud stepped onto the training ground. "Miss Shavia, I apologize for any offense." "Let us begin," Shavia replied nonchalantly. Subsequently, the once confident Maud found himself lying on the ground as well, overwhelmed by the assault of multiple Mauds. What a dismal turn of events. Lynch and Shavia departed amidst the awed gazes of the spectators, particularly Laurent and Maud, who regarded Shavia with a mixture of reverence and fear. They could hardly fathom how Shavia, another hero-level entity, managed to so thoroughly dominate Maud. Moreover, they never would have believed that a hero-level illusionist could conjure real illusions capable of engaging with tangible beings in combat, such an extraordinary feat. Nevertheless, despite receiving yet another thrashing, a genuine smile still graced Laurent's disheveled face. "Have you been rendered foolish by Miss Shavia? How can you still be smiling?" Sears exclaimed in horror at the sight of Laurent's silly grin. Instinctively taking a few steps back, Laurent paid no heed to Sears' mockery. His smile remained intact. He turned to Sears and said, "That fellow Maud finally had a day where he was taught a lesson. Did you see how he looked just now? He was even worse off than us. Can you not find that amusing? Now that you mention it." Sears reflected on the earlier scene, and a reluctant smile began to form at the corners of his mouth. However, he quickly reined in his expression, unwilling to fall into the same trap again. "Tainted, coward," Laurent observed Sears' demeanor and understood what he was thinking, rolling his eyes. Maud, that proud fellow, was undoubtedly off somewhere secluded to recover. He would not continue to linger around us. Yet, while expressing this sentiment, Laurent cautiously surveyed his surroundings, prompting another round of laughter from Sears at his caution. "Shavia, can you now manifest real objects?" Upon returning to the Lord's office, an excited Lynch immediately inquired of Shavia. Having witnessed the earlier battle between Shavia and Maud in its entirety, Lynch could hardly suppress his audacious speculation. The Maud conjured during his previous duel with Maud had not seemed like a mere illusion at all. Moreover, considering that both Maud and Sears, along with himself as an observer, had perceived the Maud created by Shavia, it was clear that what they beheld was not a dreamlike mirage. Regrettably, Lynch's conjecture was incorrect. Shavia silently shook her head and, as Lynch composed himself, explained, "No, what I manifest now in reality is still fundamentally an illusion. It merely possesses the ability to interfere with reality. Furthermore, they do not appear independently. To achieve what I did earlier, I must overlay the dream I create with the real world, and the scope of this overlay is not vast. Currently, it can only encompass your estate beyond this distance." It loses all effect and requires me to re-establish the dream that I also need to maintain a constant output of magical energy or else it will dissipate, and the consumption is similarly quite high. Listening to Shivia's almost monotone delivery, Lynch inexplicably found her rather adorable. In the dreamscape, she was an emotionally rich young woman, yet in reality, she forced herself to adopt a stoic facade, as for Shivia's explanation regarding her enhanced capabilities. Lynch grasped it completely. Perhaps a somewhat imprecise analogy would be that this was an evolution from VR to AR in his previous life, and it was the kind that could interfere with reality. Naturally, such an outcome fell short of Lynch's earlier bold hypothesis. After all, even if it were real enough to affect reality, it remained merely a dream, fraught with various limitations. Nevertheless, Lynch was not disheartened. He was genuinely thrilled. Is there anything else? Any other limitations? Yes, Shivia nodded subtly. The manifestations I create cannot exceed my own life rank and strength. Life rank? The notion that one's prowess could not surpass that of the ability's user was easily comprehensible. But what exactly was a life rank? This was the first time Lynch had encountered such a term in this world. However, drawing from the memories of his past life, he surmised he could make some educated guesses. Shivia had no intention of letting Lynch speculate further and continued her explanation. Different beings possess varying life ranks, such as humans and dragons. As she spoke, she raised her hand, drawing Lynch into the dream realm, simultaneously creating a dragon and a human within the dreamscape for Lynch's better understanding. Due to the innate superiority of dragons' life ranks compared to ordinary humans, they were born with abilities rivaling those of golden-rank professionals like Loran, alongside their lengthy lifespans and substantial potential for growth. Elves shared similar traits. I see. Lynch nodded in understanding as he beheld the dragon and elf materializing before him. According to Shivia's explanation, it seemed that the life rank of a witch surpassed even that of a dragon, rendering any comparison moot. Newly born, a juvenile dragon would merely match the strength of a golden-rank professional, while a witch like Shivia could directly contend with hero-level beings, often overpowering them in specific aspects. It is worth noting that the gap between golden rank and the hero realm is often even greater than between an ordinary individual and a golden rank. So, Shivia, what level of professional can your life rank now be compared to? Below legendary, above extraordinary. Excellent. Lynch expressed his delight, his gaze towards Shivia brimming with excitement. This implies that as long as it is below legendary, you can manifest it, right? Indeed. Upon receiving a definitive affirmation from Shivia, Lynch could already envision various scenarios. For instance, a transcendent-level practitioner, similar to Medina, besieged by several or even dozens of beings of equal caliber, such as extraordinary individuals or dragons. Alternatively, as the enemy approached the city on the battlefield, a sudden emergence of a multitude of formidable soldiers could send them into disarray. Lynch felt a twinge of pity for the adversaries who would soon confront Shivia. Regardless of whether it was a one-on-one duel or a group battle, as long as their top-tier strength did not surpass that of Shivia, they would inevitably succumb to her overwhelming dominance. While the quality of their strength might be debatable, the sheer quantity would undoubtedly be crushed. After all, when a person is slain, they perish, but illusions do not share the same fate. That, of course, according to Shivia's stated limitations, she clearly was not yet capable of manifesting the absurdity Lynch imagined. At least, she could not conjure dozens of exceptionally powerful beings at will, as even summoning a few would already be extraordinary. Nevertheless, he believed that such a day would eventually arrive, and it would not be too far off. Shivia was a witch, and quite possibly the only one of her kind in the contemporary world, with a historical rarity as a great witch. Given her rapid growth, realizing Lynch's envisioned scenarios would not pose a significant challenge. Meanwhile, after witnessing the terrifying enhancement brought about by Shivia's ascension to Great Witch, Lynch could not help but ponder the capabilities of the other two witches he knew, Annie and Midas. What kind of powers would they exhibit upon their ascension? On the other side, the maid Annie, who was preparing snacks for Lynch and still bore a slight blush on her cheeks, along with the holy maiden chauffeur of the Church of Light, who was unknowingly far from the border territory. Suddenly sneezed. "Chauffeur, is something the matter?" asked Vini, who wielded the holy sword, as she paused her training to express concern for the holy maiden who had been her companion during this time. Nothing, chauffeur, or rather Midas. Shook her head. It's just a sudden itch in my nose that I couldn't help but react to. After saying this, she glanced at the girl beside her, a hint of tenderness gracing her pure countenance. Vini's youthful face was glistening with beads of sweat, which occasionally coalesced and trickled from her cheeks down to her smooth chin, pooling on the ground below. The sweat dampened her hair, causing it to cling to her forehead, cheeks, and neck, while her loose, practical white training attire had become thoroughly soaked, clinging to her innocent form. You must be quite exhausted from your practice. Perhaps you should take a break. She reached out to take Vini's hand, intending to pull her beside her to rest for a while. However, Vini gently shook her head in refusal. And no need, chauffeur. I can still continue. Since you are fine, I shall resume my training. But chauffeur looked at Vini, who returned to the training grounds, feeling a tinge of worry. Ever since they parted ways with Lynch and the other brave candidates, the two had been relentlessly training. Particularly Vini, the chosen hero, before becoming a hero. Vini was merely an ordinary commoner, entirely unacquainted with battle or extraordinary powers, lacking any foundation whatsoever. Thus, the Church of Light had dispatched a legendary knight to personally instruct her. Vini had shown tremendous diligence, showing no signs of slackening. She vividly recalled standing atop a platform, vowing to fulfill the hero's mission to the best of her abilities. Now, she was actively embodying that promise. Indeed, Vini was worthy of being the hero chosen by the Holy Sword. After merely 10 days of practice, Vini had transformed from a foundationless village girl into someone capable of directly engaging ordinary silver-level practitioners, with the unreasonable cheat of the Holy Sword and Vini's tireless training approach. It was foreseeable that her rate of power enhancement would not wane for a considerable time. As for chauffeur, as the Holy Maiden, she too was engaged in her personal cultivation, practicing the signature divine arts of the Church of Light, which had been passed down through generations. However, compared to the foundationless Vini, her practice of divine arts was considerably easier. Under the direct tutelage of Cardinal Yellen, along with her own exceptionally high talent for divine arts, she comprehended and utilized the techniques almost instantaneously after Yellen demonstrated them, posing no challenge for her. This was why, despite everyone being expected to train, she could leisurely observe Vini's efforts from the appearances of recent days. It could be said that chauffeur, the Holy Maiden, was even more extraordinary than Vini, the hero. Chauffeur gazed at Vini in the training area, wishing to persuade her not to push herself so hard. She had witnessed the girl's efforts over these days, which tugged at her heartstrings. Though she yearned to offer counsel, she could not bear to interrupt upon seeing the earnest determination in Vini's clear eyes. Instead, she could only provide healing and comfort through her divine aura at opportune moments. Suddenly, Chauffeur furrowed her brow, involuntarily pressing her hand against her left breast. A surge of the hidden impurities within her stirred momentarily. Thankfully, as the impurities had only recently been purified, the newly growing impurities were not substantial. This brief tumult was swiftly quelled. However, her frown was not merely due to the stirrings of those impurities, but rather from an inexplicable sense of palpitations. Chauffeur had never experienced such a sensation. Even when she was taken back for judgment by the church, the feeling of palpitations flickered and vanished. Yet her tightly knitted brows remained unyielding. Vini. What is it? At Chauffeur's call, Vini paused, taking a deep breath before looking at her. Chauffeur quickly approached her, raising her hand to invoke a divine art that typically required extensive practice to master. The gentle holy light evaporating the sweat from Vini's body while also replenishing her stamina depleted by prolonged training. What is happening? Although Vini did not resist, her gaze toward Chauffeur was filled with confusion. Usually, Chauffeur would assist her only after she had completely finished a day's training, yet now she had not finished. However, in response to Vini's inquiry, Chauffeur did not answer immediately. Instead, she turned her attention to the entrance of the training ground. Before long, a knight of the temple entered, kneeling on one knee and bowing deeply before the two, saying, "Holy Maiden, hero, His Holiness the Pope requests your presence." Vini looked at Chauffeur in astonishment, her clear eyes reflecting a sense of "how did you know?" Schiffer nodded indifferently to the knight. Understood. As soon as she finished speaking, she took Vini's small hand, leading the way outside, while the knight rose and followed behind them. Vini hurriedly sheathed her holy sword. Still flustered as she exclaimed, "Wait, Shafir, I haven't changed into suitable attire to meet His Holiness the Pope." His Holiness the Pope. X2 upon arriving at the resplendent papal palace, Shafir and Vini respectfully bowed to the Pope seated atop the elevated platform. Due to their hurried arrival, Vini's neat and stylish attire was still somewhat disheveled. However, the Pope seemed unconcerned by such trivialities. He nodded at the two and focused intently on Vini, the hero. "My child, you have worked very hard during this time, and your progress has been remarkable. That I commend you for your efforts. It is no trouble at all, Your Holiness." Vini, in the presence of the Pope, no longer felt as nervous as she had at the beginning. "Good child," the Pope nodded with satisfaction before turning his gaze to the Holy Maiden. "Schiffer, you have also performed admirably, as the Holy Maiden of our sacred church. I am very pleased with your conduct. Thank you for your acknowledgement, Your Holiness." The Holy Maiden bowed her head in absolute reverence. "Now, I must convey some unfortunate news. Initially, I believed this day would come much later. But just now, the seal of the abyss has been loosened. While my investigation shows that no abyssal creatures have escaped yet, the emanating aura and corruption from within will still pose significant harm to the world." The Pope stroked his snow-white beard, gazing down at the brave hero and the saintess below. The former appeared slightly taken aback, while the latter remained composed, their reactions anticipated by him. Indeed, this was troubling news. Amid her astonishment, Vini looked up at the Pope and declared, "Your Holiness, I wish to lend my assistance." The Pope replied, "My dear child, are you not afraid?" "A little," Vini candidly admitted, continuing, "but I am a hero." "Am I not? It is my duty to act in times like this." The Pope chuckled heartily. "Ah, indeed, the Holy Sword does not choose unwisely. Perhaps this crisis may even prove to be a fortuitous opportunity for you. Mere idle practice cannot forge a true hero." His face beaming with approval, the Pope added, "However, this is not a responsibility you must bear alone. Do not forget your ever-reliable companion, Shafil. She will accompany you." "Yes, Your Holiness," Vini replied, "I understand." Both she and Shafil responded in unison. Before Vini inquired further, "Your Holiness, where shall we go?" "The point of the seal's loosening lies within the kingdom of Mu. You need only travel there to discern the situation." The mention of the kingdom of Mu filled Vini with delight. Meanwhile, Lynch, still ensconced in slumber, was jolted awake by the surge of energy that accompanied his recent promotion. Sitting up in bed, he felt an overwhelming sense of invincibility coursing through him. However, he recognized this as merely a fleeting illusion, akin to the feeling he experienced during his last promotion to silver rank, and he dismissed it. After reacquainting himself with his newfound power, Lynch glanced out the window. The sky remained dim, clearly not yet time to rise. Thus, he slid back beneath the covers, embracing the wide-eyed Shervaya, who was gazing at him. There was still time for a bit more rest, thought him the girl. Noticing Lynch's smile, understood his intentions. Though her body was weary, she felt the lingering pull of another world that refused to let her go. Yet despite her awareness, she did not refuse him. A fleeting glint of purple flickered in her eyes. And together they succumbed once more to sleep. Time passed unmeasured until the morning light swept across the distant horizon, dispelling the darkness that had shrouded the earth throughout the night. Annie had prepared her attire, ready to attend to Lynch as he awoke. However, before departing, she glanced down at the tightness of her bodice, a hint of distress crossing her features. She would need to craft a new maid's outfit, as the current one was beginning to feel ill-fitting. Upon opening the door, Annie took a few steps before arriving at Lynch's room, which was adjacent to hers. "Master, is it Sister Shervaya?" As she approached the bed to rouse Lynch, Annie was taken aback to discover the girl lying beside him. Startled, her face turned crimson at the sight of their exposed heads and a hint of pale skin visible beneath the sheets. "Well, what?" "Good morning," Annie did, as the flustered girl grappled with her thoughts. Lynch and Shervaya awoke simultaneously. Upon seeing Annie standing beside the bed, her cheeks flushed, Lynch sat up, greeting her with a smile, utterly devoid of embarrassment or shame. Good morning, Master and Sister Shivia. In response to Annie's bashful yet curious gaze and greeting, Shirvaya softly acknowledged her, pulling the covers up to shield herself as Lynchy sat up. Sister Shirvaya, Master, what is it? Lynchy asked, feigning puzzlement as he observed Annie, who was helping him dress while her face burned with curiosity. And nothing. All set, Master. Thank you, Annie. Lynchy reached out to pat Annie's head, feeling the ticklish softness of her furry ears beneath his hand. And Master, she murmured, relishing his touch. Lynchy smiled gently. All right, I must be off. Later, we shall test the extent of my newfound ability to suppress the corruption. If it proves sufficient, Annie, you shall remain here to care for Sister Shirvaya. Although Lynchy was reluctant to work today, wishing only to spend time with Shirvaya, she had firmly insisted he go when he proposed staying back in their dream. With no alternative, Lynchy complied. Oh, all right, Annie replied. Shortly thereafter, following a series of tests with Annie, Lynchy discovered that the range of his ability to suppress corruption had doubled compared to before, while still far from encompassing the entire baronial estate. It was nevertheless adequate. Before long, Lynchy exited his chamber, leaving Shirvaya still nestled in bed and Annie attending to her side. Once Lynchy had departed, Annie, her face flushed, turned to Shirvaya and asked, Sister Shirvaya, are you truly with the Master? Shirvaya, revealing only her head above the covers, regarded her with an expression that betrayed both shyness and a deeper, unspoken envy. Extending a bare arm from the bedding, she gently stroked Annie's head, a rare smile gracing her face. Tinged with a newfound allure, the mere sound sent Annie into a flurry of embarrassment. Yet after a moment, her curiosity overwhelmed her. Sister Shirvaya, what does it feel like? In a buoyant mood, Lynchy strolled into his office, where the guard on duty had been standing watch for quite some time. However, before he could fully step inside, another guard rushed over to summon him. Why, Lord Baron? Lynchy halted and turned to face him. What is it? Pastor Yeligen seeks an audience with you. Yeligen? Lynchy was taken aback, surprised to hear such news. Why would that bothersome individual come to see him so early in the morning? He frowned slightly. Is he alone? Yes, my Lord Baron. Bring him in, Lynchy instructed, waving his hand as he turned to enter his chamber. The guard saluted and promptly departed, returning shortly with Yeligen and T.O.W.M. Why, Lord Baron? And no need for such formality. Lord Yeligen, what brings you here so early? Lynchy inquired. Glancing at the task prepared for him the night before, his attention diverted from the unwelcome visitor. He had no desire to engage with this middleman, as he held little regard for him, even without considering Shirvaya and the others. Many within Lynchy's domain held a greater affinity for Pastor Yeligen than for him, as their lord, a situation he found quite troubling. My Lord Baron, I regret to inform you of troubling news. According to the great Pope's foresight, the abyssal seal established by the previous hero has begun to weaken, allowing the miasma and corruption from the abyss to seep through. Lynchy immediately raised his head, furrowing his brow at this revelation. Yeligen continued, this loosening of the seal is situated within the kingdom of Mu, encompassing the entire southern region of the kingdom. Therefore, my Lord Baron, you must prepare for the impending crisis. Lynchy fell silent for a moment, seemingly processing this unexpected and distressing news. That I understand. Thank you for the warning, Lord Yeligen, that I will take the necessary precautions. Additionally, since this matter pertains to the abyssal miasma and corruption, as a priest of the Holy See, I believe I can offer my assistance. That I appreciate your kind offer, but I believe we should be able to manage without external aid. However, should the need arise, I will not hesitate to seek your help. Lynch subtly shook his head, declining Yeligen's active offer. A lowly priest of the Radiant Church pales in comparison to the two sorceresses who should currently be in his chamber. Very well. Yeligen seemed unconcerned by Lynch's refusal, nodding slightly. The message has been conveyed, and I must take my leave. Your Excellency, that I hope you will safeguard these divine subjects residing within your territory. As the Lord, I shall indeed protect my subjects. You need not worry, Lynch replied with a smile that failed to reach his eyes. You country bumpkins, get out of my way. A large crowd had gathered beneath the walls of Hongfeng town. Among them a rotund merchant, resplendently dressed, who was berating the soldiers who obstructed his convoy. Do you not think that just because you wear those tattered rags, I won't dare to deal with you. If you provoke me, not even a baron can save you. Once more, I shall reiterate, the Lord has decreed that no one is permitted to enter or exit without his express permission. The leading soldier cast a cold gaze upon the raucous merchant, suppressing his growing irritation. Yet whether it was anger or some other emotion that fueled him, the merchant, with eyes completely bloodshot, paid no heed to the soldier's unmistakable warning, continuing his uproar and even reaching out to grasp the soldier's collar. The Lord? Bah! Merely a mere brat, and you lot. You are but the dogs of that brat. How dare you stop me? Which brat? Just as the situation threatened to devolve into chaos due to the merchant's actions, a frigid voice cut through the clamor. The voice seemed almost magical, instantly awakening all present, especially the merchant with bloodshot eyes and my Lord Baron. The merchant trembled uncontrollably as he beheld Lynch approaching, his once prosperous form now quaking. His head bowed deeply, eyes filled with dread. He felt as though he had been possessed, uttering such disrespectful words towards the Baron in public. Moreover, he could not fathom why, knowing full well that Lynch had issued a temporary lockdown on Hongfeng Town. He still organized a convoy to forcefully breach it. Why had he become so audacious? Panic gripped the merchant's heart as a bead of cold sweat trickled down his face, splattering onto the ground. Ah, quite a crowd as Lynch drew near. He first glanced at the merchant, who had buried his head in shame, then surveyed the surrounding onlookers. Wherever his gaze fell, no one dared to meet his eyes. Hastily averting their stares, clearly feeling uneasy and lacking resolve, with a cold chuckle, Lynch shifted his attention back to the merchant before him. Mere brat. You do not speak entirely inaccurately. You say, my Lord Baron, that I was wrong. Just as Lynch was about to articulate something further, the merchant abruptly knelt, prostrating himself on the ground, weeping and loudly confessing his faults. The surrounding crowd was taken aback, for the merchant's change in demeanor was starkly dramatic compared to his behavior prior to Lynch's arrival. Lending an air of absurdity to the scene, Lynch found himself a loss for words in response to the merchant's antics. He feigned a frown, his expression one of impatience, while the merchant, who had been observing him, swiftly silenced his pig-like lamentations, falling into a hushed stillness. Then, amidst the gaze of the onlookers, Lynch spoke indifferently. Yes, my Lord Mode, who had been closely following Lynch, stepped forward immediately, as per protocol. Seize his assets. Understood. The merchant sank to the ground, his face ashen. The rest of the spectators displayed expressions of fear, witnessing the cruelty of their lord for the first time. Many among them were fellow merchants, sharing in the plight of the victim, and they grasped the man's despair all too well. Simultaneously, they felt a profound relief, having witnessed a demonstration of the consequences of being the first to stick their necks out. My Lord Baron, just as Lynch was about to depart, a resonant voice emerged from the crowd. The others were startled, and those standing before the voice's owner hastily stepped aside, presenting the individual to Lynch. Upon looking over, Lynch saw another merchant. Though unlike the previous one, this man appeared much more competent and composed. You do not seem to be one of my merchants. Indeed, my Lord Baron, I am a traveling merchant from another region. Lynch maintained a calm demeanor. What would you like to say? My Lord Baron, I wish to inquire when you will allow us to leave. You have kept all of Hongfeng Town under lockdown for 3 days. The merchant's question undoubtedly echoed the sentiments of most present, although a few days' delay typically posed little loss for them. Being confined for 3 days by Lynch had made them increasingly anxious, eager to depart. While you did inform us in advance regarding the lockdown, the so-called monster attack has yet to materialize, has it not? Given the extended silence, might you be being overly cautious? Indeed, others chimed in, their voices resonating with agreement. Lynch observed the restless crowd with a steady gaze. The keen sight of a golden night allowed him to easily discern the faint red glimmers in their eyes. It was not only the ordinary citizens who exhibited this, but even the soldiers stationed on the walls bore similar signs. Only those with extraordinary powers, like Lynch, remained unaffected. In Lynch's view, a layer of gray fog enveloped the surrounding space. Imperceptible to ordinary individuals, this fog was exceedingly thin, akin to ephemeral weeds, nearly vanishing with the passage of time, and it seemed to possess an awareness of its own, avoiding proximity to him. Yet, it did not shy away from others. Instead, it flowed around them like water. It was precisely due to this insubstantial gray fog that these individuals were driven to stir up trouble after merely 3 days of lockdown, and why their eyes exhibited a faint sanguine hue. The essence of the abyss, brief exposure can drive beasts to madness, causing intelligent species akin to humans to become restless and irritable. Prolonged exposure may lead to mutation or death. Reflecting on the descriptions of the abyssal essence he had perused in ancient texts, and observing the raucous crowd, Lynch's brow furrowed slightly. It seemed his abilities were insufficient to wholly suppress the influence of this abyssal essence on others, leaving them in a state of agitation even after he had just executed a chicken to warn the monkeys. "You wish to leave?" "Yes, my Lord Baron. Of course, you may." Lynch regarded the crowd with a neutral expression, his voice trailing off abruptly as his gaze shifted toward the city walls. Bang, bang, bang. The urgent tolling of alarms rang out, causing all soldiers to shift their demeanor, hastily returning to their posts at Lynch's signal. "What is happening?" Questions rippled through the agitated crowd, the city walls obscuring their view of the situation entirely. Suddenly, those with sharper instincts turned pale and bolted toward Hongfeng town, prompting everyone present to grasp a troubling possibility. Coincidentally, Lynch glanced back, addressing them nonchalantly. "Those wishing to leave may now register with me. There are no limits to the number of participants." Rumble, a thunderous sound reverberated from beyond the city walls, causing the crowd to blanch. The tide of beasts has arrived. Watching the scattering figures, Lynch turned and strode alongside Zavia toward the walls. At that moment, the unassumingly formidable walls of Hongfeng town were already manned by numerous soldiers. From their demeanor, one could easily discern which soldiers were seasoned veterans brought by Lynch from the eunuch family, and which were the newly recruited troops from the previous autumn. The veterans exhibited fierce determination, remaining unflinching in the face of the oncoming wave of beasts, while the new recruits, though having undergone half a year of training, managed to maintain their composure amidst the tumult. Yet the fear lurking in their eyes still betrayed their subconscious dread. For the past few days, Laurent and Sears had been stationed at the city walls, commanding the soldiers on their respective sections, while 2 apprentice knights were tasked with addressing any oversights. Meanwhile, Zivia, who had arrived alongside Lynch, was overseeing the center with him. The formidable knight Maud had already appeared outside the walls, mounted on his steed, facing the frenzied beasts charging toward him. Without waiting for the beasts to close the distance, Maud urged his battle-hardened horse forward, which charged ahead with a sudden burst of speed. The golden radiance enveloped both horse and rider, causing Maud's lance to gleam with even greater menace. All eyes were fixed upon Maud, who surged like a comet into the tide of beasts. The faces of the soldiers were a mix of awe and trepidation. They marveled at Maud's bravery, while simultaneously fearing he might never return. Among them, the 2 apprentice knights were particularly moved, their eyes shimmering with excitement and longing as they watched their familiar instructor charge forth alone. Andrew instinctively glanced toward Pep, only to find him looking back, both recognizing the identical sentiment reflected in each other's gaze. They too aspired to become knights like Lord Maud. What a vain fellow. Laurent muttered as he observed Maud nearing the oncoming horde. Knowing Maud's capabilities better than anyone else, he felt no concern for his safety. Although the mass of beasts appeared menacing, most were mere low-level monsters, posing little threat to a hero-class knight like Maud. "That if you think Maud is unsatisfactory, I can always let you take his place," Lynch said, appearing silently behind Laurent. Startled, Laurent quickly waved his hands, scratching his disheveled hair awkwardly. "No, that won't be necessary, Lord Lynch. It's better to leave this opportunity for Maud, a golden knight charging into a horde of beasts. That would be akin to lighting a lantern in a toilet to search for filth." Laurent had enough self-awareness to refrain from such folly. Lynch recognized this as a moment of self-deprecation, choosing to disregard it and instead focus on Maud, who had already plunged into the fray. "Annie, if anything happens to Maud, you must assist him." "Yes, I will certainly do so," came Annie's sweet voice in Lynch's mind, though she was nowhere to be seen beside him, in contrast to Zivia, who had already showcased her abilities as an illusionist. Annie was merely an ordinary maid here, albeit one favored by Lynch. Adhering to the principle of keeping his cards close to his chest, Lynch had no intention of revealing Annie's capabilities. though Annie stood next to him. She was actually in a separate space, communicating through Zivia as an intermediary. However, it seemed Lynch's plans would soon be thwarted. Maud, transformed into a streak of light, charged into the beasts, carving a path of crimson death as each monster in his way fell before his lance. While his steed gallantly executed its master's commands, cloaked in golden radiance, Maud forged a bloody trail through the dark mass of beasts. "Bravo!" cheered the soldiers still observing from the walls. Witnessing Maud single-handedly cut through the horde as if it were uninhabited territory was a spectacle more invigorating than any other morale-boosting strategy. Especially for the newly enlisted soldiers who had previously harbored some fear, the sight ignited their fervor, urging them to join the fray immediately. Lynch nodded in satisfaction that Maud's performance met his expectations and perfectly fulfilled his objective of raising morale. As the beast horde approached the city, Lynch no longer hesitated. He drew his sword, pointing its tip toward the sky. "Prepare for battle." "Yes, my lord," echoed a thunderous roar from atop the walls. "Crossbowmen, fire at will. Fire at will. Prepare the catapults. Launch. Stop them. Stop them." The scene atop the walls was somewhat horrific. A considerable amount of time had elapsed since the initial contact with the horde. Blood splattered everywhere, and the ground was littered with the corpses and dismembered remains of beasts. Below the walls, the already narrow moat had been completely filled and piled high with the carcasses of monsters, rivers of blood staining the earth. Arrows rained down from above, indiscriminately claiming the lives of beasts without the need for soldiers to aim. Yet, even amidst this hellish spectacle, the frenzied beasts pressed on, driven by sheer madness and bloodlust. Puffed. Lynch cleaved through another beast surging up the wall, taking a moment to assess the current situation. Maud continued his relentless fight among the throng of monsters, now resembling a bloodied figure. Despite the rotation of personnel, the prolonged battle had visibly drained the ordinary soldiers, their fatigue evident. The good news was that with Lynch, Laurent, and Zivia overseeing the situation, not a single soldier had sustained serious injuries thus far. Especially Zivia, whose captivating violet eyes seemed to perceive the entire battlefield, had saved countless soldiers from the jaws of death. Each rescued soldier looked upon her with gratitude, further ignited to engage in battle. "Master, I wish to help." Annie, who had yet to intervene, could no longer contain herself. She anxiously watched as soldiers faced peril time and again. While witnessing Lynch personally combat the terrifying beasts filled her with distress. How could she allow her master to partake in such dangerous combat? "I can help, master." "Now is not the time for you to intervene, dear Annie." Lynch gently declined. He understood her feelings, but the situation had not yet reached a point where Annie's involvement was necessary. It was in fact well within their control, and there was no need to expose her abilities. "But all right, if you assist Maud, who will protect me? If I encounter danger later, it will be you who must help me evade it." "Yeah, that makes sense, doesn't it?" MHM. A sound reminiscent of a dragon's roar pierced through the battlefield, momentarily drowning out the cacophony of the surging beast horde. I could see that moment, located at the heart of the throng. Maud's expression suddenly shifted, losing the calm demeanor he had maintained while unleashing his dual might among the beasts. He swiftly turned his gaze towards the source of the roar, his eyes, exposed beneath his helmet, filled with grave concern. In the distance, a cloud of dust erupted from the rear of the beast horde, occasionally revealing the mangled bodies of magical creatures that had been shattered by the onslaught. Their severed limbs and chunks of flesh flung outward at it was a group of several colossal beasts, their massive forms akin to small mountains even from afar. The Triceratops elephant, a subdragon magical creature, possessed not only the fearsome tusks typical of elephantine beasts, but also a sharply pointed horn protruding from its forehead, earning it the moniker of unicorn elephant, a powerful species among magical beasts. The Triceratops elephant also bore a trace of dragon lineage, coupled with their inherently gregarious nature, allowing them to dominate their peers. I could see this moment. These Triceratops elephants were similarly tainted by the aura of the abyss, losing their rationality that a closer inspection revealed numerous fresh wounds on their massive, heavy bodies, still oozing blood, indicating they had barreled through the battlefield. Anything in their path would face their death charge. "Maud, mounted upon his warhorse, swept his lance through the air, momentarily clearing the magical beasts around him with a surge of power. As the horde of Triceratops elephants drew nearer, he gripped his lance and the reins of his steed with unwavering determination. Golden light radiating from him. Above him, an imposing knight formed entirely of light, wielding a lance, began to coalesce. Just before the surrounding magical beasts could encircle him again, Maud commanded his warhorse to charge towards the terrifying torrent at the rear of the beast horde. With Maud's charge, the luminous night above him completely merged into the lance he held, solidifying it further, enveloping both him and his horse in a radiant aura. From a distance, they appeared as a divine spear, piercing deeply into the beast horde, rushing forth with an overwhelming might towards the advancing torrent of Triceratops elephants. Lynch stole a glance at Maud's situation, calling out to Annie in his mind. But before he could say more, her voice echoed back, "I know. Master, I will take care of it. Sister Zavia?" Just in that brief exchange, Maud, transformed into a colossal spear of light, collided head-on with the frenzied horde of Triceratops elephants. The light spear plunged deeply into the midst of the beasts, creating a significant dent, toppling the massive creature that had collided with it, shattering its tusks and horn, leaving a horrific cavity on its colossal head from which both red and white blood flowed profusely, revealing the gruesome sight of blood gushing from its mouth. Moreover, the two Triceratops elephants on either side were also affected, though their plight was less dire than the one directly struck. Each had a tusk broken, and a portion of their thick skin was stripped away, leaving them bloodied and battered. However, Maud also suffered in the confrontation. The heavy armor encasing his chest constricted painfully, and his body felt momentarily weakened from the impact, requiring a brief moment to recover. Simultaneously, a sense of dread settled in his heart as he assessed his gains from the encounter. His full power strike, accumulated from a period of buildup, had only managed to slay one Triceratops elephant, while the other two had merely sustained scratches, retaining their combat effectiveness, and the rest of the horde remained unscathed. These enraged beasts would not retreat out of fear of death, and before the momentum of his attack had fully dissipated, they assumed aggressive postures against him. The only slight consolation was that not all the Triceratops elephants had turned their attention to him. The few at the farthest edge continued their reckless charge forward, ignoring their companions, while only the four closest to Maud surrounded him and his steed. Each of these beasts possessed strength capable of threatening a hero-class warrior. Observing the crimson-eyed Triceratops elephants, Maud inhaled deeply. With Sister Zavia present, he felt assured that the remaining beasts would pose no issue, yet he couldn't help but wonder if he could withstand this onslaught. Contemplating this, Maud showed no signs of retreat as the beasts prepared to attack. Just before they charged, he urged his warhorse to create distance from the four Triceratops elephants, luring them into pursuit, intending to engage in a kite-flying strategy against these formidable foes. However, his plan encountered challenges from the onset. Bolstered by magical energy, the speed of Maud and his steed was not insignificant. Yet, the warhorse, which had fought alongside him for so long, became a burden at this critical moment, coupled with the obstructions posed by other magical beasts. Even though Maud took the initiative, he was swiftly overtaken by the Triceratops elephants, leaving a trail of crushed lower-tier magical creatures in their wake. As he sensed the impending pursuit closing in, Maud suddenly spun around and thrust his lance towards the foremost Triceratops elephant, that a lance forged purely from magical energy thrust into the relatively vulnerable eye of the beast. Roar! Instantly, one of its eyes was completely pierced, a bloody cavity exploding forth. Yet, such an injury did not halt the beast's relentless charge. Instead, it raised its colossal head and bellowed, accelerating its pace at a heartbeat. It was upon Maud, its trunk, thicker than Maud's waist and armored in heavy plate, lashed out like a whip, sending him flying, while his steed let out a mournful cry before being overturned, subsequently trampled to death by the rampaging Triceratops elephant. But that was not the end. Maud, propelled like a cannonball, smashed through a dozen low-tier magical beasts before crashing to the ground. His heavy knightly armor shattered, his lance broken into two segments, and he himself coughed up blood, suffering significant injuries as he lay on the ground, trying to rise and escape. A nightmarish shadow loomed over him. The massive form of the Triceratops elephant blocked all light from the sky, and its colossal foot descended upon him with a thunderous crash. In that fleeting moment, instinct drove him to resist. But knowing he could not evade the impending doom, a flicker of unwillingness crossed his nearly blank consciousness. Lord Lynch, I have disappointed you. Thud. The sound of flesh piercing echoed alongside the anguished cry of the Triceratops elephant. Then, the massive body that had cast a shadow over Maud was violently pushed aside, and the foot that could have sealed his fate barely missed its mark. Maud beheld an astonishing sight. Several Triceratops elephants suddenly appeared, their fearsome tusks and horns stabbing into the bellies of the attacking elephants, forcing them to stagger away. Crash! The 4 Triceratops elephants collapsed to the ground, each with 3 terrifying bloodied holes puncturing their bodies. Blood gushing forth, while the culprits of this destruction raised their heads in triumphant howls. Maud instinctively glanced towards the direction of the city walls, recognizing the familiar scene on the not-so-tall walls of Red Maple Town. Hundreds of soldiers halted their battles, staring in awe at the purple-haired girl who was demonstrating her might. As the unstoppable Triceratops elephants charged towards them, they braced themselves for the impending collapse of the walls and the ensuing desperate struggle. Yet, before they could clench their teeth and face the looming crisis, the formidable Triceratops elephants lost all control, as if severed from their strings. Their massive heads dipped unexpectedly, their tusks and horn embedding deeply into the ground. And with their massive inertia, they plowed deep furrows into the earth before crashing down, succumbing to eternal slumber, even as his body was relentlessly torn apart by those frenzied and primitive beasts. There was no sign of awakening. While the soldiers remained in a state of confusion, the 2 knights responsible for their command, Laurent and Sears, simultaneously let out a sigh of relief. Had they nearly forgotten the presence of Miss Chevilla? After prolonged combat, had he too become disoriented? Sears muttered to himself. The nearby soldiers, upon hearing the knight's soliloquy, instinctively turned their gazes towards the only woman on the city wall who could be referred to as Mississippi. Many of those soldiers who had previously been saved by Chevilla and had encountered similar situations also looked her way. "What are you doing? Why are you dazed?" A furious shout echoed across the city wall. It was Laurent's voice that a momentary lapse in concentration on the battlefield could lead to unforeseen consequences, and the soldier's moment of stupor had significantly weakened the pressure exerted on the horde of beasts. Consequently, numerous monsters began to scale the wall, climbing atop the mountain of corpses. Those soldiers who were unable to retreat in time were immediately subjected to fierce attacks from the beasts, their fangs and the stench of blood deeply unsettling the soldiers' nerves. Yet, faintly, a barely perceptible violet aura flickered across the entire wall and beyond, in an instant, whether they were rushing towards the wall or already atop it, even those beasts poised to sink their teeth into the soldiers' heads. All collapsed without warning, devoid of strength, much like the previous Triceratops, aside from a few unfortunate soldiers who sustained scratches from the claws or fangs of the fallen beasts. This crisis, born from the soldiers' momentary lapse, was easily averted. This miraculous scene left all knights and soldiers, including Laurent and Sears, once again in a daze. Lynch furrowed his brow, momentarily poised to draw his sword and speak, but suddenly halted as if struck by a thought. He glanced at Chevilla, who was forced to shoulder the defense of the city due to the soldiers' distraction, then looked at those soldiers who regarded her as if she were a deity, and finally turned his gaze towards the magnificent structure in the distance at the center of Red Maple Town behind the wall. "Chevilla, are you all right on your own?" The nonchalant voice of Chevilla in his mind solidified Lynch's resolve. He silently observed the battlefield, no longer intending to offer any reminders. "Have you all come to your senses?" Laurent, on the verge of roaring at the soldiers who had once again spaced out, ultimately bit back his words upon catching a glimpse of the silent Lynch in his peripheral vision. Sears mirrored this sentiment. Shortly after, they noticed that any beast that entered a certain range outside the wall would instantly faint. Without exception, after marveling at Chevilla's performance once more, the 2 Golden Knights exchanged knowing glances. "Brother, it seems our previous efforts were nothing but a jest." "Not just seems, brother. It is a jest, and not at our expense. But yours, Laurent chuckled at Sears, who had become incensed yet dared not express it openly, understanding the meaning behind his gaze. However, when he looked once more at Shavia, positioned at the center of the wall, his smile gradually faded. Time slipped by, and he shook his head vigorously, turning his attention to Maud, who was fighting alone outside. At least, not only he and Sears, but even Maud could not shine as brilliantly as that beautiful lady. Everyone had to rely on Miss Shavia for salvation. Maud, you're no different from me. Far on the other side of the battlefield, Maud was oblivious to Laurent's inner thoughts. He was momentarily stunned by the sudden turn of events before quickly regaining his composure upon realizing it was Shavia's doing. He swiftly reacted, standing up, discarding his broken lance, and drawing his sword from his waist, executing a smooth motion to strike at the beasts that surrounded him. The beasts that had encircled him were either severed in half or decapitated by his strikes. Clearing a space around him once more. Dance of combat. After exhaling, Maud glanced at the fallen triceratops and the phantoms of the creatures relentlessly attacking them. Though he knew it was not the time for hesitation, he couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Could it be that mages truly possess such overwhelming power compared to knights? Maud forced himself to dismiss these irrelevant thoughts and search for his warhorse. In the blink of an eye, even as he was nearly trampled by triceratops, Maud had never felt such rage. He distinctly saw his loyal steed, which had accompanied him for many years, trampled into a bloody pulp, leaving only a gruesome array of limbs and vibrant, glaring blood. A handful of beasts were wildly tearing at the flattened corpse of his horse. In the next moment, several sword energies swiftly severed them. Trembling slightly, Maud approached the side of his beloved horse, lowering his head to gaze upon the remnants that still vaguely resembled an oblivious beast charged at him, its rancid breath and scorching saliva dripping onto the ground, scorching the already battered earth and threatening to burn Maud himself. Its approach seemed to awaken Maud in the split second before the beast could react. Maud had already cleaved it in half. The eyes beneath his helmet blazed crimson with fury, almost excessively, so he did not follow the path Shavia had opened for him. Instead, he plunged once more into the throng of beasts. Blood, shredded flesh, severed limbs, and dismembered bodies flew in all directions, and he paid no heed to his own exhaustion, pouring every ounce of strength into each strike. Maud was like a meat grinder, harvesting the lives of these beasts, slaughtering from one end to the other. Even as his body neared exhaustion, he did not relent. It was only when he unconsciously approached the vicinity of the wall where Lynch stood, and his gaze fell upon Lynch, who was calmly observing him, that his clarity began to return. "Have you had your fill of killing, Lord Lynch?" Maud said, collapsing to his knees in exhaustion as he faced Lynch. "Come back. It is over." Watching Laurent jump down from the wall to assist Maud, Lynch's mind wandered elsewhere. He had long since noticed Maud's abrupt change. The death of his longtime warhorse would evoke fury in any knight, Maud included. However, even in such circumstances as a hero-level Earth Knight, Maud should not have lost control to this extent, recklessly seeking vengeance against those beasts without regard for his safety. Could even a hero-level extraordinary being succumb to the corruption of abyssal energy and lose their rationality? Lynch furrowed his brow and shook his head, dismissing the notion that it should be said that such energies would stoke the flames of despair and negative emotions when their spirits were already low. He murmured to himself that, the very least, the firmer one's resolve, the less susceptible they were to the corruption of abyssal energy, that much was certain. Moreover, it seemed that his ability to suppress filth within a certain range could still have an effect on the diverse manifestations of abyssal energy, albeit less pronounced than when suppressing filth. "Commander, how imposing," Laurent whispered to Maud as he helped him up, earning a wordless gaze in return. Seeing this, Laurent grinned and said no more, swiftly taking the exhausted Maud back to the wall and handing him over to Andrew and Pep, the two apprentice knights who were deeply concerned for their mentor. "Take good care of your mentor. He is quite fragile at the moment." "We will, Lord Laurent." "Good. That's the spirit." Laurent nodded in satisfaction and quickly departed under Maud's glare that seemed to say, "You will pay for this," heading towards Lynch and Shavia. "Lord Lynch, Maud is well. Though injured, he will recover in no time." However, he is currently too exhausted to continue fighting. That is good to hear. Upon receiving Lawrence's report, Lynch nodded, but he then gazed at the desolate battlefield ahead and sighed softly. The beasts on this land are likely all gathered here. There should be no further battles requiring my intervention. Beneath the city walls, the carcasses of monstrous beasts had amassed into an irregular trapezoid, nearly reaching the height of the fortifications themselves. The once pristine waters that flowed from the moat had transformed into a torrent of crimson blood, its pungent metallic scent rising towards the heavens, inducing a wave of nausea. Further afield, the stone-paved roads and surrounding lands lay similarly strewn with the remains of the beasts, delineated by a stark boundary. The corpses nearest the walls were fewer in number, while the outer edges were densely piled, forming another hillock, leaving the ground in sight awash in a sea of red. Ugh! At last, one individual, unable to withstand the hellish scene before him, succumbed to the urge to vomit, triggering a chain reaction that echoed along the ramparts, with the sounds of retching rising and falling, predominantly from the ranks of the new recruits. They had fought valiantly, but had not had the opportunity to absorb the horror until now. In the aftermath of battle, it seems these young ones require further training. They are far too easily unsettled. They lack the composure I once exhibited. Loron rested an arm upon the battlement, gazing at the eerily familiar sight, and spoke casually. Beside him, Sears unhesitatingly interjected, "If you are referring to that individual who, after slaying a beast for the first time, could not eat for several days, then indeed, they fall short. That is preferable to someone nearly meeting their end at the jaws of a creature meant to be hunted. You too, since you are so full of energy, I appoint you to oversee the forthcoming cleanup. By the end of the day, I expect to see these beastly carcasses cleared away," Lynch declared, casting a stern glare at the two clowns as they began to bicker once more. They immediately wilted, their expressions sour as they accepted the task. Lynch paid them no further mind and ascended to the central platform of the walls, addressing all the soldiers gathered below. Under their watchful gazes, he began to speak slowly. "My dear subjects, the battle here has concluded. Though there were some setbacks, it was undoubtedly a resounding victory. You have brought me triumph, and thus you shall receive due rewards. Therefore, I announce that today, all participants in the conflict shall receive an additional 30 silver serpent coins, along with a rotation of 3 days of leave. To be candid, as a lord, Lynch's oratory skills were not particularly remarkable. He lacked the talent to deliver stirring speeches akin to those of the author of my struggle. However, that mattered little. He could still distribute coins, 30 silver serpent coins equated to a soldier's wage for a month and a half. Ample for indulgence. Yet, observing the soldier's reactions, his generosity did not appear to have the desired impact. Upon hearing of such rewards, the soldiers were indeed excited. Yet amidst their fervor, their gazes inevitably drifted towards the ever-composed, purple-haired maiden beneath Lynch. "And my lord," one soldier, clenching his jaw, hesitated for a moment before resolutely stepping forward to inquire of Lynch, "I wish to know the name of the formidable and beautiful lady who has saved my life on more than one occasion." His question resonated with others present. "Yes, my lord, I would willingly forego this reward, but please grant us the opportunity to learn the name of our Savior. Please grant us this chance."